attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Ochua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wiz Cash? He has a little bit held left. Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti to Italia. We are here live for the 2025 Pokemon Bologna Special Championships, the final event of the season. I am Costa Didymos. This is Jamie Boyd, joined by Charlie Merriman and Marcus Hamann. Of course, this is the final regional level. There's going to be a lot of hype, more expansion on Regulation Set I. Jamie, are you pumped?
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. Like, we've got
one answer to that.
I was going to say.
There has to be, right? But this is the conclusion of our regionals over here in EU. But we're just getting started with Regulation I. We've only had a couple of tournaments so far to influence how the meta is going to be. But this is our last chance to influence the meta that's going to be in the North American International and the World Championships.
It's going to be so exciting. I cannot believe that we're finally here. It feels like we were kicking off the season just yesterday in Dortmund, and we're nearly at those World Championships. We've had a bevy of regional level events recently over across the world. We have Melbourne, we had Santiago, of course we have Portland, but this is it, Bologna, and you can see right there, just NAIC and Anaheim. So much of that graphic grayed out, and it's quite sad.
Well, it is quite sad on the one hand, but of course on the other hand, it was an amazing season so far. We crowned a lot of champions in our season. We have a couple of players who already got their invitation to the World Championships, but now this is really the last opportunity for players here in Europe to grab those points and to, make it on their road to Anaheim.
Yeah, and talking about points, I think it's good to be able to review once again how many points does one require? It's not exactly as defined this season in comparison to previous ones. We do have the placements first, of course, getting that coveted 350 CP, but most importantly, the direct invitation, whilst we do have top 75 for both NA and EU Masters divisions. My lordy, everybody's in a very tough fight, even to the very end of this season.
There's going to be some players that are in the position where they must get points in this last chance tournament for themselves to be able to push themselves into that top 75. Going to get a huge chunk of championship points if you manage to make it into that top cut. So that has got to be what a lot of our players are aiming for here. There's going to be some fantastic prizes as well on top of that, but the championship points might be crucial at this point in the season.
I'm so excited for what that means in terms of the intensity of the battles we're going to be seeing this weekend as well. This really is last chance saloon, so trainers just putting everything on the line, doing everything they can to get that win. There are going to be some trainers who are going to go away from this weekend very relieved.
Yeah, exactly that. But not only are there championship points on the line, there are also prizes. We have got a ton of booster packs available. I'd say even across the top 8, all equivalent amounts, but obviously we do have the little golden ticket of the direct invitation there as well.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing, of course, with some of our regional level tournaments, also this special championships. If you win one of them, you're in. You got your ticket locked for the World Championships. And even if you're walking into this tournament with no championship points to your name, it has happened before over in NA, and it could happen again here because we know that the Italian community is very strong. They got a lot of talent, and maybe, a new rising star. Just like we saw last year with Ruben Gensini. Maybe, someone will win and get that direct invitation to the World Championships.
But I think it's worth going ahead and having a bit of a review of the tournament structure. What do we actually go through in terms of trainers, even here on broadcast? How is it all formulated? And it's going to be able to go ahead and expand any new viewers as well in terms of further knowledge into these very fun events we run.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Thank you very much, Charlie, for that exquisite breakdown.
Just rush backstage to do that, now I'm back here.
Very impressive stuff. But I think it's good, now that we've been seeing the evolution of this format, to once again highlight and discuss a bit about how the meta has been evolving through our recent events and developments. The last broadcasted major event we did have was Portland, over across the pond, where we were able to see a bit of variety, but actually a previous Grand Time veteran trainer, Gavin Michaels, being able to just run amok with the Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre composition.
Yeah, and that was his 4th regional title as well. Such an accomplished player, taking down a one-time regional champion in Zhejiang there with the Calyrex and Koraidon. Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre, I think, wasn't really on too many people's radars. I think we established it was quite a good duo. I didn't think we were prepared for it to be a regional winning duo just yet, but Gavin coming in, proving us all wrong. Very, very strong duo coming out.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think just being able to go ahead and comprehend a bit of what kind of teams they ran up against in the top 8 is a real testament to these teams being able to go ahead and really have a lot of answers when it comes to the current meta. Like we said, the Kyogre and the Calyrex Ice Rider, not a lot of people saw coming, but then again, in a format where it's quite prevalent with the Koraidons, as well as maybe even the Lunalas, if you've got the right tools available, that being the Grimmsnarl, for example, it can really push things through.
I really want to call out the Walking Wake on Zhejiang's team. This is an adaptation that we've seen coming out in Portland. Running the Aquajet, that's a special attacker. Aquajet, a physical move, but just that priority can be the difference maker in winning and losing games. And a really cool top 8. I think the thing that really jumps out to me here is that only one of those teams does not have one of the horsemen on it. Only Giovanni's team has Lunala and Koraidon. All the others have either Ice Rider or Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and talking about restricted Pokemon, I mean, the elephant in the room, there is no Miraidon here in this top 8.
Yeah.
This is definitely not something that we're anticipating. In fact, it seemed after some of the previous tournaments in this format, which is still relatively new, of course, that we were seeing Miraidon on almost all of the teams. Players were saying, oh, you can pair Miraidon with pretty much anything at this point, but now no Miraidon to be seen, and this led to a little bit of an infestation there with Amoonguss and Brute Bonnet being on every single team, like either or. And yeah, that is definitely something that I will have my eyes out on for this tournament here. Is this a trend that will continue, or will players revert back to Miraidon?
Yeah, and I think there was a cheeky little headline you gave at a previous event, Charlie, the Boy Bonnet. I think is the thing, so maybe Jamie's finally been able to impact the meta, which, good on you, buddy.
We're honored to have you with us.
Thank you very much. I take full credit for it, even though it was only partially me.
But regardless, talking about headlines, I think us casters have a bit of our own takes when it comes to what we have been anticipating making a splash onto this weekend, this very hot, steamy weekend in Bologna, Italy. And starting off, chilling rain.
Yeah, we saw the rain, kind of rain over there in Portland, and yeah, this is a duo that it was available, or it could have been used in the past couple of seasons as well, but it never really made it to the top, to the peak of any tournament. But now finally getting a win here, Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, a completely new duo, and I wanted to see what is the strength of this duo. Is this something that will carry over on to Bologna, NAIC, maybe even Worlds, or was this just a one-trick pony?
What are your thoughts, Jen?
Yeah, I think that the adaptation of the Basque Legion was a really smart one coming out from Gavin. I think that was able to push him up right to the top, because usually on a Kyogre team you'd have maybe a Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike as a sweeper in the rain, but being able to have the Basque Legion to be even faster than that, because the Swift Swim doubling its speed rather than just a Choice Scarf, giving it just a 50% boost, and also matching up really well into Pokemon like Zamazenta, being immune to the body presses. I think that there's just slight adaptations that we really wouldn't have expected. Yeah, we didn't expect the Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre, but then would we have thought Basque Legion would have been the Pokemon that solves that team?
We'll have to find out. But I guess as we've been already highlighting, we're towards pretty much the end of the season. We've still got 2 major events, but some would say we may be heading towards the end of Victory Road. Charlie?
I think there are all sorts of things that we can talk about here. Yeah, we've talked about the last chance qualifiers and all of that sort of thing. But also, let's just expand on what I said earlier about the number of regional level events that we've had recently. It really feels like the metagame has been evolving at an unprecedented rate. We could even call it mega
evolving.
Hey! Well
that wasn't rehearsed. We're here all weekend. With Zeta coming out later this year. We have a release date for that now. But I digress. Very, very exciting indeed. And this is going to be the pinnacle of that before NAIC.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out once again. And talking about NAIC, everybody wants to try to go ahead and get that first seed. But, leech seed? First seed? Jamie? What? Is that a thing?
We always saw Clear Amulet with high horsepower as coverage on Calyrex Ice Riders, and then just suddenly, in this Regulation I, when we've got a second restricted to pair with the Ice Rider, Leech Seed is everywhere on it. We're dropping high horsepower, and we're dropping the Clear Amulet. Even though Intimidate is still very prevalent in this format, you're allowing your Ice Riders to be intimidated, but it doesn't really matter. The Leech Seed just allows it to counter Pokemon it wouldn't have normally done. Zamazenta back in Regulation G, that will generally beat a Calyrex Ice Rider. No, it won't. Not in Regulation I when we have the Leech Seed. It just flips loads of matches completely around, and it popped up in, what, one global challenge in Regulation G, and then maybe people dismissed it as, oh yeah, that's because it was the best of one team, maybe we're going to dismiss that. But no, it seems to be incredibly prevalent so far, and it's already won 2 regionals.
I know.
You could say Leech Seed is top of the crops.
Oh!
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Well played. Yeah, I think that's a really good shout-out, especially when you go up against Pokemon like Terrapagos that have so much HP, but my topic, thank you once again for asking, lovely, kind co-casters. Fairy Dust or Fairy Must? I think the fact that we've had 5, 6 previous major events, all having at least one Fairy type, is a sort of testament to, obviously, how powerful Dragon-type Pokemon are, and the use and need of being able to counter that, be immune to it, but also super effective in return. I think the most prominent ones that we've been seeing rise in the past couple of events has been Grimmsnarl, but there have been Galarian Weezings, for example, and still the Fluttermanes that are navigating or trying to navigate around tumultuous waters with the current format. So, does anybody have a favorite Fairy-type Pokemon here, very quickly?
Well, I won a regional with a not fully evolved Fairy Pokemon back in the day. That would kind of be my favorite. It's not viable anymore, but its evolution Whimsicott is actually pretty good. So we saw that one win a grassroots tournament recently with Fake Tears and adaptation with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon. So yeah, Whimsicott is very viable as well. It's usually Grimmsnarl that's been taking over, but then if you maybe want some faster speed control rather than the Thunder Waves with the Tailwinds, Whimsicott can provide that for you.
You see what's happened? I opened up the Cottony Whimsicott door, and he's just like
say the name of that Pokemon.
No, he didn't say it, but
you used your Klefki and the floodgates opened.
Okay, I was going to say, very quick, yours.
It's Klefki.
It is Klefki?
Yeah.
Whimsicott for now.
Oh, okay, they're both in... Well, something like that. But yeah, I think talking a bit about, you know, Pokemon favorites, this and that, we've also got caster predictions afterwards, I would say, because there may be a case where we're going to have to go ahead and analyze who will be able to come out on top. But before then, we want to go ahead and make sure you follow Pokemon.com/broadcast. It is a lovely website, a huge hub of all of the information you need in order to track everything that's going on at the competitive level. And then again, there are also the channels available. They're great mediums and platforms for you to be able to make sure you see Pikachu's getting in the groove of things right there. Well played. But yeah, there's the YouTube, there's the Twitch channels. Charlie is making me break face, but I'm trying to compose myself as there are the social channels as well. We have got X, we have got, once again, YouTube, we have got Facebook as well as Instagram. So make sure Marcus is about to go for it. Make sure that you follow and get involved with #PlayPokemon.
Yeah, we got that new YouTube channel now, Play Pokemon.
Yes,
and of course, it's a really great way. I've spent countless hours on there already, just going back in history a little bit, checking out some of the previous old games. And yeah, it's the best place, I would say, for competitive Pokemon content now. So yeah, if you want to go back and have a look at some previous tournaments, then check out that YouTube channel.
And that is a beautiful segue, because we do have a very quick reminder of our last major EU event, that being Utrecht, in order to get everybody spiced up and into the European vibe of things before we go ahead and progress to our first stream match of the day, which is going to be Swiss round number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very shortly.
The Utrecht Special Championship marked a new dawn in the European circuit, launching a fresh regulation set with a major twist. Trainers could now not bring 1, but 2 restricted Pokemon to the battle. With just 2 events left in the 2025 European season before the World Championships in Anaheim, players were hungry for every last championship point, and the action did not disappoint.
Is this going to be enough for this Miraidon to go down? Yeah, it is! To the perfect switching that Alexander's made. No terrestrialization either. It's extremely restricted at home as well. A great game plan that Alexander's come up with here.
Be able to go for moves.
Oh,
to get survives. It hangs on.
Just enough for it to survive. That's huge.
Oh my goodness.
Day 1 opened with high energy, picking up right where Milwaukee Regionals left off. Lunala and Miraidon quickly set the pace for the tournament, especially under the command of reigning world champion Luca Cerabelli, who made an immediate impact with his signature precision and poise. There was no shortage of creative team building either. The early rounds featured bold choices like Ho-Oh, Terapagos, Eternatus, and even Azelf, who made a brief but memorable cameo, shaking up expectations. But it was the Swiss round 6 that gave us a glimpse of what was still to come, as Michael Kelsch made their presence felt with a composed and calculated performance, piloting a unique Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon team. As Top Cut began, the pressure intensified. Michelle had to battle through a tough bracket, edging out Hengwei Zhang and then Nikolai Nielsen in back-to-back hard-fought 2-1 sets. Meanwhile, the trainer turning heads on the opposite side was Lewis Markle, who stormed through with back-to-back 2-0 sweeps over Korn Van Kan and Alexander Ubers to progress to the finals with their Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta team. The grand final had the crowd on the edge of their seats, 2 highly skilled trainers and 1 trophy. Who would come out on top? Game 1 saw Michelle control the pace from the start, using smart positioning from Miraidon and screen support from Grimmsnarl before closing it out with a well-timed push from Calyrex Ice Rider. But Game 2 was explosive. Michelle terrestrialized Grimmsnarl into a Ghost-type turn 1, landing a crucial Thunder Wave into Lewis's Calyrex. However, Calyrex survived the hit from Landorus. It responded with a devastating Astral Barrage, knocking out Grimmsnarl and heavily damaging Landorus. The momentum swung hard in Lewis's favor, which inevitably led to leveling the match at 1 apiece. In Game 3, Michel returned to the slower, methodical strategy from Game 1, but Lewis didn't hold back. With precise setup and a lot of patience, Lewis managed to boost the Calyrex Shadow Rider to +5 with nasty plots. Then unleashed a helping hand boosted Astral Barrage into Michel's Incineroar and Grimmsnarl. Both resisted the hits, but with the +5 special attack, Life Orb and Helping Hand increasing the damage, it was close. Grimmsnarl fainted while Incineroar barely survived, saved by the light screen and its Assault Vest held item. That survival proved crucial as Incineroar landed a clutch U-turn for the knockout, opening the door to victory. Now with the path clear, Michel closed out the set using Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, securing the win to become our 2025 Utrecht champion.
What a guy, Michael Kelsch, our two-time regional champion of this very season. I am Costa, this is Jamie, and guess what? We're getting ready for the first dream match of today here at the 2025 Pokemon Special Championships of Bologna. Jamie, thoughts?
Yeah, we're almost done. It just felt like yesterday we were back in Dortmund starting off the season, and then here we are. This is our last regional level event over in the European region. I'm really excited because it's going to be some players need to get there and get the last few points for their invite, and they're probably going to be using the team they've been saying, this is the team, this is going to be getting me my invite. But then there's going to be the players as well that probably feel secure in their invite, and then they're going to bring some spice.
Talking about players that feel very secure with their invite, Michael Kelsch, of course, going ahead and getting that direct invitation. Earlier on, I know, twice, you're right. But second time, of course, being at Utrecht versus Luis Markel with an exceptional composition, especially over in Michel's side with the innovation of the topic I believe that you had before, Jamie, Leech Seed apparently being first seed.
Yeah, it was also in the top 4 as well, exactly the same team. So, and then we saw Leech Seeds pick up the win in Portland as well. So it seems like Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider is really establishing itself as the set to run in Regulation I, which is really interesting because we barely saw it at all back in the single restricted format of Regulation G. So just having access to that really nice recovery can be crucial in some matchups.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of a testament to having that additional buff of the second restricted as well, which maybe better complement this sort of set. But over on Luis' side, running that true and tested Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta core, you know, it's sort of one of the biggest, if not the most prominent duo that we were expecting going into it, especially given that we saw he wasn't the only person running the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We saw Yorine do really well with that top 8 too, alongside Terrapagos.
Yeah, alongside the Terrapagos, turning that Shadow Rider into a very supportive Pokemon. Usually with the Encore and Disable that the Screen Tail was usually doing back in Regulation G, but Calyrex able to do that while pressing with big damage, but with its Astral Barrage as well. Some really nice duos coming out in this top 8. I think the Ho-Oh is a Pokemon, again, we didn't see at all in Regulation G. It just doesn't really work on its own as a single restricted, but then it patches up matches for Miraidon really, really nicely. It's off the ground, it's immune to the ground type attacks that would threaten the Miraidon. It resists the Fairy type attacks that would threaten the Miraidon. So it works out as a really, really nice second restricted for Miraidon. So I'm not surprised that we did end up seeing it in the top 8.
Yeah, and I think we saw Joey Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken, at Milwaukee hit, was it a top 16? Oh, top 8.
Top 8,
yeah. And do an exceptional job alongside that Miraidon once again. So really showing that's a bit of a synergistic, positive relation between these two restricteds. But looking over as well, I think the Zacian and the Kyogre, something that the fans call Swordfish as a composition, has been something really prevalent in the Sword and Shield era, trying to make a return apparently in the current one, Scarlet Violet.
People would use the previous generations to inform them of, well, this worked previously, surely it would still work now, and it seems to be working very well for Eric there, getting into that top 8 once again. Yes, we don't have Dynamax available, so the Behemoth Blade isn't getting its double power that it can get, and it is just a regular old strong move. And that is usually actually good enough for Zacian as well, as proved by getting into that top 8.
And fully accurate as well.
Fully accurate, yes.
I think that's what Sword and Shield really did, I would say, controversially well when it comes to very powerful signature type moves of the restricteds. But then again, this is now we are here at Bologna. We are waiting to go ahead and try to get our first stream match available for all of you lovely folks at home. But we do have a couple of leaderboard statistics, so we can have a bit of a sneak peek on.
Yeah, we can see lots of players that have got fantastic amounts of championship points.
Yep.
With 5 automatic invites as well. We've got Marco, Victor, Federico, Michel, and Taran in that top 16 that have got that direct invite. A couple of players that have dropped in positions, I don't think they really mind too much. Though.
Not at that rate.
They are feeling quite secure with that amount of championship points.
Yeah, exactly, and for good reason, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, at the current moment, the top 75 to 85 threshold is about 860 to 890 CP. So just to give you a bit of optics when it comes to relevancy of how these top 16 have done exceptionally well.
And breaking over 2,000 championship points from Marco. But we should be seeing this weekend as well. I'm curious to see what he's going to be running because, like I said, some players will feel very secure. Every player that we can currently see on the screen right now is going to be feeling very secure. So they might be bringing something that could be completely unexpected. And that's the thing I'm most curious about going into this tournament. What have people been saving? And now that they're secure, might can just fully unleash.
Yeah, feel more comfortable in terms of what you want to be able to play towards. And, you know, some of our players have certain characteristics when it comes to their playstyle preferences and whatnot. And it'll be really fascinating to see how they go about this weekend when there's a lot of pressure that other trainers will be feeling. But talking about players to watch, we've got a couple for you lovely folks, in particular 3. And
a couple is not 3, Costa. A couple is 2.
Well, back in Greece, couple has different meanings. So, well, not in Greek, but anywho, we have got Marco Silva, our #1 spot in the EU, my lordy. He is here, and he's just not slowing down the pace, apparently.
Yeah, not at all. Still attending these regional level events, still showing what he can do. And yeah, the fact that he is #1 in Europe, that's no easy feat in the slightest. But the fact that he managed to get second at 2 regionals and also win an international, and it's not surprising to see him take that #1 spot.
Yeah, and then we have got the reigning Bologna champion, Ruben Gianzini, currently ranked 96. So you know that Ruben is absolutely eyeing not only just trying to get the top 75, but clearly trying to go for the title. He wants that second 2-time Pete. In comparison, let's say, to Michel Kelsch, who's already done it, he wants to be the second trainer to do so this time.
96 is a little bit of an awkward position to be in because you've got to get points to be able to get that invite, and you're probably pretty close to that threshold. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ruben up in the top ranks, as he was, as you mentioned, able to win the Bologna Special Championships last season. But then looking at Francesco Pardini as well, 141, that's, you've got to have a very, very strong tournament to be able to qualify now.
It does, because just think about the metrics in terms of very small differentials between the championship point ranges, and Francesco Pardini is one of those trainers that is more than capable of doing so. He had a chat with him yesterday. He is pumped, he is ready. He's saying, right, I want to be able to make a strong repeat of last year, but make sure I progress even further. And he's just one of those prominent players, well-known players as well in the Italian community, that you can't put it past him, really.
Yeah. I think I usually say once a tournament back in my day, and even more veteran than I am. He was able to win a national championship back in all the way back in 2015. So yeah, a very, very strong player. Just across the years, he was able to get, he was top 4 in the very first Scarlet and Violet regional that we were able to have in Liverpool the previous season. So yeah, still showing what he can do. So even though he's only at 141 currently in Europe, I wouldn't be surprised if he does have that deep run that really bumps him up.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them at all. But we've been sort of having a bit of discussions around what Pokemon we're expecting to make a splash when it comes to the usage stats. And we do have a lovely little preview available to us as well. When it comes to the restricted pairings, top 4 right now, we have got that infamous Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta leading first.
It's the duo that we all expected to be top, right? The synergy of Ghost and Fighting is just one of the best you can have in just 2 types. Ghost is covered perfectly by Fighting because it hits the normal and the dark type Pokemon that would be resisting or immune to the Ghost type attacks super effectively. So it is just perfectly covering each other. It's no surprise to see it in the top slot. But we haven't seen it reach the peak yet. It got super close with Luis last regional level event back in Utrecht, but didn't quite manage to take over that Ice Rider and Miraidon.
Yeah, and I think just the synergy as well with the tools that are available to them and the different variety, at least of the Calyrex when it comes to its sets that it can run. The Focus Sash being a really opting in set, especially with the on-call potential, even disable in order to be able to further disrupt rather than go on the full offensive. But then we've got the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon pairing. We know this works so well, only 0.7% behind first spot.
Yeah, was able to win the first regional that we had in the Regulation I format, so it's no surprise that people are still sticking to that. It didn't really perform too well in Utrecht that we had previously. Miraidon and Lunala were kind of left on the bench for other restricteds, and we saw the rise of Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon. And we saw just in Portland, the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, again, Ghost and Fighting, very, very good pairing. Koraidon's slightly stronger than Zamazenta, and it doesn't quite protect with Shadow Rider with something like White Guard. But it's a very, very offensive duo, so it's no surprise to see that in the top 4 as well.
Yeah, and it is fast as well, so there's always the sort of speed benchmarks that you're looking to try to target. But we had a bit of a recap over what is currently popular when it comes to the restricted pairings. However, we also have an additional lovely little graphic in order to show us the individual usage of each restricted. Miraidon absolutely fault switching ahead, 43.3%, still the most popular individual restricted, even though we felt like it had a bit of a setback in the very recent couple of events.
Well, it didn't even make the top 8 here in Portland, so it seemed like it disappeared a little bit, but no, not at all. 43% is a lot. For the fact that you have to choose 2 of your restrictors and 43% usage is on that Miraidon is still testament to how strong it is.
Yeah, and for good reason as well. It's just an absolute juggernaut when it comes to its positional play, but most importantly, its damage output. You've got so many multipliers running for it. But Calyrex Shadow Rider in second spot by a mile, I'd say, by nearly 10% ahead of Zamazenta in third. Once again showing why it's so popular in terms of the Focus Sash variants, the Life Orb variants, heck, even the choice specs if you want to get really, I would say, spicy when it comes to making sure you got ways to make it work around redirection, support, or even the Fire Water Grass Claws.
Yeah, and I think the main thing to point out for me is the Kyogre increasing in usage. I don't think it was that high in the previous
I don't think it was.
We've seen. Well, that's got to be the influence of it winning the Portland Regional Championships, right? That duo of Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre wasn't really on many people's radar, and now it definitely will be, especially with the fact that it's now clearly picking up in usage as well. 15% usage is still a very, very solid showing.
Oh yeah, and we actually even saw it at Utrecht run undefeated as well until getting knocked out, if I'm not mistaken, was it the top 16?
Yeah, top 16. 11-0 Swiss run with a Kyogre and Miraidon pairing, which, again, isn't really on people's radars. It's a very offensive duo and still could be seen here as well.
Yeah, exactly that. But we also do have the overall Pokemon, the non-restricted, the top 12. That being the case, look, we've got the king once again on the top. Incineroar, but it's been a bit of a battle this format between the Urshifu, in all honesty, when it comes to which one wins out first in terms of usage.
It does seem like it, and I don't think there's really anything too surprising in this top 12. These are all Pokemon we know that they've been used a lot. We know that they've been part of a plethora of teams. We see Incineroar, Urshifu, and Rillaboom as a core on like most teams. It was able to get second place at the Utrecht Special Championships just recently, so it's no surprise to see that duo still in the top spot. And then the supportive duos that are coming, like Grinsnarl, is definitely picking up in usage.
Oh, 100%.
The fact that it's 5th now, and think back to like Regulation G, it was to be used. Yeah, never on the graphic.
Never on the graphic. I mean, it's just a testament to how Prankster, combined with not only the Dark and Fairy typing, but also the moveset that it's got available to itself, it's got fake out potential that not a lot of other Prankster Pokemon do have available that can absolutely add on to the disruption. But Thunder Wave being one of the most well-known moves that this Pokemon utilizes when it comes to itself.
Yeah, I guess speaking for all as well, introduction, which is really, really nice for it. And it's got to be the best light screen reflexes that we have in the format available. Just getting the Prankster to be able to get it before even the speediest of Pokemon can attack is really, really nice for it. And that's why we don't tend to see light screen reflect really on non-Prankster Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
Grinsnarl is obviously the main one.
100%. And it's got even more tools if you want to expand on it, like Parting Shot is like an immediate way to be able to get a pivot out whilst damage reducing your opponent's output. But we've been going ahead, hypothesizing a bit around all of the sort of theories with the Pokemon, the usage stats. Where are the trainers? Where are the matches? I'm hearing stream. Let us know. It's like, oh, here they are. We've got a couple of notable matches, and we got the first one that we're going to be previewing between Roberto Parente and Simon Bernard. This is going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, I believe that's I was going to say the regional winning team in Milwaukee, but
it looks very similar.
No, that was the team that got top 4. It was Grimmsnarl over the Whimsicott that was able to take that championship, but that version got the top 4 as well. And going up against the Miraidon and the Zamazenta, Pokemon that have been paired with it before, like the Iron Hands obviously goes with Miraidon. We've seen Volcarona paired with Miraidon because it covers things like Rillaboom really nicely. I think it's a nice adaptation for the Zamazenta Miraidon because it's got Pokemon that we know work, but we haven't seen these 6 together before.
Yeah, exactly that. But it is not the only match that we do want to highlight. There are a couple of more. Simone Sanvito versus Mattia Podesta. We've got a Calyrex Shadow Rider Zama versus the Kyogre Center. David Ridorsa versus Valerio Scandura. I had to double check that squint because it has been trying to make a bit of a rise. And then finally, Alessio Fusca versus Alessandro Sinati. Alessio, going ahead and actually running undefeated in last year's Bologna special event up until I believe the top 8 or top 4, where he unfortunately wasn't able to make it past Hippolyte Bernard.
It was a 15-0?
15-0, that's right. Exactly,
right. So,
yeah.
Really impressive feat. Running a Porygon 2 of all things, you don't really see that very often in Regulation I at all. There's usually other trick princesses to be able to go for, and with the Terrapagos as well, you've got double normal, so you're probably not going to be too concerned about any Shadow Riders that you might be facing.
Yeah, I think the main fear of Porygon 2 has been around the sort of like Zamazenta and even the Koraidon uses, generally speaking, but if you're able to find a way, I don't know, have like a very handy mechanic, like
really impressive feat. Running a Porygon 2 of all things, you don't really see that very often in Regulation I at all. There's usually other Trick Room setters to be able to go for, and with the Terrapagos as well, you've got double normal, so you're probably not going to be too concerned about any Shadow Riders that you might be facing.
Yeah, I think the main fear of Porygon 2 has been around the sort of like Zamazenta and even the Koraidon uses, generally speaking, but if you're able to find a way, I don't know, have like a very handy mechanic like Terrestrialization, for example, could really push you a long way. But we have got Simon as well.
Get that invite safe for both of them. So already facing down each other in just the second round. It's already a very, very crucial match.
Oh yeah, and I've spoken quite a few times with Simon, and I know that he's really put in a lot of work. He's improved drastically over the years, so I'm really happy to be able to see him go ahead and fight up against one of, I would say, the really big, prominent rising stars, Roberto Parente. We've seen him, he's no stranger to the stream whatsoever. He is going to be vying for that placement, particularly trying to get his world qualification.
I believe he made it into the top card of the Utrecht Special Championships just not too long ago, and was able to put on a really good showing there. And has got some great accomplishments behind him as well. Look at those top 8s as well back in 2024. Was able to get the top 8 as well as top 8 in the Paris Special Championships back in 2020.
Yeah, and even having the form build up over the couple of years is really big testament to Roberto keeping up his game, generally speaking. But then again, Simon on the other side, he's gone ahead and done a really good job this current season, top 64 and top 32. He's no stranger, at least, to trying to go ahead and get some really good spots.
That's what he's aiming for, right? If he needs to get that top 64 to be able to secure his invite, he's got to be able to do that again here in the Bologna Special Championships. And we can see his team on the screen now is running,
trying to go ahead and get some really good spots.
And that's what he's... And we can see his team on the screen now is running that duo of Miraidon and Zamazenta. It's not really the duo that we expected to have the most synergy just initially when we were theorizing at the start, but it seems like they actually do have very, very good synergy together. Protecting the Miraidon from Light Guards or Dazzling Gleams that can come out from the Specs Miraidons and the Glacial Lances that can come out from the Calyrex Ice Riders. It actually works really nicely together.
Yeah, it's a really interesting take. So being able to see Simon essentially go ahead and have a bit of an adaptation, bring the Chiempo as well, obviously opting to go for the Ice Lord Crash rather
o cara
than
que ganhou
the
com parte
ice,
disso? Isso aí foi
ice
anos
spinner, of
atrás,
course,
cara.
trying to get rid of any sort of
Nunca
terrain.
mais
Goes to
faz
show that,
bastante
he
tempo,
doesn't
nunca mais
necessarily want to have
fizeram
negative synergy
um
when it comes to his
absurdo
teams, but
desse,
he does
pra
want to
tu
have
ter
that focus
noção.
slash and ghost
Ó,
typing
time,
still
ó,
as a
o
terror
time
type
do,
in case he doesn't
o
want
time
to
do
bring in the
Simon
Farigiraf
é
and
Miraidon,
play a bit of a mind
Zamazenta,
game on whether the Iron Tails is going to
Volcarona,
be active or
Iron
not.
Hands,
Yeah, Farigiraf and Iron
Team
Hands has been
Paolo
a
e
duo that we've
Farigiraf.
seen plenty on Miraidon compositions before. Iron Hands obviously getting to use its Quark Drive to increase its attack and actually do some very, very significant damage. And Farigiraf able to block all that priority, or maybe even set the
Lembrando
trigger
que
for that Iron Hands if the game plan dictates that you want to go a
e
little
pra
bit
quem for
slower
assistir
paced.
no
I say slower
futuro isso
paced.
aqui,
Is
a
it count
gente
as
tá,
slower paced if you reverse the
a
speeds
gente
and now
tá
Iron
no
Hands is super
Regulation
fast?
I, ou seja,
Is that how it works
podem
out?
dois
I will
lendários
say
restritos por
yes
time,
on a
beleza?
technical.
Então vocês sempre
like
vão
a
ver
technicality.
três
But then
lendários,
we've
é um
got
tipo
Roberto
de
rocking
água.
the Miraidon
Vocês
and
sempre
the
vão ver,
Lunala. Actually, the electric seed
vocês sempre
Lunala
vão ver
not opting to have any sort of protect available,
três
no
lendários no
leftovers,
time,
or any sort of
porque
power
são
herb
dois
as
restritos
sets
e
here.
um que não é
Having a wide
restrito,
guard
né?
and trick room
Geralmente
available,
as pessoas
clearly
gostam
shows that
de
Roberto
trazer
wants to run
bastante Pokémon.
different modes
Ah lá,
depending
ó,
on
é o que eu
which
te
sort of
falei,
side
Adrian.
of
Ó,
the speed
eu
spectrum
ensinei, ó,
he is wanting to
Intimidate,
go for.
You've
com
got the Tailwind
Flare
available
Blitz,
for the
no
Whimsicott
cost,
as well, so you see this quite classically paired
U-turn
on a lot of
e
teams where you
fake
have
out.
a Tailwind option to go a little bit faster and a
Sim,
Trick
o
Room mode to go
Regulation
a
I,
little
ele
bit slower
basicamente
but
é isso.
faster because slow. I'm confusing
O
myself.
Regulation I, ele permite você usar dois lendários restritos por time. É, tu sabe o que é lendário restrito, né, o Adrian?
Some of the slower Pokemon like Incineroar and Ursaluna aren't the speediest of Pokemon, but you usually train them a little bit faster so that if you do again end
Chat,
up going
bebam
with a
água,
Tailwind
não
strategy,
esqueçam
they
de
can
se
still
hidratar,
outspeed
beleza?
some Pokemon. Whereas if you run absolute minimum speed on your Ursaluna, for example, the slowest Pokemon that Roberto does have available, then you're really not outspeeding anything if you do click that Tailwind and then you fully commit to Trick Room as your strategy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of speed just here and there on all of the Pokemon so that you can really commit to either dual mode with
E o
all of your Pokemon.
Whimsicott tá
I
aqui
think that makes a lot of sense because when it comes to these sort of tail room type of compositions as the community has
setting
dubbed
de
them,
light screen,
you want to be able
né,
to
tudo.
capitalize and take advantage over the
Basicamente,
regular
o
sort of
Adrian,
speed tiers that, let's say,
lendário
their
restrito
counter
são
mirror
aqueles
Pokemon would be
lendários de
running to be able
capa.
to get the jump ahead.
Ou seja,
But
todo
looking
lendário de
at
capa de
both of our
jogo
teams,
é
six
considerado
Pokemon side by
lendário
side,
restrito.
any
Ou seja,
initial call-outs and expectations with win conditions from both of our teams?
Lugia,
The Chempal's got to
Ho,
come against a Miraidon and Lunala, right? Because it's super
Ground
effective against both of them.
Kyogre,
It's
Rayquaza,
usually, well, I'd say it's usually outspeeding a Miraidon,
Sukuni,
but they do actually have the same base speed. So if they are both run as fast as possible, then it could be speed ties. But we've seen the trend of Miraidon run slower and therefore bulkier. So it usually would end up, especially with the focus level of Chempo, you're running as fast as possible if you're the Chempo to be able to outspeed things here. But that's not going to be let out for Simon here. It's going to be immediately both restricted Pokemon here with Miraidon and Zamazenta up against Roberto with his Incineroar and his Miraidon.
Yeah, so immediately we're going to have to find out speed tiers when it comes to both of these Miraidons. Technically speaking, they of course can speed tie, but we have got a bit of a hint in terms of how the team composition is and may allow the Miraidon to most likely be trained. However, we've got Zamazenta, Miraidon, Fake Out is available over on Roberto's side. Initially has the advantage, but let's not forget the Farigiraf can always be in the back.
Always can be, and I think we saw Roberto's Miraidon activate his Hadron Engine first before the Dawn Shield of the Zamazenta, and then the Hadron Engine of the Miraidon on Simon's side as well. So actually, it looks like the Miraidon is actually going to be slower than the Zamazenta, which is not the most common of things. We usually see Miraidon run pretty speedy, but as I said, the trend is actually run super bulky on your Miraidon, and it's not going to take any damage here at all. It's going to be switching out immediately into the Iron Hands. That's going to be able to soak up some attacks.
Really good adaptation, I'd say, or should I say reaction play from Simon here, wanting to make sure that he's got the advantage. He has Fake Out available for the subsequent turn. As we see, a terror commit from Roberto. It's going to be the Miraidon. He wants to make sure that he doesn't fail by any sort of focus of the Draco Meteors into that slot, or maybe even the Farigiraf being brought in, going for the full offensive. Dazzling Gleam is going to hit so strong, but no, the Zamazenta goes for Protect. This Iron Hands, though, is wide open to a lot of damage. No, but there's no Dazzling Gleam. It's just the Electro Drift.
Yeah, and that Zamazenta gets away scot-free there, but so the Incineroar didn't go for Fake Out. It's going for experimenting in that U-turn. So very nicely done from that Incineroar. If it went for Fake Out on that turn, it would have been kind of wasted. You'd have maybe done a little bit of chip to the Iron Hands, and you probably got exactly the same amount of chip with the U-turn as well. Slightly more U-turns, a little bit stronger. And you get that pivoting to get your Intimidate back in the back, so you can switch in against this Iron Hands that is now on the field,
que
and you've
durmam,
got the fake
né?
out pressure in the
Não pode
future as
dormir.
well. And now that you've
E
got the
todos
Lunala on the
os
field, in the face of
paradoxos
the Iron Hands that wanted to
que
potentially go
tem
for fake
habilidade,
outs and
acho
then
que
follow up with
proto
body
ou
press
alguma
or
coisa,
the Behemoth Bash from the
o Roberto
Zamazenta.
trouxe a Lunala.
Now it's a ghost type on the field, so you can't go for that.
Eles ganham um buff e ganham algum status em específico, entendeu? Ó, a Lunala, por exemplo, a Lunala, ela tá com Electric Seed. O que o Electric Seed faz? Normalmente, colocaria o terreno elétrico em campo, assim como o Saci. Mas ela ajuda a Lunala a ganhar um buff em alguns status que ela tem devido ao terreno elétrico que já está em campo. Entendeu? Ou seja, Lunala de Electric Seed beneficia ela. Se eu não me engano, ela ganha Speed, que é, eu acho que é o maior status que ela tem. Alguma coisa assim. Nossa, foi um dano bom. Tá, um blast.
Exactly that, as the Moonblast will be able to deal some relatively good chip damage, I would say, onto the Zamazenta. Obviously, the special attack will not matter whatsoever. The Zamazenta is a physical, offensive Pokemon. But, like you said, Heavy Slam there, really not being able to push the border when it comes to picking up any sort of crucial KOs, at least when it comes to certain heavier side Pokemon, like most of the restricted. On the other hand, now we've got speed control, at least in Roberto's advantage. The Marauder the fastest thing. This may force Simon
o Simon tá fazendo no Regional Open? Primeiro foi o Dragas, agora foi o que o Simon tá fazendo no Regional Open? Beleza, vou tirar o perfil, não vou deixar ela aberta, boa madrugada. Bom descanso aí, Adrian, até mais tarde, cara. Obrigadão por ter colado aí, obrigadão por deixar a live aberta. Bom descanso aí pra você.
Ahead essentially, and seems like at least right now it's gonna pay fruition as the protect from the Zamazenta is completely ignored. Moonblast targets down the Iron Hands, gets another little cheeky special attack that does not matter. Low kick, however, wow, so much damage even at -1 because of that intimidate. So like you said, Jamie, Roberto playing a bit of a risky game while Simon really covering all of his plays correctly. Low kick, I don't know if it would have picked up the KO at the range Miraidon was at, but it would have dealt enough to put it in the subsequent turn.
Ou tá virado igual o Adrian tava aí.
But the fact that the Incineroar, even after Intimidate, takes that much damage from the low kick, it's not a full power. Incineroar's not the heaviest of Pokemon, but it still does a huge amount of damage. And yes, you have Fake Out Pressure available on Roberto's side of the field now, and so that's probably why Simon's retreating his Iron Hand, so that he can have Fake Out Pressure in the future as well. But then, you're not threatening too much damage with the Lunala here, because the big damage comes from Miraidon.
Yeah, and this may be a bit dangerous for the Miraidon. We've been seeing the Moonblast being used before and actually getting secondary effect drops. It's not going to come out this time, though. The Moongeist Beam will be getting the focus onto the Zamazenta. Finally noticing that Simon wants to keep the Zamazenta on the board in order to not forego its defensive boost, but most importantly, its damage output that it's capable of.
Yeah, now it's going to be in range of another Moongeist Beam, and the Lunala's just been sat on the field as soon as it came in, and hasn't had its Shadow Shield broken, so it's going to be able to shrug off whatever attack is launched into it, even if it is that Choice Specs Miraidon attacking into it with its Electro Drift, or even just the Volt Switch. Volt Switch will make sense to break the Shadow Shield and get your Fake Out Pressure back on the field with the Iron Hands. The Incineroar's going to be KO'd this turn to either attack from the Body Press or the Volt Switch, or whatever attack the Miraidon will want to go for. Will probably KO the Incineroar. Do you want to preserve that Incineroar so that you can get the Fake Out Pressure in the future? No, it doesn't seem like it. It's just going to be the Heavy Slam, breaking the Shadow Shield, and actually Incineroar got away with it.
Yeah, but the Zamazenta moved first, which means it broke the shield first, and Electro Drift is not enough to pick up the Lunala. It is such a bulky Pokemon, even when its ability is broken. Moongeist Beam, now targeting the Zamazenta, will pick up the KO, and this Incineroar will now be free to go for a move of its choice. Most likely that pivot move, yes, U-turn, wants to make sure he can reposition most likely his Miraidon, but then again, we're going to have to find out. The Electro Drift could be still a potential threat based off of how both of these Miraidons are trained, but there may have even been a bit of a hint there. The fact that Simon Zamazenta moved first, which commonly are a bit slower than Miraidons, could be key.
Yeah, we got confirmation on the turn 0 that the Miraidon on Roberto's side is faster because it went Miraidon, Zamazenta, Miraidon, so it has to be that the Miraidon, unless the Zamazenta and the Miraidon flying, and then the Miraidon was
Qual
speed
será
time
o
with Zones
Pokémon
So
que o Roberto
field,
trouxe?
it's got to be the faster Pokemon here, but then we're saying about the faster Pokemon, here comes the Chien-Pao coming out for Simon, which definitely has the opportunity to move first before the Miraidon. We'll have to see if the Miraidon is trained as fast as possible, because a Focus Sash.
Yes.
That was not even a
I loved
should
it.
be run at maximum speed, so usually you'd want to maybe consider Sucker Punch. If the Miraidon hadn't gone for its Terror, it would have been in range of Sucker Punch, but with its Fairy typing, it should be able to get away with that and force you to go for that Icicle Crash. But Chien-Pao is usually pretty fast. I wouldn't be surprised if that Icicle Crash was able to outspeed that Miraidon.
Yeah, and I think this may even invite Roberto to bring the Incineroar back in, try to get that Intimidate drop yet again in order to get some position play going, as Simon is going to try to be that one step ahead that he needs to. He brings in the Sleepy Iron Hands in favor of the Miraidon. Maybe wants to reset the electric terrain in the future turn, but also wants to try to navigate around the offensive pressure that this Miraidon will be unleashing because it has the faster speed.
Yeah, and will the Intimidate save this Miraidon from an Icicle Crash? Because it's not super effective, and it is faster, and it is going to target down that Miraidon and survive, and does not flinch either, and is able to fire off the Dazzling Gleam. Chien-Pao the Iron Hands, but the Iron Hands with that Assault is just about able to survive.
Iron Hands is too thick, my friends. It's the fact that this Pokemon, at least in my opinion, has the stats of what should be a restricted. It is so bulky with that Assault Vest accompanied by it. That's why it's the most prominent set, but most crucially right now, Simon, sure, he does have his two Pokemon still surviving, but they are within range of another Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, and so you can see there Simon's considering the Terra goes just to avoid the fake out. You usually don't want to Terra your extremely low HP Pokemon, especially your 1 HP Pokemon that can be KO'd from anything. But just to avoid the fake out would make perfect sense here, to be able to take care of that Miraidon. Maybe the fake out goes into the Iron Hands, because you've got a guaranteed hit into that slot, and that would be able to pick up the KO. You don't usually get the KOs with the fake out. You won't get the KO on this Miraidon either. It is being preserved, and we get the confirmation that is Urshifu waiting in the back for Roberto.
Wow, okay, what a reveal. It does have priority as well. That might be Roberto's game plan here in terms of wanting to be able to try to pick off that Chien-Pao before it picks off the Miraidon, hence why we saw the switch out of his Miraidon. Talking about Miraidons, we've got Simon bringing his own in, restarting, or should I say reactivating the electric terrain via its ability, but like you called out, Jamie, we have got Ghost Terra online wanting to make sure it can forego the fake out disruption.
Yeah, and we'll see if that's what the Incineroar went for. It doesn't look like it again. Incineroar not looking fake out ever. Sucker Punch obviously failing into the switch, and there's once again just another U-turn. That's 3 times that the Incineroar could have gone for fake out and just chose to pivot instead.
Yeah, it just seems like Roberto's always trying to go for that read 2 level play rather than go for the obvious that you would be expecting. He always sort of gives us a bit of an insight to his mind in terms of always wanting to have that additional advantage when it comes to the board state, looking 1 or 2 turns ahead. But now it's a direct result. We've got the Miraidon back in. We know it's the fastest thing aside from the Chien-Pao, but the Sucker Punch shows us a bit of Simon's thought process, and that's something that the Miraidon, even at the low HP because of the Fairy Terror, is susceptible to a KO.
Yeah, even with the Intimidate that was previously set by that Incineroar, that's got to be in range of Sucker Punch. And you maybe need to consider that just to out-prioritize the Aqua Jet that could be coming out from the opposing Urshifu. And if it doesn't go for the Sucker Punch and just goes for its offensive attacks with the Surging Strikes, that means it's open to the Miraidon going for an attack as well. So you've got to be concerned if you are that Chien-Pao, and it looks like Simon is going to be retreating. That Iron Hand still has such low HP, so that would also go down to that Aqua Jet if that is what the Urshifu opted for.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tumultuous board state for Simon, in all honesty, and you can tell with how he feels forced to make these defensive switches in hopes of being able to have better positioning. Aqua Jet, as we were hypothesizing, does come out, picks up the KO of Iron Hands because of how low HP it was, and the D-Gleam will, of course, single target, non-terror defensive on the Simon's Miraidon, pick up the KO. Roberto is looking in such a fine spot, if not completely wrap this game 1 up.
Oh, it's definitely wrapped up. You just click Aqua Jet and you win here. There's nothing the Chien-Pao can do. With Ice and Dark as its coverage, you can't even hit that Urshifu for a neutral hit, and you've got to contend with the other 3 Pokemon that are available. You can't even protect from the Aqua Jet, so yeah, very nicely done from Roberto there. I don't think it mattered too much if the Sucker Punch went and KO'd that Miraidon, because you'd be able to KO the Iron Hands, and then the Urshifu would be KO'd, then you still got that Incineroar and Lunala that could be waiting in the back, and you KO the Iron Hands, Hands, you can just go for a pretty safe fake out and trick room after that. So yeah, really nicely done from Roberto there. And just ending the game a little bit quicker with that Miraidon staying in the face of the potential sucker punch, and then obviously easily picking up the KO with that Dazzling Gleam.
And I do really love the greens from Roberto's side. We just saw for the most of early to mid-game, Roberto play around with the Incineroar, Miraidon and Lunala. Most crucially, the Incineroar being free essentially to go for all of those pivot action movements, get those board states reset, and only bring in the Urshifu when he knows that the Miraidon is no longer a threat. Sucker Punch, of course, going to try to deal any sort of damage, maybe pick up a bit of insight when it comes to damage counts from Simon's side, but the Chien-Pao Ice School Cat has been felled. Simon is going to have to go back to the drawing board in order to try to keep his win streak going. Roberto, on the other hand, absolutely flying colors from that game one.
Yeah, and Incineroar switching in there, just get another Intimidate. Reminded me, actually, the Incineroar and Lunala were really low, weren't they? The Lunala was in the red because it took the heavy slam and the Electro Drift. So actually, if the Sucker Punch had gone into that Miraidon, then you'd have been able to go for the attack into the Urshifu with the Miraidon, and then you'd have had Miraidon and Chien-Pao still against the really low HP Incineroar and Lunala with a Ghost-type Chien-Pao that is immune to Fake Out, and you'd be able to crunch KO the Lunala and attack the Incineroar with the Miraidon. So actually, that was a very crucial turn that the Miraidon stayed in. It didn't, like, initially I didn't think it was that impactful, but just thinking about it, the Lunala and the Incineroar were incredibly low, so that came down to that prediction that Roberto was brave enough to stay in against that Sucker Punch, and because he did that, he was able to swing the momentum completely and take that game.
Yeah, and it just goes to show playing to your win conditions, identifying that Urshifu Choice Banded being key with its priority Aquajet in order to be able to, go ahead, wrap up the game, especially when it comes to that threat being the Ghost Terra Chien-Pao. But going into game 2, Jamie, Simon, do you feel there's any room for him to bring any sort of a different mode necessarily? Because we've seen that Roberto just has the speed advantage when it comes to his own Miraidon.
I think the 4 that Simon's bringing make too much sense to drop anything, because against the Lunala Miraidon, you're bringing Chien-Pao. There's no way you're not bringing Chien-Pao against that restricted duo. You're facing down a Miraidon, then Iron Hands is able to soak up all the attacks because of that Assault Vest, and it benefits from the Electric Terrain by getting its Spark Drive boost. So, and then you wouldn't want to drop your 2 restrictors. It's very rare that you drop your restrictors. Some players do, and there's some
matchups. On matchup.
Yeah, matchups it is dependent. But against the Lunala Miraidon, you're going to bring your Miraidon and Zamazenta. So I think that the 4 that Simon did go with is probably the correct 4 out of the 6 that he's brought to this tournament, and just needs to reevaluate how he's going to be using those pieces.
Yeah, I think it's really crucial that turn 1, or should I say even turn 0, the leads, most importantly when it comes to this sort of switch up here, because Roberto just has that fake out available when he wants it, but he just goes for the pivot moves from the looks of things, because he's sort of, I would say, relying on Simon respecting the fake out too much to his advantage, and we've already got a change up at least over on Roberto's side. It's the Whimsicott now alongside the Miraidon, so it's got a couple of options of either going for Light Screen, Moon Blast, Tailwind, and necessarily just being main disruptor here.
Yeah, I'm getting real Regulation G vibes from that lead. Like, Whimsicott and Miraidon had to be one of, if not the most common leads back in that format, right? So Whimsicott here is going to be able to provide speed control. You didn't really need it with the Miraidon on the field, right? Because we've already confirmed that the Miraidon is going to be faster than both the Zamazenta and the Miraidon on Simon's side of the field. So maybe you want to be going for the light screen to be able to reduce the damage from the opposing Miraidon. That means you might not necessarily need to commit your Terra straight away, because we saw that happen for Roberto, where he was immediately going for that Terra Fairy in the face of the potential Draco Meteors or Terra Fairy Dazzling Beams that could come out from Simon's side of the field. So we could be just seeing that light screen to keep that Miraidon safe, so it doesn't need to go for that terastallization.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be very interesting because there's additional mind game of whether the Miraidon over Roberto's side commits with the Dazzling Gleam. We saw Roberto not do that in game 1 because of the wide guard threat being online, but no longer being the case. The fact that the Iron Hands has now switched in for it, not something we commonly see with the Zamazentas, actually switching out and foregoing their ability boost via the Dauntless Shield straight off. But Terra Fairy, similar fashion to that game 1.
Yeah, and Terra Fairy to keep it safe from any Draco Meteors or Dazzling Gleams that could be coming out here. And there is that light screen, so Miraidon's really not going to take any damage here coming out from Simon's Miraidon. And it's just Electro Drift that would have been into the Zamazenta, but as we said, Iron Hands is a perfect switch into that. I say perfect switch. There's no perfect switch.
Pô, não, esse aqui, imagina que
He does a good job. Does a very good job. Lost Volt Switch, dealing so much onto the Miraidon, even with light screen being up. Some would even hypothesize or try to think whether Electro Drift would have been enough. Most likely not, because of that additional cushion of damage reduction that light screen provides. But Zamazenta, as we were just talking about it, going off but coming back onto the field.
Yeah, and it doesn't have its Dauntless Shield activated, so its body presses are going to be weaker. You probably could be going for heavy slams in the face of two fairy types, though, at the moment. But yeah, it was a really nice play from Simon, going for the Volt Switch into the quad resistance of the Miraidon, and then it did end up going for that terrestrialization, so you were able to bring it down into the yellow. And whether that's going to be in range of Heavy Slam, we saw an intimidated Heavy Slam into the Miraidon in the previous game, and it really wasn't doing that much damage on the downsides of having Heavy Slam over Behemoth Bash. Behemoth Bash would comfortably KO either Pokemon here. Heavy Slam would definitely KO the Whimsicott. We've seen that happen like time and time again. Whimsicott isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon, and it
floats on the wind.
It floats on the wind, and it helps its special defense with the light screen, but it can't help its physical defense. So it could be in range of the Heavy Slam if that is what Simon wants to opt for.
Yeah, I think we saw maybe the 30-40% range of the Heavy Slam in the previous turn, but fake out and no switch out, most importantly from Roberto's side, just a Tailwind being set up and maybe trying to read Simon's adaptation or reaction to that play. Heavy Slam is enough to pick up the KO. Simon not falling short of any sort of hesitations, let's say, and going straight for the target. Tested, true targeting right there. Does pick up a very crucial KO.
Yeah, very nicely done there to be able to take care of that restricted. Lunala's going to be coming in, and now will be faster than the opposing Zamazenta thanks to that Tailwind, and it is going to be able to take on both these Pokemon really nicely with that Electric Seed boost that is able to get. We saw Heavy Slam and Electric Drift go into that Lunala and not quite KO, and in that interaction we saw how little the Heavy Slam did to the Lunala. It did, what, 10% because of the Shadow Shield and the Electric Seed, and the fact that Lunala's actually somewhat heavy as well. But then the Iron Hands won't be as strong as the Miraidon to be able to follow up, so even something like a Wild Charge won't be surprised if the Lunala's able to shrug that off even with half HP remaining. The Iron Hands isn't in range of a Moonblast, maybe two Moonblasts coming out from the Whimsicott, and the Lunala could be able to pick up the knockout, because obviously Whimsicott is a fairy and will get that boost on that attack. And Iron Hands doesn't carry Protect, so it could be a very, very free double attack into that Iron Hands, but at the same time, if you go for the Iron Hands with both Moonblast, you're ignoring the Zamazenta completely. In fact, you can just ignore this Iron Hands completely, because it's now locked into the Fake Out.
That is a nice little lock-in right there. Just trying to make sure he locks out the focus. Target slot there. Moonblast guys beam rather than the Moonblast. Trying to target down the Zamazenta, of course, acknowledging such a threat that it is, even without its additional boost of defense, further bolstering its body presses, most crucially the Heavy Slam is the key sort of win condition to be able to start whittling down Roberto's fairy type Pokemon. And yeah, Iron Hands in a very awkward spot. There's no good switching to fairy types from the other side of the field. Miraidon and Chien-Pao being the Pokemon in the back, and Miraidon most crucially not having Terrestrialize into fairy.
Yeah, no switch-ins at all. And I think it's quite nice for Simon ignoring that Whimsicott. There's been two opportunities now that you can just pick up the knockout whenever you want with the Heavy Slam. But allowing the Whimsicott to stay on the field is not much offensive pressure. It was able to completely stop the Iron Hands in its tracks with that Encore into the Fake Out. But the Moonblast isn't going to be threatening too much damage, even though it will be super effective into whatever is going to be in that slot, and it's not going to be the Iron Hands because it has switched out. It's going to be Miraidon. So we've seen the Miraidon underspeed the Zamazenta. It's probably a pretty bulky one. Is it going to be bulky enough to survive these attacks that's going into it? It's not actually, it's not even going into it. Attack the Zamazenta instead with Moonblast.
Wow, and I think Simon might have actually read that as well. Well played, because bringing the Miraidon in is so scary, as the double up is enough to pick off the Zamazenta. It makes so much sense now that you think about it, because the direct threat to all of the fairy types, at least with the Whimsicott, or just dealing some respectable damage onto the Lunala, is the Zamazenta. But then again, you've allowed Simon a bit of more breathing space when it comes to being able to bring that Miraidon in safely, still have the option for going to terrestrialization, and now you've got the Chien-Pao on its side with its heightened speed in comparison to non-Tailwind conditions.
It doesn't even matter about Tailwind if you just go for Sucker Punch into the Lunala as well, right? The Shadow Shield's being broken, so even the Electric Seed shouldn't be able to save that the Lunala from the Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
If Incineroar is the final Pokemon, maybe an Intimidated Sucker Punch is survivable, but we saw how much work the Urshifu did in that end game. It seemed like it did some really good work, so whether it's going to be Incineroar or Urshifu waiting in the back, we'll have to see, and whether the Chien-Pao even goes for the Sucker Punch into the Lunala, because you could always switch out to avoid it. You could go for a Wide Guard just to avoid that as well. I'd be surprised if you go for Trick Room when there's Tailwind still active, and you can just go for an Icicle Crash and throw it into the Windscott as well. So this Chien-Pao is actually in a very, very solid position, so long as you get the correct attack, whether Lunala's attacking and you Sucker Punch, or if it's not attacking and you Ice Crash or Crunch.
And that's why it's a lovely position for Simon to be able to bring a sort of pin, have that huge damage output.
No Sucker Punch.
No Sucker Punch indeed. Moonblast will be focusing onto the Chien-Pao, bring it down to 21 hit points, and because of the Tailwind being in effect, Moonblast from the Lunala will pick up the Chien-Pao. Simon did get that read wrong. It was a 50-50 though. Volt Switch going into the Lunala, not enough of course to be able to put it within range of a KO, as the light screen is still available. Simon does now have his final 2 Pokemon versus Roberto's 3. The Iron Hands does have fake out pressure, but then again, there's a Covert Cloak, Whimsicott, and a Ghost type on the other side of the field. It's not going to be doing much alongside the Miraidon, as we have both Tailwind, as well as the Light Screen, as well as Electric Terrain, no longer being active.
And it's going to come right back on the field because Miraidon timed it perfectly, but yeah, you're not really, of all things, you're not really threatening the Whimsicott right now. You have to lock into Dazzling Gleam to be able to do some good damage. I guess even though it's resisted, a Wild Charge would probably still two-shot this Whimsicott, because Iron Hands is such a strong Pokemon. Whimsicott isn't the bulkiest to Pokemon, and it's only got Light Screen to help the special defense. But then if you look into Dazzling Gleam to be able to hit the Whimsicott properly, you can always Wide Guard that with the Lunala. And with the Electric Seed boost, that's going to be close if it can survive a Rock Drive boosted Wild Charge as well. So
Bologna
it's
Itália,
still a
boa
very
noite.
awkward position
Tá indo
for these
dormir
trainers,
agora,
I think.
André? Boa
Really,
noite
really nice
então,
stuff from
cara.
Roberto on the previous
Se
turn,
puder
because that
deixar pelo
was a
menos a live
potential
aberta,
Sucker
vai lá
Punch that could have
descansar,
gone
cara.
to
Mais
Lunala. And
tarde.
even with the Electric
Aí
Seed,
eu
would have
acho que no
probably picked
máximo
up the
até 1
KO.
hora eu
You'd have
ainda
kept
devo
your
estar
entire
em
Chien-Pao.
live,
Yes,
cara.
his
Então,
focus should have been
se
broken, but
quiser
you'd
pular
still
mais
had
tarde aí,
it,
vai
and you'd have brought
descansar,
Roberto down
entendeu?
to his last 2
Bom
Pokemon.
descanso
Yeah, and
pra
it's
tu,
really
cara.
tough
Vou
because
descansar.
you can sort of understand Simon's point of view there. Roberto may have felt inclined to go for the Wide Guard to be able to avoid the Sucker Punch focus and still be able to block the Dazzling Gleam. Simon, unfortunately, did not get that right, but let's see if he's going to be able to push this back. Tailwind has now been set up. Moon, Guy's Beam will be moving first with the Lunala going into the Miraidon, not dealing any sort of respectable damage. I'd even argue Chip as Electro Drift will now pick up the KO. There's no longer any sort of light screen available on the field. And most crucially, the Iron Hands will now be allowed to go on the offensive. It doesn't have Heavy Slam, which we've seen in previous regulation set formats. It rocking Wild Charge load. It still does so much damage. I mean, it's because of Quad Drive multiplier, you've got the Ledge Terrain multiplier, and just Iron Hands being very, very powerful.
And it wasn't Incineroar waiting in the back, so... Is that Miraidon going to be in range of Moonblast and Flare Blitz? That's going to be incredibly close because we know it's a bulky one, so... Yeah, actually, this, if it was the Urshifu, you get to just go for a Surging Strikes and that Miraidon. You pick up the KO, and then the Moonblast with the Wild Charge chip that you're forced into by going into the Urshifu would have been able to pick up the KO in the Iron Hands. But now we've got the Incineroar. Yes, you've got Fake Out pressure active, but Roberto doesn't know what Fake Out is. He just goes on the offensive, so...
He's just popped it onto the Pokemon nowhere.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think you did call it out right. It's really down to whether the Flare Blitz and Moonblast combinations, the Miraidon, can pick up the KO, because then Iron Hands probably won't be able to 2v1 unless there's any sort of like funky crits that low kick can be able to deal onto the Ice Incineroar. But actually, the Fake Out will come out now. Roberto did remember that was an option and went for it. Miraidon had that flinch. Drain Punch deals so much damage. Even with the Intimidate drop, one would wonder whether the low kick would be enough, but I think it may be, depending on the weight of the Incineroar, roughly around the same damage base power.
I mean, every Incineroar is as heavy as each other, right? So low kick is 80 base power against an Incineroar, so it's only a little bit stronger than Drain Punch. Wouldn't be able to pick up the KO. That recovery is the crucial part. The Iron Hands was probably in range of 2 Moonblasts because it's super effective, even though it's a really weak attack coming from Whimsicott. But now with that recovery as well, you're forced to attack this Miraidon with another attack, which will free up this Iron Hands. We've already seen the Wild Charge will two-shot that Whimsicott as well. There you go, that's not much damage into the Iron Hands, and with that recovery, it was really able to help it.
Blitz needs to do it, and it does pick up the Miraidon from that range. Fake out clearly being enough chip damage to be able to, on aggregate, force this Miraidon down. But sort of what we were talking about, you know, naysayer Costa was saying that how can Iron Hands 2v1 Incineroar and Whimsicott, and I think this may be the answer Simon has provided. Now, 1 versus 1 against the Whimsicott. Whimsicott, come on, we know it's got super effective Moonblast, but this is an Iron Hands. This is a Saltfest Iron Hands, and it is so bulky, especially with the Wild Charge still available alongside the electric terrain, most crucially.
The electric terrain still being here is going to be the kicker that should allow Simon to take this game. Based on that damage, that's got to be in range of another one, right? It's a little bit over 50%. It's not like it's exactly 50%, and we know that there's damage ranges that attacks can do, so maybe that was a super high damage roll, and then Simon ends up getting the lowest one, but yeah, this Moonblast won't do it, and it will do it with the Wild Charge chip, so this does need to KO now, but that could be quite smart there. The Drain Punch, allowing that little bit of recovery. That's out of range of Moonblast. It's not out of range of Crystal Moonblast, though.
So, that's sort of my concern here, and I think, for me personally, I would have gone for the risky, because what if you do support of this? We're going to have to see, no! Oh, Simon, good dodge there, my friend. You're able to go ahead and pick up that guaranteed sort of scenario right now, let's say, in terms of forcing a Game 3. Simon, what a way to be able to go ahead and weave himself around the board state to the point where Iron Hands was just able to clean house.
Yeah, I think it was like really dicey when there was no sucker punch from the Chien-Pao, and it was just felled to the double fairy attacks when it had the opportunity to pick up that knockout on the Lunala, and it would have brought Roberto down to Incineroar and Whimsicott. The game would have definitely been over at that point if you still have your Chien-Pao and your Iron Hands and Miraidon. So yeah, it seemed a little bit awkward, but I think the fact that it was Incineroar in the back rather than Urshifu, that would have been the key thing. Even if it was the Ursa Luna, we saw them ride and lock into Electro Drift, and then you just go for one headlong rush into Iron Hands and you win because you can't be touched anymore by the Miraidon. So I think the Whimsicott was reasonable, and the fact that it was able to light screen and you saw how much damage reduction that was doing, and the Encore lock into the Iron Hands, the Whimsicott was doing reasonable work. The Urshifu was kind of crucial there in that endgame. I don't think Incineroar was the Pokemon that Roberto needed. It made sense, but it wasn't the one.
It makes it wasn't a one for that particular endgame. And do you think then there's room for the Urshifu to make a return, especially given the Tailwind mode? Because we just saw in terms of the 4 that Roberto brought, Game 1 versus Game 2, the Whimsicott was the Pokemon that slotted in for the Urshifu in that Game 2. Is there a case where Roberto just absolutely drops the Whimsicott, goes back to the board in terms of his Game 1 win conditions?
Well, the Incineroar Urshifu Brain brought in the Game 1 did seem to be doing good work for Roberto. It did come right down to that read of the Sucker Punch, or not Sucker Punch into the Miraidon, and Roberto ended up getting the better end of that. Whereas that game seemed like he was getting the good predictions and just had the game locked up if it was Urshifu. So I feel like the Urshifu could be able to come to this game for sure, and you're obviously bringing you to restricteds here. Whether you still go with the Whimsicott, you don't really need the Tailwind. Your Miraidon's faster, your Lunala can shrug off a Heavy Slam very easily. I guess it was necessary to outspeed the Chien-Pao, forcing the crunch to not be even faster, and then you get the double fairy attack to be able to KO it. So, yeah, I would like to see the Urshifu, I think, from Roberto, and whether it's going to be Incineroar or Whimsicott, like, we're not even seeing the Ursa Luna, and Ursa Luna is a good Pokemon against Miraidon, right? That would have also locked up the end game, so is that still a consideration that could be brought for Roberto? It's not very good into the Zamazenta, but still pretty good into the Miraidon.
Especially as well against the Iron Hands that we saw put in so much work for Simon, being able to claw that one back for himself. Simon's a smart guy. He's going to be able to try to push all of the pressure back onto Roberto. With the momentum he's been able to build up from that Game 2 win. And Jamie, we've got the lead. It seems like a bit of a run back to Game 1. Roberto, Incineroar, Miraidon, Simon, Zamazenta, and his own Miraidon.
Yeah, now he got the awkward mind games coming out, because we saw that Simon was perfectly willing to go for the Volt Switch into that Terra Fairy Miraidon and bring it below half. And we've seen that Roberto has been very comfortable going for the Terrestrialization turn 1, both games, into the Fairy typing. So if you're predicting that, then you're probably going to go for the heavy slam and the electro drift into that Miraidon. Yes, there is fake out pressure, and we now know that Roberto is willing to click that fake out button. So what he goes for here, whether he's going to be stopping the Miraidon from going for any of its attacks, and that would free up the Miraidon completely. If you fake out the Miraidon, you do not need to terrestrialize your Miraidon on Roberto's side of the field. That would free it up completely, and saving the terrestrialization might be crucial for Roberto.
Yeah, and sort of goes back to, do you tap into the mind games and try to take in your experience from that game one or not? We saw the sort of idea of what Roberto wanted to do. He just wanted to focus down on being as high octane damage output as he could from the get-go with the electro drift. However, we have got now Terra Fairy. I think this is mirroring just that same scenario of the game one so far. You want to be able to forego any sort of pressure when it comes to Draco Meteors. Fake out does indeed go for the Miraidon, but there's no protect on the Zamazenta this time round to be able to scout out what the Miraidon over on Roberto's side is actually going to lock into, allowing the pivot, bringing the Lunala now in, proccing that electric seed, giving that damage boost, and if there is, let's say, a heavy slam going into that slot, it's going to be able to, you know, buff it off quite well.
Yeah, Incineroar is not. That's a body press. That's easily going to be a one-hit knockout. And already, we were saying the Incineroar wasn't that great for Roberto in that second game. It's already gone in this third one. So yeah, we'll have to see what's going to be that Pokemon waiting in the back for Roberto. You usually don't leave Whimsicott in the back. You usually do end up leading it. And it is Miraidon joining the field once again. So yes, you can threaten down both the Zamazenta and the Miraidon with a KO with your Miraidon for Roberto. Because you know it is the faster one, and the Zamazenta taking that Volt Switch, that's going to be in range of that attack now. The Miraidon is going to be in range of Draco Meteor and maybe Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam is going to be incredibly brave in the face of White Guard Zamazenta. Yes. But yeah, Lunala can pick up the KO on the Zamazenta as well. We've seen it do basically that much damage with the Moongeist being support, so that would also be in range.
And I do really love the situational pin Simon forced Roberto into there. A lot of Incineroars usually are able to survive a body press there, depending on the training of the Zamazenta. Most commonly the safety goggles as well as other sets, but this is Assault Vest. Maybe there's more investment into the special defensive side. Electro Drift is going to completely ignore the Zamazenta. It goes for a read onto the Miraidon. They're hoping to find a Terra Fairy activation essentially as the Volt Switch from Simon's side breaks the Shadow Shield, most crucially allowing either of Iron Hands or Chien-Pao to make it so debut on the field.
If you bring in Iron Hands, then you're going to be able to shrug off the attacks a lot easier, but then in the future turns, you're not really threatening too much because you'll be outsped. So, yeah, the Chien-Pao joining the field is no surprise at all because you're able to threaten that Lunala. Now its Shadow Shield has been broken and there is no Tailwind, you can just go for a crunch. And yes, you do end up losing your Focus Sash here. I say losing your Focus Sash, you're brought down to your Focus Sash, so the Chien-Pao is in range of any attack that Roberto would want to go for now. And we've seen that Miraidon did lock into Electro Drift as well. That's obviously going to be able to KO either Pokemon. But that means that you've got a very free switch into your Iron Hands, would you like to? Because we've seen Iron Hands is able to shrug off that attack somewhat comfortably, and then you'd be able to get fake out pressure back on your side of the field as well. Whether it's the Urshifu waiting in the back, it could be a switch in potential for that Lunala, because that'll be able to resist the crunch that's most likely coming out from the Chien-Pao. Yep. You can't really go for Icicle Crash into the Miraidon because it has gone for its terrestrialization, and therefore it wouldn't KO, and then you'd be freeing up the Lunala to just go for whatever attack you would want to go for here.
Yeah, I do really like the fact that Simon now has such a more fluid time in terms of the board states. Now that the Incineroar is no longer in the field, they're not going to be messing about with any sort of damage calc uncertainties, guaranteeing the reactive play from Roberto's side, switching the Urshifu in. No Whimsicott confirmed. It would have most likely come as a lead if it was chosen. Crunch, of course, not being very effective against the fighting typing, but the Electro Drift, first to move, of course, first to pick up a KO onto this Zamazenta on Simon's side.
Yeah, and so restricted down for Simon. You've got the Iron Hands waiting in the back, and you've got the fake out pressure available, but then you don't have a follow-up KO from the Chien-Pao. If you go for fake out into Miraidon, that frees up Aqua Jet potential into that Chien-Pao to pick up the KO. If you go for fake out into the Urshifu, your Icicle Crash isn't strong enough to be able to pick up a KO on either Pokemon, and then your Chien-Pao would likely fall to that Electro Drift. I say likely because Icicle Crash does have that potential secondary effect of getting that flinch potentially. Yes. Incineroar's gone, there's no Intimidate available, so Icicle Crash could have the potential to two-shot the Miraidon, depending on how bulky the Roberto's gone for, because we know it is speedier than Simon's Miraidon. Depends on how bulky the Roberto wants to go for with his Miraidon as well. You're not really threatening the Urshifu too much unless you're going for the Wild Charge, but then if you go for Wild Charge this turn, you're not going for Fake Out, and again, your Chien-Pao is freed up to be KO'd with an Aqua Jet. So what do you prioritize here? Do you just sacrifice your Chien-Pao to be able to take care of that Urshifu to free yourself up a bit? Or do you go for that Fake Out and maybe go for the Icicle Crash flinch? Because if you go for Fake Out, it's got to be Icicle Crash, right? So try and get some good damage, but you won't get a KO.
We're going to have to find out, and depend on playstyle as well, and how much of a risk factor you want to insert into your game in this crucial point. Icicle Crash can potentially miss as well, so Simon's going to have to really focus down on what he wants to try to do. He goes for the Icicle Crash, it does connect, doesn't pick up the KO, but it puts it within range for a subsequent attack to be able to do so.
Yeah, and we've got this position once again. That Lunala is sucker punchable, and that is now a word. And that would out-prioritize the Aqua Jet that could still come out from the Urshifu. But then if you go for Sucker Punch into the Lunala, you don't need to go for Aqua Jet on this turn. You can go for Surging Strikes to be able to get some really good damage as well. And with the Chien-Pao helping out the Urshifu and the fact that it's Choice Band, I don't actually know that the damage calc of Choice Band sort of ruin Surging Strikes into Iron Hands. I wouldn't be surprised if Iron Hands is still able to survive, given how bulky it is, but that's got to be one of the strongest attacks that could be coming out into it as well. So yeah, we've got the Sucker Punch mind game. Maybe the Lunala switches out to avoid the Sucker Punch, and then that will free up the Urshifu. Yep, there it is. So was Simon able to call that and get some extra damage with the Sucker Punch, or maybe switch out into the Miraidon that could take an Aqua Jet from the Urshifu? Or did it just go for Surging Strikes for huge damage into the Iron Hands?
A lot of different branch lines. We may be going down, and we're going down the Sucker Punch route from what it seems. Lunala has absolutely left the field. Aqua Jet has been able to pick up the KO onto the Chien-Pao, but Simon is now free to go for the Wild Charge into the Urshifu. Of course, it's going to pick up the KO. It will force Roberto down to his final two Pokemon versus Simon's final two. We know the speed situations. We know the fact that Miraidon over on Roberto's side is faster than Simon's. Electric Terrain will come back online on the field. So if we do see a Dazzling Gleam commit from Roberto's side, it's just going to deal abysmal damage.
Yeah, I don't know what the Miraidons lock into here, because both have just switched onto the field. You can go for Dazzling Gleam to threaten down both Pokemon here, but then you've got the Terrestrialization available still on Simon's side of the field. Which one do you Terrestrialize, though? Because the Iron Hands, if it goes into the Water typing and then the Miraidon locks into an Electric type move, then that's going to be very, very bad for it. But then you'll be able to survive any of the attacks that the Miraidon will be wanting to go for. The Lunala's in range of Wild Charge. The Miraidon's going to have to take 2 Wild Charges to be able to be KO'd. Do you go for the Dazzling Gleam to pick up the KO on the Miraidon on Simon's side of the field that could also Terrestrialize, and then it would be able to survive the Dazzling Gleam, and then you get the KO onto the Lunala, and then that frees up the Iron Hands to be able to go for the Miraidon? Yeah, I'm not sure what either player needs to lock into here to be in. I don't see a safe path for either trainer, because you're forced to lock into a move for the rest of the game with both of your choice specs Miraidon here.
Oh, and there may be a white card, but there isn't! Electro Drift into the non-Terra Miraidon. Simon saying, you know what, I'm gonna play you at your game, my friend. I'm gonna give you an Electro Drift. I'm gonna pick up your KO onto the Miraidon, and what a fashion to be able to do it. Lunala does still have the opportunity to move, but what a read from Simon's side.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic there. Yes, this is a super effective Moonblast, but it's shrugging it off every single day, easily able to survive and respond with this Wild Charge into the Lunala, and able to pick up that KO and take this round 2 for Simon.
Que jogaço, cara.
What a way to go about it. The man had Terrestrialization still available, and he said, you know what, I'm aware of it, Roberto's aware of it, I think I'm going to ignore it for now. It absolutely paid off, and now he has got his second win. He is still undefeated. My lordy Jamie, it's still the first stream round. We're absolutely amped up with what was such a spicy set between both of these great trainers.
Que jogaço,
like I
cara.
said, there was no
Nossa.
safe path there. No. You had to commit to something. Roberto committed to Miraidon is going for its Terrestrialization.
Yep.
And Simon says no. That is not one to go for. So yeah,
Cara.
so, and it could have been Dazzling Gleam because the Mirage, like obviously, like
Ou esse,
hindsight and all that, we saw them run and did
cara,
not go for
esse
its
Mirage
terrestrialization.
tava com
Dazzling
algum
Gleam would win the game.
investimento no ataque
Then if the
especial,
Mirage
cara.
did go for
Algum
its
investimento a mais,
terrestrialization,
não é
it would
possível.
survive that attack, respond back with a KO of
Ou
Electro
em
Drift as the Miraidon, and then
defesa,
one
ou
shot
no
against the
ataque,
Nala.
ou
So I think
no
it
ataque
mainly came down
especial.
to does
E
the
meu
Miraidon
amigo, cara,
terrestrialize, therefore you
mano,
go for
como é que
Electro
um
Drift, or does it not
Electro
terrestrialize,
tirou
therefore
tanta
you go for
vida
Dazzling
assim?
Gleam. That's the,
Meu
there
amigo.
was no safe
Chat,
path
pelo
there, it was
ângulo,
just
esqueci de
which one do you
segurar
think
a
you're going
cadeira.
for, and Simon, brave in the face of that potential translation he could have gone for, and no, able to resist the Electro Drift and take that game.
Yeah, and what a way to go
Aí,
about it. We can see
agora, chat,
game
enquanto
one,
eles
a
falam
lot
aí,
of momentum from Roberto's
enquanto
side,
eles
able to whittle
cochicham aí,
down all of the
eu
resources
vou
over on Simon's side.
pegar um
Iron
café e
Hands
já
trying
volto.
to do the best that he could, but, you know, not being able to pull as much weight as he could have. But game two, things changed up. Simon said, you know what, I'm going to try to go ahead and get all of that momentum pressure straight back onto the field to what was a tantalizingly crucial 2v1 Iron Hands versus the Windscar and the Incin.
Yeah, taking care of the Incineroar straight away with that body press, I think was really, really nicely done for Simon. Taking care of the Intimidates that could have gone down onto the Chien-Pao. Intimidate would have been really useful onto the Iron Hands as well, because then you'd have maybe been able to survive some of the attacks that it was going for. Being able to avoid the sucker punches was really nicely done from Roberto, switching around to avoid that and then getting the KO with the Aqua Jet.
Yep.
But then being brought down into this position, it was just, you have to lock into something, and which one do you go for? Is it going to terrestrialize or is it not going to terrestrialize? Simon able to get the better end of that.
Woo, it's getting a bit steamy here, folks, and Simon is absolutely vibing as he's able to go ahead and pick up that second win. Some would expect Simon to actually be running the Ursaluna Guts ability, but apparently he's not. He's just running it with himself. He's got those guts. He's able to go ahead and do the very best play for himself, albeit extremely risky.
Yeah, there was risky plays on both sides.
Oh,
right?
exactly.
Throughout the set.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Roberto had his Incineroar that could have gone for Fake Out multiple times, and then was able to call it really nicely, like multiple times. No, Fake Out wouldn't have been the correct play in this situation. U-turn is much better, and was able to do that multiple times. Was able to go for, we saw Simon at the beginning of game 2, Volt Switch into the Miraidon straight away, and then do 50% damage even through the light screen to be able to get massive damage because it did go for the terrestrialization.
Yeah.
We did see Roberto commit terrestrialization turn 1 all 3 games.
True.
So I think that probably indicative of this was a game plan that he's theorized, because he had the potential of just not going for that terrestrialization, especially because you're going for Fake Out into the Miraidon. I don't think you need terrestrialization if you're faking out the Miraidon, because then the Zamazenta wouldn't threaten any kind of damage into that Miraidon. It would go for body press. I guess if you're going for the Terra Fairy, you'd be able to resist the body press a little bit better. So it still does make sense if you're going for the Fake Out into Miraidon, but then Simon was able to capitalize on that quite nicely, especially with the Volt Switch in that game too.
Oh yeah, and clearly it must have been the most optimal path that Roberto had identified as well, right? And I think just reviewing the play styles of both of our trainers, Roberto was always with his mindset of being one step ahead. We saw in game 1 Simon play a bit more apprehensive or defensive, should I say, and then he just started changing things up because it's like, okay, well, I've got my back against the wall, I've got to be able to try to go all out and try to get a read or two to be able to build up a bit more confidence in order to say, right, okay, I've got this. Now I kind of know the tempo that I need to be able to match in order to be able to excel, and that's what he did exceptionally well.
Yeah, I think both players were doing really well with that. The switching around, so the fact that Simon was able, willing is the word I was looking for there. Willing to sacrifice Dauntless Shield immediately.
That's true.
I had lead in the Zamazenta, and then immediately in comes the Iron Hands. But then it was well identified because Heavy Slam was clicked most of the time when the Zamazenta was back on the field, so it didn't actually really need its defense boost. So really nicely identified from Simon's side on that side. Because Zamazenta switching in, you don't really want to switch it back out because sacrificing that +1 defense boost, not only does it reduce its defenses so it takes attacks a lot worse, you're reducing its damage output because body press is what you rely on. So yeah, really nice identified just there in order to identify that you just don't need the +1. You can just go for Heavy Slams in the future. It
was a very high level gameplay from both of our trainers, no doubt about it. And Roberto, even though he has gone ahead and broken his undefeated streak, so to say, at the current moment, doesn't mean that he's probably not going to excel, because he will. Roberto, like we've seen him multiple times, great trainer, great guy as well. And, this is just his first loss. Just warming up still. He needs to go ahead, do what he's just been doing, playing exceptionally well, and he's going to be able to just, I think, do a really good job about it. He's just one of those really good up and rising Italian players from the Italian community. So a lot going for him, no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, we mentioned how crucial this tournament specifically is for both of the trainers that we featured, that they probably need a top 64, maybe a top 128 to be able to get that invite, because both of them are really on the cusp of getting that invite. So Simon obviously getting the slight edge there, being able to go 2-0, to be able to advance towards that potential top 128 and a lot nicer. And Roberto, it's going to be slightly harder, but as we mentioned, he is a very strong trainer. He's been able to do it multiple times. I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to bounce back from this and be able to find himself in that day too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think with a team that we've sort of discussed quite a bit, it has so much potential. It's sort of the tail room composition where you've got multiple ways and modes of being able to better adapt against the certain team of 6 that your opponents will be able to bring. I really personally love that flexibility to be able to just absolutely on the switch up, go for the fast or slow mode. And although we did see the Maridon was a bit speedy over on Roberto's side, just clearly not speedy enough to be able to match the Chien Pao's max speed.
Well, all you need is just 1 point faster, right? So if you manage to get that 1 point faster, and you manage to catch that, the rest can go into bulk or offense, and then that is the most optimal. So finding that balance is quite tricky, and I think Maridon specifically is one of the trickiest ones, because in the previous regulations we saw it run max speed with its modest nature.
Yes.
And that was the most common speed stat to hit. And then at the World Championships we saw it just go a tiny bit slower, just to get that tiny little bit of extra bulk.
Yep.
And then as soon as we joined Regulation I, all of the bulk, none of the speed. So yeah, and because of that, finding the correct speed stat for Maridon, like obviously finding the correct speed stat for every Pokemon, but I think Maridon specifically in Regulation I is going to be the trickiest. Do you sacrifice all of its speed and go for bulk? You sacrifice none, like all of its bulk and go for speed.
Yeah.
And finding that medium, if you're trying to do both, is going to be very, very tricky.
I think that's a really, really good point, because we saw in Milwaukee absolutely slow, bulky Maridon that was able to just win all out essentially and set the scene in terms of so much more flexibility options when it comes to how you are going to try to team build around, let's say, a Maridon team, but now with a accompanying restricted pairing buddy on its other side of the hill. You know, we saw Calyrex Ice Rider being such a good way to be able to utilize it with the Trick Room and the slower speed tierings.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we've been talking a lot about this game, but I'm really curious to see what the winner has to say as well. So we're going to throw it over to Marcus on the couch and hear what Simon says.
Thank you, Jamie and Costa. And Simon, first of all, I gotta ask, that was a nail-biting set, so how do you feel about that?
I feel very nervous. It was a really good set. Yeah, my opponent played very aggressive, and so I could use that to my advantage towards the end when like it came down to like the pressure of like, what are they gonna click? And so I was very nervous when making that call, and I still am, but it's like, I had to trust myself, and that's why I made that play.
Yeah, you definitely also trusted your selection of Pokemon. In all 3 games, you went with the same kind of plan, Zamazenta, Maridon up front. Did you at any point consider changing things up? Because, yeah, your opponent, he was switching things up constantly, right?
Yeah, my opponent was switching constantly, and the reason why I didn't is because they can always go for the Trick Remote, right? And since Game 1 was very close, like Game 1 came down to a few plays left and right, I decided, hey, it's fine like this. I just always need to be prepared for the worst case, because if they decide to go for the Ursaluna mode, then suddenly I am on the back foot, and then I have to adjust, and that's like, I didn't want to do that, so I decided, hey, I will find a way out. I always have switch-ins into everything they do, and so I decided to stay with it.
Yeah, you definitely did. And then, of course, it all came down to the final prediction in Game 3. So we could see you hover over the buttons, like Jamie and Costa, they were also trying to analyze, like, do you go for Terra Water on the Iron Hands? Do you go for Terra Fairy? Is it going to be Dazzling Gleam, Electro Drift, Draco Meteor from your opponent? Like, there were so many options. So why did you decide in the end to go for no Terra at all, which, yeah, was also an option apparently?
I mean, I decided to go for no Terra because I want to keep my options open. I could have Terra Watered, but they could have called that and just go into the Iron Hands. So I was like, if they Electro Drift, I don't want to Terra. I don't want to Terra the Iron Hands at all. I can tank the Moonblast, so I went for the Iron Hands. I chose to target the Lunala with the Iron Hands, so that is off the table, so the Moonblast doesn't do damage anymore. And so with the Maridon, I decided not to Terra. because they played very aggressive the entire time. Like they went for calls over and over, and so I was like, in this moment, they're gonna make a call. If they click Electro Drift, if they click Dazzling Gleam, then I still have my Terra on the next round. If they go for Electro Drift, then my Iron Hands is also fine. And so I was like, I'm just gonna try to cover as many possible options as I can think of right now.
Right, so it was still like a little bit risky, but you chose the path that you felt like was the least risky.
I decided that they are gonna do the Electro Drift. Like I was like, they are going to Electro Drift here based on what they did before. And so I went with that. I went with my feeling.
And that, of course, worked out very, very well. So now you won this round, and I'm gonna ask you two things now. First, we're coming to the final, to the close of the season. So do you have any memorable moments of the season or any shout-outs you might want to give?
I think my most memorable moment had to have been Birmingham Regionals, because that was my second day too. And I have a rule where like I have to do things twice for them to count. So my first day two was in Gdansk. I got my second day two in Birmingham, but it was very special because I did it with my friends. Like all my friends also made day two, and my girlfriend was also there. So that was really nice.
Awesome. Well, great to hear from you. And then I'll let you go back to play your next couple of rounds.
Thank you.
And while we are waiting and are setting up our next couple of matches, take a look at this.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championship.
Secure copy shots. Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AL's Cup champions.
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game. Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Duma to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clench the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these bench two prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It lies both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion Gabriel Fernandez wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion. 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
Saltness variant.
Ivy Kudjo coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Burger, trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Dragon Balls, Todd doing the Chien Pao, it is enough, it picks up the KO, and this Tinglu has a lot of pulling weight, it has to do, it will not, and we see, it's been locked in, Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunlop is going to be your European
easy with this win. I did not expect us coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal.
A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to won EYC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer también enfrentarme ante Kevin Chance.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Swiss round number 3 here at the 2025 Pokemon Special Championships of Bologna. Marcus, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on board, my friend. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Keep the title in Europe this year.
Normal. A bit in shock, kind of getting used to this now.
And having this, Italian tournament of the season, and I know that there's a lot of Italian players out there who really care a lot about this, and we saw it just there on the stage already. Roberto not quite getting that victory, and as we were talking about, not that many opportunities left to claim those championship points. So yeah, really important tournament for everyone who's out there playing today.
It's true, yeah, because everyone is still trying to vie for that top 75 threshold. Obviously, as we sort of saw at the top of the show, there have been the direct invitations that may sort of like play a bit into the ratings, but we're gonna have to see how that unfolds towards the end of the season. But talking about the general sort of action we've already been seeing so far, we've seen the Calyrex Shadow Rider sort of interaction with that Zamazenta, should I say the Lunala with the Miraidon versus Simon's types. I think we were a bit skeptical in terms of whether Miraidon's going to make a big enough splash or not. I'm curious to see what your predictions were for this week, and unfortunately we weren't able to run through it back on the couch earlier, but yeah,
let's have a look at what we all thought. And for me in particular, it's going to be I'll have my eyes out for Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider. Okay. Probably a little bit more of the standard Pokemon that you would expect.
I would say safe
in this format, and just because I feel like both Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider having at least one, maybe two really strong special attackers is just so crucial in a format like this. And I feel like, at the previous tournaments, we haven't seen enough of those already. So, I'm expecting to see a lot of Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider in this tournament. And then, the Volcarona, I really like Struggle Buck, which is an additional move that players have started to incorporate a little bit more, also on offensive sets with Quiver Dance.
Yeah, we saw Simon run that set just now as well. He just didn't bring it to the match.
Didn't come out, but that is something that I have my eyes out on for this tournament. And Grimmsnarl, well, it's a Grimmsnarl. We've talked about this as well in the usage stats. It's so good at just disrupting or supporting your team. Has so many different options. So that's a Pokemon that I have my eyes out for. But then looking over there, Costa, is that a Palkia origin form?
That is actually well spotted, Marcus. As you can tell, I clearly went down the Chaos Energy path. I went for the Palkia origin form because of the speed tiering it's got, which is actually quite exceptional. It's got the Water Dragon typing, which actually goes up quite well into, let's say, Kyogres, or, like the Jamie's top pick over there. We saw he was able to go ahead and pick up a Portland too. And then it's got Trick Room viability as well. So there's a lot going for it. I feel that hasn't been as explored as maybe we would have liked or expected in the current meta. But then that gets followed up, I guess, by Eternatus, which, sure, there are a couple of different sets that you could be going for, but the one that I find out in particular is going to be the Cosmic Power Leftovers set, because, we've already seen how Leftovers on Restricteds is actually working out really well. Calyrex Ice Rider, Lunala, even Calyrex Shadow Rider in previous formats too.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a little bit of a defensive approach, I think, is also something that maybe Jimmy Boyd is hinting at there with that vote GM. And the Brute Bonnet, of course, one of his favorites. And then, we'll have to hear from Charlie later on to explain what's going on with things.
Well, I was going to say, we did see Solgaleo actually put out a good performance at Poland, if I'm not mistaken. It had the weakness policy, Terror Rock Slide set, which, much to Charlie's testament, is actually, in my opinion, an underexplored Pokemon, especially when you got that Bulldoze team sort of sync-up, let's say, with
Gente, eu tô apaixonado por essa mesa aqui, ó.
Yeah, of course,
Olha
that is
isso,
something that
gente,
trainers have
fofa.
chosen in previous formats as
É
well,
tão
when we
limpo
had the
aqui.
Dynamax phenomenon, and we also saw the Dynamax Solgaleo. But maybe now it's time to see which match we will be choosing.
Oh.
And why don't we ask our community to support us in that? Of course, our viewers at home always there when we need them. And we have selected 4 incredible matches for you, and you will have the opportunity at home to vote. Which of these games do you want to see the most?
Exactly that. And we've got a vast array of interesting, not only matchups with our trainers, but also teams at Ditto, as well as Annihilate on Yannick's side versus Antonio's. I would say relatively standard Fire Water Grass, a Moongus Redirect, and the Color Shadow Raid out of the center. Ronnie from the UK representative, bringing Ride-On Color Shadow Rider, but most important, is that a Palmot, Marcus?
Yeah, that is a Palmot. I mean, why? Like, some of our players, seemingly Yannick with a Ditto, and then also Ronnie with a Palmot saying that, well, you know what, 2 restricted Pokemon, that's all good, but what if I had a 3rd?
Yes!
Right? So yeah, that is a quite interesting take as well. And of course, for you at home, you can head over into our Twitch chat, where we will have a poll for you to vote on which of these games we should be featuring. Yeah, so giving a shout out there, Francesco Pardini. I believe also he was using Glamora all the way back in Liverpool in the very first regional that we had in Scarlet and Violet, where he piloted his team all the way to a top 4 finish. Of course, a veteran of the game, wanting to get a little bit closer to a potential invitation to the World Championships here in Bologna. And then also 2 Kyogre teams being featured here with Luca and Giuseppe.
Yeah, and I think Giuseppe, I faced him, if I'm not mistaken, last year here in Bologna, and he was rocking the Kyogre once again. So at the time, he was actually rocking a very similar composition to Luca's. 6 at the top with it, Serena. So I'm really interested to see how the Iron Jugulus pick actually changes up certain matchups in favor, having that tailwind via the booster energy activated speedy Iron Jugulus.
Yeah, so I can't wait to see what the results will bring. Of course, I feel like some of the teams are a little bit more standard, a little bit more the trusted and expected. But then, every now and then, there are a couple of Pokemon sprinkled in there that really go to show that, the creativity our trainers are bringing to these tournaments, always, interesting to see and to learn what went into their decision making. Why are they bringing some Pokemon that maybe some other players are overlooking a little bit, or in the case of Palmot, Iron Jugulus. We have seen those Pokemon around in some previous formats, but they have not really yet made their appearance here in Regulation I.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's so much more room for creativity, especially as, technically speaking, Marcus, the format is still kind of new. I would say it's still recent in terms of, its birth properly, because we've only had 4 or 5 major events so far, which have been quite compactly sealed back-to-back weekends with one another. So there's a lot more room to be able to explore, especially going into the next biggest point of the season, towards the end side of it. NAIC, North American International Championships.
Yeah, that is coming up, but of course before that we have a round 3 of Swiss here in Bologna.
Yeah, we do.
And while you at home are still voting for which match we should be featuring, maybe let's talk a little bit about the grand scheme of things in terms of going into this regulation. What do you expect at the end of the day? Will it be someone on top with a team that is super expected, or will it be one of the more niche Pokemon making an appearance here in the finals?
I think it might just be a combination. Similar to what we've seen with Michael Kelch going ahead and bringing that Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider with a couple of other standard Pokemon. Makes sense, but being able to find that sort of granular change in order to alter certain matchups can really push you further down the line past what, let's say, every other player will be flowcharting against. So it's just those small optimal changes that could prove to be key.
Absolutely. So then let's have a look at the results and see which match we will have here for our round 3 in the Bologna Championships. It will be Ronnie with Pommet against Francesco Pardini. Yeah, with Glimora, Grimstar, that could be a very, very slow kind of approach that Francesco is taking here, but Ronnie on the other side, I wouldn't be surprised if this was like, I don't know, like a Choice Specs Calyrex Shadow Rider or Rhydon, like really, really going on the offensive with a Tail Room option, Tail Room supported by Whimsicott and Farigiraf. Yeah, that's going to be a good one for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I've met Ronnie, lovely person. Rocking the Pommet, I swear we've discussed multiple times about Pommet and our appreciation of it. So being able to actually see her go to the point, round 3 right now, Bologna doing exceptionally well, 2-0 versus Francesco Pardini, one of our notable trainers for the weekend, is something that's going to be so exciting to be able to see. And like you said, we're sort of theorizing about a couple of the sets which feel like on paper would be a bit more standardized in terms of Life Orb and on the Ursaluna Blood Moon in order for it to be able to act on the Trick Room, and like you said, having the more faster end spectrum when it comes to the damage threats, the double restrictives in that case. But who knows, it could be a very slow Koraidon that has, I don't know, maybe Iron Tail, Breaking Swipe, who knows, we're gonna have to find out, right?
Yeah, and we will in a second, but yeah, I think you make a really good point there about how exciting it
of the sets with multiple times about Pommet and our appreciation of it. So being able to actually see her go to the point, round 3 right now, Bologna doing exceptionally well, 2-0 versus Francesco Pardini, one of our notable trainers for the weekend, is something that's going to be so exciting to be able to see. And like you said, we're sort of theorizing about a couple of the sets which feel like on paper would be a bit more standardized in terms of life.
Depois eu volto, gente. Rhydon. Incineroar. Volcarona. Grinsnall. E Glimora.
And initially when you start the lead, but then Francesco's the kind of player where he's like, okay, I'm going to try to be 2 to 3 turns ahead and try to identify the win conditions. Like you said, Glimora, you've got really good options to be able to play around a bit with any sort of toxic spikes, poison status ailments that you can try to rupture onto your opponent's field to be able to whittle down their health resource available.
For sure, and yeah, Francesco Pardini, a player that knows how this game is being played, a player who was around a very, very long time ago. We can see it there in 2011 already, coming in with a World's Top 8 finish. So he's someone who's seen it all from way back in the day, all the way as tournaments grew bigger and bigger and bigger, and the scene got more and more competitive. Now, yeah, he's here, and he also showed in the past couple of years that he can still do it. Top 4 at Liverpool in 2023 and top 8 at the Dortmund Regional Championships in 2024 are just a few of the recent accomplishments that he was able to do. But of course, all the way back in the day, a 2-time Italy national champion. That is something that no one can ever take away from him.
No, definitely not. And I think we've already discussed with a couple of Italian players, Francesco is always one to look out for. He is so big in the Italian community, such a great guy as well. And I would also say, this sort of feels like, after speaking with a couple of Italian trainers, the national of Italy nowadays. We know
spiritual success.
Thank you. Exactly. We no longer have national championships, but this is the big event that you want to be going to if you are from the Italian community.
Yeah, and it happens like once a year. We were here in Bologna last year. Ruben
Esse
taking it
nome do
all and
ataque,
taking it
cara.
against Luca Cherryberry as well, of course. Let's not forget the fact that the second place finisher here last year went on to then become our world champion. This is definitely a tournament to look out for, to look at the Italian talent. And Francesco, being the player that he is, with all the accomplishments that he already has, might be someone to, if he can qualify for the World Championships, he's definitely one of the most experienced players who would be there.
Oh, 100%. And like you said, this event is sort of like a stepping stone, and if you're able to get over the toxic debris ahead of you, and you're able to maybe have a lot of momentum going into North American National Championships. And I guess talking about toxic debris,
Obrigado a todo mundo que tá aí. Bom dia pra vocês.
Absolutely, I think Glimmer is a Pokemon
Bom dia
was
pra quem
like
tá
rumored,
acompanhando.
let's
Boa
say,
noite pra quem tá indo
that it would
dormir.
have a big showing at Portland because there was one
É
testing group that
normal
was
e
bringing it
pode
to the
não
event.
demora.
But
Com
then,
2 anos.
unfortunately, it didn't go so well. Maybe they didn't hit the matchups that they wanted to see. But in the end, it didn't have this big finish that some of the players were talking about online going into this tournament. But now, Francesco was maybe looking at, okay, well, you got Toxic Debris, as you were talking about. You got a high special attack. You got a really unique typing in Rock and Poison that has a lot of... Well, it has some weaknesses, it also has some resistances, but
Sorry,
I have to say it. For sure.
Absolutely. But
Cara, eu tô com
stalling the
sono,
game
velho.
in a way where you try to put the toxic or poison condition on your opponents, and then you have a Pokemon as bulky as Calyrex Ice Rider with leftovers and with Leech Seed. This is just really a very, very difficult combination to overcome. In past formats, we've seen this paired up with Dondozo to take the same kind of slow approach, but be a very, very difficult combination to overcome. In past formats, try to put the toxic or poison condition on your opponents, and then you have a Pokemon as bulky.
And I think that's a really good challenge as well, because you're able to try to incrementally find win conditions to get around the regular flow charts that you would expect. But one thing that could prove to be a bit of an issue is a Pokemon that's capable of reviving its partner Pokemon on the outside of the field. That, of course, being the Pawmon that we're going to be seeing Ronnie bring to this matchup.
And it is also a Pokemon that with the natural cure ability, which we'll still gotta see which of them they are running, but it would be one of those Pokemon that while it is not naturally immune to poison, it can switch out and reset that status. So that is maybe something that, it can do even beyond reviving one of its allies with that Revival Blessing.
Oh, 100%, and it's such a great way to be able to have a bit more flexibility when it comes to it. I know that Pawmods tend to run Focus Sash, but I've actually seen some variants run Assault Vest where you've got speed control access via the Nuzzle.
Okay, and the Raichu back in the day.
That's it, thank you. It's a budget, I don't know which higher or lower budget Raichu. I guess higher, in a way. Because you've got Revival Blessing.
Yeah, you got Double Shock, you got Double Shock, but you definitely can do a lot of damage. But if you're using Assault Vest, then the Revival Blessing idea might not work as well.
You didn't catch me out there, it's all good. I was just, theorizing over here. But anyways, I think I put it too high. We, regardless, have to take into consideration, like you said, the types that this Pokemon has available to itself. It's not only there for the disruption, fade count, and all that stuff. You have got very powerful moves, close combat, the most preferred fighting type, defensive move that it goes for. It's able to capitalize off the fact that, it goes for maximum 120 base power damage, whilst most likely having the Focus Sash, not really caring about defense drops, but still being able to put in so much work against any sort of dark type Pokemon or rock type Pokemon. I don't know, I'm looking at Incineroar, for example. If it doesn't have Terra options, maybe Stellar close combat could put in some work, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and then pair that with Double Shock as well, and you get pretty good coverage actually, and it is a pretty strong partner for Calyrex Shadow Rider, specifically for the points that you mentioned, having coverage against normal types, against dark types. That is what you want with a Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then also, of course, Revival Blessing as a very unique way to kind of reset the board state by reviving a Pokemon. It's one of the only moves that, can do that. And it is maybe one of the only moves that can only be used once. Can only be used once per battle?
Yes.
Yes?
Oh, well, unless you have a Lechi Berry.
Yep.
Yeah, and you get that PP going, the power points, of course, of the moves, so... But that's not commonly used.
Well, I'll refer to you if it comes to me, like, creative ideas. Yeah, I think it might be the focus sash variant, but yeah, for sure.
Não
That
é
would be one
round,
thing
é a
that you could
round.
do
É
to
isso,
revive
que
multiple
legal.
Pokemon, and we can see here on the stage, Palmet not
Olha,
only
tem
there
um
in the
mini
battle,
que...
but
Ah,
also
o Palmote
on
é
the sidelines to
dela.
cheer everyone on.
Pera,
this match.
são ditos?
Exactly, and I mean, what a way to go about it, to assist both in-game and out. You see both of our trainers having a
São
great time, being
ditos
excited, being happy,
em
all
forma
positive
de
vibes
níveis,
going
legal.
on right now between them.
O
They are
cara
undefeated,
falou,
and
não é
yeah,
pra
at this
mexer,
point,
opa.
they're just
Vamos
wanting
pro
to
alto aqui,
extend that
não,
win
não
streak
tô
further.
mexendo.
Ronnie on the left-hand side, we've got Francesco on the right.
Yeah, but it is, of course, starting to get a little bit more serious as well. Being 2-0,
Vamos ver,
that
vamos
must
ver,
feel
Round.
great,
Eu
but of
tô
course
interessado
extending
em
that
ver
win
essa
streak
batalha,
to
cara.
a third win
Que
would be
legal.
amazing. And
Depois tem que dar close
Francesco, of
nesse...
course, is having a good time there. He also knows, well, having the third
Depois tem que
win
dar close
would be really
nesse
important. Maybe
Ash pelo
counting it on his
Alessandro.
fingers right there.
Potentially.
Getting ready and, yeah. He's looking forward, I think, to
Opa!
this match against, yeah,
Bom dia,
a pretty
Fernando.
unconventional
Bom,
team, I
como é
would
que
say.
você tá, cara? Bom dia pra você, salve. Estamos aqui acompanhando o regional aqui de Pokémon, campeonatinho de Pokémon aqui, né? Onde o pessoal se reúne pra fazer as batalhas, e aí consegue vaga para um outro campeonato maior, que no caso é mundial. Ah, como é que você tá, Framboesa? É bom dia ou boa noite pra você, cara? Você foi dormir? Acordou agora? Se não foi dormir ainda, vai dormir, cara. Vai descansar um pouco. Eu devo estar aí até 1 hora aí, talvez eu devo estar em live. Então vai descansar um pouquinho se não for descansar, entendeu? Daqui a pouco você volta aí. Qualquer coisa. Bom dia? Ah, então bom dia. Dormi bem? Acabei de tomar um café. Tomei um café também, chat. Como aquele pãozinho gostoso, manteiga, da queijinho em casa, aquele suquinho, aquele Nescau, tudo pode, não sei o que vocês tomam. Alô, marcas que você tem, me patrocinem, por favor. Gosto de todos.
Them saying like, hey,
quiser me patrocinar,
look at me,
vamos lá.
like this is Palmet, you might have forgotten about it, but it's
time do
actually really strong, and this is the
Francesco.
chance to prove that.
Oh, 100%. And there was a cheeky Mimikyu
É
plushie
outro
there. I was wondering
do
around his
Tinha com a
viability last
FB,
week, but
legal.
then, you know, I kind of remember
Nossa,
there's
então
Color
tem
Shadow Rider
bastante
going on
gente,
everywhere,
né?
so that's a bit tough and ultra, but then, you know, you never know. The hope may still be there, but regardless,
Mano,
talking
tô
about hopes,
curioso pra ver
both
essa
of our
batalha.
trainers
Tomara
are
que essa
going to be
moça ganhe.
waging their all right now to be
Ó,
able to
Palmet
pick
e o
up
Mimikyu,
this
legal.
crucial win on stream right now. And looking at the teams themselves, we're having a bit more of an insight. It does
Beleza.
indeed
Ó,
seem to be
Francesco
actually
e
rocking the focus
a...
sash, but
Ó,
before then,
cada tá
I think it's a
2-0,
good way to be able to
legal.
recap,
Ele
hype up
foi,
both of our
cadê?
trainers right now. We have got the accomplishments
A
over on
Francesco
Francesco's side.
Pardini.
As
Tem o
mentioned, we did
Francesco
see
que
the player
já
profile
foi, que eu já
before.
vi em
No
outros,
need
né?
to go over it again. Ronnie, on the other hand, no official achievements in terms
Eu tenho que
of
mudar tudo pra
the
round, né?
major events, but I am confident that Ronnie's done
Vou mudar
really
tudo pra
well,
round,
as well as the local scene
Tá, o
looking
time
for
da
an
Round
opportunity
é o
to make the
Calyrex
breakout.
Shadow,
Yeah, absolutely. Ronnie
Coraidon,
coming in here as the
Musicote, Fire
underdog,
Girafa e
using
Saúde.
Calyrex
Ah, aqui, ó.
Shadow and
Um
Coraidon,
Palmote de
both of them.
Fake Out,
Yeah, very, very
Double Shock,
offensive
Close
hits, and
Combat
already we're
e
seeing some moves that were
Revival
not
Blessing.
that
Ok?
commonly
De Fox
Iron
7.
Head on
Então é pra
Coraidon,
usar.
Dark
É
Pulse,
alguma coisa
wow,
aqui que ela tá pra
Calyrex Shadow
mim.
Rider. We got Misty Terrain on Whimsicott, and Imprisoned for Rigraff with Terra
Musicote,
Grass.
tem um
Palmet,
Musicote,
yep, that is the
Mystic
trusted
Terrain.
set, Terra Electric, Double Shock, very good combination. We can talk about that if it comes up, and
Terreno
then
Místico,
Assault with
não tem
Ursula
ninguém.
Bloodmoon. So yeah,
É, o pessoal,
wow,
o pessoal entrou aqui
things
na
that
live,
I'm
o
pretty sure
Framboesa.
Francesco did
Mas
not
o
prepare
pessoal
against.
só entrou
They
pra
probably
deixar
not expect to
em
face
lurk
this unique
e o pessoal
combination
foi
of
tudo dormir,
Pokemon like this.
entendeu?
But yeah, Ronnie
Deve
heading
ter
to a record.
se
She knows what she's
tem
doing.
alguém
So
aqui
yeah, I'm looking forward to
que
seeing
deve
how
estar
all of this
online,
comes
deve
together.
estar no
If it's
chat
going
aí,
to be a little bit more of
deve
a
estar vendo,
Tailwind
talvez,
approach, if
provavelmente
there
é
might even
anônimo.
be some
Eu
sort
sei
of
que o
trick
Marlon
room
passou
approach
por
with
aí
the Ursula
também, ele pode
Bloodmoon
estar
and
aí também
Frugrave maybe.
jogando,
But yeah,
ele pode
usually
estar
I
jogando
would
o showdown
expect
da vida aí,
fast dual
deixou
restricted
aqui aberto também, de repente,
Calyrex Shadow
entendeu?
Rider and Coraidon to be a little bit more on the faster side of things.
Mas
And
boa
seeing
parte
Trick Room,
do
that would be a
pessoal
surprise
tá,
for me.
Oh yeah, and
tá
let's not
dormindo, foi descansar,
have
tá?
any sort of disillusionment.
Toxic
Ronnie
Battle,
absolutely
Battle.
cooked, but talking
Mortal
about
Spin,
cooking up and
Power
raising
Guns,
the temperature, we have got
Blood Bomb,
Francesco's team,
Spike
Calyrex
Shield,
Ice Rider,
ó,
Miraidon,
Calyrex
Incineroar,
Ice,
Corona, Griffon,
Miraidon,
and Deep
Incineroar,
Lamora. So
Volcarona,
we're sort of talking a bit
Buiznala com
about
2 M's,
the incremental
não
damage
esquece.
potential
of Francesco's
Volcarona.
team. We've got a lot of options. The leech
Já
seed
volta?
combo with
Beleza,
the toxic
ô
debris, as well as the mortal spin, to
Até
try to
daqui a
have a bit
pouco.
more of an active approach on trying to get
Lembrando
those
que quem
status
não deixou o like,
conditions
se puder deixar
and
o like
whittling
aí,
down
beleza,
the
gente?
opponent's HP resources, being quite crucial. But generally speaking, I've seen a lot of ways for Francesco to either slow down or reduce the damage output of his opponent's side of the field. Strugglebug on the Volcarona and Grimsnarl with the screens as well as the speed control via the Thunder Wave.
Yeah, and Intimidate as well, of course, coming in from Incineroar. So yeah, a lot of ways to mitigate damage over on Francesco's side, and this might be crucial here, going up against such a powerful duo in Calyrex and Koraidon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Calyrex Ice Rider with Terra Water actually would look in a very great spot against what Ronnie has brought if it wasn't for the Palm Mod, because yeah, Double Shock, of course, that would still hurt quite a bit. And now, yeah, both of them are navigating through our team preview, thinking about which 4 Pokemon to bring to the battle. One more thing I wanted to call out here is the fact that Volcarona over on Francesco's side is using a set that I haven't really seen like that. Electric Seed, of course, great when paired up with Miraidon, boosting the defense, but then it doesn't actually have Quiver Dance. It is Fairy Dance, Struggle Bug, Giga Drain, and then Rage Powder for some support. So yeah, really interesting set on Volcarona, probably for some very specific matchups.
It does feel like a lot of different roles compressed into one set, but we have got game 1 lead. Koraidon, Verigra, over on Ronnie's side versus Francesco's Grimsnarl and the Calyrex Ice Rider. We've immediately got a priority blocking potential from Ronnie's side versus any sort of Thunder Wave shenanigans that Grimsnarl may be conspiring up.
And already Koraidon on Ronnie's side under a lot of pressure by both the Ice-type attacks and Fairy-type attacks that could come out from Calyrex and Grimsnarl. So I think, yeah, terrestrialization is kind of needed here if you want to attack with Koraidon. And
Eu quero ver muito esse Palmote amanhã no dia 2 e numa final. Eu queria muito que esse Palmote ganhasse.
To its ally Koraidon just to guarantee a KO potentially.
E fala
At the same time, Francesco has to consider, okay, is there Flare Blitz maybe going into Calyrex Ice Rider? So do you want to go for Terra Water right away? I think Reflect, though, seems like a very, very safe choice for Francesco here at this turn 1 for sure.
Yeah, and it does fit the team composition and playstyle of Francesco to do so. Just going ahead and starting to ramp up the damage mitigation as quickly and swiftly as possible. Terra, Fire, Koraidon, on the other hand, we know it's so powerful in terms of what it can dish out completely, forcing the Terra Water from the Calyrex Ice Rider. Most importantly here, Iron Head is a great way to be able to circumnavigate around these sort of Terra Fairies, but Terra Water, you want to be able to just wage in as much damage as you can. Helping Hand boosted, it's going to deal a lot.
It will deal a ton of damage, but first let's see. Yep, Reflect will mitigate the damage just a little bit, but which target did Koraidon choose? I think it was aiming at the Grimsnarl potentially. Flare Blitz, boosted by the sun, boosted by Helping Hand, and it's a one-shot on Grimsnarl.
Yeah, no need to try to figure things out when you've got Helping Hand on your side and so many different multipliers. I know it's not a life orb set, but it still deals so much damage as Glacial Lance will not be enough anywhere near enough. Both the Koraidon as well as the Farigra going to show why the Terrifier, even though it's an offensive option, it can also act defensively at the same time.
And now this is kind of risky, now Francesco bringing in Miraidon very quickly and confidently, but they could be speed tying. Koraidon and Miraidon naturally could have the same speed, so since terrestrialization is already committed on Calyrex over on Francesco's side, a Helping Hand collision course into Miraidon might be able to do the trick. However, with Reflect and some bulk that Miraidon usually is trained in, it might just be able to take that attack. And yeah, if that is the case, then we might be looking at a double knockout here coming in from Francesco's side, as both Calyrex and Miraidon sitting very comfortable behind this Reflect.
Yeah, exactly. Going to show why it's so crucial to be able to at least get one of those screens set up as soon as possible, even if the Grimsnarl does go down straight away. Koraidon will be able to outspeed. Collision course into the Calyrex, deals such a pitiful amount of damage, even with the Helping Hand in play. Electro Drift, on the other hand, going for the Farigra right now. Very well targeted, and you pick up the KO, and then you force the Glacial Lance to be single target. And based off of the damage we saw in the previous turn, most likely being able to pick up the Koraidon.
You set up the trick room to get speed advantage in your favor. Miraidon, if it is a little bit slower than the
Vamos ver se ela
usual
trouxe o
Koraidons out
Pomod.
there, then yeah, Koraidon typically, of course, a very fast Pokemon, but can appreciate Trick Room right here. And yeah, that
Trouxe
helping hand
Pomod
collision course
e
just
o
wasn't
Saluna.
powerful
Eba!
enough to
O
really
Pomod,
scratch Calyrex in that
o
position, but there we
seja,
have it.
nível
Pomod
forte.
joins the battle.
This is going to
E o
be very
Calyrex
interesting, Marcus,
não
because the
vieram nesse
Pomod is
momento.
Volt Absorb.
Eba!
It's going to be
Colocou
able
o
to
Pomod.
be
Vamos ver o que
immune
o Pomod vai
to
fazer
the
nisso aqui.
Electro Drift that the Miraidon has locked
Origin
itself into
Curse.
at the moment.
Não, mas ele terá água.
Allowing essentially the Calyrex to be in a position where
Tá,
it
vai
either has
usar
to
o
go on the
fake out. Seria bom
offensive
usar o fake out
or
no
try to get a leech seed up, but
Miraidon.
that invites the potential of a double up
Reversal
into the slot
Blast.
if Ronnie wants to go
Não,
on the offensive.
Revival Blast.
Yeah, and with Pomod, you always have so many mind games because yeah, it could go for a fake out
Oh,
or it could
Pomod
go for a
saiu.
Revival
Legal.
Blessing. So typically, of course, players would like to go for protect, just stall out a couple of turns, that there is no fake out. But here, big play, big decision. Francesco just going for the offensive, however, not quite enough to pick up a KO.
Oh, and the Electro Drift will on the Koraidon, of course, given the speed interactions we saw in the previous turn, is able to pick it off. So Ronnie trying to go on the offensive and play aggressive, essentially. Francesco just sticking tried and true to himself as actually the Revival Blessing will come out from Ronnie's side of the field. This very well could actually be the Koraidon, as there are options to go for the figure out too.
Yeah, maybe predicting the protect play from
Caraca,
Calyrex
esse
here,
ataque
Ronnie
é
wanted
apelão, hein?
to take a
Mas será
second
que só
to bring back one of the
Pomod
fainted
aprende?
Pokemon, and now, of course, they gotta make the decision. Which one is it gonna be? Should it be Koraidon
Ué,
or Farigiraf? They
reviveu o
both come back
Farigiraf?
at half health.
Tá,
And
vamos lá.
yeah, deciding to go with Farigiraf.
Yeah, and I do really love the interaction of Revival Blessing. It allows you a sort of like mid-turn decision-making play where you can revive a Pokemon if it just got KO'd, or at least one of your Pokemon from the slots got KO'd, and then you could bring it immediately onto the field. It's such a good way, in a similar fashion, to how pivot moves work for mid-game sort of strategy decisions.
Yeah, however, now Calyrex Ice Rider is in such a strong position. Could just go for another Glacial Lance, and that might be enough to get the knock on Farigiraf, and Pomod will definitely go down.
Oh, but Farigiraf survives. The question
Agora,
is, how much actual action, or should I say pivotal board state interactions can this Farigiraf force onto not one, but two restricted? Calyrex even at +1. Of course, it's going to absolutely wave that off, and what is not going to be waved off is this Farigiraf being felled by the Electro Drift. Third KO from Francesco's side in an affair that I would even say, actually fourth KO if I'm not mistaken. We've had Revival Blessing, and now we've got Ronnie with the final Pokemon, most likely being that Ursaluna.
Eu acho que se pá, a estratégia do...
Yeah, Miraidon just a little bit too powerful, and this Ursaluna joining the battle a little too late, of course. With the ground typing, it would have been a nice switch into some of the Electro Drifts earlier, but of course, if there is a Glacial Lance, Calyrex Ice Rider next to it, that doesn't quite work. So yeah, Ronnie will have to go back to the drawing board and think about how to approach this matchup. It seemed like they were getting off to a very good start here with the first turn knockout, but this Reflect was just a little bit too much in this game.
Yeah, it really was, and as we can see, the Ursaluna was always worried on being swapped in at any given point because of the Glacial Lance. Obviously picking up the one-hit KO at +1 and getting that game one for Francesco. So, yeah, off to a good start from Francesco's side, even though he had a lot of pressure when it came to the Trick Room being set up, but it just feels like Ronnie didn't have that immediate momentum she was able to bring under Trick Room to be able to counteract Francesco's sort of strategy of getting that set up.
It's really important in situations like that, turn one, to kind of understand how important is Grimmsnarl in this matchup. Is it worth it to potentially give up Grimmsnarl just to set up one screen? And here Francesco made the decision and said, yeah, you know what, if I can just get up the Reflect, my Calyrex Ice Rider, if it's Terra Water, it will be so safe. And yeah, we saw that just how little damage Helping Hand Collision Course did there, and Ronnie just lacked the damage really against Calyrex Ice Rider. So I wonder what would be an alternative way of going about it. Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't come to this battle, so that is definitely something that we might see now in the second game. And then also, of course, we got to talk about the turn where Palmer decided to go for Revival Blessing. I just kind of wonder, maybe it would have been of a little bit more value to try and go for the double shock that turn.
Yeah.
I don't know how much damage that would have done, but boosted by the electric terrain, maybe it's enough to knock out Calyrex Ice Rider, and then all of a sudden, Miraidon would be in Trick Room against Ursaluna Blood Moon, and that is, of course, a position that would have favored Ronnie quite a bit. So yeah, I think there was the one opportunity. Francesco making a little bit of a risky play there, but it paid off, calling the Revival Blessing, and now we gotta see how both players will adapt for the second game.
Yeah, exactly, and we did actually have a bit of a sneak preview of Francesco's other Pokemon, the final fourth being the Incineroar, so that could have been a bit of a strategy for him to be able to act with Fake Out Disruption and obviously having the pivot action going with the U-turn knockoff Incineroar. We know it's a threat. But we have got Game 2 lead online. Calyrex Ice Rider now with the Grimmsnarl versus a more offensive lead from Ronnie's side. The Palmont and Calyrex Shadow Rider are going to be able to put immediate pressure onto Francesco.
Absolutely, yeah. With Palmont out there already, you have the threat of Terra Electric double shock right away. It could also be Fake Out, and this first turn, definitely the pressure is over on Ronnie's side, but yeah, she has to make use of it now, because if Francesco can make it through the turn, maybe with like a protect light screen play or something like this, yeah, and you don't punish that, then it will be really, really tough, because then Grimmsnarl will be around for another turn, could then also set up Reflect, and then we are getting into that position where Calyrex Ice Rider is just so difficult to knock out when it is hiding behind the screens.
Oh, and we have the reactive play from Francesco, not wanting to play around with that slot there, in particular the Calyrex switching out for the Incineroar. Now also able to get that Intimidate onto the Palmer, but most crucially going to be able to tank any sort of Astral Barrage, even though boosted by the Life Orb from the Shadow Rider. But Palmer going on the immediate offensive of the Terra Electric.
Yeah, the little light bulb, it's kind of like not lose its typing. But no Fake Out, Grimmsnarl will get up Reflect, and this could be so important here.
Yeah, exactly, and Astral Barrage, of course, will be coming now. Even if there is going to be a light screen, this is still a Life Orb Calyrex. It deals very respectable damage, in particular on that Grimmsnarl. Plus the double shot, now having the additional damage boost, is going to deal so much damage. It's a 120 base power move. I say so much damage, and of course, Incineroar shut me down.
It's behind a Reflect. It is intimidated. There's no electric terrain this time around, and it is bombed. I mean, hey, it's gonna be real here, and yeah, I think Francesco found a very, very nice middle ground play where, yeah, he didn't want to play this guessing game of, okay, where is Fake Out gonna go? Is it gonna be the double shock? Should I Terra? Should I not? No, he's just saying, okay, I'll put both of my dark types there. This Calyrex, it cannot set up, there is no nasty pot, it cannot really hit dark types, and whatever happens, I won't take that much damage, and we just saw that, and now Grimmsnarl can set up the second screen.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that it is not off the field, similar to what did happen in Game 1, is so crucial. Close combat, not enough, because of the different layers of damage mitigation onto this Palmer. My lordy, U-turn will be able to, I was going to say, break the focus sash for my lordy. That critical hit dealt so much damage in favor of getting the pivot.
Just that interaction right there maybe goes to show a little bit why I don't know that often. I mean, of course, there was a critical hit, but yeah, Incineroar doing more damage with just a regular attack in the Palmer, even with the super effective close combat, not quite able to knock out Incineroar here. Yeah, Farigorov joining the field, that might be able to, stick around for a little while, but yeah, it is tough if you're rooting for Ronnie right here, but Francesco's got to make a decision, and if Miraidon is the last Pokemon, which is coming onto the field right now, there could still be an Ursaluna Blood Moon waiting in the back, so yeah, you kind of have to make the call now over on Francesco's side, and I feel like Dazzling Gleam is probably the move that you want to lock yourself into right here.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Palmer is now susceptible to getting KO'd from the Miraidon, obviously it can go for the Dazzling Gleam or the Dracometer, but most likely the Dazzling Gleam. Unless it wants to try to focus down the Farigorov, pick that ball, and sort of allow Grimmsnarl to go on the offensive Spirit Blade to pick up the Palmer, or even catch out a Koraidon switch in.
Yeah, Koraidon is the final Pokemon for Ronnie and would not be a safe switch in if this is a Dazzling Gleam, so very tough decision to make. I'm even wondering, doesn't make sense to set up a Trick Room right here, but yeah, it probably doesn't, because yeah, you have Calyrex and Incineroar waiting for Francesco. So, just Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam looking really devastating in this position.
Oh, yeah, and of course, it will be activated from Francesco's side. There's no reason to slow down the momentum. Keep pushing forwards. Talking about momentum, we've got the helping hand onto the Polmont. Hopefully, oh my lordy, turn of events. Is this going to be enough because of the electric terrain and the boost? No, it doesn't even go for the read onto the right, but most crucially, it does pick up the Grim Snow. What a turn, what a change of pace, quite literally.
Yeah, maybe there, Polmont had its time in the limelight, but I'm afraid after Dazzling Gleam, it will be knocked out. However, opening the path potentially for
Polmont aqui pelo visto parece que não aqui, né?
Yeah, although Francesco, as we know, had set up the screens both on the physical and special defensive side, Ronnie will have the speed advantage if the Calyrex is going to be brought out.
Now you have already terrestrialized, so unfortunately there is no helping hand, Terra Fire, Flare play available. But maybe even without the terrestrialization, that could be enough for a KO.
If you get a crit,
well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you need it, but yeah, helping hand Flare actually with the reflect up and with no terrestrialization, maybe you need it, but you have Iron Head as well. That could be another option. Of course, you should run some damage calculations. Is it actually stronger than Flare Blitz? Because of course, Flare Blitz is very powerful and boosts by the sun. But you could also get the flinch as well, right? So, yeah, I mean, looks like Ronnie still has a couple of tricks up her sleeve.
Yeah, it's not down and out at all. Gonna really have to come down to read here. Ironhead will target down the Murano, going for the flinch action. Not online, Dazzling Gleam, of course, ×4, super effective on the Koraidon. Faridra, not having any sort of HP remaining, will go down, leaving the Calyrex Shadow Rider on its lonesome self. And Francesco's Calyrex didn't even move, but guess what? It set up the Trick Room just for good measure.
Yeah, just like in the first game, Francesco really understanding the pace of the battle and setting up Trick Room even in situations where Miraidon was next to it on the field, but understanding that, well, it is Calyrex Shadow Rider as the last, and now with Trick Room, Miraidon will outspeed, Calyrex Ice Rider will outspeed, and this game is over.
Yeah, but what a way to go about it as well. We're going to see the Glacial Lance move first, single target, under Trick Room first all the time against Shadow Rider, but it does survive. Then again, the double up will be able to clinch this third win up for Francesco Pardini, still undefeated.
Poxa, que triste, cara. Que triste agora. Queria muito que ela vencesse. A estratégia dela era boa de certa forma.
Supporting the local hero with some chance and clapping, and he definitely deserves it after this victory. 2-0, very, very clinical approach here, showcasing why the Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider combination is so strong. Of course, the typing overlap offensively is so nicely. Very, very few Pokemon get to resist both electric and ice type attacks. And then also having this very, very fast restricted Pokemon with Miraidon, and then having a Calyrex Ice Rider that is slow and bulky and can manipulate the speed with Trick Room as well. Just a very, very strong combination. And yeah, in this battle, Ronnie definitely tried with Palmont, but did a great job. It was like, yeah, that Miraidon and Calyrex combination from Francesco, just a little bit too much to overcome.
It was, but hey, let's not sort of forego that impressive outspeed of the Polmont onto the, let's say, a slower Miraidon over on Francesco's side, but wasn't enough to pick up any decisive sort of board state advantages for herself. But Koraidon there, absolutely getting felled in that game one. Glacial Lance was able to wrap things up quite nicely, even though there was the revival blessing, and Francesco had to go for 5 KOs versus the standard traditional 4 in a regular VG match.
Absolutely, yeah. That Calyrex Ice Rider didn't quite get the KOs in the first game, but then in the second game, it definitely did. That was the turn. Palmont outspeeding Miraidon. Yeah. Maybe if it was helping hand double shock into the Terra Fairy Miraidon, if that somehow was able to get the KO. But then, yeah, in the end, unfortunately, yeah, we had to see Palmont go down, and then the path was cleared for a Dazzling Gleam sweep. This is one of the, I would say, yeah, a motive that keeps reoccurring on those Miraidon teams that also have a Trick Room option. if you can find the right position to put in your Miraidon, usually in the early game, you would want to go for those electric type attacks, but then later on in the game, when everything is chipped down, you maybe were able to get things into range for those boosted dazzling gleams, and then having speed control on your side as well. There are not that many Pokemon that resist fairy type attacks in this format. And then also, of course, there's not that many Pokemon that even if it's just a neutral hit, Dazzling Gleam isn't the strongest move, but when boosted by all the modifiers on Miraidon, then it can really pick up those 2-hit knockouts. So a very, very nice execution of that strategy by Francesco.
Yeah, truly. And it sort of pays testament to how flexible the Calyrex Ice Rider set is with the Leech Seed. You've obviously got the clear offensive positioning of, okay, I'm just going to go set Trick Room up, Glacial Lances, cool, having a good time, getting boost, whatnot. But then you've got the Leech Seed, where it just synergizes so well with, let's say, the general team composition of Francesco, with the slower Miraidon, with the Trick Room most likely being the set speed mode you'd like to go for if there are sort of any sort of weird interactions, faster Pokemon on the other side of the field, like we saw the Miraidon and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then obviously you've got the Glamora if you want to bring it as well. We didn't see it being showcased, however, Grimmsnarl put in a lot of supportive work for all of its buddies.
Yeah, I feel like this mode that you were talking about with the Leech Seed, with the Glamora, this works really well against some of the little bit slower paced teams that are going for a little bit more balancey approach, that like to switch around, that also like to take the game a little bit slower. But then against a hyper-offensive team like the one we saw here from Ronnie, the approach with just setting up one screen that can be decisive, because teams like Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, they really rely on getting those one-hit knockouts. And when you have the Reflect light screen, support your team, and you can just turn those one-hit knockouts into just not quite one-hit KOs. Then is really when those teams can fall apart quite quickly, and when you can create openings for your own restricted Pokemon, like Francesco was doing in both of those games.
Well, exactly. It's sort of taking advantage of glass cannon-like teams as well, if you're able to sort of sponge away the incredible damage that they have at display, especially when you've got damage mitigation options, like we've said. You've got the Incineroars for the physical side. You've got the screens generally from the Grimmsnarl, and yeah, I just really like Francesco's team. Obviously, I love Pulmot. Unfortunately, we didn't see it do as well as I personally was. But
it got a KO.
It got a KO, and it showed off saying, you know, even though I'm using double shot, hey, guess what? I've still got my type beat. And you just, you know, technically go for another double shot, which normally you wouldn't be able to outside of Terra.
Yeah, beautiful, shiny Terra Electric Palmont. In Regulation I, was not on my bingo card. Maybe to you at home out there, maybe if you want to try and make Palmont work, then let us know using the hashtag #PlayPokemon if you have some ideas of how to make it work exactly. Because I think it is such a cool Pokemon. It has a really cool concept going around it with the Revival Blessing as well. And with Volt Absorb, something that didn't come into effect in this game, but of course can be a Pokemon if you, let's say, went for a Terra Fairy, but I guess you can't really afford it with Double Shock. But you could do really, really well against Miraidon, basically.
Oh yeah, you could. You could shut it down type-wise as well if you're able to position yourself to a point where, you know, you're forced to get the Miraidon in a position where it's choice locked, obviously. But regardless, we'll see. It's not down and out for Ronnie just yet. She has picked up her first loss, but she's got 2 more wins, and we do have the winner of our set ready for an interview, running 3-0, none other than Mr. Francesco Pactin.
You can't see at home, but the support here for Francesco is massive. Can we get a cheer, everybody, for Francesco? Pretty massive. Is that going to see them all the way to victory? Congratulations, Francesco. Fantastic game. We had a Pulmot shocking us into life, but the screen time provided by Grimmsnarl, absolutely huge. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great in a season very, very tough for me.
Okay.
So let's see how it goes. I want to play game by game. I have a goal, which is literally to win the tournament 10 years later. My last major win here in Italy. So this is my rhyme, and I want to win again because 10 years are too much.
Wow, have we seen the winner on stream already here in Bologna?
Well, regarding the Pulmot and the screen, was a particular matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Were you prepared for Pulmot?
Of course not. Of course not, but but it's that it's the kind of Pokemon which could be particular, and so I had to Terra the Kali in the first game, so I had to pay attention, of course, because if I Terra water on its side in order to resist the Flare Blitz, then it's a problem for Pomon. So in fact in game 1 I also made an hybrid because I didn't protect the Kali. I think she thought I gonna go for the protect and I don't, so I want to play this way, very aggressively with Miraidon, Calyrex. You have to.
Yeah, for sure. Trick Room was so huge in that game. It felt like as soon as Trick Room went up, that was it. That was sort of the win for you. But then in game 2, Incin and Grimmsnarl were putting in so much work. You had the Reflect, you had the Intimidate, and then, you know, that Pawmot tried its best, the Terra Electric double shot, but into the Calyrex or the Pokemon that just switched in, it didn't do a great deal at all. So, yeah.
I like the way of playing Screen. It's one of the archetypes I love. In fact, I like this format because permit me to play Grimmsnarl. I've always been a great fan of Grimmsnarl and Uldengo.
Yeah.
Because I think that it values a lot my playstyle. I'm a, as you can see, old player. Yeah. At my times, there were Miraidons and all these Pokemon. One-hit KOs everywhere, no? Yeah. So I like to play this way to count all the damages and to also wait for the opponent's faults.
Yeah. How were you able to capitalize on that in that game? Did you feel like there was an opening Ronnie gave you, or did your game plan just work?
Well, honestly, I thought that Grimmsnarl with Reflect was quite compulsory, because otherwise Farigiraf helping hand plus Kali Shadow or Koraidon could be a great problem, a big problem. So, well, Grimmsnarl every day, every time, and then or with Miraidon or with Kali. In game 2 I wanted to start with Miraidon, but because of Pawmot I couldn't. So I won game 1 and I decided to go for Kali Ice again.
Yeah, well, so well, don't fix what's not broken. Well, you've just won 3 rounds in a row. How are you feeling about that?
I've done nothing. Job isn't finished.
No, absolutely.
At Kobe. Yeah. No, it's a long run. I have the experience to say that you can be 3-0, 5-0, 6-0, and not even reach the top cut. So as I told you before, I want to go game by game. Yeah, focused, having a chat with everybody of my community, which is here. You know, this is a special measure for me.
Yeah.
For the season I have, a very tough season, I thought. And also because in Italy, everybody wants to talk with me, and I really appreciated this word. Okay, absolutely. So I'm making everybody is helping me today. So let's see.
It's all about the community, trainers. It's all about the community. How are you feeling about your World's Invitation?
I have to be honest. This is the 3rd major I attended this year. I didn't attend, for example, UIC. It's difficult. I have to at the least reach top 4, I think. But let's see. I want to fight, and today maybe I will not win, but for sure I will be a tough opponent for everybody.
Yeah.
So let's see. I have a good team. I am a good player. I prepared very well with lots of friends, lots of great players from all around the world, from James Beck, which helped me, Edu, all the Team Aqua. So I'm prepared, and let's see what it happens. Because, you know, this game, you have bad matchups, bad luck, and with Screen it's also easy. So let's see. Let's see.
Fingers crossed for you, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
What would be your highlight, now that we're at the end, essentially, of our 2025 roadmap? What's your highlight of the 2025 season?
Well, this season, as I told you, it's the third measure. I hope my highlight will be this measure.
Fair enough. Fingers crossed for you. And you were telling me before that your first Italy National Championship came when you were 10?
2011.
2011.
I was the first Italian national champion. Yeah.
Very first.
I'm very proud of it.
Blazing that trail, absolutely. Well, you should be proud. You should be very proud indeed. That's absolutely wonderful. What's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon in the format, you mean, or in the...
Just generally.
Well, Snorlax.
Snorlax?
Yeah, because it reflects my way of living, sometimes on the sofa. Yeah. No, Snorlax.
I like your use of the word reflect there as well. Thanks for that, cheeky Grimmsnarl too. All right then, well, you've given a couple of shout-outs there, Francesco. Any further shout-outs?
Of course. First of all, to my girlfriend, which supports every day this old trainer. To my second family, Team Aqua, and to all of my friends which are here cheering for me. Believe me, I really feel this energy. So wonderful. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, let's keep that energy going. We're going to hear a little bit more now from Luca Ceribelli, our current world champion. I know we've just had Swiss round 3, Swiss round 4. You're going to want to be tuning in for more. Let's have one more cheer, everybody. I hope you can hear at home for Francesco Bardini, everybody in the venue.
They're all paid.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the variety. I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the big Oh, and what's it gonna be? Luca Ceribelli. Ceribelli becomes the 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to a hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community, helping each other and building up experience at local events. Just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Ceribelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, for the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, prove to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favourite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Ceribelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I've won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade.
Ah, o Poké Center. É só coisinha massa, tá? Oxi. Olha a moça bonita. Aqui aqui, ela gosta de Fluffy, cara. Nossa, eu vou tirar aquela roupa ali do gamer, hein? que legal. Eu não vi pra vender, foi coisa... Que carta? Ah, tem Funko.
There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Olha o Tatsugiri. Que bonito. Meu Deus.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good, and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Você é da equipe Rocket, né? Você é da equipe Rocket? Não. O cara só falou não.
Yeah, I first started Pokemon in 2007, and I started VGC in 2019, and have been playing until now. My earliest memory about Pokemon was beating the Elite Four in Diamond and Pearl, and I remember it being such a challenge I had to try over and over again, and finally did it after like 10 tries. And my favorite starter Pokemon would probably be Chimchar. That was the first starter I ever chose.
Pokemon bem legal.
Originally, I started competitive play because once I beat the games, I wanted to see what more there was, and I love strategy games, so it was a natural transition for me to move into competitive Pokemon because it has a strategic component, but also the game that I loved as a kid.
Era bundle. Era gosto, não era bundle? Diferente.
The most important thing that you will learn as like a competitor is that the difference between like top players and just your average Joe is partially about their understanding of the game, but a lot of it is that more than anything else, confidence is how you win games.
Another stomping tantrum into Como, no protect. Not another critical hit. Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I've always liked to use unique teams, and being recognized for that, and when other people are able to have some fun with the unique teams that I've built, that's always been a standout moment for me throughout the course of playing Pokemon.
Michael is just a couple of turns away from becoming our regional champion.
I wouldn't say there's just one person that I respect a lot. I think I'm really glad for people like Wolfie, who were able to bring a lot more competitive rigor back into the scene during like 2020 and whatnot. One of my best friends, Vishy, has also been a huge inspiration for me. He was someone who introduced me to VGC, and that's the reason why I got into it in college.
Como survives, fires back at Ironhead, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley.
I had originally not even thought about winning a regional, so coming and winning a regional, I have to reevaluate what really is going to be the next step for me. A2ing Worlds or making top cut of Worlds would be fantastic. That would be my goal for now.
A moça tá com 2 drip na cabeça. Pokémon Red e Vert. Legal.
Marcus, I was taking a walk in this cave yesterday, and this rock snake Pokemon just jumps out of the ground. It was really unexpected. Welcome back, trainers, to the Bologna Special Championships. Johnny Merriman, joined by Marcus Harmon.
Estamos quase lá.
You got that right?
I did.
Okay,
I
good.
did get that. Thanks.
Nice. Good. Yeah, after our Seville chat, I just feel like... oh, have you got one?
I got one for you as well.
Oh, let's do it.
Okay. Why did the Wobbuffet cross the road?
Why did the Wobbuffet cross the road?
Why not?
That's really good. That is really good. Marcus, I've got to watch my back. We've got 2 budding comedians here. That was wonderful. Are you feeling proud of yourself? You should do.
I am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When did you come up with that?
I thought of this, like, I think for the previous event, but then you weren't there. Then I saw you with the Boba Fett, and I was like, oh,
perfect.
Right?
Hey, we're just
because I was riding on the bus, actually, as Genius just, like, hit me.
That's always when the most genius things occur. And speaking of genius, Pormont, that was pretty cool. Yep. The previous round. We don't tend to see it. Well played to you, Ronnie. Hope you're feeling really proud of your performance there. Double shock, using up that electricity. I mean, how was it for you, Gus, in that game?
Well, I was shocked. You were shocked.
Double shock.
Yep. No, it was a fun set for sure, and yeah, it's always, of course, like going up against a veteran.
Yeah.
Like Francesco, it's always hard. It's always going to be an uphill battle. But yeah, I think just Ronnie attempted something there, right? Like making some reads as well. And Francesco was also talking about that in the interview that you had about, yeah, Calyrex could have gone for Protect, right? So it was just about getting some calls right and making some risky plays, which I think you have to when playing against someone like Francesco. So yeah, definitely respect to Ronnie for that.
Yeah, there's no margin for error really against such a veteran a player. But from Pormont 2, well, let's expand into the entire pool of Pokemon available.
There is quite a few of them.
Bit of Pokedex quiz time, trainers. Let's see, how well do you know your Pokedex? I kind of back myself, but let's see how Marks and I bet together. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
In ancient times, this Pokemon was worshipped as the emissary of the sun. However, it was also viewed as a burden since it often caused forest fires.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Do you have one?
I do, yeah. You go first.
So, the ancient times, okay, plus the sun and like fires, okay, so it's like a fire type probably from the ancient times, and then the fact that it was forest fires, like I'm getting some Volcarona vibes here.
I'm thinking Volcarona too. I think this is reminiscent of the Generation 5 Pokedex entry for Volcarona. I know that it was worshipped as a sun Pokemon back then. This burden for causing forest fires thing is new to me though. That's interesting.
I didn't know about that as well, and I thought it was kind of in like a sandy environment as well, right? Like you go into the ruins.
That's true, yeah,
right?
That's true. Yeah, but forest fires does suggest bug.
Pokemon
I feel like we're on the Volcarona train. Should we lock it in?
But maybe we've got a couple of
I see.
Of course. Okay. Volcarona is not amongst them, but Larvesta would be there. So yeah, you can vote in the chat for whichever Pokemon you think it might be. Entei, I mean, that is also definitely something that we don't worship. Larvesta, yep, we just talked about everything there. Vulpix definitely also has something going with the ancient tails.
With the sun
around it,
shine like its tails.
And then just like Vulpix, also Torkoal can bring the drought. Set up the sun as well. So yeah, is Torkoal the reason for a bunch of forest fires? I don't know. But
yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Entei, I feel like those Pokedex entries are more about volcanoes, but we could be entirely wrong here. Larvesta does throw a bit of a spanner in the works because it doesn't immediately have that
Vulpix also gives me a little bit of a like fiery vibe there, but yeah, I think I would lock in the Larvesta based on our previous.
I think I would too. Let's see. I hope we're not influencing you in the wrong direction, chat. Yeah, well, we might be barking up the wrong forest tree. But yeah, vote in the chat over on Twitch. Let us know what you think it is. We're gonna say Larvesta, I think. What a cool Pokemon it is. I think Larvesta and Volcarona were the first bug fire Pokemon to be introduced. Very cool combination.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would be really fire if all of us got it right. But well, let's see about that. As yeah, you had the chance to vote in the chat, and yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
what the results will bring.
If you want to vote.
I think we were like kind of close with our Volcarona call there.
We were, yeah.
So let's see if it was Larvesta after all. I did so poorly at the previous one. Yeah. So I hope that we can start off with a point in this one. But
let's see. Before, it's time to find out. What have you voted for? Which is going to be your answer? Okay, 74% Larvesta, and it's correct. Let's go, everybody.
Let's go.
Nice. Okay, that is 1 down. Point to us. But there are going to be so many more coming out. Yeah, only 6% going with Vulpix. That's interesting. We can see the Entei. Yeah, we were talking about the Entei there too. Yeah. I wonder then what Volcarona's Pokedex entry is, if that's Larvesta's.
Well, yeah, if Larvesta was the one that was being worshipped.
Yeah.
What did they do with Volcarona? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Just work a bit more, work a bit harder. Should we have another one?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Marcus, take us through this one.
All right, who is that Pokemon? The fur on its body naturally repels water. It can stay dry even when it plays in the water.
Interesting.
I have an instinct. I mean, we don't get too many furry Pokemon in water, and it's made me think of Weasel and Floatzel, which are covered in fur, and obviously they're watertight.
Yeah, that's true.
Stay dry even when it plays.
And they play in the water as well. I think
Yeah,
they're like a little bit like playful.
Yeah, I could see that. What else could it be though? Fur. What's a furry? What's that Pokemon? Stay dry.
I mean, looking up here, Kingdra, that's not really right. We got Azumarill.
Oh, true. Yeah, that could work. Well, let's see.
Like a Marill.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
okay, Weasel's not even
I
there.
was just talking about Marill,
Hey,
right?
very nice.
Hey.
Marill, Brionne, Vaporeon, or Tauros.
But Tauros does have the fur.
It does, yeah. Get on over to Twitch and vote, everybody. The Aquabreed Tauros, yeah. I don't see it playing, though. It looks too mean to play. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play with an Aquabreed Tauros myself. Vaporeon, does that have fur? Maybe it does. I don't know. It's only got the mermaid tail, which is a bit more scaly. And then Brionne, I'll be honest with you, Marcus. There might be no Pokemon I know less well than Brionne. I don't think I can tell you. Well, I can tell you basic things about Brionne.
Yeah, of course. I always feel like with the first partner Pokemon, like the ones that you don't choose, they're like middle.
Yes.
In the evolutionary line. Like those are the ones that you don't have that much exposure to.
Yeah. What is that exactly? Yeah, this evolves from Popplio, Brionne, and then into Primarina. But then there is Marill there, so that's tough because Brionne is pretty playful as well. You know, it's the seal who will play, do tricks with the ball, chucking around, balancing on his tail. What do you think? For me, it's between Marill and Brionne. What are you thinking?
I think I'm locking in Marill just because I was just like looking for some inspiration. I saw the Azumarill sitting over here, and then Marill shows up, so yeah, it feels like destiny to go for it, whether it's right or wrong.
I will stick by your side, my friend. We will go for Marill.
You sure for that?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? We'll see. Okay. But I think your instinct was a good one. It could be Brionne, but your instinct was a good one. Let's find out.
But once again, it would be funny if once again, like we were thinking about the evolution, and then it's like it's not the Volcarona, it was the Larvesta.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the Azumarill, but it's the Marill. But it could be anything really.
Well, very interesting. I mean, I think Weasel was a good shout, but it's not there, so clearly it's wrong. I'm now intrigued to know what Weasel's Pokedex entry is. I'm trying to think of the other furry water Pokemon. Like, whoever chose these four options had a tough job finding the water Pokemon coming. I mean, maybe Psyduck, but that would be more feathers, I guess. Maybe, I don't know, maybe in a future generation we'll get just a big fluffy mouse. That's a water type. I guess that's already Marill. But really fluffy, like a teddy bear. Maybe a regional variant of Teddy Ursa. I can see that. That'll be fun. Let us know. Let us know what you think it is. Over on the Twitch chat.
Yeah, and then let's see if chat once again believes in our ability to spot the right Pokemon here, or if they want to go with something else. But let's have a look at the result, and let's see if it is in fact Marill.
Yes! All very close.
Barely.
Very close. Only 7% with Brionne there.
Yeah, well, the Tauros, apparently.
Yeah. Very popular.
Up there, but in the end, hey, got it right once more.
Yeah, that Marill, 46%. Decent. Well, congratulations if you got that. I hope you're keeping a tally of the ones that you got correct. Larvesta, then Marill. Let's see if we have time to feature another Pokedex entry, but it's always nice to get a bit of a deeper dive into the lore behind these Pokemon, right? We see them so often on the stage, but it's nice to be able to just refresh our memories about the Pokemon that have been there by our side all along. You teach me and I'll teach you. And we've been teaching you Pokedex entries. That's going to be it for the Pokedex entry quiz. Hope you enjoyed that, trainers. Maybe we'll have time for more later on in the competition, but we are getting our next round ready and raring to go on the stage, and I cannot wait to hop onto our bikes, our Maridons, our Coridons, or our horses, our Glastriers, our Spectriers, and zoom right into the action. I say right into the action, but very shortly. Bear with us for just a moment longer as our trainers get set up. Marcus, what restricted duo would you be running this weekend if you were competing?
That's a very good question. I really liked some of the Maridon and Kyrex Shadow Rider teams that I saw recently do well. But honestly, there's so much going on right now in the format and so many different teams that I would want to try out. It's tough to say. I didn't really like prepare with like one particular team so far. So let's see what does well here, and then maybe that's the next thing on my list to test.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic. There's a high chance if I were competing this weekend that I would be running Solgaleo and Calyrex Shadow Rider. I thought it was so cool at the Portland Regional Championships last weekend
Terra Rock Solgaleo going out from Zach Emerzian with the weakness policy. Yep. Weakness policy boosting your offensive prowess if you're hit by a super effective move. Caloret Shadow Rider going for the bulldoze, activating it, and it works if you're a steel type Solgaleo or you Terra Rock, and then you get that boost. Sweep with Rock Slide, flinches, chef's kiss. Shout out to you, Zach Emerzian. But that was Portland. We're here in Bologna.
Absolutely, and having a Pokemon like that, Solgaleo being like really the last lion standing with all the support around it, that is definitely something that we could also see here with maybe some different Pokemon as well. And on the topic of standing, why don't we have a look at our standings here in Bologna for the Special Championships. And after round 3, we still got a couple of trainers who are still undefeated at the flawless 3-0 record.
Yeah, really cool. We saw Simon Bernard earlier on stream, so do check that match out. I think it was our first Swiss round that we streamed of the day. Still at 3-0, really impressive. Carlos Cabal, this is a name that we've seen rising up through the ranks over the past couple of years. Eyes out for Carlos here.
Yeah, Carlos.
Italians.
Yeah, Carlos, player from Spain, who I was looking at the rankings, and I feel like they are in a pretty good point in the season where they can feel kind of good going for their invitation to the World Championships. But of course, you want to be safe and just get as many points as you can, and maybe even get a win here at a big tournament. And yeah, Carlos, a player who has consistently done well in the last couple of years, but is still looking for that really, really big win to their name, and using a very similar team like we also saw them use in Utrecht with the Ting Lu on a Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta team combination.
Ting Lu reducing the special attack of everything around it. Really, really oppressive in this format, can lead to some slower games. But Marcus, there's a Copper Raja in the room here. We got the world champion right there. We got to talk about Luca Cherrybelly, our current world champion, winning at the Honolulu 2024 World Championships with that signature skip plume by this point. And it seems like an adaptation in a way of the team that they used to win the World Championships, but for the regulations at life format.
Yeah, and it's the same 6 Pokemon, I believe, that they were also using in Utrecht. So definitely something that they have kind of, had their eyes on for a little while. It seems like it is very similar to what we were seeing in the very, very first regional championships that we had in this format. The team that Andrew Ding used to win there. But actually, with Whimsicott over Grimmsnarl and some other small changes here and there, I think it's a very, very strong archetype even still. And even though the kind of the meta game has evolved further and further, Luca Cherrybelly out here still saying, well, this team maybe is a little bit overlooked by some, but it's still very strong, and still an undefeated record here in Bologna.
It's unbelievable, and I think it must be so strange for Luca's opponents, psychologically, you know, no matter what the matchup is, you know, I am facing the current world champion, and that is going to affect some of the plays that you make, for the better or for the worse. It's just the psychology aspect of this game never ceases to fascinate me. And of course, the tournament is but young trainers. We're at 3-0 right now, some of these trainers. As we go through, there will be some losses that start to creep in, and we'll have to see which names will rise up to the fore. But as a reminder, these trainers have the luxury of losing at least 2 games before they're beginning to be out of contention for day 2 tomorrow. So, you know, got to keep it off as much as you can to give yourself the best possible chances. But, you know, just rest easy, take a breath, take one game at a time.
Absolutely, and taking it one game at a time, so important in these long tournaments, because Francesco was saying it early on the couch. You might be at 3-0 now, but you might be at, I don't know, 3-3 in a couple of rounds, and then you're out of the tournament, so you really don't want to stop here, and you want to keep going. You want to get more and more wins. Of course, you want to qualify for day 2, but then you also want to do well in day 2, so the more wins you can get, the better it is. And that is, of course, what all these players will try to do. And we've got 2 of the undefeated players as well that we will be featuring in this round as well.
Very exciting. Yeah, Francesco Pardini, who I'm just speaking to in the interview there, was, you know, just one, but very level-headed, just saying, on to the next.
Yep, on to the next.
On the next game.
Achieve anything? I mean, of course. A player of his caliber, like if you're 3-0, like for a lot of players, of course, that would be a big accomplishment, but he's just like, well, okay, I've been here, I've been in this situation before. Things have gone well from this one out. Sometimes things don't go so well when you have a good start, but yeah, for him, it's really about the thinking game after game, and only like you're like don't celebrate too early. Like, celebrate when you've actually won something. And well, he didn't win the game. Like, he is here to win the tournament. That is what he said.
Exactly. You've got to take those breaks though in between your games. Make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you're having a little snack along the way too, because again, it's the mental aspect of this game that could be surprisingly draining for the trainers. Here, all of those reads, trying to predict what your opponent's going to do, just decompress with friends, or just find a quiet space in the venue just to take a moment to yourself. All very important. Everyone has their own ways of dealing with it. I remember speaking to Marcos Perez, who was talking about how they will just keep pacing around the venue in between rounds. They just like to keep that momentum up, like to keep that energy up, helps them keep focus. So, you know, each to their own.
Absolutely. And yeah, well, we are waiting. It seems like the next round has been paired already, so we're yeah, we gotta have a look at which players we will have and which pairings we'll have. One thing that I noticed when looking through some of the standings, there seems to be a new combination of restricted Pokemon on the block. I'm not gonna talk too much about it now. I'm sure we'll see it later on. We won't have it, I think, for this round, but yeah, there is something out there that I haven't actually seen so far in this regulation. You wanna take a guess?
Now, this is the thing, I don't know if it's going to be two restricted Pokemon that are fairly common, but we've never seen them together, or it's going to be something brand new.
Koraidon and Miraidon.
Koraidon and Miraidon, okay. I'm not gonna say for now.
Okay, let's see.
You will find out at some point, I'm pretty sure. Like, some of the players that I've seen are using this team, they tend to do pretty well. And yeah, let's see if we will have this yeah, secret team that is out here in Bologna. If that will be revealed later on. If you at home have some ideas of what it could be, of course, let us know using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We love to join in the conversation over on X and social media. But yeah,
just ditch this out without harmonizing, Marcus. Let's sing that play Pokemon.
Okay, let's do it. You want to count us down?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Hashtag play Pokemon.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're the singer.
And he's sending us right into our notable matches, trainers. Which matches are going on in the venue right
into our
notable matches? Hippolyte Bernard and Simone Zamito is what we'll be featuring. Simone, a player with such incredible achievements to their name, and exactly the same with Hippolyte, but we'll talk more about that team in just a moment. Mark Cotter, Alessia Fusca, Lewis Markle, of course, the runner-up in the Utrecht Special Championships versus Lorenzo Alamagna, and Salvatore Calogero versus Emanuele Briganti. Apologies for any mispronunciations there. Great to see a Ho-Oh coming out once more from Salvatore.
Absolutely, yeah, and yeah, coming with a lot of support Pokemon as well. The dual fake out there on Salvatore's team with Iron Hands and Incineroar. But yeah, one thing that draws my attention in here is Terrapagos and Calyrex Shadow Rider. That is a duo that we have seen quite a bit, but it didn't get that big win yet. And maybe here in Italy, I heard that some Italian players really like this type of team or this type of archetype. So yeah, maybe it's time for Calyrex and Terrapagos to make an impression here. But that's an amazing matchup that we have, that we will feature in this round. Simone Sanvito, Hippolyte Bernard, 2 win yet, and maybe...
Vou ter que pausar, Now, Orgepon Fogo. E Billabong. Ok, contra Calyrex Ghost. Zamazenta, Raging Bolt, Among Us, Chimpao, e Chindu.
Maybe here in Italy, also having a good time there. Yeah, it's great to see, of course, some of our players that have done so well in the past. They are still hungry for more.
Simone is a trainer with a fantastic sense of humour as well, and I'm sure that's going to pay dividends, putting Hippolyte at ease. But I mean, they look perfectly relaxed there on stage. I believe I'm right in saying that Hippolyte did quite well at the Bologna Special Championships this time last year, and maybe we'll have the confirmation of that. Yeah, there it is, Bologna top 4 in 2024 here. But then, as recently as this year, 2025, top 16 in Stuttgart, Hippolyte. Then, of course, over on Simone's side, a two-time regional champion and an IC champion as well. Hippolyte does have that one regional championship title from 2020, looking to add another to their roster here in Bologna.
Yeah, Hippolyte, a player that was known for using Shedinja in restricted formats, so yeah, yes. Looking forward to seeing, of course it won't be Shedinja, but imagine if we had Shedinja.
That is terrifying.
that is terrifying, yeah. For sure. But yeah, without too much further ado, we'll jump right into it. It is Lunala with Calm Mind. He is cooking, or he was cooking. Maybe that's what he's hinting at. Yeah, that is a team that I've used myself for a little bit. And I think it's actually one that is pretty strong. I know Hippolyte has quite a bit of practice with this particular team because he's used it to a decent finish at an online tournament very recently. And yeah, Choice Scarf Miraidon paired up with Lunala. This is a team where I can confidently say the pace of this team, Lunala is the star of the show, or it's the, I don't know, the moon of the show. I don't know if you can say that, but setting up Calm Minds, having leftovers, grassy terrain support, double fake out support, light screen reflect, Thunderwave support, follow me support, all of the Pokemon down there are there just to support Lunala, just help it get more and more Calm Mind boosts. And then Miraidon looks a little bit weird, but is actually very, very helpful to have against certain matchups like against Calyrex Shadow Rider, because it can outspeed and also do a lot of damage with Snarl, reduce the special attack. And also it can provide electric terrain, which is really, really important against the Movers, because that is a Pokemon that can threaten to spore Lunala. And yeah, that is one of the dynamics that I'm looking forward. Simone, they're hinting at maybe Sleep is a mechanic that we will see coming up in this matchup. But yeah, that could be a great matchup for sure.
The electric terrain, of course, shutting it down the sleep opportunity on any grounded target. You cannot sleep on electric terrain. Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta will be the restricted pair of choice for Simone.
Opa, bom dia, Alexandre. Benção, benção. Como é que você tá, cara? Salve pra você. Bom dia, dormiu bem, Alexandre?
Calyrex, of course, likes to sweep, but so does Zamazenta. Calyrex, a special attacker. Zamazenta, a physical attacker here. Comes off so nicely with the chip pals, sort of ruin on the field, reducing the defenses of everything around it, so that Zamazenta hits even harder. Calyrex running the Encore tech here as well, locking opposing Pokemon into the move they just used on the field. But if you want to slow things down, there comes that Tinglu. Ruination is so nice, it's just going to halve the HP stat of any of its opponents, meaning you don't have to invest too much in its offensive prowess. It just means that the Tinglu gets off reliable damage. I say reliable, but it's not 100% accurate, that move. We'll have to see how well it connects down into Hippolyte's team. So now, we can see the two teams facing down against each other. The moon of the show versus, let's say, the vessel bringing the entertainment to us in Simone's fantastic team. Two different restricteds here. The Snarl and Miraidon is going to be crucial, putting the pressure onto Hippolyte's Calyrex Shadow Rider here.
Yeah, and you're making some amazing points there, and I think all of these are things that the players would have to consider Encore, on Calyrex, of course. If you can lock Lunala into Calm Mind, that would be devastating. So that is something that Hippolyte will try to avoid. Maybe that is already enough to kind of force Ogerpon to be brought just for the follow me. And then Tinglu, of course, is a Pokemon that you really have to care about as well. So yeah, Ogerpon might be a Pokemon to consider for Hippolyte, but it seems like they want to take things very, very slow here in this game one. Grimmsnarl and Incineroar.
Lead time trainers, Grimmsnarl and Incineroar, such a nice lead into Simone's Chien-Pao and Zamazenta. The cat and the dog, both physical attackers, you're reducing their attack stat here, and you can set up Reflect with Grimmsnarl, keeping your Pokemon oh so safe. Hippolyte looking for the comeback here in Bologna. Simone looking to add to their already stellar roster. Which one of these trainers will be winning our Swiss round 4? Fake out. Zamazenta not able to act here. It's just going to have to sit and wait for a turn as Grimmsnarl does indeed peer at Simone's Pokemon from behind that sparkly screen. Screen not going to be clean by Chien-Pao's. Go for the Taunt. Not a move we see too often on the Incineroar, meaning they cannot go for something like a parting shot.
Yeah, Taunt is actually a move that is seen on these Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider teams quite a bit recently because of how good it is in stopping some of the supporting options. So yeah, really nice taunt there, but I feel like the first turn definitely favoring Hippolyta just a little bit. Calling back Incineroar makes sense. You want to preserve Intimidate for later, and of course you don't want to be hit by a body press.
Light screen now, Grimstone able to set up its other screen. If you're watching on
teams quite a bit recently because of how
connecting into
the Pokemon, you can see the dividends that the Reflect pays, even with the Sword of Ruin on the field and the Life Orb chipping away at Chien-Pao. The Heavy Slam super effective, but the Grimmsnarl bulky enough with all that hair surrounding it to take the hit.
Yeah, really nice double up there, but at the same time, Hippolyta also identifying that, well, Grimmsnarl is not actually in that much danger and now could go for a potential Thunder Wave into Zamazenta. That is something that Simone definitely would not want to see, because this Chien-Pao does not have Crunch. The only dark type attack it has is Sucker Punch, so Lunala was a very safe switch in there, and that is something that Simone has to think about. How do you want to deal with Lunala? Because yeah, those Pokemon on the field right now, Zamazenta and Chien-Pao, they definitely can't do it. And if Hippolyta wanted to, he could start setting up those coal mines right now.
Let's take a look. I mean, Grimmsnarl, yeah, it's got the screens up. You may as well lock into one of your pesky support moves. Lunala, though, is going to be embracing the fairy side of things. It's become a fairy type on the field. And it would make a lot of sense to maybe predict a taunt and just go on the offensive with Lunala right away, knocking out Chien-Pao. That would be a huge win for Hippolyta. Let's see if Simone finds that play. Zamazenta might not be able to move this turn. There is the taunt into the Lunala. There's going to be no calm mines coming out from that Pokemon, but did Hippolyta lock into that move? No, just going on the offense with Moonblast. Chien-Pao's not holding a focus set. These are going to be easily enough to secure the knockout.
A very, very big play by Hippolyta, taking out Chien-Pao. That is a huge win for Hippolyta, because now it means that, well, of course, Grimmsnarl gets knocked out in the process, but you were able to set up both units. You were able to get a Thunder Wave paralysis down on Zamazenta. And, well, you had to commit to Terrestrialization just to make sure that it wasn't some sort of Sucker Punch play. Maybe I would have even liked for Hippolyta to save the Terrestrialization for later a little bit, just to make it a little bit more ambiguous as to what their plans would be. But now Hippolyta might be able to just switch out Lunala, get rid of that taunt, and then be in a really, really good spot.
Are they going to be able to do it safely as Incineroar hits the field for Hippolyta, emerging into the wrestling ring? That will be Ting Lu joining the field for Simone as well, so that Lunala's not hitting as hard as it was before, reducing the special attack of everything around it, and of course the Zamazenta isn't going to be able to hit through that paralysis.
Now, not only is this a Ting Lu, it's also a Saltless Ting Lu, so really that Lunala won't do a ton of damage with Moonblast onto Ting Lu. However, at the same time, there is not that much healing coming out, so if you can just whittle down at the Ting Lu, and I think that is the strategy Hippolyta wants to go for, then yeah, they would still do a little bit.
Ooh, that's more than I was expecting, to be honest there, Marcus. Body press connecting into Hippolyta's Incineroar, and could have been super effective. Heavy Slam onto Lunala here and breaking the Shadow Shield, but no, needing to remove this Pokemon that's slowing down the physical attackers on Simone's side so much.
Yep, and yeah, while Ting Lu will probably be able to get off at least one hit, it seems like Hippolyta has found a way to, yeah, beef up their Pokemon. With Reflect, we see just how little damage, well, it was still quite a bit, but not enough for the knockout with Body Press on Incineroar. So now that allows Hippolyta to reposition once more, bring in their fourth and final Pokemon, right on another special attacker, but if the continuous Moonblast can come out here, yeah, maybe they can take down Ting Lu like that.
Where's it going? Is Ting Lu going to be hanging on here? Certainly he is. Only a sliver of HP remaining. Special attack drop really not mattering in the face of that physical attacker. Big body press there into Miraidon. That's about a third of its HP. Hippolyta's got to be careful. There's the Ruination. So lovely. Just ignores the effect of the Shadow Shield there. So Lunala's HP has been halved.
Yeah, and with leftovers, of course, Lunala has a way to recover
Qual seria
slowly but steadily. Also, Taunt ran out, so yeah, potentially, if you wanted to, you could go for a Protect, but there is not really any need to do that. As
Electro Drift from Miraidon careering round the Velodrome into Simone Zamazenta, but it does hang on. Is that going to be enough damage for the turn? Is Miraidon just now a sitting dragon on the field? One more Moonblast into Ting Lu, and it's down.
But what will Zamazenta do? If this is Heavy Slam into Lunala, this could do a ton of damage.
The vessel is empty, but how is Zamazenta going to respond? No, just another body press into Hippolyta's Miraidon. Really fantastic damage, and the Miraidon is not got the choice specs, but it's still locked in with the choice scarf. It can only go for Electric Attack. Holding the specs, that Zamazenta surely would have been down.
No caso com esse biscoito, não lembro o nome, mas você lembra como é que é os detalhes do biscoito? Se o biscoito é sabor chocolate, não lembro os detalhes não, porque aí biscoito redondo de chocolate tem um monte. No caso, sabe o que eu tô achando? Eu tô achando que não é nem biscoito. Eu tô achando que você come rosquinha. Você passa, de repente, até rosquinha e você acha que é biscoito.
Reading Hippolyte's mind as the Astral Barrage connects down into that freshly switched in Incineroar for the Maridon. Not very effective, of course, and Lunala taking it really well.
Você já viu que horas tem, cara? São 7h36 da manhã. O Marlon até chegou a falar um oi aqui no chat, mas sumiu. Se ele não tá jogando showdown, ele deve estar dormindo. O Urso aparece de manhã lá para as 8, 9 horas. E o Dragos eu não sei nem se vai aparecer aqui na live, então é isso. Let's not forget that there's always the chance for a full paralysis on Zamazenta. What it did happen the past couple of turns, it's always something that has to be on Simone's mind as well. And now with this special attack drop, let's see how much damage Astral Barrage can do. Is he going to be able to claim the knockout and get a double Grim Nade boost? It certainly is onto the Lunola, but not Incineroar. This means Hippolyte is going to have to switch in the Maridon from the back. The critical hit unconfirmed as to whether that mattered, whether it would have hung on without the critical hit there. That's the Terra Ultra down. Simone with the 2 restricted left. Yeah, Incineroar still taking KO now. But body press comes out. Not going to the body press. Zamazenta outspeeding. The Rocky helmet, really good chip damage on Zamazenta there. It's oh so low. It cannot take any attack. But now with the Maridon coming in, you can even potentially go for the Snarl, and it's not very effective onto Zamazenta, but it should secure the knockout.
Yeah, but there's always the threat of wildcard, so I feel like you have to think about, well, do you want to play for the full paralysis now? But then at the same time, Simone also could think about, well, maybe if Hippolyte is targeting into Calyrex, you could try to go for Protect, but that is not what's happening.
No Protect, just the Electro Drift into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is down and out. Zamazenta all eyes
comes down to this. Will Zamazenta be able to move or not?
Can Zamazenta hit through the paralysis? Can it secure this game for Simone? It certainly seems to. Hippolyte's Maridon down. It couldn't have been finer margins there, but the dog has barked straight out of the kennel. Simone's had beat on home turf here in Italy. Is claiming game 1 of Swiss Round 4 at the Bologna Special Championships.
Finding a way back into this game, really impressive by Simone. It looked really dire after allowing your opponent to set up screens with Grimstar, getting paralyzed on Zamazenta, but in the end, Zamazenta was like, well, I might be paralyzed, but you know what? I'm just going to hit anyway. I'm still going to outspeed Incineroar anyway, so it didn't actually matter that much in this battle. And while Lunala looked so strong there in the first couple of turns, getting Ruination down was a key moment for Simone, getting
Então eu sou muito leigo com relação a isso, mas acredito que o colesterol não se passa assim, mas tem tratamento para sempre deixar controlado, acredito eu. Melhoras aí, o framboesa. Toma vitamina C, toma os remedinhos de resfriado direitinho, pega um pouco de sol, entendeu? Vitamina C, toma os remédios e toma um pouco de sol que rapidinho tu vai tá curado aí, rapidinho, cara. Se cuidem, melhores pra tu, framboesa. Pensando no teu nome agora, ô framboesa. A framboesa ela é vermelha, né? Por isso que tu é vermelho, né? Eu não lembro agora que cor é a framboesa, mas acredito que ela seja vermelha. Mirtilho que é roxo, né?
So that is something that Hippolyte already exploited, because the switch into Lunala is just so safe, because there is no crunch. So I would be surprised if we saw the same lead again, and Simone is switching things up, and at the same time, for Hippolyte, I like the approach that he had, I like the grip that he had on the game, but he wasn't quite able to convert it into a win in the end.
Yeah, the Calyrex Shadow Rider of Simone really threatened here with knockoff from Incineroar, double super effective. Of course, Calyrex is a low focus, Asher will be able to hang on.
Galera, quem não deixou o like, se puder deixar o like, deixa um like aí, beleza? 3 horas e 22 de live, cara. Olha só, passa muito rápido.
yeah, Ting
Vou
Lu
pesquisar a
doesn't
cor da
really care
framboesa.
about
Ou
intimidate
ela,
that much,
ou
more
ela é
about the
vinho
screens,
ou ela é
because
vermelha.
Ruination, of
É
course,
alguma
does
dessas
guarantee
pessoas.
damage, and
Amungus
big
pro
switch up here.
Simon.
Amungus is the Pokemon of choice for Simone in this battle.
Spirit Break is going to reduce the special attack of Ting Lu, but Ruination is just going to be hitting just as hard. Knock off, though, removing the Assault Vest from the Ting Lu, making it far less bulky. That can be huge for Hippolyte in later turns. There is that Ruination connecting down once again into Grimmsnarl.
Okay.
Don't have either screen set up yet, which you probably want to do before you're potentially going to sleep.
Yeah, and really Hippolyte identifying Ting Lu is public enemy number 1 at this point. You just really kind of want to commit all your hits into that Pokemon, but unlike in the first game, this time around, Simone has brought Amungus, and Amungus has Pollen Puff, so all the damage that Hippolyte was able to do here, Simone might just be able to, click Pollen Puff on Ting Lu, heal it all the way back up, and while getting rid of Assault Vest is nice, at this point, if Simone as Ting Lu can just sit there and spam Ruination for a couple more turns, it will be really, really tough to withstand the pressure of Calyrex.
And the miss of the Will-O-Wisp onto Ting Lu over on Simone's side. Ting Lu is currently running rampant. Its bowl is overflowing as Grimmsnarl is now trapped on the field. A bit of silly duck. There it is, Marcus. There's that Pollen Puff landing right into Ting Lu's vessel, and it's going to heal Ting Lu right back up to full. What was that sound? That's exactly how it sounds. Just take notes. That's the bubbles in the vessel bubbling over. Now, is the Amungus going to be better at breaking through paralysis than the Zamazenta? Or the other way around? Will Amungus be paralyzed when the Zamazenta will?
Yeah, I mean, Grimmsnarl out on the field, might as well set up some screens, and seeing that the damage on Ting Lu is not permanent because of the healing from Amungus, Grimmsnarl setting up Light Screen, and Incineroar, going out of there, but once again, lowering the attack stat of Ting Lu is not really going to help that much. Bringing in Miraidon, though, that would help, because that would set up the electric terrain, and that would prevent any sleep from Amungus.
It's tricky into Simone's team. You don't have Dazzling Gleam on Hippolyte, you have the Snarl being run instead, so you don't threaten the Ting Lu with super effective damage. Just give me another Ruination. This is what happens if Ting Lu is left all alone on the field. Just connecting and reducing HP bars left, right and centre by half. And going for the Spore, of course, Miraidon switching in electric terrain prevents the sleep from going off. That Grimmsnarl, not much longer for this field with the Sand Tomb set up.
And Miraidon, well, it's nice to bring it in here to set up the electric terrain. You really don't want it against the Ting Lu, so Hippolyte will have to have another turn where he doesn't really do any damage. Is forced to kind of go for the Volt Switch here, switch out, maybe bring in Incineroar back again, but all those turns are turns where Ting Lu just sits there, clicks Ruination, and there is no healing over on Hippolyte's team besides, leftovers on the Lunala, but that's not going to be enough here, I feel like.
You can set up the screens all you want, my friend, but Ruination is going to hit right through them, do exactly the same amount of damage. If you're unfamiliar with the move, it just halves the HP stat. So now Miraidon, for example, is at half, it would just halve that again. If Pokemon were at 1 HP, it would eventually secure the knockout, but it's a great way to get that big burst of chip damage as Incineroar once again rejoins the fray. The Volt Switch, good for a little bit of chip into the Amungus here.
Yeah, and you really gotta wonder, there's no way getting through the Ting Lu, but at the same time there's also no way getting through the Amungus.
Então no caso, os biscoitos recheados é qualquer recheado. Porque tem, por exemplo, tem o passatempo recheado, tem o sem recheio que é o de leite, tem o, no caso, os recheados é chocolate e morango, tem o passatempo de chocolate, passatempo de morango e o passatempo de leite. Então desses três você só pode comer o sem recheio de leite, no caso. E, por exemplo, o traquinas tem vários, né? Tem chocolate, tem de morango, tem o meio a meio de chocolate de chocolate branco, tem o meio a meio de chocolate de morango, tem o de limão. Então nenhum desses você poderia comer. Ah, tá, beleza. Entendi. Mas e rosquinha, você pode? Rosquinha Mabel, não sei se você conhece. Alô, Mabel, patrocina nós também.
Here we go.
More healing for Ting Lu, and well, it is burnt now. I don't know. I need to work on my timing for it. I don't know when exactly it happens, but the is going on now.
Então,
Grimmsnarl is now eventually knocked out. Well, one could say it did its job, but like the job was like it was working on something, but then like they realized, oh wow, like this project, Grimmsnarl, the project you were working on, I'm sorry, like corporate told us, we're not actually going with it, like thinking of your work, but
Let's look into it for Q3.
Yeah. The screens don't actually do anything against Ruination, and while of course Ruination also doesn't get any knockouts, together with the Sand Tomb is a really nasty combination because you can just whittle, you can just like whittle down at them with the Sand Tomb.
Oh, and also Terra noise as well. There it is, Terra, Ting Lu.
Yep.
It's going to be the Terra Fairy Crown emerging from Ting Lu's bowl. This is certainly the MVP of this game for Simone. Ting Lu is taking Intimidate, it doesn't mind. It's Will-O-Wisp, it's Burn, it doesn't mind. It's hitting through screens, it doesn't mind. It's got the Ruination Harmony HP. Lunala can set up those calm mines, and it does have its Shadow Shield intact. It's not going to be taking as much damage while its HP is at full. Knock off in Team Mungus, really respectable damage. That was a critical hit, to be fair to this little cat that could. The Mungus' Rocky Helmet is down and out, so no more recall damage coming from physical attacks into that slot. No, the Snarl didn't do very much damage at all, but you've broken Lunala's Shadow Shield and a responding critical hit, giving Incineroar a taste of their own medicine.
Now there is of course leftovers on Lunala, so it won't be for too long.
Você pode comer doce de leite à vontade?
Yeah, just a tiny one this time.
Okay, that's
Porque tecnicamente o doce de leite, segundo o pessoal do mundo maromba / fitness, é o doce que o pessoal pode comer à vontade quando está fazendo alguma coisa. Dieta, quando está fazendo alguma coisa com relação à musculação e tal, que quer comer um doce. Então, tecnicamente, o doce de leite é o doce mais neutro ali para comer. Você pode comer.
Because this Lunala, it's affected by Vessel of Ruin. It won't do that much.
No pão sim, puro, no caso puro, você não pode.
Sitting quite safe, but now actually,
doce de leite no pão deve ficar gostoso, né? Uma torradinha com doce de leite deve ficar gostoso.
And maybe that is the opening that people needed to get Lunala into position.
Maybe it's kind of depressing seeing how many
eu sei que torradinha com Nutella deve ficar, nossa, eu falei, deve ser maravilhosa.
And now, as Amoongus finally went down, I feel like we're approaching the next kind of stage of this battle. So,
depois que ver isso direito, porque tecnicamente o que o pessoal do os nutricionistas, o pessoal que faz esses negócios de maromba e tal, eles dizem que o doce de leite é o doce que você pode comer ali se você tiver com vontade, entendeu? Em vez de um brigadeiro, algum doce assim, alguma coisa, você come uma colher de doce de leite. Torrada com doce de leite é bom. Eu nunca cheguei a comer torrada com doce de leite. Já comi torrada com geleia. Sei que torrada com geleia é muito bom. Dependendo da geleia, nossa, aquela geleia de...
Going for Ruination, but now it's the time where you can just go on the offensive.
Electrodrift is no longer in the electric terrain and the Vessel of Ruin. Look
recomendo.
at that, hitting with the Snarl as
puder
well.
Dia comer uma geleia com puder comer uma torrada com geleia, é muito bom. Sabe um doce talvez que você poderia comer? Tecnicamente não, eu acho que não pode ser considerado um doce, mas é um doce. É gelatina. Gelatina eu acho que tu ia gostar. E se pá, você poderia comer bastante, porque gelatina não leva tanto açúcar assim e ela é... Eu acho que dá pra comer em grande quantidade. Eu acho. Mas tudo assim, negócio você tem que ver direitinho com o médico, cara. Entendeu? Você deve ter, com certeza, tu deve ter alguma opção de doce que você pode comer. Assim que você não dê problemas, entendeu? Pra você. Tá, vou usar mais uma então. 1, 2, 3, 4, nossa, o Ting Lu pra não cair nessa, né?
Snarl here, double super effective onto the Lunala. Yeah, it's not doing too
much. Gelatina é muito bom. Aqui em casa a gente costuma comer ou gelatina com leite condensado ou gelatina com creme de leite. O pessoal, meus pais gostam muito de gelatina com creme de leite. Fica gostoso, tá? Mas eu prefiro com um pouquinho de leite condensado. Fica muito bom, muito gostoso. Mas com creme de leite não fica pra daquela de limão. Cara, pra mim, cara, qualquer gelatina. Tendo gelatina aqui em casa, eu me acabo de comer, cara. Eu gosto muito de gelatina.
-5 attack, -4 special attack. Doesn't really care. It's just sitting there clicking urination.
Gelatina é muito bom, cara.
But yeah,
eu acho
all
que
of this
se
is of course to set up for Calyrex Shadow Rider in the very end. When now there are no more switches available,
não sou formado em medicina, não
for a
tenho.
Terra Ferry.
Sou muito leigo com relação a essas coisas, mas
it's just so tough to come back from a position like this.
Really looking like the writing's on the wall for Hippolyte here, but another Moongeist beam just for good measure, and is it finally going to be able to KO this Tinglu that's been such a thorn?
One round of applause.
Yeah,
for the Tinglu.
You have been you've done an absolute stellar job in this game, but it's looking like it's going to be more of a Winlu as the
coloca leite condensado, aí ela vem toda inteirinha, né? Você quebra ela e mistura junto com o leite condensado junto com a gelatina. Caraca, fica muito bom, cara, muito bom. É um doce que eu não dava nada e acabou que é legal. Alexandre, tu pode comer sorvete? Tu deve poder, mas não deve poder comer tanto, né?
But Hippolyte was like thinking about it. Well, should I just go for the terrestrialization? Should I like waste everyone's time? But no.
2-0?
And Simone will win the set.
Meu, foi 2-0 pro Simon?
It's like water off Psyduck's back. Look at how calmly and collectively Simone is taking that victory. A little bit of a wake-up face rub there to keeping themselves alive. And again, Hippolyte, speaking of keeping themselves alive, very much still in the competition. That's just their first loss of the tournament so far. They can afford to lose one more before they start to get nervous about whether or not they make day 2. But really, really cool to see Tinglu doing its what it does best in regulation setting here.
Que não leve tanto açúcar para você poder consumir.
All the way back in regulation C, I believe. They're paired with a Gyarados. You remember that?
Yeah, Gyarados.
I was very. Oh yeah, well he's still around, but like he's not in this format apparently.
Let's use his full name, Gareth Doss.
Anyway, yeah, that Tinglu in a Moongus position, that was really tough to break in the second game, and I think it all came down to the first game where actually Simone, I thought, was in a pretty bad situation from the get-go. Tinglu going down, Jianpao going down, but then in the end, finding a way back, this critical hit on Lolana might have been decisive, but then also having Zamazenta attack paralysis. Yeah, that is what sealed the game there in the end for Simone in game 1. There we see the final body press, game 1. Hippolyte not too happy to see that, but then Simone thought about it and was like, well, you know what? I think there's an even better way for me to approach this game. Even though I won the first game, let me do something different. Let me rely on this Amoonguss and Tinglu position. And even though Hippolyte was finally able to break through those two Pokemon, then he had to. He was greeted by a Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta in the back end, and then realized, well, you know what? Like, actually, there's no way I can come back from this. And hitting the forfeit button, which means, funnily enough, the last knockout of the game was Hippolyte's, but then he was like, you know what? I actually don't want to keep on going with this. Well, I got rid of the Tinglu. My goal is accomplishment now. I already finished before the game.
And looking at the other two Pokemon that Hippolyte had available, they would have been really nice answers. You've got the Oberlon Flame and the Rillaboom here, both threatening physical super effective damage. Of course, it's the special attack that Tinglu reduces everything around it. I mean, the Rillaboom kind of anti-synergistic with your Miraidon, of course, is overwriting the electric terrain there. But Opon, a very valid choice, and of course, you can just crit through as well with Ivy Cudgel, critical hit chance. So, very interesting as to why Hippolyte didn't bring those Pokemon, because they're not too disincentivized either from the other side of the field.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where like it really depends on which Pokemon everyone is bringing. Like, for example, if Raging Bolt made an appearance, then all of a sudden Ogerpon isn't that great. Into that. But yeah, I feel like Ogerpon, that would have been the adoption that if Hippolyte was able to win one of those games, then maybe for Game 3 we would have seen Ogerpon make an appearance. But as it is, Simonis and Vito proving why he is a two-time regional champion and an international champion as well. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that required a lot of training for Simone, of course, to get as strong as he got, right?
Yeah, I think it did. And I think, Marcus, I have a suspicion that Simone would have been frequenting his local scene. So let's take a look at what's on offer. If you're thinking of dipping your toes into the competitive water, let's see what's in store for you.
Pra eu conseguir comer. Um air fryer. Ah tá, pra eu conseguir comer batata frita e pastel. É, porque ele seca, né? A air fryer seca. Se pá, chutar qualquer coisa que sua mãe colocar na airfryer e você consegue comer, cara. Ó, coxinha, enroladinho de presunto, muita coisa, muita fritura. E assim, o que sua mãe pode fazer se, por exemplo, ela tiver que fazer fritura para alguma coisa, em vez de usar óleo, ela usa banha. Banha, além de deixar o que você está fritando mais gostoso, fica menos gorduroso. Não perde sabor, mas não perde sabor, no caso, mas fica muito gostoso. Não perde sabor, não fica muito gorduroso, entendeu? Não sei se você, sua mãe, ela usa banha para fazer comida ou alguma coisa, mas se não usa, eu recomendo, é muito gostoso. Você sente a diferença de você comer, por exemplo, uma coxinha frita no óleo e frita na banha. É muito diferente, muito diferente. Banha é bem mais cara, mas vale muito a pena, se puder. Entendeu? E aí qualquer coisa, se ainda assim ficou, se ainda assim ficar gorduroso, que eu acho que não fica, mas se ainda assim, espera um pouco, né? Espera esfriar um pouco, coloca no airfryer e pronto. Você tira o resto do óleo que ficou da gordura ali, né, no caso. Entendeu?
You've got, I don't know, say 5 people's worth of development happening at the same time. And so you're just going to get better at the game 5 times faster than you would have done otherwise. But I think it's time that we hear from our winner of that previous game. It wasn't Ting-Lu's, it was Win-Lu with Simone Samvito. We're going to throw it over there with that sound we know so well from the previous game. Marcus, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Você só pega um pouquinho, pedacinho.
The magic spell has been cast, and we are over here with the winner of round 4, Simone Samvito. Congratulations, how are you
feeling? E fica gostoso, não fica? Não sei se tu consegue sentir a diferença do óleo, das coisas fritas no óleo para as coisas fritas na banha. Você sente a diferença de sabor, é nítido. Se você já comeu coisa frita no óleo e coisa frita na banha, você nota a diferença. É muito, assim, você morde, por exemplo, você morde uma coxinha, você não sente o gosto do óleo junto com a coxinha. Você sente um sabor diferente. Entendeu? É diferente, cara. É muito notório o gosto. É muito notório. Minha mãe disse que pipoca de micro-ondas é veneno pra mim. Porque eu não sei. É porque se pá, aquelas pipocas que vem no saquinho que você faz no micro-ondas, elas devem ser muito gordurosas, entendeu? Eu acho que ela é mais gordurosa do que a que você compra um milho de pipoca para fazer, por exemplo, entendeu? Deve ser por isso. É só ver a tabela nutricional, Alexandre. Quando comprar, se você tiver um pacote de pipoca de micro-ondas e um pacote de milho de pipoca para fazer, é só ver atrás a tabela nutricional, é muito mais gorduroso que passa, entendeu? Por isso. E como você tem colesterol alto, é um veneno. Daí por isso eu posso comer. Então, a tua mãe já chegou a fazer pipoca na banha? Eu nunca cheguei a fazer pipoca na banha, não sei se tá bom.
I love Ting-Lu. Ting-Lu is one of my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon competitive-wise. It's not good right now, it's more of a niche picks. Obviously when you play against Miraidon, Lunala, as I said before, it's Ting-Lu playground. Game 1 I didn't use it very well, because I didn't
aqui em casa não dura não, cara. Todo mundo gosta de pipoca.
Didn't tear it and didn't use the terra on anybody else. And also I just used it in the back because I was afraid, because he had a lot of grass offense. Game 2 I tried just to read it. Honestly, game 1 was not my biggest performance, and I got kind of bad there, not gonna lie.
mean, it was just down to a full para potential at the end.
Chat e bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Down to a crit, and also, given that I got full para very early in the game, I think it was like turn 3 or 4, I just kept attacking, and all of the attacks were very crucial for me. And also I got an Astra Barrage crit on the Lunala, which I don't think would have killed her. For light screen, for a special attack drop, I don't think I would have killed. So I was just, at that point, I was just kind of thinking about my game 2 and 3 game plan.
Well, you didn't need the game 3 at all. You were able to take it.
If you have plot armor, you don't need to play for game 3.
Normalmente você coloca manteiga ou manteiga um pouquinho de óleo e espera estourar, entendeu? Chat, eu vou pegar mais água. Vou encher a minha garrafa aqui, vou pegar mais água e já volto, beleza?
I mean, you're already secure in your invite, right? You were saying you've got well over 1,000.
Right now I'm playing just for my ego, honestly. Also for to get maybe a travel award or a stipend for words. But right now I'm just playing just to get better at the game. NAC is next for me, and then Worlds. And given that my Worlds performance have never been so good, I just want to just practice, play a lot of Regulation I, to maybe to hopefully come towards with my best, in my best shape I can possibly be.
Yeah, that's a good mentality to go forward with. You mentioned that the Worlds is coming up on the horizon, and that means that our season is almost at an end. Do you have a specific highlight across the season?
No, my season is not been that good, honestly. I went for top, making finals to 2 regionals the season before, to being the guy who play at X3 tables during day 2. So my season has not been good. My highlight would have been, I guess, helping William, the guy that won Birmingham regionals. I helped him with playing Miraidon, learning it. Like before leaving for the tournament, we were on call, just analyzing games, discussing how to train the Pokemons, game plans, and all of that. So I guess that would be my highlight of the season.
Makes perfect sense, and we're about to conclude this interview, but before we do, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone here or watching?
Obviously to my beautiful girlfriend who's watching me right now, that's helping me to get the mons and always supporting me. Then all of my friends, thank you Justin Tang and Shepa for helping me decide on the Shempao moveset. Also thanks to my guy Lichess, who's been teaching me singles, and I've named my team Blue after him, fun fact.
Excellent, and good luck for you for the rest of the tournament going forward. Round 5 is right on the horizon, so I'm going to teleport back behind the desk, and we'll see you there very shortly.
Thank you.
O que vocês falaram aí? O que tu falou aí? Ou falou alguma coisa, Alexandre? Você quis dizer que você entendeu, framboesa? Aliás, tu viu que cor é a framboesa? Acabou que tu sumiu, falou mais nada? Você tá pegando negócio que tem comigo? Lembra, eu quero saber a palavra. Antes de saber a palavra povoado em linguagem. Hã? Como assim a palavra povoado em linguagem? Não entendi nada, framboesa.
Hi there, Pokemon trainers. Charlie Merriman here, and I'm joined by Marco Statter and Lee Provost. And today we're going to be talking about Intimidate in VGC, traditionally one of the most useful abilities throughout VGC history. But there are, of course, ways to counter it. Why don't you explain?
Yeah, Intimidate, one of the best abilities the game has ever seen. And especially in double battles, of course, Intimidate affects both of the opponent's Pokemon, lowering their attack stat, and that is just so useful. Switching in Pokemon with the Intimidate ability from the back
Aí do nada parece alguém doando 800 pila. Vai ser massa, hein? Oh, vai ser muito bom. Meu Deus. Lá no Bologna Itália, estou com 132 gols. Boa!
For example, so in
Artilheiro, hein?
Arcanine or indeed Cantonian Arcanine, we've seen some play with that as well. Salamence, Gyarados, so it's really ubiquitous.
Yeah, there is a lot of users, probably not as many as
Artilheiro, hein? Eu diria que é artilheiro.
but it's such a strong ability. But I think now, if you look at the format, we've got a lot more ways to kind of deter it and kind of counteract it, so it's not as effective as it
8
has
horas da
been
manhã,
previously in
chat.
the past.
3 horas e 48 de live. Desde já, muito obrigado. Bom dia a todo mundo. Sou só um pouco bizarro. Imagina, né? Nada demais, só 300 mil horas no jogo, assim, nada demais. Não tem com o que se preocupar, né, o Alexandre?
Just cycle it in and out as you were once upon a time.
Yeah, of course, Defiant sharply boosts your attack stat when you're intimidated, so you go from a -1 in your attack to a +1. So yeah, that obviously can pay dividends on the damage output that you would be doing in King Gambit, but also there's the competitive ability, so you get a boost to your special attack stat rather than your physical attack, and of course that would be at +2 stages as opposed to +1, because Intimidate affects only the physical attack, and Pokemon like Empoleon now get access to that competitive ability. And Marcus, how about other ways like items that we might be able to counter Intimidate?
Yeah, Clear Amulet, of course, is a big one, and you can just put that item on any Pokemon and make it immune to Intimidate, pretty much. So Landorus Therian is one Pokemon that can make good use of that item, and yeah, with that, then the question is, do you even want to bring your Pokemon with Intimidate to the battle if it's a battle, if the ability is nullified? And of course, there's also other ways that we've seen recently where with Urshifu, with their attacks always getting critical hits, and of course that also bypasses the negative effect of Intimidate. So I feel like trainers have to think a little bit more than just putting a Pokemon with Intimidate on their team if they want to stop those physical threats.
Yeah, those guaranteed critical hits are going to ignore any Intimidate attack drops, so that's a really useful technique to be able to have. And of course, we've been indexing quite a lot on the physical attack in this discussion, but Intimidate doesn't really do anything when you're using a special attack.
No, of course not, and I think that's one of the big, pluses. You've got a lot of Pokemon that are just relying on that special attacking stat, so they can kind of just bypass the Intimidate and not really care about it at all. You've got big attackers like Flutter, we've seen the impact that that's had since its introduction in Scarlet and Violet, and that has been, primarily a special attacker, big special attacker. So you've got a lot more special attackers that are kind of making waves in the format now, so it does make it more difficult, like Marcus touched upon, to kind of always bring that Intimidate user, especially because you've got these item choices.
Ô Alexandre, você tá jogando literalmente um jogo que no anime o egoísmo prevalece. Então você realmente acha que os caras vão passar a bola, os caras estão literalmente interpretando os personagens. Se parar pra pensar, eles estão fazendo certo. É até errado falar isso, mas eles estão fazendo certo. Eles estão sendo os Bullock da vida.
A Pokemon like Milotic would be running perhaps an Adrenaline Orb in the face of something like an Incineroar, get that Intimidate, which obviously doesn't affect Milotic too much because it's a special attacker, then a boost to its speed, and obviously it's super effective against Incineroar as well. An item that we haven't seen too much, but maybe there's a place for it still. Sure.
Yeah, actually, I think maybe on a Golden Go, you use Nasty Plot. Similarly to how Circuitry back in the day also made use of Adrenaline Orb with Tail Glow. Maybe Goldengo could fill a similar role. Maybe you're onto something there.
Well, you heard it here first, trainers. Maybe Adrenaline Orb is something we'll have to look out for in the future of VGC. But thank you so much for joining us in our little discussion of Intimidate. Will it continue to be as popular? Only time will tell. So let's get back to the action.
Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, shining a spotlight onto some of the best items being used right now in the Scarlet and Violet era of competitive Pokemon. This time, be on your guard for the Ability Shield. This item prevents any other Pokemon from affecting the holder's ability in any way. For instance, their ability can't be nullified by the Mold Breaker ability or by neutralizing gas. Therefore, the Ability Shield is the ideal item for a Pokemon that heavily relies on its ability to do its job on the team. One effective
Você
use
tem
of
que
it
ser mais
is on
egoísta que
Landorus
os
therein
egoístas
form.
do
If paired with a Wheezing
Alexandre.
as a teammate that has set
Entendeu?
neutralizing gas on the field, its intimidate ability can still
Ah, é isso
function.
mesmo, a ability
But on
shield
top of that,
ele
it means Landorus can now
protege
drop the
do
attack stat of opposing
você
Pokemon
não
who
levar
would
o
normally block
negócio, né?
Intimidate, such as King Gambit with Defiant or Dragonite with Inner Focus. So trainers, keep the valuable ability of your Pokemon insured. Arm up with the ability shield.
Tá. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Felicidade.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here at the 2025 Pokemon Bologna Special Championships. And guess who I found? I found Mr. Simon Vart de Bort.
Yes, that's me.
That's you. Hello. How are you doing, mate?
Thank you for sticking me up in the crowd.
I saw you. I was like, oh my god, let's get you on straight away.
Thank you for that. I'm having a good time, honestly. I just have lost my last round, but honestly, all really good matches. They've all been so tight, so exciting, really. It could have gone either way every time.
Você faz gol de meio de campo e gol de goleiro praticamente. É esse o personagem que tu gosta, Alexandre? Tu tanto fala aí? Tu querer tirar?
You can feel that as well, and the motivation that these players have to get a solid result is honestly astounding to see, because every round I'm fighting for my life.
I get it. I absolutely get it. And I've spoken to quite a few Italian trainers as well. They're sort of treating this as their own Italian national championship, you know, like we used to have back in the day, but obviously no longer. But regardless, it sounds like the competition has been very fierce. What are your 6 that you've brought for today?
Well, I brought a team with Calm Mind Lunala this time around. I've got Scarf Miraidon, I brought Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Volcarona. So
that sounds like my team that I brought in the previous event, except for the Volcarona.
Well, yeah,
we should talk.
Yeah. No, I was actually inspired by Paschalis as well. Because they had Smurgle, but the French players were also playing a version but with Volcarona, which I really liked as well. Adam Shefawi came to our locals, destroyed a few players there with that team, but the team seemed really fun, and it already clicked with me because I liked Calm Mind Lunala, and I was like, honestly, if the team is working for him, why not for me?
That's very true. I mean, if you have a potent team, it allows you a lot more flexibility to be able to sort of manage certain board position states and whatnot. So, I guess so far then, 3-1.
Yeah.
Really good effort, mate.
Really
Congrats. Keep it going. Do you have any advice, generally speaking, to any new viewers that would be interested in participating in the competition, sort of tips and tricks in terms of either preparing for the event or whilst at the event having better ways to be able to
All right, my first would be have a good breakfast. That's very important. It is the first meal of the day. It is how you just work out, and that is how all the energy that you have in your brain, in your body to get going. Then you, when you're sitting at your table, try to take notes. Maybe you're not a fan of taking notes, but taking notes helps you remember if your opponent tears or not later in the game, because sometimes games can take long. My third one would be, honestly, do some stretches. Like sometimes you just need some stretches in between rounds. There we go. You just gotta get them in, because sure, sitting down a lot, that doesn't mean that we don't get to move. Because sometimes I move a lot when it's high matches too, of course. In between rounds, sometimes just a little stretch here and there, always good to have.
It makes sense because, you know, there's so much going on in your mind and there's so much energy being used. Then the rest of your body kind of forgets, and you're like, oh, well, I need to give it a bit of a reminder. Shake it up, wake it up.
Exactly. Sometimes just shake it a little bit. That's absolutely, no, honestly,
I agree.
Absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Because even if you win a round or lose a round, there's always the next round. Yeah. You've got 8 of these rounds at the very least, and those rounds, you want to be in peak condition with your mind, body, and honestly with your belly as well. Definitely don't forget to eat.
Optimal performance is peak and very big consideration. So I guess talking a bit about yourself, we spoke a bit about your day so far, the team, general advice that you have. What other events are you rocking up to? I know that we're still in Bologna, but do you have any other events currently planned? Because I know you're still in the running for the top 75 qualification.
Yeah, I am very much trying to get that top 75. There's one more event, and I'm looking very much forward to it. NAIC. That is the big one. It is the one that I wanted to do because it is an event I've never done before. And honestly, I just wanted to get that energy from there because I love EUIC. EUIC is my first tournament, and it's a tournament I do every year. So I want to see how our American brethren have that energy, how it is, because of course they tend to be a bit larger as well. So I wanna just throw my hand there and flip it all backwards.
I was gonna say
backwards and have some nice battles there.
That's really cool, and I think that's a really good inspiration as well, and motivation for trainers that want to explore different regions as well, because you know we've got perhaps different play styles sometimes, depending on meta evolutions and preferences when it comes to, let's say, EU, NA, LATAM, Oceania, the whole bundle,
honestly,
yeah. Like, I mean, there's so much.
Like, there's a lot of culture in these events, even when we're just playing Pokemon. We all have the same amount of Pokemon. We have the same amount of Pokemon that we can bring, but still the culture in between, like what these players love to bring, what these players love to play as well. And it also gives a little bit of shine of the personality of the players as well. So it's always like fun to see.
It's very rewarding.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. But, I mean, I'm going to leave you to it because I know that the rounds are going to start again. So thank you so much for your time, Simon. Greatly appreciate it. We're wishing you the very best.
Thank you.
Next couple of rounds.
I'll do my best.
You got this. You got this. Oh, yeah, so that's been us. Thank you so much, everybody. I will be catching you very shortly.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon.
A história do Gold aí, cara. Ó o Gold aí, ó, pra quem tava falando do Patiriço, ó.
It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's fourth consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Daí vai dar giros da sorte. Aí eu vou tentar conseguir. Vou sair de volta. Ou Yukimiya. Espero ter falado os nomes certos, né? Sae e Yukimiya.
2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers
falamos em inscrevermos certo, Alexandre, a comunidade do Burlock vai bater na nossa porta e vai falar: vocês estão ferrados.
Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to his Gale's ability,
é muito, cara, eu acho muito massa esse ataque.
Or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage. Each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sajin showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in 6 Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. Pokemon World by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Pachirisu foi lenda,
Yeah, we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu
Mano,
makes it
pensar
out.
que esse bichinho, cara, aguentou ataque, olha isso, cara.
That's some good damage on the Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze on the Talonflame, it's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could fall immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit him.
Nossa, que susto, Alexandre. Eu li rápido ali, nossa, eu li um negócio muito errado agora, cara. Nossa, eu tô meio susto aqui, cara. Ai, peraí, deixa eu respirar. Caraca, mano, nossa, foi muito pesado agora.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory.
Aí você teve que ir com ele, né? Por isso, né? Por isso você teve que sair.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. Get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite! Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence. And the Earthquake, is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down! Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine
se Absolute Cinema tiver uma tradução de imagem, cara, isso aqui foi Absolute Cinema, tá? Tá? Isso aqui foi Absolute Cinema, cara. Isso aqui foi Absolute Cinema, cara. Draco Meteor. Mano, isso aqui foi Absolute Cinema, cara. Essa cena foi Absolute Cinema.
Pachirisu's not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back out there.
Isso aqui foi.
Sejun, Park, and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC.
Rato elétrico ganhou o Mundial.
That success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was
todo
looking to fill.
competitivo
Thank you for watching.
entender uma coisa: jamais se define um Pokémon. Eu ainda bato na tecla. Todo Pokémon é útil, é só você saber usar. Isso aqui é a prova viva.
Now, I was going to open with a terrible joke just like Charlie usually does, but we can't all be such a merry man. Hey. Welcome back to round 5 of the Bologna Special Championships, here with Charlie Punchline and Jamie Boyce. So, yeah, Charlie, how are you feeling after such a terrible joke?
Well, I'm feeling really good because
you know I love a terrible joke, Jamie, and I've actually got one for you. I've just had lunch. Did you hear about the meal that contained plant Pokemon?
I did not for the sake of this joke.
It was an odd dish. Are
you having a really good time? Did you have a good lunch?
Diferencia você saber jogar e não saber jogar. Então, como eu sei usar o áudio, então como eu sei usar o áudio, não vou usar ele. Então, mas aí depende. E tem uma série de fatores, Alexandre. Todo qualquer outro, sim. É só você saber usar. Mas você precisa entender que, às vezes, não é porque ele é útil que ele vai ser usável naquela situação. Às vezes você tem que abdicar dele para usar outro, ou você vai usar, por exemplo, o áudio. Você vai usar o áudio. Seria bom você ou ter um time montado em cima desse áudio, ou esse áudio cumprir um papel, né? Não é nem suprir, é cumprir um papel fundamental no seu time. Opa! É tu? Eres tu?
And docile also suggests more lap rather than Roger. And we're going to have 4 options coming up on screen. If you want to vote, go over to the Twitch chat, tune into the Twitch stream to be able to cast your votes to what you think it is. Well, there they are. Okay, so we can get rid of Cranidos and Drillbur straight away, right? Wow, Jamie, wow, you're not building up the suspense at all, but Vampy, Cranidos, and Drillbur, we don't know. Where's the trunk going now? Yes,
beleza, eu quem?
Yeah, that would be his head just headbutting to try and cast stuff out, but you know the Drillbur trainers, get over to Twitch and cast your vote for what you think it is. My suggestion is Cupid, but you know, what do we do?
Was my initial
Deixa de preguiça,
yeah, we'll have to see. We could do some more elephant Pokemon, I think. Some more elephant-based Pokemon. I do enjoy an elephant.
Would you consider Drowsy as having a trunk?
Yeah.
Estamos aqui acompanhando o regional.
Estamos aqui
desde 4h20 da manhã praticamente. Eu vou ter mais algumas horinhas, né? Para eu poder dormir. Eu até cheguei a descansar, mas não queria dormir. Dormir eu vou dormir para não acabar. Quando acabar a live. Aí eu vou dormir um pouquinho. E amanhã tem que acordar ainda mais. Amanhã, ó, hoje a live começou 4h20, basicamente, né? Tava dizendo 4h30, mas 4h20 e pouco já tava começando. Aí, os caras me colocam amanhã pra 4 horas da manhã, ou seja, ainda mais cedo. Eu uso o time inteiro, então se eu voltar a usar o áudio, eu vou ter que tirar a mega então lá. Colocar mega áudio. Não, pô. Deixa a mega com a Gardevoir e faz com que pra não perder espaço, faz o áudio no seu o redirecionamento do time, entendeu? Faz ela usar o Follow Me, os golpes, né, que redirecionam pra ela, tenta fazer ela bem bulk, né, ela bem tanque, e tentar bufar o máximo possível o aliado que estiver do lado dela, entendeu? Eu não lembro se ela tem habilidade, ela habilidade que quando ela sai de campo ela recupera a vida, eu não lembro agora qual é o nome da habilidade.
Excellent. 6 for Bambi and then 4 for Jobber and Granados. Very nice, cool. Well, maybe the next one will be...
Eu não sei como é que é o resultado pra me dar áudio.
Stop bragging, come on. Just because you're on a good streak
Tem que
right
ver
now.
é uma série de fatores, como eu disse, Alexandre. É uma série de fatores. Mas, o Alexandre, eu sinceramente acho que se você for fazer um time novo, começa a vê-lo, principalmente com o Marlon. O Marlon hoje aí um pouco competitivo, um pouco bastante, né, ver com ele de usar... ver com ele se compensa ainda usar o Aldino ou se não é melhor usar um Amungus, entendeu? O Amungus está muito mais em conta para pensar. Regenerator, acho que a habilidade se chama Regenerator, sim. Quando você sai de campo, você cura a tua vida, se eu não me engano é isso.
We'll have to see what the option
Heatran's not reasonable.
Olha, Mega Mortal,
okay, Magmortar, Gouging Fire, Delphox Chandler. So scan few sightings of this Pokemon. There's a short video that shows it.
Eu acho que tá mais válido usar um Amungus, entendeu? Para redirecionamento, porque ele tem Heat Powder, ele tem Heat Powder, ele tem Cold, que não é... Ele tem como redirecionar as coisas, entendeu? É basicamente isso. E aí, deu pra descansar? Ou não dormiu nada?
I think you're probably on something with Gouging Fire there.
Yeah, and I'm between Magmortar and Gouging Fire now, I think. Yeah. But given my initial assumption, I think it would be dishonest of me to go away from Gouging Fire after saying it was an option, and then it is actually
time
for me, I'm going to stick
with
Gouging Fire. I wouldn't be
tem
surprised if it's Magmortar.
Para cada Pokémon cumprir a sua função, né? Cada um ter o seu papel no time. E não importa se tem tipagem repetida ou não, entendeu? O importante é você ter cada um dos seus Pokémons cumprindo um papel e eles terem sincronia, entendeu? Porque não adianta, por exemplo, você colocar um Tyranitar com Sandstream no time, sendo que nenhum Pokémon seu se beneficia do Sandstorm, entendeu? Você só vai tomar dano à toa e você só vai ocupar um slot no teu time, então... Entendeu?
Chandler, so we've got Fire Ghost, Fire Psychic, Fire Dragon, and Pure Fire. Oh, I do love Magmortar, I've got to say. Those evolutions in Generation 4 of original Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I do really like them.
Which is your favourite of those?
Electivire, I think.
Oh, nice.
I do like a good Electivire. I thought that was really cool when we saw that for the first time. I did like Electabuzz as well, so.
Yeah, might be Magmortar for me, but I think it's maybe Porygon Z, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I do love the Porygon.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Get on over to the Twitch chat, vote for. Which Pokemon do you think that is? Scant few sightings. Yeah, my instinct when I saw that was Paradox Pokemon, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, Jamie. And it's time we can take a look. Let's see which Pokemon is that going to be. I'm going to be making like my Wobbuffet pin here and going all wrong. What's the percentage? Oh wow, it's Amy.
Oh, that's not bad. Come on.
What you said, 86.
No,
so this is 3. Go back and see like much closer. That 1% is crucial.
84%
Olha, falar eu não sei, mas pouquíssima coisa eu entendo.
Wow, okay, Gouging Fire, very much. Well, you're clearly feeling on it today, trainers, and we respect that. We salute you, 84%. Going for the correct answer, Gouging Fire. Haven't seen too much Gouging Fire regulation that let's hope that we get to see more of it.
O terreno elétrico, o Alexandre, eu não sei se eles vão usar ataques elétricos. Eu sei que o terreno elétrico, ele não deixa os Pokémons que estão em campo dormir. Entendeu?
Cataracts, Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. This is the pair that everyone was hailing coming into regulation set night.
Well, it was the most obvious pairing that should be good and have really good synergy. Like, you've got White Guard to protect Cataracts Shadow Rider from opposing Cataracts Shadow Rider, and obviously all the other spread boost, but that is the most significant one. Ghost and Fighting is amazing coverage, because the Fighting covers what would resist or be immune to the Ghost type attacks absolutely perfectly. So, yeah, the synergy is obviously there, and we've been seeing some slight innovations. Like, I think there's been 2 main Shadow Rider and Zamazenta teams that have popped up. We had Luis Markle get second place with the very classic
rotating fake outs to support the nasty block Calyrex. And we just had some Zamito just on stream in the previous rounds going with what had the focus dash Calyrex, and he said in the interview that the Zamazenta was actually the main focus and the main damage dealer of the two restricted partners.
Então, por exemplo, o pessoal usa muito o Miraidon e o Lunala. A Lunala de Electric Seed. O que a Electric Seed faz? Se tiver terreno elétrico em campo, ela bufa um dos status. Então, por exemplo, se o status maior da Lunala é a velocidade, assim que o Miraidon entra em campo e coloca o terreno, a Lunala vai ganhar um pouco mais de buff na velocidade dela. E sabe quem roubou a joia durante o certificado? Joia? Eu nem sabia que o Orango estava certificado com a joia.
Very similar composition. That ability shields Coridon with the Wheezing was quite a cool innovation to be able to just stop all the abilities except Coridon, but then you still have the Orichalcum Pulse going off and getting that huge damage increase. So yeah, I think that's the main Coridon Shadow Rider team that we've seen pop up. But I think there still can be some innovation if people don't want the Wheezing to stop the abilities and free up the item on the Coridon, because we saw like Life Orb was very good in the UIC, overtaking Clear Amulet a little bit, but I think the Life Orb was, I want to say that Life Orb was dropped off, even though it was the main set that won the international. So yeah, you're right, I'm curious to see.
Pirando na batatinha falando que o Orango tem certificado tem.
What about the individual restricted Pokemon? How are those stats looking? We're going to see Kyogre surfacing from the Sea Basin on this.
Você não precisa nem gastar um slot para Pokémon aprender o inglês. O Pelipper, ele tem habilidade que coloca chuva em campo. O Kyogre tem habilidade também, é sono. Eu tô vendo. Eu que tô com sono não tô entendendo nada. Então assim, se você tiver um Pelipper em campo, ou um Kyogre, ele já bota a chuva direto. Você não precisa nem se preocupar com o teu ataque, entendeu? Você não perde um slot à toa colocando o ataque. Você pode ter esses Pokémon que tem a habilidade para fazer isso, entendeu? É a mesma coisa o Sol. Ó, o Purple coloca o Sol, o Mega Charizard Y, se eu não me engano, coloca o Sol.
You certainly can't turn your nose up at that. And
Deixa eu ver quem mais coloca o Sol. O Groundon coloca o Sol. O Coridon coloca o Sol. Eu acho que só, né? Eu acho que só isso.
The Calyrex Shadow Rider more splashable, let's say, with other restricted Pokemon. Terapagos kind of, at this point in the metagame, locked into being run with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It'd be great to see some more innovations coming out there. I know the Groudon's been picking up in usage as well, but there's none out there. And in fact, speaking of Groudon, I just speak to a trainer out there who has just brought the one restricted as if it's regulation set G, and it is Groudon. And the Psyduck. They saw Rayquaza and thought, no, I see your airlock. Instead, I'm going to bring Cloud9 with Psyduck. And it's got Icy Wind and Disable, and it sounds glorious.
I'm going to have to look up their team afterwards. Like, you really intrigued me with that. Like, yeah, Psyduck turning off the weather. I mean, you've got your own drought as well to turn off, so...
Exactly, yeah.
Qualquer time de clima, se for bem usado, souber usar, entendeu? Se aproveitar da chuva, é muito bom.
Our top 12 Pokemon, non-restricted, okay, so the three, I would say Horsemen, but of course we've got Calyrex running around in the field now. Incineroar, Earthtree, Rapid Strike, and Rillaboom, they are out in front, but time and time again in these recent regional championships and regulations at I, we have seen Grimmsnarl and Ironhand overtake the Rillaboom there. My prediction, Jamie, is heading into day 2, that Rillaboom will no longer be in third spot.
I think that's a reasonable shout. No, we have for sure been seeing Pokemon like Grimmsnarl really pick up in usage. It was used a little bit back in Regulation G when we had just a singular restricted, but having screens to reduce the damage on 2 restricted partners is obviously going to be more impactful than just one. And then it starts to really compound with the extra bulk that the restrictors have available because they have extra stats on top of just the regular Pokemon. So yeah, Grimmsnarl being in the top 5, that's no surprise at all. I don't think there's really anything too surprising coming out from this graphic that we're seeing. We got Amoonguss that was really picking up because of the lack of Miraidon in the top cuts, that was able to go for its spores. You'd have thought that Amoonguss, because Miraidon is the most popular restricted, wouldn't be as
used as much because it obviously turns off the spores, but still up there on the top in the top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. That is so threatening. My goodness. It's scary against certain teams. I was enjoying running OO teams earlier on in regulation. So that's Luna did just kind of found that team really tough. Really tricky, and having a resurgence, a renaissance here in regulation set I. Interesting because it was the talk of the town as we headed into regulation set D for the World Championships in Yokohama a couple of years ago. Well, yeah, I think with Grimsnarl as well,
a velocidade inverte. Então, em vez do mais rápido atacar primeiro, é o mais lento que ataca primeiro. Então, é bom fazer pokémons que não tenham muita velocidade. De preferência, quanto menos investimento na velocidade, melhor. Entendeu?
At the Utrecht Special Championships wasn't even running screens. Well, it was fake out and fake is underway.
It was a fake Grimsnarl, yes.
Yeah, and what was the last one?
It was Foul Play, Thunderwave, where they're rounding off the moves, which, you know, Grimsnarl can be used in more unique ways, but I think that overall the screen set has been settled on as just the most effective because, as mentioned, being able to reduce the damage output on Pokemon that have really good defenses makes it even harder to break through, so it makes perfect sense why the screen set is the most common.
What are we going to bring to your screens now? It's the standings of our trainers in the venue. Let's see how they're getting on. Let's take a little gander. Let's see which of those trainers are having that undefeated run thus far. It's Carlos Cabal again. Giuseppe Musico, these are the names that are jumping out to me here. Liam Westland from the UK. Yeah, Carlos running the Tinglu that we saw run absolutely rampant in that Hippolyte Bernard versus Simone Sanvito match just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I think the Tinglu was very, very well positioned. Obviously, if you're going up against a Miraidon, you're a ground type, and a Lunala, you're a dark type, and you reduce special attacks coming out, it makes perfect sense why Tinglu is going to be able to slot on very, very nicely. Of course, you do have the slight downside of reducing your own special attacks, so the Raging Bolt and the Calyrex, and technically the Amoonguss is reduced as well, but I don't think that matters too much, given that the Pokemon that you would want to face down with the Tinglu, that's the more important thing to shut off. Even if you made yourself slightly weaker on your side, reducing them is the important part.
Yeah, and it was Ruination that really was the MVP.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Reducing your HP bar by half, you just keep spamming it. But Giuseppe Musico as well, of course, we're in Italy, an Italian player. Really interested to see what team they're running, what restricted pair they have opted for here at the Bologna Special Championship. So we'll take a look at Giuseppe Musico. Calyrex and Zamazenta, okay, so repping the most populous restricted pair here in Bologna.
Yeah, this is a very obvious pairing to go for. It would look like from this, like these 6 Pokemon, this would be more likely the setup Calyrex, because as we've seen, we kind of had a split of Shadow Riders and Zamazenta teams where you either set up the Calyrex and you fully support it, or you just go with the offense, you've got Sash, and you just try and blast with offense. And based on the composition, you've got the double fake out, you've got the redirection. Wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be that setup Nasty Plot Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Will it be able to sweep through the competition this weekend? In fact, will it have access to Encore, perhaps? That's also a tech that we've seen picking up on our Calyrex Shadow Riders. You've got double grass here with Rillaboom and the Amoonguss too, which really nice in the face of all those Miraidons that we've seen running around, our most popular single individual restricted Pokemon here. Scanning our name down here, I don't see Francesco Pardini on that list here. So yeah, I mean, we featured Francesco on stream earlier today. Make sure you go and check that out. Has so many supporters here in the venue. There might still be 4-0. We can't feature all of these names on the screen here. Simone Sanvito we featured too. There are plenty of Italian players out here in full force, and it's unsurprising. We're at the Bologna Special Championships, and the last chance saloon for so many trainers to get the last championship points they need.
Yeah, potentially there's going to be some trainers that need to make it into day 2, some that just need any kind of points and maybe will make them secure, and some that need to win the whole thing to be able to get to that World Championships with the direct invite. So yeah, everything is still absolutely on the line here. This tournament is the last chance for us to influence the meta as well. Like our regional level tournaments are going to end with this tournament. Yeah, then there's of course the North American International, then there's going to be the World Championship, which is still going to be Regulation I. So this is our last chance to influence the meta going forward.
When you said us influence the meta, I thought you meant me and you. And I was very flattered for a moment.
Yes, like a, you know, fake Grimsnarl.
Yeah. Well, you for sure. What do I remind me? I'm a King Swiss swim with my Kyogre. That's why it's on my caster predictions. Because, hey, you can set out the rain and maybe King Sweet, maybe Wolf, you did it in Toronto, would love to see it again. Anyway, let's see what matches are going to be going on in the venue, and potentially what match we're going to be able to bring you. Very exciting indeed. You love to see it. Oh my goodness, Lorenzo Silvestrini, a regional champion from our previous season versus, have you
heard of, what's his name? Luca Cherubelli, he's the world champion from Honolulu. That is coming to your screens right now.
Yeah, what a match to be able to feature. Yeah, very, very strong pairing. Of course, we do have the other matches that we can see there. Some really cool picks coming out. I'm drawn to Andrea Pagono down at the bottom there. With a Dondozo team with a Iron Treads. And I don't think I've ever seen an Iron Treads paired up with a Dondozo before.
Yeah, very cool. We have seen Iron Treads start to be put onto more teams beyond just that home Rhydon team that did so well at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. But other notable Pokemon here, Tommaso Benedetti, apologies for any mispronunciations, running the Zacian and Rory Moon. Koga and Zacian, this has been sort of, it's certainly a classic pairing in the Sword and Shield era of competitive Pokemon. Not one we've seen do so well since then, but Tommaso clearly believing in it, so really fascinating. Another Volcarona on Lorenzo's side, great to see Clefairy coming out for Ferdinando, Pokemon that offers such ample support, and Raphael running Smeargle as well as do so well since then.
Terminei. Clefairy. E Incineroar. O Pokémon mais anti o Luca vai de Miraidon. Ou fica me chamando assim, eu chamei de alguma coisa aí. Então, né? Lunala. Eu vou deixar o Alexandre passar a te ofender, já que você fica falando besteira aí. O Shifu. Ursaluna. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opa, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ursaluna. E Whimsicott.
Tommaso. Yes.
Well, great
run. Really exciting to be able to feature this for you for the first time, trainers. Look at those 4 bright green wins there, and we can see the teams they went up against too.
Yeah, for sure. So facing down the very, very classic Calyrex and Terrapagos team that's, I think, the most common version of the Terrapagos team, where you fully commit to, I'm going to calm mine and sweep you with the Terrapagos, and then everything, including the Calyrex Shadow Rider, is there for support. So able to take that down very nicely, probably being able to boost up with the Calyrex most likely through that opposing Terrapagos.
Another Calyrex Shadow Rider in Lexi Visor's team. Again, apologies for mispronunciation there, with Ogerpon and Rillaboom as well. Really nice into something like the Tinglu that we saw earlier on in stream, and that's picking up usage. There's another Koga and Zacian run by Simone Bernardi and a fellow Italian player of Lorenzo here. And otherwise, another Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta team that Christian was running too. Very interested to see how those matchups go throughout the rest of the tournament. With Lorenzo running the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta too, just clearly able to find the way through in that mirror match, and of course Waveguard is going to be a big element there.
Yeah, always will. That's one of the main reasons why we said that Zamazenta is a very, very good pairing with Calyrex, so it makes perfect sense why we are going to be seeing that. And of course, Lorenzo going to be facing down somewhat famous person, I would say, at this point, in Luca Cherubelli, able to take the World Championships back in Honolulu, and we'll be able to see their run as well. As we can see, they were sticking with that Miraidon and Lunala pairing that they did bring to the Utrecht Special Championships.
Mas, cara, tu vai tomar da vida, cara. E vai ser tão feio que não vai ter ninguém pra te dar tapinha pra te ajudar, não, cara. Sim. Então, eu, se fosse você, baixava sua bola, escutava a gente enquanto dá, porque, cara, quando a vida te der aquele tapa, cara, tu vai querer chorar tanto, os outros vai rir da tua cara, não vai ter ninguém pra te apoiar. Então, assim, baixa a bola um pouquinho, escuta a voz da experiência e os outros que querem te ajudar. E depois, não adianta chorar, não. Eu consegui dormir, tava com sono, e por isso que eu mas então deu pra recuperar o sono, né, o Mal? Beleza? Fala como é que você tá, cara? Bom dia pra tu. E vida? Isso aí, fica brincando. 4 horas e meia de live já. 8h49, estamos quase lá. Estamos quase lá. Quase.
game, Luca clearly practiced into the mirror.
Yeah, and then facing down Zamazenta, which isn't the most common of pairings, but seemed to be working out until you face down a world champion.
Deve ser...
Not surprising there at all,
Dependendo da
but Luca was
qualidade,
able to
Alexandre.
still
Às
get
vezes
an
a
undefeated
qualidade
run.
no
So you can see the
teu
players on
rosto,
the screen now. We're going to have Luca on the
ela
left
te
and
deixa,
Lorenzo on the right.
deixa a tua vista meio cansada assim, antes de dar sono. Recuperou o sono? Boa.
Supporting Lorenzo.
Ó, então tem que deixar o sono 100%, porque amanhã, em vez de 4h30, é 4 horas da manhã.
So let's see as they do a little bit of table tennis on their play table.
Oh, there we go. It's like they heard us.
That's
Wow.
skidded across really nicely. Hey, we see now Luca's got a friend. You love to see that.
Pode ser isso, entendeu?
Out for their
Vê se
fellow
você não deixa
Yeah, very nice.
o teu telefone, Alexandre, com baixa luminosidade ou com a luminosidade muito alta,
about
entendeu?
the fairies, or at least Cosmo was saying about which fairies is going to be effective in this, and here we go. Whimsicott
Ô
versus
Marlon, você perdeu,
Marlon, which is going to emerge on
você
top.
perdeu
Lorenzo and Luca, they're looking really relaxed on
uma
stage right now.
partida
Wouldn't be
que
surprised if they've
tinha
done a lot of
pau
practice
morte.
together in the run up to this
Sim,
event. Of course, they have
teve
no idea, but you know, we
moça
are
que
talking
trouxe
about
pau
your local
morte
community and getting involved there.
numa
And
partida
that's certainly
de
something that Luca
competitivo.
and Lorenzo surely will have been able to do in the Italian community. So supportive. Hey, we see you, Luca. We see Whimsicott. Jamie, give a name to that Whimsicott.
Well, I was about to say it's the world champion Whimsicott, but it's
Você
Lorenzo's
perdeu
Whimsicott.
incrível,
That's already thrown my own brain slightly.
Right.
I was trying to come up with a name, and it's going to be a world champion, but actually it's not a world
ela
champion.
só
But it is in
apareceu
spirit, so
no
that's going to be
comercial
good to
aqui.
see there.
Stuttgart,
No,
the Whimsicott. Let's
voltamos
just go with
já
that.
aqui lá no
Regional
primeiro
champion
negócio.
for Lorenzo and Luca. I mean, you can't ignore that world champion 2024, but Luca's not stopped
só que
there. He's a player who's always looking to develop.
pau
And in the
morte, né?
2025 season, went all the way to top 16 at Stuttgart.
Yeah, and
Não, é
worth mentioning, he was able to get to the finals of last year's Bologna special event, ending up getting that double heat miss that was quite unfortunate from
You and I were casting that, Jamie. That was so sad to see, but usually congratulations to Ruben there. Well, now Ruben Genzini is doing this weekend if they're here too. And turning our attention over to Lorenzo, yes, a regional champion in their own right, now looking to get that big win this season after an EUIC top 64.
Yeah, and Stuttgart was the region that was able to win. My memory failing me just very slightly there, but hey, you're welcome. Still a regional champion and absolutely worthy of it, for sure.
I'll carry you in terms of those regional accomplishments, Jamie. And now Luca's going to carry us right into our team preview. Maridon and Lunala Incineroar, Earth Rapid Strike, and there's Earth Lunar Whimsicott. So this is a tail room team. You can set up the tailwind with Whimsicott, you can go fast, or you can flip the dimensions, go for Trick Room, make the slower Pokemon act fast too. That's going to be keeping Lorenzo on their toes. Which play mode is Luca going to go for? It's certainly a flexible one.
Yeah, we saw this, or at least this version of the team with a Grimmsnarl able to take the Milwaukee Regional Championship. But then this version was able to go undefeated in Swiss and get top 4 as well. So it's not surprising to see it's slightly interchangeable between the Whimsicott and the Grimmsnarl. Both offer light screen and both offer speed control, where there is going to be Thunderwave or Tailwind. And it seems like the Whimsicott's opting for Tailwind here is Luca's preference. Not surprising, it won him the World Championships. So yeah, it makes sense to be able to have both versions of speed control. Tailwind to be able to go super fast, and then that means that the slower Pokemon like the Earth and the Incineroar on the team should have a little bit of speed investment to be able to make use of that Tailwind as well.
Team sheets exchanged. Lorenzo looking at the team we've just seen, but now we can take a look at Lorenzo's own. Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, Incineroar, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, and Clefairy. So you don't have so much speed control on this team, but you certainly have that redirection from Clefairy. Gonna want to be careful not to leave it alone on the field. It has access to 0 damaging moves, so that would just be the automatic loss if Lorenzo were to be brought down just to that Pokemon. This is, as we were saying before, a team, this pairing of restricted special damage and physical damage, really reliable, good stuff Pokemon here, but will it be able to overcome the World Champ difference?
Yeah, you've got to always consider that you're going against one of the best. Is your team going to be one of the best to be able to take him down? We've seen this work out for a lot of trainers before. You've got the double fake out, so you can always go for Incineroar and Rillaboom paired up with the Calyrex. You can go for fake out and Nut Spot, and you can go for U-turn and protect, and then you can go for passing shot and protect, and all the pivoting around. And then you've got the redirection with the Clefairy as well. And with that Friend Guard, even though you're running the Life Orb and you don't tend to run too much into bulk, and in Calyrex if it's got a Life Orb, that Friend Guard will act as if you've invested bulk into that Calyrex. So then you get the best of both worlds. You get to go as fast as possible, you get to hit as hard as possible with the Life Orb, and then you get the bulk of actually
somewhat being invested thanks to that front guard.
Bolstering the defenses of the ally Pokemon. Lunala does have wide guard for Luca. Huge against the Astral Barrage that can come out from Lorenzo. World champion versus regional champion. Flexibility versus the good stuff. Let's see which emerges out on top. As Calyrex Shadow Rider runs out of its stable, joined in a meadow by the Rillaboom and facing down Incineroar and that Lunala for Luca.
Yeah, so we got Fake Out active for both trainers here, but facing down a Ghost type restricted, so the Fake Out into that slot wouldn't be that effective. Of course, they could be going for the terrestrialization with either restricted here so that you can take on the opposing one a lot better, because either Ghost type attack, whether that's going to be the Astral Barrage or the Moongeist Beam, is going to be able to do huge damage to the opposing restricted if it doesn't end up going for that terrestrialization. But because you're somewhat forced into the terrestrialization to be able to survive, that makes you Fake Outable, and yes, that is now a word. So, yeah, it's already somewhat of an awkward game, especially on top of the fact that there could be White Guards just stopping the Astral Barrage as well. That would really put a stop to the opposing Calyrex, and you know what else is going to stop this Calyrex? It's switching out. It's going to be something else taking its place, and that's the Zamazenta.
Fake Outable is definitely going to enter the victory, Jamie, at least for Pokemon, as Zamazenta emerges from its kennel and gets its defense boost thanks to Dawn Shield. It's time to sparkle trainers. Let's terrestrialize for Luca Cherubelli, heading right into Lunala. It has embraced the fairy typing. Those Moonblasts are going to be hitting a whole lot harder, channeling the lunar energy with its victory cry, and it will be the Rillaboom acting first. Really nice to be able to chip away and break the Shadow Shield, but not going to be able to capitalize on it on this turn. Lunala will just be able to recover that HP thanks to that sweet grassy terrain that the Rillaboom set up. Lorenzo now has to choose to switch in the Clefairy to take potentially an attack in the Rillaboom's stead. Here comes the big Terra boosted Moonblast, and it's going to be eclipsing this Zamazenta. It's good neutral damage here, and every little bit of chip helps. Knockoff into Zamazenta doesn't do much at all. It cannot lose its held item, so Knockoff not doing a great deal at all here.
Yeah, I think you recovered more from the grassy terrain than you took from the Knockoff because of the resistance and the +1 defense, and also the frame guard as well, helping out the Zamazenta. So I was able to switch in very, very comfortably here. That's not much damage at all, and you've already used the terrestrialization on Luca's side of the field. That means that this Incineroar is incredibly vulnerable to the body press, as it can no longer defensively terrestrialize out of that. You've also got the fairy typing on the Lunala, so you're able to very comfortably go for a heavy slam super effectively now into that slot. But of course, that Incineroar needs to be taken care of, and it is immediately with a one-hit KO from that body press.
There it is, the body press. The Incineroar didn't want to see it. The dog has felled the cat as the Moongeist Beam now. That's also going to be neutral damage into the Zamazenta. Maybe hoping for a switch in there coming out from Lorenzo, but an encore now. So the Lunala will not into the Moongeist Beam, but I don't think you mind that too much if you're Luca. What you certainly mind is the now lack of ability to fake out and intimidate with Incineroar down.
Yeah, so the Encore stops any potential Trick Room that could be coming out. So with the Miraidon joining the field here, that could have been the option of going for Volt Switch, KO the Zamazenta as you Trick Room and bring in something like the Ursaluna that could be waiting in the back. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ursaluna is going to be waiting in the back. You're facing down a Calyrex, so getting that normal typing would help out a lot. Of course, you get that Electric Seed activated on the Lunala, so even though it is a Fairy type and can be hit super effectively by the Heavy Slam, that Electric Seed as well as the Shadow Shield still being intact is going to really, really help out. I wouldn't be surprised if the Heavy Slam just does full damage thanks to that Shadow Shield. But Miraidon joining the field here is threatening a lot of damage, whether that's into the Clefairy, which is definitely into the Clefairy territories, follow me. Is Clefairy bulky enough to survive this? Because it's got its EVO light, so that does help its bulk.
Clefairy loves the spotlight, but does it like this nightlight as Miraidon is colliding into Clefairy with a big one-hit KO, boosted by the electric terrain. It wasn't even a critical hit. It just goes to show how powerful this out bike is, and now it's going to have to take a lot of damage for its troubles. The heavy Zamazenta colliding with the Miraidon there. It's a collision course with no Miraidon on the field. The Moongeist Beam not enough to secure the knockout onto Zamazenta. It's hanging on a sliver. It's not a cap, but it seems to have 9 lives.
Yeah, that's a very, very crucial survival there, because that Calyrex is now able to join the field. Miraidon has been chipped. I say chipped. It's been absolutely chunked by that body press that's put it into range of Astral Barrage for sure, and you can't White Guard. So the foresight of going for that Encore with the Clefairy, even though, you know, Lunala's probably going to click Moongeist Beam anyway, it's taken away the option of the White Guard, so Calyrex can absolutely safely launch that Astral Barrage if it does want to be able to go for that. And then you can follow up with the Heavy Slam into the now Shadow Shield broken Lunala. And yes, you've got the Electric Seed boost, but you're still going to be taking a lot of damage from that.
Ursaluna, you say you can't switch into that, Jamie. You're not going to be taking much damage, but the Ursaluna will be immune there. We're shrugging off the spooky spectres coming out from Calyrex's side, and it's now gone for his Terradog. It's embraced the cheekier side of life, as it will let out an equally cheeky neigh. Is that going to be enough for this Calyrex Shadow Rider? The Astral Barrage again. Ursaluna immune. Big into the Miraidon here, but you do still have your Shadow Shield intact and intact, and yeah, Lunala is going to be taking that pretty nicely, but will it be able to take a full-on heavy slam from the Zamazenta? It's going to be hanging around on the field, but looking a lot less healthy. Moondive Beam now able to secure the knockout onto the Zamazenta. Rillaboom is going to be dragged back out. The terrain is going to be overridden, but you just have the Miraidon lurking in the bike shed if you look at.
Yeah, and the terrain war's been won at this point, so with the Rillaboom having to join the field, that's not actually the worst thing, because you are threatening super effective damage into this opposing Ursaluna, and with a Woodhammer in grassy terrain, that should easily be enough to pick up a knockout on Ursaluna. In electric terrain, that's going to be a little bit closer, because Ursaluna does have very good defenses, and it is still currently at full HP. But then this Ursaluna's on a team that does have tailwinds. That means you've probably sacrificed at least a little bit of bulk to get some speed. And then might that tip over the edge as to whether Rillaboom would still be able to KO that opposing Ursaluna if the Miraidon does switch in. You can very safely just go for a psychic KO into that Lunala, and it would KO the Miraidon if that switched in as well. And then it might come down to if the Rillaboom is going to be able to be strong enough to KO the Ursaluna. You may not even have to go for the Woodhammer this turn. You can somewhat safely actually just go for the fake out into the Ursaluna, because the Terastallization is no longer available. It can't turn into a ghost type.
Will it be flinching? Will it be acting? Miraidon will be charging the ground up again with his electric terrain. Fake out, yep, there it is, into the Ursaluna. It'll take further chip at the end of the turn from the burn. Astral Barrage once more from the Calyrex. It's just really reliable damage now into Lucas. Miraidon is also pretty low on his health, and that's going to be the first Grim Neigh boost coming over to Calyrex over on Lorenzo's side of the field. Lunala's going to be coming back out. It doesn't have too much health to its name either. At least, though, you've got the electric terrain. You cannot override that again with the grassy terrain. So Ursaluna can be dealing a whole lot more damage with those earthquakes if it should choose to go for them.
I don't think it's really going to get the option to do that, though, because you managed to get that little bit of chip with the fake out and a turn of burn onto Ursaluna. So even in electric terrain, that's still got to be in range of Woodhammer. And even if it's not, you can go for a psychic into the Lunala to avoid the wide guard that could be coming out. That's definitely a KO. You go for the Woodhammer into the Ursaluna, that's probably a KO, but even if it's not, the only options you would have would be Facade to get a KO. It will get a KO on either Pokemon here, but then the other one just attacks on the next turn. Or if you go for Earthquake, well, that's not going to KO the Rillaboom because it's a grass type, even if we don't have grassy terrain here. So it looks like Lorenzo does have a very, very safe pin into Luca.
And thus we see the doubles competitive format and the mind games it introduces versus the singles that we more commonly play in-game. Fascinating decisions as Luca locks into their move. And of course there's also valuable thinking time approaching game 2, the adaptations that Luca would like to make. But we'll see. Maybe it's not a clear path for Lorenzo, but with the Psychic coming into Lunala here, channeling all of that mental energy, certainly will be Lunala being eclipsed. And now all the attention moves over to the Rillaboom over on Lorenzo's side of the field as another Grim come through from the Calyrex, and it's threatening the live, gostei do seu nome. Bem criativo, eu diria. Interesting to see how much it does. Will just be enough for the knockout.
Bem criativo, eu diria seu nome. É o Dom
Lorenzo's Rillaboom and Calyrex Shadow Rider see this game of one.
Aquele violão de fundo.
But then it did start to
Como é que você tá? Bom dia pra você. Estamos vendo aqui o regional de Bologna, na Itália, né? Estamos aí a 4 horas e 44 de live, entendeu?
Regardless of the next couple of turns, it doesn't matter that it's locked into something. Yes, it does, because it takes away one of the other options. If it wanted to switch up the moves, which it absolutely did when the Calyrex were on the field. So, yeah, really nice foresight from Lorenzo there to just take away the option of wide guard a couple of turns in the future.
Yeah, you're so
Estamos
right.
aí
It's so
acompanhando
often
aqui
that
o
the MVP of the game is
competitivo
one that stuck around
de
on field for the
Pokémon
whole time, for
regional
example.
aqui.
But Clefairy really wasn't around for a very long time. It's all a good time rather than a long time. But being able to go for the encore, the effect of it lasted beyond the Clefairy being knocked out there. And that certainly was something that sealed the deal. And then the Luca was going to be our loser, unfortunately, in that round. Lorenzo taking the victory. But as we approach game 2, Jamie, you know what I'm going to ask you? What would you like to see coming out from Luca to
Ele gosta,
Yeah, I
cara.
think getting the
Aquele
Ursaluna in trick
botão
room
do
might be quite
useful. But then that was quite tricky in the face of the Clefairy, because Clefairy is naturally slower than Ursula, and it is usually run as slow as possible so that you can be a much more effective counter to Trick Room. So if that's not really an option, then maybe you do need to bring the Whimsicott to get the tailwind going, because that's the point of having both full speed control, right? If you need to go slow, and
Oxi, você é meio poluída, pô. Eu falei que você gosta de tomar timeout, ó. Tu já leva pro outro lado, pô? Que isso?
You know, that's a debate I'm still having with myself now, and I'm confusing myself.
Tá
I'm probably going to not even have an answer at the end of this
tá
tournament as well.
poluída a mente
So
dele.
you've got the option of going for Trick Room or Tailwinds, and Trick Room might not be so effective in the face of that Clefairy, so maybe it is time to go for that Whimsicott that did end up winning Luke at the World Championships and go for that Tailwind instead.
Well, we don't have to wait any more time at all to find out. Zamazenta and Rillaboom, this time hitting the field for Lorenzo. Just Lunala and Incineroar once again here for Luca.
Yeah, so sticking with what worked for Luca. Well, it seems like it was working at least at the start for Luca, because it seemed a pretty reasonable position. You've got the Fake Out available on the Zamazenta and the Rillaboom now, because it was both the Calyrex and the Lunala facing down the Fake Outers, and that is also now a word. So yeah, now it's a slightly better position for Lorenzo, because this is the position he ended up in after the second turn, with already Zamazenta threatening down that opposing Incineroar. And then if you go for that attack into the Incineroar, you take care of it. If you force the Terrestrialization on the Incineroar, well then suddenly Lunala doesn't have the Terrestrialization available anymore. And if you can take care of the White Guard, then suddenly Astral Barrage will be able to pick up the KO.
Bom dia pra você também, Satoru. Como é que você tá, cara? Bom sábado pra você. Sim, você acordou 9 horas da manhã pra gente ver na verdade, você acordou 9 horas da manhã pra ver um cara a 4 horas e 47 em live, vendo dois caras usando 4 bichos pra se bater.
Caterpillar, very good, Jamie, very nice. We love to hear it. We also love to see the body press being not very effective into Incineroar, or at least Luca Charabelli does. That's going to be the Caterpillar. That's definitely going to catch on. Hanging on for Luca as the Moongeist Beam now will be charged right into Zamazenta for Lorenzo. Every little bit of chip damage counts.
Então, não sabe por que é chato pra ele, o Satoru? Porque ele tem preguiça de entender um pouco, aí ele acha tudo chato pra ele, entendeu? Ele, nossa, como é chato.
Whether the Incineroar is going to be faster as well, that could be very important going forward in the rest of this game. You've managed to get a reasonable amount of chip damage onto the Zamazenta, but you've already used your Terrestrialization, and as mentioned, now this Lunala is going to be a lot more vulnerable to the Calyrex Shadow Rider that is almost certainly waiting in the back. Yes, you will have White Guard available to stop that, but you don't have the defensive Terrestrialization available to you anymore to be able to just, well, I don't need to click White Guard this turn, so you're going to have to be extra careful if you are facing down that Shadow Rider. But at the moment, the Incineroar, its defensive Terrestrialization of Bug type, it's been working out so well so far, because it's taken 2 body presses now and a U-turn, and it's still in the yellow.
Bug doesn't resist
if you're unaware of that, niche type interaction trainers, there's the confirmation, just neutral damage. Incineroar certainly brought down incredibly low as Clefairy rejoins the field, arguably the MVP of the previous game. Just another Moongeist Beam this time connecting down into the Zamazenta. So Lorenzo Zamazenta, it shouldn't be able to take one more time. I love to see a Terra boost here. Clefairy takes it so well. There's nothing more depressing than seeing a Aurora victory from the Terra Crown, and then the damage is slightly insignificant. But Incineroar will be switching, and something else is going to be rejoining the fray. It will be Miraidon overwriting the terrain here, getting all electrified.
Yeah, not
Então
surprising
vamos
at all.
fazer o
We saw the
seguinte
Miraidon
agora,
able to
vamos
pick up
fazer
a
um
one-hit
combinado.
knockout on that
Toda vez
Clefairy
que você
with the
reclamar
Electro
de
Drift.
qualquer
Sure
coisa
will have
aqui,
taken a little bit of the U-turn chip as well.
do jeito que você
You
tá
get that electric
reclamando,
seed activated
todas
once
as
again
suas
on the
contas que você
Lunala, and
aparecer
actually
vai
it's not
tomar
Terrestrialized
timeout
this
de
time. It's
24
going to be able
horas,
to take the
beleza?
Zamazenta a
Combinado
lot
assim?
better, because it's immune to the
Porque
body
não é
press, and now
possível,
it's
né?
going to be a neutral hit at the Heavy Slam. And with the electric seed boost and the Shadow Shield still intact, that's going to be very, very easily shrug-offable, and I'm coming up with all of these words, so yeah, I'm reinventing the dictionary here.
Jamie Boyd, everybody is just spewing out all of the treasure, and it's certainly a treasure chest we're showcasing here between the world champion Luca Charabelli and current regional champion of Stuttgart, Lorenzo Silvestrini, or in the 2024 season. Unsurprising to see the Rillaboom switch back in. It's going to be taking a walk in the meadow, a little frolic, as Zamazenta will be keeping itself safe for potentially another incoming Moongeist Beam. Electro Drift was targeted down into that slot. In fact, Zamazenta does have one more turn at least to be able to play with. Trick Room does go up now from the Lunala. Huge. We've seen that Luca does have Earth Lunar lurking in the back, and it's what you were talking about before, Jamie. The Trick Room potentially so game-defining for Luca in this matchup.
Rapaziada, gostaram do meu nome? Usarei ele até o ano que vem. Até você achar um outro nome pra colocar nessa torre. Não, Marlon, não é nem questão de reclamar é banido, né? É que o ele sabe que o negócio é a live do regional e ele fica falando besteira. Pô, quer falar besteira, cara? Simplesmente vai ver outra live no YouTube, vai ver outro vídeo no YouTube. Não fica enchendo o saco falando coisas desnecessárias.
Clearly upset about that one, as one of their restrictors already down and out. Another electro drift. It was so big in the last game. This time it's not in the terrain. It will be colliding with Clefairy. It's still huge damage. Really, really low HP. The Clefairy seems like it's going to be around for a good time, not a long time in this game as well.
Yeah, it does seem like it. But it is in Trick Room now, so you do have the option of encoring either Pokemon into whatever move you want. You've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider that has joined the field as well. It was Moonguy's Beam that was just clicked by the Lunala, so if you go for Encore into the Lunala and Terra Dark, then you'll be able to struggle
só aqui na minha live já foram quantas, Satoru? Eu chuto mais 3 ou 4.
Calyrex should still just about survive that, because we're in the grassy terrain and Frengard would be helping out. Yeah, true. So you do have the option of getting at least one attack off with the Calyrex.
Não é questão de não poder dar opinião. Você não dá opinião. Você fala coisas desnecessárias. Esse é o negócio. Você não põe um ponto, por que é chato? Você só fala, é chato porque eu acho chato e pronto, acabou. E é isso. Foram 6? Caraca!
Flame activated on this turn, so it can hit so hard on the successive ones. And now it's time for the responding Terrestrialization over on Lorenzo's side. We saw Incineroar becoming that Caterpillar with the Terra Bug, and now Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be all of the cheekier. That Terra Dark Grin atop its crown. That means it's going to be taking not very effective damage from the Moonguy's Beam, and once it did super effective. Encore locked into, very wise from Lorenzo there, going for the Terra Dark, really utilising those resources well. The Moonguy's Beam is connecting into the Calyrex. It's going to be shrugging it off, but crucially now you've got the Ursaluna staring it down. What did the Calyrex lock into? If it was Astral Barrage, which it was, the Ursaluna's not going to be taking any damage. The Lunala, yeah, is going to be very super effective here, colliding down, but with the Shadow Shield you can see, even then, the Lunala just so weak to those ghost type moves. It's down so low, but the Trick Room is still up, so it's going to be moving faster.
Yeah, that was a very crucial survival there for
the
Lunala.
Fora o Marlon, fora o detalhe. Gente, eu não prendo e também eu não prendo, não obrigo ninguém a assistir minha live. Assiste quem quer, mas tenha a noção de que se você está assistindo, assista e interaja sobre o assunto. Se você quer falar mais sobre o que está acontecendo, a porta está aberta para você sair. Simples. Se quer criticar, saiba criticar, não é defecar pela boca. É simplesmente criticar, saber criticar. Porque pra entrar na minha live pra falar besteira, a porta de sair tá logo ali, cara. É só se retirar, entendeu? Eu não obrigo ninguém a ficar na minha live. Entendeu? Mas tenha em mente que se ficar na minha live, o mínimo que eu peço é respeito e decência com relação ao trabalho que eu estou fazendo. É isso. Simples. Não é difícil de entender.
Excessive facade you've ever seen into the Clefairy would have done more than the HP bar showed there, but that's all it needed for the knockout, and now it's going to be Rillaboom. You can switch that in for the one time, and then that's it. That's going to be grassy terrain, no longer an option for you with Miraidon able to switch things up. Yes, the Calyrex Shadow Rider now does get a Grim Nade boost, and with the Trick Room expiring, that could prove huge for Lorenzo here. And of course, it has access to Psychic as well, so you're not just locked into a move that the Ursaluna takes no damage from.
Yeah, with the boost that it's been getting, as well as that Life Orb increasing the damage output even further, it's probably going to be able to knock out this Ursaluna with a Psychic now. So if you get out of Trick Room with your Calyrex still around, that could be very, very useful for Lorenzo. You do have a turn of Fake out this turn, because you do have Rillaboom that is forced to switch in here. But the Miraidon's still waiting in the back that can overwrite the terrain, and because we are in the Trick Room, if the Rillaboom switches in, well, I say if the Rillaboom switches in, it has to switch in. If Miraidon also switches in, because of the reverse speed orders here, that means that the Rillaboom would have activated its grassy terrain, because the grassy terrain was already on the field, and therefore here's the Battle Engine to get rid of that terrain immediately. So very, very nicely recognized there for Luca, and now the Rillaboom is going to be a lot less effective. It's not going to be able to go for its priority grassy glides to try and get around the fact that Trick Room's up to be able to do damage to the Ursaluna. It does still have fake out available.
Ou você é burro ou você se faz de burro. Desculpa a realidade na sua cara. Mas é um desses dois fatos. Entendeu? Ou você é burro ou você se faz de burro. Entendeu? Desculpa. Mas essa é a real. Entendeu? Explicar mais mastigado do que eu expliquei, impossível. Só se eu te desse uma folha e colasse na tua cara para você entender, tá? Eu tô falando, isso não é sinceridade. Isso não é sinceridade. Isso é ser inconveniente. Entendeu? Isso é aquele famoso ninguém pediu pra você falar, ninguém pediu pra você achar que você tem direito de falar alguma coisa, é isso, entendeu? Ninguém pediu. Simplesmente. Se você falasse, é chato por isso, se você tivesse argumentos pra falar, beleza, dá pra entender, ninguém é obrigado a gostar, mas também, como eu disse, tá na minha live, entendeu? Não, assim, pra você falar do jeito que você tá filmando, alguém precisa pedir, entendeu? Já vi que realmente não dá pra explicar, só dando timeout mesmo, aí depois reclama, entendeu? Eu tenho, ó, vocês estão, o Marlon e Satoru, vocês estão de prova que eu tento explicar, é ele que não quer. Vocês viram isso, que eu explico, é ele que não quer. Vocês estão de prova aí que, né, que eu fiz isso.
Then you would have been KO'd to the facade afterwards. So it's not surprising to see the Woodhammer go into the Ursaluna, but if the Woodhammer would have also been targeted into that Miraidon, then I think actually it would have come down to a double protect from the Ursaluna, because then you get to Woodhammer KO the Ursaluna, and then the follow-up Moongeist beam from the Lunala probably isn't strong enough into the opposing Assault Vest Rillaboom, but at this point it's been chipped too low. We're still in the electric terrain. Miraidon's going to be able to take the KO and send us into that game 3.
Você fala que alguma coisa chata, por exemplo, você, acho que tu não gosta de Mongo, né? Você não gostava das lives de Mongo. Você não gosta, e o que tu faz? Prefere ficar calado. Você fica aqui, mas você fica calado. Então, tipo assim, você tem argumentos e você não afirma a tua opinião. Você expõe a tua opinião e você fala o porquê dela. É diferente do que o U faz. O U só fala assim, eu não gosto que se dane, vocês que atuem. Não é assim. Entendeu? E não é assim.
Adjustments from both players there, and as mentioned, getting Ursaluna and Trick Room is probably a good thing, and Luca was able to get Ursaluna into that Trick Room. It was only able to get, I think it was maybe even just one KO in the Trick Room. It was going for that excessive facade into the area, I believe, and then the Trick Room was able to be stopped that by Lorenzo.
Você fala e você tem argumentos, ele não. Ele só simplesmente tá se dando. É isso que eu não gosto. Entendeu? Foi o que eu acabei de falar, basicamente.
But then you do still need to contend with the fact that Clefairy is underspeeding. It's getting that encore in, like, it's actually been quite impactful. You really always follow me. Protect on
Caraca, o Marlon, teve o primeiro jogo. Teve o primeiro jogo daqui do regional. Cara, o cara começou perdendo de 1 a 0. O cara perdeu de 1 a 0. Marlon, o cara fez uma virada histórica, foi um dos melhores jogos até agora.
So we're setting up the trick room.
Opinião
How are you going to do that? You
nem
have to
pode
use
dar
the move
mais.
with your Lunala. That's the only Pokemon Luca's team that has access to it.
Meu Deus
How
do
can they do it
céu,
safely?
cara,
They
o
could
U
go
não
for another
entende
flinch,
mesmo
going
não,
for
cara.
Lunala Incineroar lead, perhaps.
Ele
Or
não
maybe
entendeu
you could
nada
try
do
and
que a
step on the
gente tá
gas, but it could
falando,
be a
cara.
risky adjustment for the game tree. But Lorenzo
Coloca
pulling
uma
out
coisa na
all
sua
the
cabeça,
stops
não,
to try
isso
and
não é
stop the trick room
opinião.
going up. The world champion versus a
Isso
regional
não é
champion. The
opinião.
flexibility over on Luca's
Isso
team
é.
versus the tried and
Isso
tested,
usar palavras
irreliable good stuff on
desnecessárias.
Lorenzo, which is going to emerge
Entendeu?
victorious.
Não é
You can see that
opinião.
both teams are so
É uma
well versed in going
afirmação
up against
quando
each
ninguém
other. They
pede.
both
É
have their
isso.
merits, and now we'll see which of these trainers is
Só
going to be
digo uma coisa,
capitalizing on those
rapaziada,
merits.
muito forte.
It's time to get into our final game of Swiss round 5 here, trainers. We're around halfway through the day, but the action doesn't stop coming. Calyrex and Rillaboom hitting the field. For Lorenzo, there they are once more. Lunala and Incineroar.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
back to
Tá,
game
o
one, it
Lucas
seems, again,
jogou
with
na
the fake
Incineroar.
outers that aren't going to be able to fake out the
Desnecessária
opposing
onde?
Pokemon because they are the
Desnecessária
ghost types
quando,
as well.
ó, ninguém
So,
pediu.
yeah, we're back in the
2, você
situation
fala
where
assim,
Lunala wants to
você
terrestrialize
fala
out the way, so
no
it takes
vazio.
huge damage from that opposing Astral Barrage. You can go for White Guard though, and if you
Entendeu?
go for White
Você
Guard, then you
sequer
don't need to terrestrialize
tenta
this turn.
explicar
But then at the same time, you won't be doing any damage,
Só
and that
no que
could open
você
the
fala,
opportunity for
você
Calyrex
acha
to
que é
potentially
alguma
get a nasty
coisa, mas
plot.
não é.
If the Calyrex gets a nasty plot, that's going to be a very, very bad position for Luca. So you can't let that
Então,
happen, and
ele
that means
não
that you probably
sabe.
do need to go on the offensive. But then that allows the
É o que
Calyrex to go on the
tá.
offensive, and if you play
Lucas
defensively with your White
veio
Guards,
Lunala
then it doesn't get the
Incineroar.
opportunities to get its damage. So
Lunala
we saw in the first turn that neither player clicked Fake Out, it was just U-turn and knock off into the Calyrex.
Lorenzo veio de
And we've seen that the
Rillaboom.
Rillaboom is actually faster than the opposing Incineroar because the grass terrain went before the Intimidate, so you can go for the Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar. When Luca was comfortable going for Fake Out into the Rillaboom in the previous game, even though it was slower. But it looks like we're getting, at least to start off with, a repeat of that game one. The Calyrex is switching out into that Zamazenta once again.
You're phenomenal, Jamie. You really are. So well summarised all the ins and outs of that turn. Zamazenta barking into action. And time for our game 3 terrestrialization. It's been Lunala recently, and it's going to be Lunala again, becoming that Terra Fairy. It's now is going
Satoru, eu não
to
cheguei a
not take
ver se
super
você
effective damage
respondeu minha
from those
pergunta
dark type
de como é que tá o
moves.
seu
It's just going to be
namoro.
resisting them instead. Here comes
Porque faz
U-turn
tempo que
from
você não
Rillaboom,
fala
nice neutral damage into the
da tua
Incineroar. Again, it might
namorada
not look like
e
much,
tem
but every
tempinho que
little move chip really
você
does add
voltou
up, especially against a
recentemente.
bulky
Eu fiquei
Pokemon
tempo
like
sem
the
vir
Incineroar. You
aqui,
now
então
cannot Terra Bug that Incineroar to get away from your fighting type weakness from the body press from Zamazenta. There's Clefairy once more, the cute little one that has been putting in far more work than it might initially seem. Moonblast, nice neutral damage into Zamazenta, boosted by the Terra Fairy, of course. U-turn into that Clefairy too. Seems like Lorenzo Zamazenta has kind of been a bit of a punching bag the past couple of turns, just taking these hits, dishing out damage where it can. But that Incineroar once more threatened down so much from body press. Gonna be right on overwriting the
Não
tree.
dá pra falar com ele. Não sei se desculpa, mas desculpa a minha ignorância, mas não sei se você é burro ou se você faz de burro pra entender. Eu não sei.
Well, that's going to be able to take the body press. We've already seen it took huge damage from the body press, but it is able to survive that. This could be where Helping Hand comes into play with the Clefairy, because we saw it did about 70% to the opposing Rhydon, and you get a 50% boost on Helping Hand to be able to get that damage output even further, and that might be what's necessary to tip it over the edge for a body press KO into the opposing Rhydon, because we've seen before, the Clefairy does drop to just one Electro Drift. Maybe you switch in the Rillaboom to be able to survive that, but if you switch in the Rillaboom, the Zamazenta will not be able to pick up a KO this turn. The only way the Zamazenta can get a KO would be going for that Helping Hand body press into the Rhydon.
É o jeito. Igual ontem o Satoru, tu tava aqui, não tava ontem, quando eu comecei a live? Eu tava jogando... Eu tava jogando, acho que Contexto, se eu não me engano. Eu tava jogando termo, Eu fui bem claro, com todo mundo da live. Chat, uma palavra de 5 letras. Uma palavra de 5 letras. Eu falei, chat, uma palavra com 5 letras. O U me vem com uma palavra de 6 letras pra cima. Aí eu te pergunto, Satoru, eu falei quantas letras? Quantas letras eu falei? Porque não é possível. Eu cheguei no meio da live. Então, você não chegou a ver essa parte. Se eu falar isso por atenção, então,
Well, barring any critical hits, one would hope so, but let's find out how much damage the Miraidon will do outside of the trainers, holding the choice Vex into the Zamazenta. It's going to be charging it up, but not quite enough to electrify it with the knockout. Responding body press. Hit the Miraidon hard, my goodness gracious me, that took me, caught my breath away. And there's the trick room being set up from Lunala. This is exactly the position that worked out so well for Luca in the previous game. Let's see if they can capitalize on it once again.
Yeah, it looks like here you've got the option for Lorenzo to go for fake out into the Lunala because it is now fake outable, and I'm going to say that as much as I can because I've coined it now. And then we've seen them ride on outspeed to Zamazenta, therefore Zamazenta will move first in the trick room.
Então eu vou supor que não tem mais nada de namoro nessa torre, já que você não respondeu a minha pergunta. Eu vou entender como não tem mais nada, mas beleza. Já que você literalmente não respondeu a minha pergunta. Eu não sei se você comentou eu não vi, ou se não apareceu. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar.
However, Trick Room is up, and Miraidon is a very speedy Pokemon, so as long as this Ursaluna can clinch this game before the Trick Room expires potentially, then maybe, but Lorenzo has the opportunity to protect and switch around. Certainly the resources to be able to wait out this Trick Room for their own very speedy Pokemon, the Calyrex Shadow Rider that's chomping at the bit to join the fray, just lurking in the stable.
You know what's really dangerous?
Tell me, Jamie.
A world champion who has just leant forward in his chair. Now he's really focused. That's an incredibly dangerous thing to see across the playing field from you. But yeah, very, very smart from Luca there. Like I said, fake out into Lunala and body press into Rhydon. There wasn't really a punish. Except there was, because hard switching in the Ursaluna activates the flame immediately. Now it can go on the offensive. You can go for Facade into the Rillaboom, that's usually a KO into that Pokemon. There's the switch in of the Calyrex, but if you manage to catch that with a double up, maybe a Facade and a Moongeist Beam into that Rillaboom, that would cover the switch into the Calyrex, and that's a perfect pin, because then there's no switching at all. Clefairy is probably going to be KO'd. It's taking a little bit of chip damage, and usually Clefairies are run very defensively, so if this is the Clefairy, and a Facade does end up going into that slot, well, it's not going to be the Clefairy. I was curious if the Facade was able to KO, but if this is a double up of Facade and Moongeist Beam, there was nothing Lorenzo could do to stop that slot being KO'd.
Absolutely massive. Did Luca make the right call? Facade was targeted into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but the double up of the Moongeist Beam, there it is. Big double, super effective damage. Lorenzo not liking the look of that one bit. Into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it's down before he could achieve anything in this game. That is a huge footing for Luca to claim here with that speedy Pokemon down for when the Trick Room will expire. Yes, the Ursaluna is now vulnerable. It goes down to the body press. You're down to just the Lunala and the Incineroar. Do they have the gas in the tank? Do they have what it needs? Do they have what it takes to take Luca to victory in Swiss Round 5?
Yeah, and we're in the Trick Room as well, so the Incineroar should be moving before the Zamazenta, but not the Clefairy. So by bringing in the Clefairy here, and the Clefairy's actually very, very healthy, it's going to be able to shrug off quite a few attacks from the Incineroar and Lunala. They're going to be able to do good damage, but not great damage. So I reckon Clefairy could probably take at least 2 of the attacks, whether that's a Flare Blitz and a Moongeist Beam, should be able to survive that. And that would free up the Zamazenta to just go for the body press into the opposing Incineroar, and then if you are able to survive, obviously you've got to double protect here because you've got Fake Out active. But actually, no, you can't go Fake Out. If you go for Fake Out, then you get Encored as well. So you have to go on the offensive here. Just playing extra safe to stall out one of the turns of Trick Room makes perfect sense, but it was Fake Out. You can go for Encore into that Incineroar now.
Okay, and Fake Out, of course, only works on the first turn that the Pokemon hits the field, so Incineroar would just be a sitting cat for the rest of the game as opposed to a sitting duck there. Lorenzo stalling it out, and of course those turns of Trick Room as well. The loss of the Ursaluna really huge there, and for what? The Facade did nothing into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Yes, you're doubling up that slot, but that could be what seals the deal here and takes Lorenzo to victory.
I'm just debating what will be the correct play here, because you got Frengard active. Is that going to be able to save it? Allow the Zamazenta to survive? It doesn't seem like Lorenzo thinks so. So Follow Me overall is going to be the safest play, because yeah, Flare Blitz is a reasonably strong attack, but that's still in the green. So Clefairy should probably be able to survive this Moongeist Beam as well. And yeah, it is going to be the Moongeist Beam attack Clefairy, and then that just allows Body Press to go into that opposing Incineroar.
Moongeist Beam, and the Clefairy is going to be KO'd here. Okay, so it goes down. Now it's just Zamazenta and Rillaboom for Lorenzo remaining. Where has it targeted.
Eu
Of
já
course, the
vou
super
pra
effective
cidade de
damage. The
Reagindo.
wrestler has been wrestled to the ground with a critical hit. Apparently
Ou
not mattering in
tem
this
coisa pra
situation as
acontecer ainda,
Incineroar
porque eu tô
returns to
doido pra
his
chegar em
trainer. Now
Reagindo.
Lunala has a big mountain to climb here. The Zamazenta's not looking the healthiest. Twisted Dimension returned to normal as well, so it's not in its preferable situation. And the Rillaboom will be resetting that grassy terrain when it hits the field momentarily.
Yeah, so that means you get to bring in the Rillaboom here. What's the Lunala currently, Charlie, as it's a fairy type? As the Pokemon fake out switches in? What is Lunala?
I think that's fake outable.
It is fake outable. So you get to go for fake out into that opposing Lunala and follow up with Heavy Slam for some very good damage. That stalls an extra turn, allowing this grassy terrain that's just been set to give another tick of grassy terrain recovery to the Zamazenta, and I reckon that puts it out of range of a Moongeist Beam, and therefore you just get to go for fake out Heavy Slam this turn, and then Heavy Slam Wood Hammer for the rest of the game, and I think that Luca has recognised that, and that is going to be the forfeit locked in, and Lorenzo Silvestrini able to take down our reigning world champion.
Lorenzo 2-1.
The regional champion overcomes the world champion. What a thrilling game that was, trainers, and I hope you were taking note, because it's such a rare treat to be able to see so skilled trainers on the stream. I say rare treat, but actually Bologna's crawling with them. If you want to see some of the competitive Pokemon talent the EU has to offer, the Bologna is the place to be this weekend. Such well played by both competitors there. Lunala, of course, Luca didn't even have access to protect there, so you can't stall out the fake out. Yeah, just a sitting target. That's Luca down. He was fake outable and he's been faked out, Jamie. That's our world champion. Which I really love to see that. It's Steed. I wonder if that monkey
on the Koraidon, of course.
Aqui.
Appreciate Trick Room. Our team preview. Thinking about.
Ô Marlon, se liga no time da moça aqui. Se liga no time da moça aqui. Da Raoni, né? Raoni, eu acho o nome dela. Da Raoni Mills. Eu achei que fosse um cara pelo nome, mas depois que mostrou ela, contra o Francesco Patini. E aí, Zurlin, como é que você tá, cara? Buenos dias, estamos aqui no dia 1 do Regional de Bologna, da Itália. Estamos aí a... deixa eu ver. Estamos aí a 5 horas e 12 de live. E é isso. Meu, o Marlon não tá nem aqui, cara. É. Mostrando o negócio pro cara, eu falo nem aqui ele tá. F no chat.
So 5 wins and 0 losses for Lorenzo. You just have to win one more to guarantee your spot in day 2. Absolutely wonderful to see. And of course, I'm sure it's not the first we'll see this weekend. 2 Italians on the stream as well. The region that's really been locking out those championship points. I mean, Marco Silva way out in front of our EU Championship point leaderboard here, and so to be able to be here just soaking up all of that talent, absolutely massive. Yeah, the Calyrex just going down immediately to that double up, but it just did leave that Ursaluna exposed. But, you know, not doubling up that slot is also really, really risky in that situation.
Yeah, it was for sure. And so we saw there the body press that was freed up by that Clefairy into that Incineroar just turn this endgame into a perfect pin for Lorenzo. It would have taken a couple of turns because you've got the electric seed active on the Lunala. I think it might not have, I think it switched out actually, so it wouldn't even have the defense. But it would have taken just a couple of turns. You've done a fake out and heavy slam, and you've done a heavy slam that would have probably be able to seal the game. But yeah, really nicely done from both players. I really hope that fake outable catches on because
I think it is.
It seems like a very reasonable match. And I also hope the Caterpillar catches on because
Caterpillar's really good.
I like Caterpillar.
Jamie, I take my hat off to you.
Right?
Yeah, no, it's really good, really good. The cat that became a bug, the Caterpillar. Wonderful stuff. So, Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, our most youth-restricted pair here at the Bologna Special Championships for day 1, has emerged victorious. Is it going to emerge victorious over the course of the entire weekend? Of course, only time will tell, but really interesting to see that the Miraidon on Lunala that Luca was running, that of course won the Milwaukee Regional Championships, was felled. How's the meta just moved on to a point where Miraidon and Lunala are no longer there? We've had so many regional level events over the past couple of weeks, really coming thick and fast, that maybe, yeah, it's moved on. Maybe they're old news. We'll have to see.
You say that, it was the 3rd most use-restricted pairing, so...
I know.
I wouldn't call that old news if most of the field is...
I'm creating drama, Jamie.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, for goodness sake.
Miraidon a Pokemon from the future, but is it going to be old news? Only time will tell. Lorenzo now progressing with that undefeated record. Also makes me wonder which Pokemon we have lurking like the 5th most used restricted pair and the 9th most used individual restricted. It really gets the brains whirring. I wouldn't, you know, what would you reckon is the 5th most used restricted pair?
I wanted, my initial instinct was just about to say Ice Rider Kyogre, just because it won the most regional championship that we had. But I don't know how many people would have adapted based on that to say, oh yeah, this is a good team, I'll spend this entire 1 week in between what I probably plan to bring to this tournament. But they have not really Roberto's gone for, because we know it is speedier than Lunala and able to...
Let's have a look at what we all have to restricted select.
Can this Farigiraf force onto not one, but two? But that invites...
Appreciate trick
force, the
double knockout here.
Going to
see, yep, reflect.
In terms of what it
aí?
Thunderwave shenanigan.
Of course, that would still hurt quite a bit.
Olha pra esse time aí da moça, da Rowney. Opa, voltou, Framboianos. Salve. Ô Marlon, nem tenta explicar, cara. Já vai gastar teu tempo. O time do Cava tem Glimora. Não, mas olha isso aqui. Olha o que que tem no time da moça. Inclusive, deixa eu ver se eu consigo mostrar um moveset dela. Ó. Aí, ó. O moveset do Palmote que ela usou foi esse aqui, ó. Veio de Fox Sash com Volt Absorve. Ó, Fake Out, Double Shock, Close Combat e Revival Blessing. Infelizmente ela perdeu. Mas eu torci, tá? Eu torci pra ela, vou ser sincero com você. Eu torci pra ela ganhar, cara. Infelizmente ela perdeu. Ela trouxe um Palmote Shine, inclusive. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo mostrar aqui na batalha.
State positionings that you such a powerful duo that just how little damage helping him.
E aí, então? Beleza? Beleza, Framboianos? Aqui,
ó. When it is hiding behind the screens. She has to make use of it now.
More offensive Pokemon, the final fourth being the Incineroar, so that could have been a bit of a strategy for him to be able to
Tu quer ver a primeira batalha?
with fake out disruption and obviously having the pivot
A primeira
action going with the
batalha, deixa eu ver
U-turn
se teve alguma
knockoff
coisa
Incineroar. We know
interessante.
it's a threat. But we have got game 2 leads
Aí, ó.
online. Calyrex Ice Rider now with the Grimmsnarl
Cara, a
versus
primeira batalha
round number 2. So
is definitely picking up and using.
Não foi
It's not
assim.
super effective, and it is faster, and it is going to target down that Maride on
A primeira, não, a do Palmote é a segunda.
and is able to fire
A
off the dazzling
do Palmote é a segunda. Foi 2-0 pro moço da Glimora. Ele não usou Glimora. Ele não usou Glimora e foi 2-0.
Try to do some adaptation, and also there was a crucial turn in which he set up the Trick Room where exactly it was not in with Clefairy that can anchor in the Trick Room or stuff like
A
that.
batalha da moça do Palmote foi a segunda e infelizmente ela não ganhou. Ela tomou um 2-0 seco, cara. Pior que a estratégia dela foi boa, mas o Palmote não conseguiu atacar. Entendeu?
But was not Luca that is more expert than me in these things. Munga's Beam ignores the friend guard, and so I did a play that was minimized because I put Clefairy to try to have the friend guard, but Munga's Beam
Qual foi a
also
estratégia dela? Cara, foi bater, foi com Império Elétrico e bater com um ataque. Só que como não era... Quando o ataque não era efetivo, O oponente dela trocou a tipagem nos teras e infelizmente não dava tanto dano, entendeu?
Under trick room conditions.
Exactly. That was my plan. And there was another crucial turn that was really important, in which where my Clefairy was pinned by Facade and Mungus Beam, and I
Não, ô Marlon, você falou aqui, ó. É esse o destino da maioria que não usa Incineroar. Mas sabe o que é o mais engraçado? O Lorenzo acabou de ganhar tendo o Incineroar no time, mas ele não usou esse Incineroar. Ou seja, ele ganhou sem Incineroar. Nenhuma das 3 batalhas ele usou. E ele ganhou o último Incineroar. Ou seja, o Incineroar não tá com um rate tão alto agora. Tem que ter Incineroar no time? Deixa eu ver, das batalhas que teve...
High risk, high reward. Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of like why we say, you know, the most high-level players, they need to be able to sort of notice where you have to make the sacrifices in terms of the board state to be able to give you more of a chance towards the win condition. And that's exactly what you did.
Que teve hoje, duas não tiveram Incineroar.
Going into Swiss round number 6 must be feeling really good.
Duas não teve Incineroar e ganharam sem Incineroar no time. Caso apareçam, tá, a primeira, a pessoa não tinha nem Calyrex nem o Shifu no time, mas estava contra uma pessoa que tinha o Shifu. E a segunda, que a pessoa não tinha Calyrex, e a segunda que não tinha o Incineroar, no caso essa tinha o Calyrex, e ganhou de um Incineroar.
128. Let's see. Let's try to win one more, so it's guaranteed. Yeah, that one, and so I can take the 20 more championship points to reach the 950. Should be, I think, should be enough.
Fingers crossed for you, my friend. I have been told that the rounds are going to start progressing and starting, so we want to make sure we give you as much time as possible going into it, but keep it going strong, my friend. Forza Italia, Forza Lorenzo.
Forza Italia.
So finally, before you go, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I want to shout out for, first of all, my wife that is always with me in this tournaments. He tried to play this time, but well, not so good. But yeah, and also I have to I want to thank you all my friends, all my my competitive team, my parents.
Vou mostrar o primeiro jogo pra tu.
As top cut. Dangerous for the Miraidon up against one of, I would say, the really big, prominent rising stars. We've seen him. He's no stranger to the stream whatsoever. He's in top 64
to be able to secure.
Pô, você olha o time do cara, esse é o Robert. É o Roberto, né? Esse é o Roberto, né? Miraidon, Lunala, Saluna, Wiz, Patinera e o Chico de Ar. Não, esse é o Simon, na verdade. Miraidon, Zamazenta, Volcarona, Iron Hands, Chimpao e Fire Direto. Sim, presta atenção. Simon. Esse daqui é o Simon. Aí o time do Roberto, aí sim, beleza. Aí primeiro jogo, o Roberto amassando aqui o cara. Sim, Simon. Ó, primeiro jogo o Roberto amassou completamente o Simon, beleza, ó. 1-0. Com os 4 Pokémon vivos, ó. 4 Pokémon dele vivos. Beleza, aí vamos pro segundo jogo. Aí o Simon colocou a estratégia dele, né? Ele veio com o Easy Spot, aí começou, ó. Levou o Miraidon. Levou a Lunala. Levou Incinerosa, sobrou um de... Ó, isso aqui foi muito bom, Marlon. Olha isso aqui. Era um Iron Hand contra um Easy Cot, ó.
And it will do it with the wild charge chip. So this does need to KO now, but actually that could be quite smart there. The drain punch allowing that little bit of recovery. Yeah. And that's out of range of Moonblast. It's not out of range of
Easy
critical
Cot
Moonblast.
deu um Moonblast e não levou. Aí acabou o Tailwind.
I think for me personally, I would have gone for the risky because
Né?
what if you do
Aí vai acertar um Moonblast.
we're gonna have to see. No!
Sobreviveu.
Simon, good dodge there, my friend.
E o Iron Hand foi e deu um chá. Isso aqui garantiu um empate pro Simon. Aí beleza. Aí terceiro jogo. Ó, Incinerosa de bala. O Chico também. Aqui.
Absolutely fantastic there. Yes, this is a super effective Moonblast, but it's shrugging it off every single day, easily able to survive and respond with this wild charge into the Lunala and able to pick up that KO.
Ele
and
perdeu o
take this
primeiro
round
jogo de
two for
massacre.
Simon.
Conseguiu vencer o segundo jogo com resistência na defesa e no terceiro ele ganhou com folga. Muito doido isso, cara. Tá, round 6 agora. Chat, eu vou fazer um negocinho aqui. Colocar um negocinho aqui.
That sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. You know, I think some people, when I talk about, oh, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament, I think some people are, like, surprised, or they're thinking, like, okay, like, well, why? Like, why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. None of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, People look at me and they see, like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the Fake Out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Flick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
O outro aparece, ele do nada brota. Prazer, meu moderador.
Next up, from Japan, our video game senior champion,
Eu mostro uma batalha da hora. Cadê o cara? Eu chego, opa, brotei. Lindro, volta aí o regional rapidão. Por quê? Voltar pra quê, ô Marlon? Não tem nada pra voltar mais não, pô. Precisa mais voltar mais nada não. Eu tinha que mostrar, já mostrou já. Ai, ai.
私がポケモンをプレイするのが好きなのはやはり対戦相手に勝つことが楽しいと感じられるからです。対戦する上でいろいろな言語のポケモンの名前を知ることができました。今回の WCS でマスターカップに出場した秋山翔さんが自分の憧れのプレイヤーです。他のものがありましたけど、今回の WCS で優勝できたことによりそれが変わりました。できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
Essa propaganda passa toda hora, eu sempre esqueço qual é. Olha o Ivan. Aí, ó, Ivan. Lugia! Gostei. Olha a caixinha pra carta do Leaf. Legal. Olha o Golden Gold. Legal. Eu sei do Golden Gold. Ó, fez um gift. Chat, uma pergunta.
And welcome back to the place where everything is fake-outable and I make up brand new words. And my name is Jamie Voigt, and I'm paired with Costa Dynamos.
Hello.
And yeah, we're going into round 6 of the Bologna Special Championships. After such a thrilling match between a world champion and a regional champion, and the regional champion taking down our reigning world champion in Luca Cherubelli. Very well done, Lorenzo.
Oh yeah, and the way that he went about it too, it's not like it was a very straightforward affair. Both of our trainers really put in all of the work they could. They were both undefeated. This was an all-Italian battle between them both, and you know, they're no strangers, let's say, to the upper echelon level of achievements.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like when we put up the achievements, seeing world champion on that graphic is always
a massive flex.
Yeah, absolutely is. But then when you got ex-champion on your graphic, then that's always absolutely fantastic. And we've got Lorenzo that's going to be absolutely gunning for that second title here in Bologna. Already 5-0, so very, very nicely done from him. There's going to be plenty of other people that are currently 5-0 undefeated, and we'll be able to have a look at who those are going to be going into this tournament, because that's the place you want to be. Just one win away from being able to make it into that day 2 guaranteed.
Oh, 100%. And I think just being able to be at the point where you've just got so much momentum going for you is the absolute key thing. But we do have a couple of those trainers we have been talking about, a couple that just come straight to mind. We have got Team Masol that recently had such a good performance at European International Championships, of course. I believe getting top
8, falling to Wolf in the top 8, so yeah.
To the eventual champ, so
exactly, yeah.
You know, absolutely running through, trying to still keep their position on the top 16, which they most definitely have. If I'm not mistaken, maybe around 10th position or whatnot.
Oh, they've had a fantastic season. They've got so many championship points. They were all top 8 at another region. I think it was even top 4 at regional looks. There was it was midway through the season. I think it was it Dortmund? I want to say it was Dortmund.
I think it was a German one.
The one, the Eden Bachelor one, was able to get top 4. Stuttgart, okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, so very, very strong showing from Tier Team there. Plenty of other fantastic names as we see. Well, every single name is fantastic here that's been able to get that 5-0 record.
Yeah, but then we've got more Italian representation. We have got Riccardo Stellini actually rocking a very cool and tried and tested sort of core. We've already seen it and featured it on stream actually. Maridon, Lunala, mixed with the sort of tail room compositions, and Riccardo doing such a stellar job on being still undefeated.
Yeah, very, very good showing from here. They were able to get top 4 in Utrecht last season as well, so they're no stranger to the top cut positions. Yeah. So yeah, using the team that we know it works at this point. It was incredibly successful at the start of the season, and it's good enough that a world champion thinks that it's worthy of this tournament. So no surprise to seeing more Italians being able to pick up that core and being able to run it very successfully.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of one of the things around team building groups, and especially when you've got a vast array of community members that you can rely on and sort of team and workshop build with, to the point where, you know, if you all feel like, hey, you know what, I think I've actually got the play, it's going to be this, let's try to work together on trying to reach the most optimal peak performance we can with it, depending on what the meta is looking like, and that's clearly what the Italian community's done, at least with the players we've been featuring thus far.
Yeah, speaking of the players we've been featuring, we're going to be able to see some more matches that are going to be taking place in this championship. And we'll be able to see that we are featuring Liam Wesson versus Miguel Paquette going for our stream match. So, yeah, I'm Jugular's paired with the Kyogre. There's the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Kyogre pairing that was able to win the World Regional Championship. We were saying it was going to be quite effective at the start, but yeah, Iron Jugular's is an adaptation here.
Yeah, and I think it's got a lot going for itself, aside from the typing, which is so crucial, especially going up against the Calyrex Shadow Riders, trying to force terrors. Most crucially, you've got a couple of vast array of tools. Essentially, you've got Snarl, you've got the Tailwind, you've even got Air Slash if you want to try to go for any sort of cheeky flinch, but most importantly, get that chip damage onto very important targets.
Yeah, I'm facing down the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. It's basically the very similar to the core that Lorenzo was ending up using. Although that had a Clefairy, this has an Ogerpon as the redirection Pokemon. But we can see there Lorenzo was one of the matches that we were able to feature just recently. We can see his team still that are represented there. Going up against a Miraidon and Hoa coming out from Diego de Vivo.
Yeah, and I think we spoke about it at the top of the show, if I'm not mistaken, Jamie. The Miraidon Ho-Oh has so much synergy going for itself, especially when you've got a Trick Room heavy sweeper in the form of the Ursaluna. And sure, you can even see Iron Hands as a form of sweeper if it's in the right conditions, especially as now it can finally utilize its core drive ability, get that attack.
Deixei, caramba. Pô. Zamazenta. Ogerpon de fogo. Fogo. O Urshifu. Também não vou saber qual é o Urshifu. Rillaboom. E Incineroar.
Their first Masters Division debut, should I say, at least on stream. They did actually get a top 128 at Dortmund Regional, so Liam really put in all of the work, and clearly it's paying off.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one to age up into the division above. Going from seniors to masters is a pretty big step up, because there's just so many more players available. Senior players, we usually get maybe 20 or 30 players, and then suddenly here's the hundreds that we have in the Masters, but Liam's still able to keep his own there with the 5-0 record currently.
Yeah, exactly, and we do have Miguel Paquete on the other side of the field, or should I say on the table, having quite a few recent strong showings all the way from the previous season. Lil top 8, UIC top 32 the previous season,
a gente só vai saber quando aparecer aqui.
And of course,
se aparecer BR ali do lado do nome dele é porque ele é BR, senão não é.
Yeah, and has been able to make the top 8 at a regional before in the previous season, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him continue to do very well, as he is already doing. Like we said, that 5-0 record is nothing to scoff at this point in the tournament. You've still got that comfort of just one more win out of 3 will be able to take you through to that second day, and one of our trainers is going to be able to achieve that. Is that going to be Liam with that Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider? That's holding a never melt ice item.
Wow, okay, I was half expecting.
And like we said, that 5-0 record is...
It's got to be Leech Seed, but no, Seed Bomb is fascinating in combination with the Terra Grass as well. Clearly, actually being a really good way to be able to ignore any sort of powder redirection or even Spore focuses on that slot and capitalize off of the damage output, especially when you could bolster it with Rillaboom's Grassy Surge ability. And there is that Urshifu Rillaboom trying to test the core between them alongside an Amoonguss of his own, which will have so much more board state pressure that the opponent's going to have to respect.
A very, very nicely well-rounded team here. Although I believe we've got that was able to achieve top 4 at the Bologna Regional Championships just recently, with that Iron Jugular's getting that speed control with the Tailwinds and the Calyrex getting the speed control with the Trick Room. We've been mentioning a couple of times across the stream, because this is a strategy that players have opted for, going for a Pokemon with Tailwind and a Pokemon with Trick Room, so you can control either a spectrum of the speed. Kyogre's usually somewhere in the middle of that speed. It's usually trained pretty speedy as far as like a Kyogre can be, but there's still plenty of Pokemon that outspeed it. So you get the Tailwind to outspeed that very comfortably, but actually it will underspeed a significant amount of Pokemon as well if you do opt for that trick route.
Yeah, Iron Junglis, o nome no Marlon. De água também.
We have got Miguel Paquete on the other side of the field. Calyrex Shadow Rider Life Orb variant with a nasty plot. We definitely, I think, did come off of a very strong set just this previous round with that. Alongside the Zamazenta, you got the Heavy Slam, no Behemoth Bash available. However, Urshifu with the Rain Dance, Jamie, and the Terra Water.
Yeah, I think that's the standout thing from this team, because well, these are Pokemon we expect to be together, and the sets are pretty reasonable coming out from this composition of a team as well. But the Rain Dance tech, that's a really cool one coming out from the Urshifu. You always see Surging Strikes, Close Combat, and U-Turn on a Choice Scarf Urshifu, and it is usually Aqua Jet to out-prioritize something like a Chien-Pao's Sucker Punch, or if you just need to, the opposing player has speed control, and then you get to out-prioritize even just with the Aqua Jet. But not opting for that here, going for that Rain Dance, maybe it's almost certainly a nice tech against something like a Koraidon or a Groudon that could be coming out, because then it really stops the damage output that could be coming from an opposing Koraidon.
And it's so crucial as well with the speed tiering of the Choice Scarf to be able to get the jump on any other Pokemon, especially, let's say, for example, if there's any sort of Prankster, Weather type moves coming on the other side of the field, you're still going to be guaranteeing that Rain Dance. But, Jamie, we have got the compositions side by side. What do you feel is the main sort of pivot of points I would have asked from both of our trainers before we actually get the instant reveal of Game 1? Zamazenta, Calyrex Shadow Ride on the other side of the field versus very shiny Iron Jugulis as well as Kyogre.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Costa. I reckon that Liam should go for an Iron Jugulis and Kyogre lead.
Are you sure?
Probably be countered by Zamazenta and Shadow Rider. So yeah, opting for both restricteds immediately for Miguel is usually indicative of a very aggressive approach where you just want to be launching out the massive damage as much as you can. But it makes perfect sense to bring an Iron Jugulis in the lead against a Shadow Rider because you get access to the Snarl, so you can really reduce the damage output. Probably doesn't pick up the KO, but it would absolutely chunk it because of the quad weakness, and get that special attack reduction on top of that. But then if you're concerned about something like the Y-Guard that can come out from the Zamazenta, you can just go for the Tailwind as well. And the Kyogre does have access to Hydro Pump. It doesn't have Origin Pulse here. It does have Water Spout, obviously. But then it's got the single target Hydro Pump that would be able to get around a potential Y-Guard that could be coming out from the Zamazenta.
Yeah, so I think Liam's going to have to try to commit here in anticipation of any sort of adaptations from Miguel's side, as we do have the first Terra commit. It's going to be the Zamazenta into the Dragon typing in order to resist those very powerful water-type moves bolstered by the Mystic Water. And most likely you're going to be seeing potential Tailwind setup to guarantee it does outspeed.
It will outspeed for sure. That Kyogre is going to be moving for that Zamazenta now. And it will Hydro Pump into the switched-in Rillaboom. Wow! That's so much damage. That was obviously going to be critical hit. That's an assault this Rillaboom. Yeah, that was massive damage. That Body Press basically did exactly the same amount of damage to the opposing Rillaboom. Resisted Hydro Pump. Kyogre's incredibly strong.
Yeah, it truly is, and that's why having a water-type boosted item of choice, being the Mystic Water, is such a prominent set when it comes to this Pokemon. But Tailwind has been set up, Fake Out is now available over on Miguel's side. There is going to have to be a bit of respect in terms of the board position right now, but no protects from Liam's side, actually opting to go and say, right, you can flinch away that Iron Jugulis. I want to go for the Zamazenta with a Hydro Pump, deal about just over 1/3 worth of damage, and the Body Press isn't even enough to pick up the KO on the Iron Jugulis.
Yeah, so the Kyogre got away with it on that turn. It was open to the potential Grassy Glide, it was open to the Body Press, and based on the damage it did before, it's probably going to KO. Even with that little bit of Grassy Terrain recovery, based on the damage it did before, it is entirely reasonable to assume that the Body Press should KO that Kyogre, and the Iron Jugulis is down into the reds. That's got to be in range of Grassy Glide as well, right? It wasn't on the ground, so it couldn't benefit from the Grassy Terrain recovery. And if it did have that little tick of a recovery, it would have probably been out of range of Grassy Glide, based on the damage that the Body Press was able to do to it, which was absolutely massive damage. The Iron Jugulis does need to be concerned here, and that is probably why we are seeing Liam switch out that Iron Jugulis into the Calyrex.
Okay, it's going to forego its booster energy item, which can only be procced once per game. bringing in the Calyrex instead, and if this is a bit of a speedy Calyrex, he's going to be able to potentially capitalize off of the tailwind as the grassy glide will be targeting down the Calyrex. Slot, but the Hydro miss will come out onto the Zamazenta. Body press in return does pick up the KO. You can see Liam was a bit dismayed from that KO, perhaps hoping for it to have been a positive roll with that additional incremental recovery via the grassy terrain.
Não, é porque eu não tô perto,
how much damage the Hydro Pump was
o
doing
negócio tá
even
aqui do
into
lado, por isso
resisted
que
hits,
minha voz
but
tá
that is
baixa.
obviously one of the major downsides of running Kyogre. Water Spout is incredibly reliable if you're at full HP, but as soon as you've taken any kind of damage, that doesn't do the opposing damage that you want to be able to do. That means you have to fall back on these inaccurate water attacks, whether that's Origin Pulse or Hydro Pump. Liam obviously opting for the Hydro Pump, and that was 3 times that it was clicked, so you're
Marlon. E também, tecnicamente, não dá pra dizer que os jogos do Legends não são usados no competitivo, porque Sneasler, um Saluna,
a Hydro Pump resisted was still doing good damage. A Surging Strike with Life Orb in the rain is also going to do some pretty good damage, I
então
reckon.
assim, muito Pokémon, esses 3 eu citei, mas teve muito Pokémon que foi tirado de Legends EA. As origens formas do Dialga e Palkia são usadas aqui. O Giratina provavelmente é do Legends Arceus.
Going to be preserving
Entendeu?
the fake outs for the future turns. Instead, it's going to be switching into that Calyrex.
Os poucos são usados, mas a mecânica dos jogos não. Não, mas você disse que não é usada as coisas do Legends, e eu tô dizendo que sim.
That was a close combat. What a switch in!
Wow, and body press going into the Calyrex, getting a critical hit as revenge from the previous scenario. And then this is the brilliance of Tailwind in effect. You had Tailwind set up, but you know what? You wanted to change things based off of what is on the other side of the field. The moment Tailwind ends, you get the triple
pro final do ano aí, a 10ª geração, eu acredito, tá? Eles devem anunciar a 10ª geração. O Pokémon Champions lança ano que vem. E aí a gente vai ter a sincronia entre o Legends, entre o Pokémon Champions, né? E a 10ª geração.
But then the Surging Strikes, there's nothing you can do to stop that. If you switch in the Rillaboom, that's still taking absolutely massive damage. And yeah, the Calyrex is immediately switching out. So if that is the Rillaboom, we'll find out if the Surging, it's going to be the Rillaboom. We'll find out now, most likely, would the Surging Strikes have been able to KO the opposing Rillaboom, which you could have done to KO the Calyrex as it switched in.
Yeah, and to cover for the Glacial Lance potential threat, you have to go for the wide guard. Rillaboom is going to stay right now on the field until we can determine what this Urshifu is going to get locked into, at least for right now with this turn. Zamazenta being the focus there, it's going to maybe put it
presta atenção numa
with
coisa.
that range. I wouldn't even say it puts it within a subsequent follow-up.
O Pokémon para a 10ª geração não vier esse final desse ano, o Poké Champions vira o competitivo do VGC, aí na metade do ano a 10ª geração de Pokémon vem. Provavelmente. Eu acho mais fácil acontecer isso do que eles lançarem a 10ª geração no final do ano. Porque eles já anunciaram Legends EA. Legends EA é lá para outubro. A chance deles lançarem algum outro jogo de Pokémon sendo um novo jogo de Pokémon pro VGC é nula. Não vou dizer nula, é baixo. E aí que eu acho que entra o Pokémon Champions. O Pokémon Champions vai vir para ser a ponte do VGC por enquanto. E na metade do ano eles lançam o próximo jogo de Pokémon. Aí sim, o Champions ele passa a ser segundo plano e o VGC volta a ser o competitivo dos jogos de Pokémon.
So I don't really see anything that Liam can do if Miguel was just able to click White Guard and would hammer once again into that Iron Jugulis. Yes, you could go for Seed Bomb to avoid that, but you're into 2 resisted hits, and even if you were able to break through this, there's an entire Calyrex and mystery Pokemon waiting in the back. So yeah, very, very nicely done from Miguel there. Able to comfortably take this first game. It seemed like Liam was doing pretty well. They got the speed control with the Tailwind, and then as soon as the Tailwind was finishing, the Trick Room was activated. But yeah, Miguel able to take this first game, as there is the forfeit locked in from Liam.
Provável, eu acho que vai acontecer isso, porque olha só. Ó, porque pensa, o Marlon, eles anunciaram o Legends EA para outubro. Acho que é 16 de outubro que vai lançar. Nenhum jogo, pelo menos esse é o segundo, né? Então nenhum jogo do Legends entrou pro competitivo, o jogo em si, as mecânicas do jogo, só os Pokémon, ou seja, eles precisam de alguma coisa, para que o competitivo continue se mantendo, para eles lançarem um jogo de Pokémon, porque aí, olha só, pensa comigo. Se fosse para eles lançarem alguma coisa de Pokémon dos jogos, eles teriam anunciado o jogo, próximo jogo de Pokémon, em vez de fazer o lançamento do ZA. Porque, por exemplo, o ZA, ele saiu depois de Scarlet Violet, né, se eu não me engano. Ou saiu antes? Agora eu não lembro. Mas enfim, vai ser, eu acredito que seja isso. Porque o Pokémon Champions vem para ser o segura as pontas do competitivo. E aí eles lançam na metade do ano o jogo da 10ª geração. Ou eu posso estar completamente errado e eles lançarem o jogo da 10ª geração esse ano também, né? Sei lá. Acabou que não deu pra ver o último Pokémon do cara, né?
What they went for in that game one, so like we said, you've got the threat of the Snarl, the opposing Calyrex. That means it's
não, mas vai ser legal, Marlon, porque imagina, você vai poder enfrentar um Pokémon que tem terasterização, o cara tá com Tera, você vai poder usar um Z-Move, uma Mega Evolução contra ele, entendeu? Pelo que eu entendi, vai ter todas as mecânicas. E aí, faz sentido o Pokémon Champions lançar depois do ZA, porque eu acredito que vai ter essa integração dos Pokémons do Champion, do ZA com o Champions. Por quê? Já que o ZA tem Mega Evolução, então é muito mais... O ZA com o Champions tem muito mais ligação, e lançarem a 10ª geração na metade do ano, por quê? Porque você tem 2 jogos que se conversam, ou seja, se você não tem, não sei como é que vai ser o Pokémon Champions, se vai ter um modo história para você capturar os Pokémon, entendeu? Aí certos Pokémon não vão ter, você vai ter que ter de outro Pokémon. Aí o que eles vão fazer provavelmente? Eles devem integrar, por exemplo, você quer usar um Mega Dragonite, mas você não tem ele no Champions. Ou você não tem ele no Champions. Mas no ZA você tem. Ou seja, você migra do ZA pro Champions. Então, eles vão fazer isso só que pra Switch, basicamente, entendeu? E aí, o Marlon, fica mais fácil também de migrar certos Pokémon você tendo o Champion ZA pra 10ª geração. Por quê? Porque você transfere, se por exemplo, você tiver que transferir, puder fazer essa transferência do Champions pro ZA e do ZA pro Champions, Você vai poder, por exemplo, pegar um pouquinho. Eu não sei como é que vai ser, não tenho a menor ideia se vai ser só batalha ou se vai ter modo história no Champions. Se tiver modo história no Champions, você vai poder pegar Pokémons ali, passar pro ZA e do ZA pra 10ª geração, entendeu?
Now you've got the switch into it would look like the Calyrex joining the field.
Vai basicamente virar um show. O Pokémon Champions é basicamente um Switch, ou um Switch não, um showdown, só que no Nintendo Switch.
It should outspeed the opposing Rillaboom though. That's usually going to be the case. So that means that really you've got, I was about to say safe Hydro Pump. It's never safe, but assuming it would connect, a Hydro Pump into the Zamazenta and a Seed Bomb into the Rillaboom would be able to pick up the KO. Because that's the case, you're probably not inclined to go for White Guard with the Zamazenta because you've got the option of just 2 single target attacks, and that would kind of be a waste. But then does that free up the option to go for the spread type attack because you've got the option of single targets and there's not going to be a White Guard. So we've got this mind game going forward with the Zamazenta here. The Rillaboom is incredibly low, so if you're able to get a KO with that with the Calyrex and get a chilling Nade boost, then that's going to be very, very nice for future. But it's not going to be at least the spread cut attacks coming out on Miguel's side of the field because that was the White Guard pick. Did he offer? Oh no, it's not a moment, it missed it.
E a 10ª geração esse ano. Então eles vão lançar a 10ª geração, dependendo de quando, talvez 1 ou 2 meses antes ou depois do ZA, ou seja, temos 10ª geração e ZA no mesmo ano. E aí para ano que vem eles lançarem no Champions, ou seja, 3 lançamentos de Pokémon em menos de um ano. 3 jogos para você poder montar toda uma estrutura de competitivo, 2 né, praticamente, toda uma estrutura de competitivo, a ligação entre eles, entendeu? A Pokémon não costuma fazer isso. Então eu acho que eles não vão lançar a 10ª geração esse ano por causa disso, porque aí faz sentido eles lançarem ano que vem o Champions e a 10ª geração, por quê? Porque eles já têm uma base do ZA já feita, lançada esse ano. Ano que vem eles integram o Champions, ou seja, você tem uma ligação do Champions, do ZA com o Champions. Beleza, os dois estão ligados, os dois conversam, você faz um competitivo alguma coisa, e final do ano você vai e lança a 10ª geração, porque você já tem toda uma base pré-estabelecida para você conseguir um Pokémon em cima disso. Você viu meu vídeo? Ô Marlon, eu fui dormir ontem, cara, depois aqui da live esse pai eu vejo, entendeu? Me lembra depois da live, eu acho que eu vou dormir, mas depois que eu acordar, eu acho que eu consigo ver o teu vídeo direito, beleza? Mas de hoje, eu acredito que não passa. Miguel, o Zamazenta Calyrex, não é Rillaboom.
Grassy Glide, my lordy, the way that this Pokemon is able to switch from a redirection option to a full offensive one. The Calyrex will not get that 2-shot KO put in by the body press, but most crucially, does get the trick room set up. So this may open up the board for Liam to be able to start sweeping in this game too. And who would have thought it's a Mungus?
Yeah, Mungus makes perfect sense against the opposing Zamazenta, and the Ogerpon has gone for his terrestrialization. It is no longer a grass type and would be susceptible to spores as well. If that would have been the terrestrialization on the Kyogre instead, that would have been a lot more impactful because it would have been able to survive that grassy glide quite comfortably. The grass terror on the Calyrex not really going to be too impactful because, like we said, the fire types are still as effective against it. Maybe the fact that the heavy slam wouldn't be super effective anymore, but that doesn't really matter because Calyrex is so heavy. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity for Liam there, but now we're going to be relying on this Amoonguss that is in Trick Room, so it's not the most unreasonable positions, especially because your Calyrex has already got plus 1 boost, so it's already going to be able to do some really good damage, even though it would be into some resistant hits here.
And I think it is a really good call out that you mentioned that the Amoonguss would have been a really nice way to be able to sponge up all the damage, but talking about no damage, that will be the spiky shield on the Ogerpon. However, the Amoonguss actually got the right slot. It went for the Spore onto the Zamazenta. It will force it now to take a mandatory sleep as the Glacial Lands will be coming out. Sure, it's going to be resistant damage onto the Zamazenta. It is a +1. It's not bad, exactly. And I think right now, Miguel's sort of in a weird spot where he either has to try to go for the switch here or just accept that the Spore will be targeting down this Ogerpon.
Although, there's always going to be the case of maybe a double spiky shield.
Yeah, you did. The Spore is going into that slot, and whether it's Ogerpon or Calyrex that goes to sleep, I think it just has to be the Ogerpon, really, because if you switch in the Calyrex, it hasn't taken any turns of sleep. At least the Ogerpon will be able to burn a turn of sleep on this turn. Yeah, no spiky shields double attempt there, because if you do fail it, then you get 0 turns of sleep, and then you have the force to sleep in the future. So it makes some perfect sense in this position to take the sleep from the Spore. But that Glacial Lance, it's still resisted, but now the Zamazenta's down into the red, so it's really adding up. I reckon that if explosive, another Glacial Lance is going to be able to KO, but it does wake up, and there's the body press for very good damage into the Calyrex.
But the really good thing about having a Moongus under Trick Room right now is that you still have access to Polypuff if you want to go ahead and heal up the Calyrex whilst focusing down on a potential KO from the Zamazenta if it does not go for the Wide Guard, but that introduces other mind games of whether you try to commit to a Spore onto the Zamazenta or not, that both of our trainers are going to have to really consider. But I think Miguel's just going to want to really hope to get maybe a wake up with the Ogerpon. It's still healthy enough. There it is, the Wide Guard.
Yeah, so if this is a Pollen Puff into the opposing Calyrex, if the Ogerpon wakes up, it's the Pollen Puff. It's not a Spore. So this gives the opportunity for the Ogerpon to be able to wake up, because there's no longer the rain on the field, so that's probably in range of it. Well, I'd say probably. It's got its +1. It's body aspect. Of course, it's going to be in range of any attack. So the Ogerpon wakes up, KOs either Pokemon here, whichever one it does target. It does wake up. So that means it's able to launch off the Ivy Cudgel into either grass type here.
Miguel.
When it was into the Calyrex. So that is going to be able to
Miguel
pick up the KO. The rain disappearing means that is not going to be protected, and there goes the restricted. And we're seeing that Mungus was a really nice adjustment, and I don't think it can 1v3 here, unfortunately.
No, I mean, if there's going to be one Pokemon that could try, it's definitely going to be a Moongus, but yeah, it's not that kind of set right now. It's got the Polypuff. We were saying it's trying, but at this point I think it's just going to be Miguel wrapping this up.
Já viu? Coloca do lado de Dondoso pra tu ver. Do lado do Arceus. Do lado do Groundon, pra tu ver. O Among Us nem aparece na tela. 2-0 pro Miguel.
Seemed a little bit strange seeing fire-type Ogerpon be very good into the opposing Kyogre, and then just the one shot of the grassy line was so impressive. Like, it was like, oh, are we going to protect the Ogerpon with the Wide Guard here? But no, just the fact that the grass terrain was on the field, you got priority to be able to Kyogre, and it didn't terrestrialize. I think that was a very crucial part. If the Kyogre went for the terrestrialization, that's going to survive the grassy glide very comfortably, and then Hydro Pump was about whatever it went for, because there was no Wide Guard on that turn. Then that would have been able to probably KO at least one of the Pokemon, maybe both if it was Water Spout. That would probably been the game for Liam.
I'm trying to think if there's a scenario where Liam was considering the Kyogre not being fast enough under Trick Room against some of the Pokemon
estágio básico do Azul Mario. Nossa, caraca, o meu amigo. Chat, o que foi isso? Chat, o Zamazenta. Nossa, o Zamazenta fez o Kyogre de tapete aqui.
That would have probably been the game for Liam.
I'm trying to think if there's a scenario where Liam was considering the Kyogre not being fast enough under Trick Room against some of the Pokemon that Miguel still had available.
Mano, olha isso. Mano, olha isso. O Zamazenta fez o Kyogre de tapete. Caraca. Mano do céu, que isso? Pô, agora que eu parei pra reparar esse ataque, mano. Caraca,
there was also the fact that there was the first turn wake for both the Zamazenta and the Ogerpon. And I reckon if the Ogerpon stayed asleep on that turn, because it was a very crucial Pollen Puff that turn, rather than a Spore or Rage Powder, if the Ogerpon would have stayed asleep on that turn, then there would have been a potential way back into the game, because then you get to go for the Rage Powder and then the Glacial Lance or even the Seed Bomb to get around the Wide Guard.
Yep.
So yeah, I think like a little bit of misfortune from Leon's side of the field, but then if you're running Kyogre, you're probably going to miss a few Hydro Pumps here and there, and if you're running Spore, Pokemon are going to wake up straight away sometimes.
That is true, and sort of like one of the main sort of foundational things you need to take into consideration when you go and you're in the workshop, you're trying to go ahead and formulate sort of really good composition and what works and doesn't depending on the different matchups you've got. But yeah, Liam did a really good job in sort of being able to try to best adapt in that scenario. It didn't pull through, but then again, Miguel didn't let go of the gas. He was still there, he was ready, he knew what he needed to do. And that Ogerpon, even with Terra Fire, the moment that the Kyogre was gone, it just felt like it can take
all of what Calyrex had, because it's not running high horsepower, at least this set on Liam's side. It was running Seed-Bomb.
No Calyrex.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about the previous format. My bad.
Yeah, what's high horsepower on Calyrex?
Wait, what is that? Is it a horse even?
Like, you know,
no,
it's high horsepower.
It's just a little plant now.
Yeah, that's just how the meta's been adapting. It's been quite interesting to see. So,
oh wow.
Yeah, and things like Iron Jugulus is quite a nice adaptation to the meta, I think, as well. Like, it makes perfect sense on a Kyogre team, because then you're able to get that Tailwinds available to it very speedily because of the booster energy, and then you get the perfectly accurate Hurricane in the rain, which is really nice.
Yeah, and it worked out so well indeed. However, I guess Liam, we've seen he is actually really rising to be one of the most, I would say, great potential UK players so far. You know, just being able to progress from Seniors Division into the Masters right now, already having an accomplishment under his belt too, just goes to show testament to also the local community scene. You know, you've got great opportunity to be able to go ahead and experiment with all sorts of different team compositions, things you may want to try in terms of any events that are coming up. But most crucially, you get to be able to meet like-minded people and, you know, engage with the community. It's actually very fun. It's the first way that I was able to get into VG. So yeah, I would highly recommend.
Yeah, a lot of people end up starting at the locals, and if you want to be starting, well, then here's your hint how to right now.
Porque aqui onde eu moro, aqui as coisas são carinhas porque meio que não tem mercado assim grande, né? Só do outro lado que tem, né? Aí eu moro num lugar e tem uma ponte pro outro lado. Aí o mercado principal fica do outro lado. E aí o mercado que tem aqui, ele é bem carinho. Então assim, o leite aqui pelo menos tá dá pra comprar uma van, tem um carro. Deixa eu perguntar, quanto tá o leite no mercado perto onde você mora?
Rewarding the championship points, there's still a great opportunity for you to be able to get involved. And we do have a handy little QR code that you can use in order to go ahead and scan and find any events that are occurring around your area.
Yeah, and if you're watching on your phone, then get off your phone, get onto a computer, so that it frees up your phone so that you can are able to scan this QR code.
But come back!
You're able to scan a QR code just on a computer.
You can try.
I think you should try. If you're watching at home on a computer and you don't have your phone currently in your hand, you should try scanning that QR code just on a computer.
And let us know at hashtag it was able to work or not. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And then locals are great. Like I've been to plenty this season. I've been able to test out a lot of my teams. Like I ended up testing out BC Calyrex at my local scene. And I thought I was being like this, like, you know, I like to say I'm quite creative in my team building, and I thought I was having a moment. It's like, no one's using Leech Seed. I've got the secret tech. Oh, just won a regional. Oh, okay, fine. Leech Seed's pretty good then. So testing out things at locals is something that even I've been able to put into place, and it allows me to have my little boy moments of testing out, well, this Pokemon's probably not that great, but let's try anyway.
I would say Seed Bonnet, but that doesn't work, does it?
It's Void Bonnet.
It's I know, but Void Bonnet's so much better.
Só me abandonou aqui no chat. No.
I was going to say, so I'm going to rip a page out of Charlie's book very quickly, because we're on the topic of Calyrex. Joke time. Super quick. And clearly I have to read because I can't remember it. Why did Calyrex start a gardening blog?
I know the answer, but for the sake of the joke, why did he start?
Do you actually?
Yes, why did he start?
Because its content really planted the seed for growth. The Leech Seed. Get it? The Leech Seed or Seed Bomb, you know? Like...
Seed Bomb in this case.
That's
Seed Bomb for us, yeah.
I couldn't say.
It's all seeds coming out from the Calyrex. I mentioned my Leech Seed on the Calyrex. I was running Electric Seed on that Calyrex as well. I was going for all of the seeds.
He's going off on one.
So,
okay, cool.
All right, let's finish it there. We're ready for our interview, so we're able to kick it over for Miguel to hit. I was able to take down Liam. Fantastic showing. Please take it away.
Thank you, Costa and Jamie. And yeah, I gotta ask Miguel himself, how are you feeling after that win?
Thank you for having me. I'm feeling pretty good, although like I was saying, it does not really feel as big as Day 2s usually feel because my Worlds Invite is actually on the line in this tournament, and I need a way better result than just a Day 2 to lock that.
Well, you could not have gone much better so far, at least. So
yeah, that is true.
Right? So what do you think? Like, what are you projecting? Like, which finish are you looking for here at this tournament?
Wait, I didn't understand that, sorry.
Which finish are you looking for then? You say you need to go further? Like, how far do you think you need to go for your Worlds Invitation?
I think top 16 would, like, be barely okay. Top 8 would lock it 100% because it's a GCP difference.
Yeah, it is tough out there, right? Like, yeah, so many great players in attendance, and yet, at least in this tournament, you're still undefeated after, yeah, really close set against Liam, who has, in my opinion, a very, very scary team. Now, it's of course a team that we saw come out of the last regional championships last weekend. Was it a team that was on your radar, though, in your practice? Like, did you play against this type of Kyogre composition before?
Yes, actually. Usually my prep ritual goes something along the lines of, I will play a lot, I'll test a lot, and then the week before the regional, I won't play any single game of Pokemon. But this time I kind of broke that rule because there were still some things I wasn't sure about, and I decided to run some matchups with friends, and that was one of them. And I actually figured out it was not that bad on paper, although there's not that much room for mistake either. In game 2, honestly, I started feeling myself way too much. I made some plays that were pretty unsafe.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like the first game, it felt like you were able to establish this very, very safe position with a Terra Dragon Zamazenta next to Rillaboom, and it seemed like it was like pretty tough to break because yeah, you have the typing advantage against the Kyogre, you have Wide Guard against the Calyrex. So in the first game, were you feeling like pretty confident throughout it?
Opa, fala André. Bom dia, cara. Tudo bem contigo? Bem-vindo de volta, cara.
Among Us is like the biggest pressure point that Kyogre Ice Rider has against my team. Because usually positioning to cover for Among Us means that I am pretty unsafe against every other threat the team has. And when I saw my opponent did not bring Among Us in game 1, I thought to myself that the game was just over. And in game 2, my gameplay changed a little when I thought that my opponent would realize that Among Us was such a big pressure point into my team that I felt I needed to save up resources to deal with it later on, and that usually involves Ogre Pond's Terra. Even though it's a little bit counterintuitive to Terra out of Grass type against the Pokemon that can support me. But once Rain wears out, the team's counterplay against Ivy Cudgel is actually very slim. Because the Ice Rider usually can Terra out of Fire Weakness, but the one on that team can because it's Terra Grass.
Yeah, and we saw that with the +1 Grassy Glide, getting the knockout on Kyogre, and then Liam was able to position a little bit better, like setting up Trick Room, then bringing in Among Us. Yeah, I gotta ask, though, you had this position with a Terra Ogre Pawn and Zamazenta, and were you afraid of Among Us and Calyrex kind of like reverse sweeping the game under Trick Room?
So what happens in that position is that if I manage to get Shadow Rider and Ogre Pawn on the field at the same time as Trick Room wears out, which I feel like I would have been able to, even if I did not get both turn 1 wakes, like, all I needed was to not get 3 turns, basically. And once I have those 2 on the field, I can just Psychic the Among Us and cudgel the Ice Rider, and the game just ends from there. Like, it's not that simple because of the sleep RNG, but
vem com aqueles carnês pra, se você completar, você consegue uma casa própria.
Not really any question. Yeah, I guess at that point, but also before then, like, we had some calls needed to be made at some point, right? Like Water Spout or Hydro Pump. Sometimes the Hydro Pump crits, sometimes the Hydro Pump misses, like all of that. There was a lot going on, but yeah, I thought you managed to work through it like pretty nicely.
Thank you.
So there seemed to be at this point, and you are a Calyrex Shadow Rider expert, I would say at this point. Like you used it in quite a few tournaments previously as well to some really good results. Now, there seem to be like 2 main kind of ways to build Calyrex and Zamazenta in this regulation. So there's the Chien Pao and Raging Bolt version that we saw also, like Ting Lu is a Pokemon that comes with that. And then also there's the team that also Lewis won for 2nd place in Utrecht, which is very, very similar to the one
which is basically what I'm using.
Yeah. So what do you think like are the, I don't know, like differences or advantages? I'm sure you also tried out the other version. And like, why do you think that this one fits your style best?
So my take on this is that, like, I am still looking at the format on a very short-term perspective. Like, things are still relatively fresh.
My opinion is that by the end of the format, an optimized Shadow Rider Zama team is going to look more like a hybrid of both styles rather than like just a Reg G team with a second restricted slapped onto it. But for this event, I did not have that much time to hash out what I think a perfect Shadow Rider Zama team is going to be. So a lot of my team building choices were inspired by stuff I had already used in Reg G. And when Lois put up a good result at the last special event, I was confident. It also gave me some validation because it essentially told me that I was on the right path when it came to my thinking.
Yeah, and certainly you are so far. The flawless record still already guaranteed for day 2. Before we let you go to finish your last 2 couple of Swiss rounds, any final words from you, any shoutouts that you want to give?
If I give all shoutouts I want to, we would be here the whole day, so I'll try to keep it short. Shout out to my family. My mother's been nagging me for a while that I travel way too much, so this time I decided to take her with me. And she and my niece are currently walking around Bologna, which is something I sadly won't get to do much of because I have to play a day 2 tomorrow. I want to shout out my local community, all of the Portuguese guys. If it was not for them, I would probably not be here, even though I went 0-2 at my last local when I need the CP, but can't have it all. I want to shout out my friends from overseas. Big shout out to Townsville, the Satellite Chat, my friends from the AMQ community as well, and probably a lot more that I'm forgetting in the heat of the moment. Well, sorry guys.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we still got some more Pokemon to play, so you can't get all the shoutouts in. But, yeah, thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you for having me. Best of luck in your remaining 2 rounds of Swiss. Best of luck. Thank you.
Gente, vocês têm uma visão tão ruim de carioca, sabia? Vocês falam como se todos fossem. Sabe o que eu acho engraçado? Sabe o que falam de vocês, paulistas aqui no Rio? Que vocês são mesquinhos, mal educados pra caramba, que vocês são ridículos demais, entendeu? Vocês são muito... Vocês acham que são alguma coisa, mas não são bosta nenhuma. E fora um monte de coisa que falam também de outros estados. Esse é o engraçado. E o carioca é tão mal falado assim. Pior que é. Como assim? O que eu falei de paulista ou que você falou de carioca? Vocês falaram de carioca. Porque, por exemplo, vocês falaram que ambos são bandidos. Gente, eu nunca roubei na minha vida. Eu nunca furtei nada. Eu não me enquadro nesse negócio. Paulista? Tá. Eu ia falar, pô, eu não me enquadro em nada disso. Eu não sou ladrão, nunca roubei nada. Entendeu? Então, assim, carioca, esses negócios que vocês falam que todo carioca é ladrão, não é bem assim. Aquele carioca tá com bandido. Então, eu tô ligado. E aqui o paulista é tratado com todo o desgosto possível e se pudesse ser pisado em cima, é pisado com todo gosto. Eu não sei por que fazem isso, cara. Eu não sei por que fazem. E sabe o que é mais engraçado? Olha só. Eu tenho certeza que na TV do Marlon e na tua TV, quando vocês vê notícias de tragédia, essas coisas, só deve passar coisa de que roubo lá no Rio, tragédia de não sei o que lá no Rio, que não sei o que. E sabe o que é engraçado? Aqui no Rio só passa tragédia e coisas absurdas de outros estados. Esse que é o mais engraçado de tudo, cara. Pisado com bota de espinhos, aí é com o pessoal. Eu não sei como é que é o Marlon. Eu só sei que tem gente que fala que se vê um paulista aqui na rua, enche o cara de pancada. Eu não sei como é que funciona a cabeça desse pessoal, entendeu?
É bizarro esses negócios, cara. Igual... Cara, igual bolacha e biscoito, cara. É uma briga tão idiota, desculpa a palavra. Mas, gente, é uma discussão tão idiota, cara, que assim, eu fico pensando, cara, como é que os outros discutem se é bolacha e biscoito? Gente, cada estado tem um jeito de falar. Não tem um certo de falar. Cada estado tem um... Aqui no Rio a gente fala biscoito. Vocês falam bolacha, tá tudo bem, cara. Porque no Rio, pra gente, o certo é biscoito. Ou seja, aqui no Rio a gente fala biscoito. Pra vocês, o certo é bolacha. Então, em São Paulo, vocês falam bolacha. Tem lugar que fala outra coisa. Cara, é bizarro isso. Eu sou carioca, eu chutaria paulista na rua, que isso? Chutaria, meu Deus, ô Marlon, você tá jogando muito Mortal Kombat, tá? Calma lá. Vamos calmar aí um pouquinho, beleza? Nossa, aqui...
But there will always be the tried and tested combinations from history to rely on when you need a helping hand. So trainers, as you build your teams and prepare for battle, don't overlook
eu vou ser sincero com vocês, me desculpem, mas eu acho briga de é bolacha ou biscoito, cara, esse troço é ridículo. Pô, igual o Marlon tava falando comigo. Igual o Marlon, o Alexandre tava falando comigo. Ele tava falando bolacha e tal. Aí eu ainda falei com ele, quando eu falar biscoito, Alexandre, entenda como bolacha, beleza? Aí eu falando, é biscoito tal. O assunto foi normal, cara. Agora ficar brigando, é bolacha ou biscoito, cara. Desculpa, tem coisa muito mais importante que ficar fazendo essas brigas idiota. É bolacha. Tem um Bagmon na Bagdex que ele é a mistura do biscoito com bolacha. Como é que é o nome? E carioca não trata qualquer lanche como biscoito? Não. Isso é um negócio que o pessoal tem muito biscolacha. Eu acho que deve ser isso aí. Não, sabe por quê? Como é que vocês chamam aí aqueles pacotes de Cheetos, Fandangos, como é que vocês chamam?
I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers and it was really cool.
Porque aqui a gente tem um nome, mas a gente salgado. Então, salgadinho, certo? Mas para pensar, salgadinho é o quê? É salgado. Entendeu? Eu vi uma vez um trecho de um podcast que o cara falando, todo carioca fala que coisa tal é biscoito. Não, o salgadinho, por exemplo, o salgadinho são duas coisas aqui no Rio. Salgadinho é um salgado, né, são mini salgados, né, no caso. E como é que fala? O pacote que eu falei pra você, de Cheetos e Fandangos, a gente chama aquilo ali de salgadinho. Entendeu? Biscoito, cara, a gente só chama biscoito os sem e com recheio só. Entendeu? Aí vem uns bolsais, tipo esse cara do podcast, desculpa a palavra, ele não vai nem saber, ele não vai nem ver isso aqui, então não tem nem importância. Que fala, todo carioca fala que tudo é biscoito. Eu vai te lascar. Falar que tudo é biscoito, pelo amor de Deus. A gente chama de salgadinho. Esses pacotes que a gente fala de, ó, de fandango, cheetos, torcida, a gente chama de salgadinho. Biscoito a gente só chama os recheados e sem recheio, só. Entendeu? Aí os caras vêm falar, ai, todo carioca fala que tudo lá é biscoito. Ah, eu não sabe nem o que tá falando. Não, eu falo isqueiro. Mas aí é sotaque, não é como a gente chama, aí é um sotaque. Por exemplo, a gente puxa mais o X, né, o X. Vocês falam X, ou seja, vocês não falam isqueiro, vocês falam isqueiro, né? Eu também falo isqueiro. Às vezes parece que eu tô falando isqueiro, mas não, eu falo isqueiro. Eu sempre falo isqueiro.
And then you progress through the board game here, and yeah, so these are the
Eu
pins
sempre
that you were
falei
talking
isqueiro.
about. I love
Ó,
that event.
churrasco. Vocês falam churrasco, né? Ou churrasco, né? Mas aí não é mais negócio, entendeu?
Oh, look at it.
Mas aí vai muito do sotaque, entendeu? Do sotaque.
It certainly does. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Então tu é um carioca falsificado?
It's going to be hard for me to leave here
Eu sou um
without this one,
carioca
Blue,
que fala direito. Apesar de ter morado um tempinho em São Paulo, a maior parte da minha vida foi aqui no Rio. Entendeu? Eu morei 2 anos em São Paulo, cara. Eu falo porta, né? Eu falo porta, igual vocês falam.
The Psyduck traders, absolutely phenomenal scenes here in Bologna.
Eu
Got
falo
some soda pop flush as well.
estado.
The caps.
Não, eu falo estado.
Gotta get kitted
Ó, eu
out. Gotta
falo
look fashionable,
estado.
ready for the
Eu
part.
falo
Blastoise.
estado, não.
That is, Squirtle is my favorite first partner Pokemon, so I, yeah.
Go for the Blastoise. We do have a Snorlax as well.
Have a Snorlax, okay. Yeah, any Snorlax fans?
Snorlax
Eu falo estado, ó. Estado.
Yeah.
Entendeu?
I like it.
Aí, ó. Eu falo estado, não falo estado. E vai muito do sotaque.
I've certainly ruined mine as well. Well, very nice
Aí no
indeed.
Rio vocês não podem
Fashion,
fazer
the
muito
colors, we've got
sinal.
water bottle too, got Nintendo Switch, apparel
Esse
down here. There's all
negócio de
sorts,
sinal,
traders, all sorts. So if
ele
you're
se
not the
tornou um
competitive
problema
type, if you don't want to be
recentemente,
battling in the main event, you just want to
porque é
enjoy
o
more
seguinte,
casually, then you certainly can get involved in some of those side
aqui,
events. Come
a
and join
parte
us
da má
at a
fama
regional level event like the Bologna Special
de só ter
Championships, or
bandido,
even
o que
higher than that as well, the
acontece? Esses
International Championships
vagabundos
too.
que não
We
tem o
would
que
love to see
fazer,
you, and just come and hang out with your friends.
vulgo
Mishka, it's always a
bandidos,
pleasure. Thank you so much for
eles
taking me through this.
infelizmente fizeram simplesmente o seguinte.
And you, come and exchange those tickets, trainers, but
Não
got something
basta
very interesting
ter,
to show you next. Take a look at this.
não basta ter um nome, a nossa facção, a nossa organização. A gente tem que ter o quê? A gente tem que ter um jeito de se comunicar. Ou seja, se a gente faz dois, se a gente faz coraçãozinho, qualquer gesto com a mão, hoje em dia, os caras dominaram para eles como gestos de facções. Por isso que hoje a gente não faz nenhum gesto aqui no Rio. Entendeu? Porque esses infelizes, esses sem ter o que fazer, acham que são donos dos gestos e pegaram os gestos para fazer símbolo de facção. Entendeu? Infelizmente fizeram isso. Por isso que aqui a gente não faz nenhum sinal mais, entendeu? Porque assim, às vezes é muito inocente a pessoa fazer 2. Mas aí é símbolo de facção de uma pessoa. Aí alguém, assim, ainda mais se você é famoso. Se você é famoso, pior ainda. Se tu faz um gestinho de 2, nossa, se tu para em qualquer comunidade que seja inimiga da facção que tem aquele 2 como gesto, nossa, tu morre na hora. Por quê? Por causa de troço idiota. Olha o nível do absurdo que é esse pessoal. Entendeu? É por isso, cara.
Things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
it wakes up and goes for an earthquake, targeting down this Nihiligo and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihiligo. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage.
Graças a Deus eu nunca passei por essa situação. Entendeu? Eu sempre, como tinha, eu tava seguro em casa. Mas geralmente era muito longe. A gente ouvia, né? Porque é inevitável, né? O som é muito alto. Mas graças a Deus nunca passei por essa situação não. Entendeu?
I don't think Spirit was able to pick up that victory. So wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history.
Nunca passei por isso não.
Truly skilled trainers can
Eu já vi que pessoas já me contaram histórias assim, que já passaram por isso, mas eu, graças a Deus, nunca passei por isso.
Hello trainers, Charlie Berryman here, and I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou and David Partington. You'll have noticed there are two main structures in which this beautiful game is played.
É verdade que vocês sempre têm uma arma no bolso? Isso é mentira. Tudo que você ouvir de boato negativo de carioca, pode ter certeza que a maioria é mentira. Eu te afirmo isso com total certeza, tá? Então, tudo que você ouvir, verdade que vocês são ladrões, ou vocês são tudo ladrão, não é assim. Não é assim, entendeu? Não é assim. Não dá pra... como é que fala? Fugiu a palavra aqui. Eu vou globalizar, não dá pra dizer que todos são assim, entendeu? Infelizmente tem um ou outro que é assim. E sobre o que você falou, não tem nem como, porque aqui no Brasil a posse de armas é ilegal. Não é legalizado, eu acho, né, se eu não me engano. Eu acho que só quem é policial ou quem trabalha com alguma coisa com relação à polícia que tem como ter porte de arma. Eu ouvi dizer que perto do presidente não pode tirar a camisa. Não, isso aí eu já vi. Tem coisas que talvez eu não saiba, mas é provavelmente mentira. Mas esse daí eu já acho que talvez seja verdade pelo fato de que o Cristo Redentor, ele é um ponto turístico, ou seja, ele não é aquele negócio que você vai pra vandalizar, pra você ir de qualquer jeito. Tem todo um planejamento, eu acho que pra ir, algumas coisas assim, entendeu? Então, por exemplo, quando você vai no... É como se você fosse ir no museu. Você não vai qualquer dia no museu e fazer qualquer coisa. Você tem que marcar direitinho no museu. Você tem que ter um guia pra fazer todo o trajeto com você, entendeu? É isso que eu acredito que seja o porquê falam isso, entendeu? O Cristo Redentor ele é um ponto turístico, ou seja, ele não é um negócio que qualquer um pode vir, mas não é de qualquer jeito, entendeu? É isso, acredito que seja por isso, entendeu?
Approaching lots of different games and you're playing against many opponents in one tournament, not just the best of 3 but many opponents as well. You really do want to have this more consistent approach to the way that you build your team and prepare for the event. Make sure you've got game plans into all of the different strategies that you can come up against, because you have to maybe play a couple of Trick Room games, maybe you have to play a few matches against Tailwind, and you have to have different strategies available for each different way that you have to play against your opponent's strategies.
For sure. I think the key word in this discussion really is
6 horas e 32 de live, chat. 10 para as 11 desde já. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que está na live acompanhando, seja no ao vivo, seja no VOD.
example, of course.
Lembra que os mais novidades
Players aren't necessarily
duvidosos.
familiar with the stats
O
of
primeiro
that
ataque é
Pokemon, what moves it has
Blue
access
Lock.
to, and so in
Oh.
closed team sheet you see that in team
O
preview, you don't really
primeiro
know
é
how to
Blue
handle it,
Lock
but then also in
de
open
Baldos,
team
o
sheet you're
segundo é
thinking, oh well, I'm not
Patrito
sure how bulky
Amarelo, o
that Pokemon
terceiro
is,
é
for example. I don't know
Soco
what's going to be able to
Poético,
knock it out.
Certificado, e
One
o quarto
defining
é
thing,
a corrida
player,
certificada.
friend
Meu
of mine,
Deus do céu.
Tommy Cooley, from the North American region, used to say,
Alexandre,
I
o
fear
rei
what I
da
don't understand.
aleatoriedade.
In those sort of closed team sheet environments, that's definitely a way to approach it. So I don't know what that one's doing. Let's try and knock it out as quickly as possible.
Round 7. Será que vai acabar no round 7?
Thank you for joining us, trainers, for this discussion of best of
É
one
verdade
closed
que
team
todo
sheet
carioca
versus best of three open team sheet.
presentes
We'll be getting
debaixo
back to some
da
best of
areia
three open team sheet
que
action
tá
very shortly.
tendo assalto. Eu não sei disso aí não, Wu. Se for assaltado não tem essa não, cara. Se for assaltado foi e já era. Assalto na praia.
Only 2 Swiss rounds remaining here in Bologna.
Na praia não tô sabendo
You know
de
what
nada
HG
disso
and
não,
Pal
cara.
would call this?
Oh, what?
Crunch time.
Do jeito que tá as coisas,
here behind the desk
tá
to
arriscado
bring the
o
action
cara
to
que
you.
assaltar,
And yeah, we've had so many great games so far.
ele levar as coisas,
Usually we only
mandar a
ask this
pessoa
at the
de
very end of
Vasco
the
e
day,
vazar,
but
pô.
you already have like a
Só eu que
personal like
gosto das
highlight.
casas fantasmas no mar,
that's gonna be a tough one.
labirinto sim, como
I did
Oh,
really
mano,
appreciate
a
the
minha
high
fase
level play between
favorita
Lorenzo and
vem do jogo do
earlier. Honestly, I think
Super
it was
Mario
just
pra
so
Nintendo
close
64,
between
que é
both of them, but the fact that Lorenzo
o
was
castelo do
able
Big
to do
Boo.
such a really good job
É minha fase favorita, tanto é que ele é o meu personagem favorito dos jogos do Mario. É o Big Boo, eu amo ele, velho. Eu gosto muito dele. Meu personagem favorito, cara, é minha fase preferida. Se eu conseguir um dia trazer Nintendo, o Super Mario de Nintendo 64, vocês podem ter certeza que a fase que eu mais vou querer ficar é ela. O jogo do Luigi não se passa numa... Sim, Luigi Mansion. Ele... É isso que é engraçado, né? Muita gente fala, o Mario é o bonzão, o Mario é isso, o Mario é aquilo. Cheio de poderzinho. Cheio de poderzinho. Não, é 64, Alexandre, olha a viagem aí. O Mario salva a princesa, que não sei o que, altos poderzinhos, que não sei o que. O Luigi tem um aspirador e um sonho, querido. E o cara enfrenta fantasma. Respeita o Mario Verde, pô. O cara não precisa de poderzinho pra deter fantasma, não. O cara tem um aspirador, uma lanterna e um sonho. Enquanto isso, o Mario tem que usar poderzinho pra derrotar uma tartaruga, pô. Dá licença.
Yeah, exactly, and he's currently 4-2, so he's trying to fight for his placement
como é o apelido do Luigi, pô.
It's still not over just yet. Francesco is at 5-1, but I'll tell you someone else who is also at 5-1. Please, Ruben. Oh, I shall, thank you.
Cara, se vocês... Eu não sei se vocês já chegaram a ver algum jogo do Luigi. Do Luigi Mansion. Cara, ele usa só um aspirador, ele tem só um aspirador, uma lanterna e um sonho, cara. E o cara vai caçar fantasma. Enquanto isso, o Mario precisa de ajuda de Toad, cogumelo, peninha, florzinha, estrela, para derrotar uma tartaruga.
Yeah, Ruben really had their breakout performance last year here in Bologna, coming into the tournament as someone who was already kind of known within the Italian community.
É uma das coisas que eu menos gosto, cara. Minha barba cresce muito rápido e ela fica muito cheia.
Bologna Special Championships last year over who would then on to become world champion, Luca Cherryberry, in that amazing finals, of course. That is someone that now, of course, Ruben is established. He went on to finish in the top 16 of the World Championships that year. So,
eu tenho 2.900 anos. Você acha que eu não vou ter barba?
But is still fighting for qualification for Worlds
Pelo amor de Deus, gente.
as he's currently, I believe, 96th in the rankings.
Yeah, I think so.
E fora que um dia você também vai ter barba.
Doing a really good job so far, but Marcus, I'm curious to see, is there any possible way for us to be able to have a bit more insight onto his day? Oh, wait, there is!
Então, né?
And and we actually see the 5-1 record. So it's a bit of like a historical log, a rap sheet in terms of how his day's been going.
Yeah, he's just coming off of a loss in the mirror match in the Calyrex and Zamazenta mirror here against Stefano Greppi, who will now be at 6-0. So Stefano already.
Pior que quando eu tô sem barba, parece que eu sou mais novo do que eu aparento, cara. Eu consigo me passar por um adolescente, por uma criança tranquilo. Deus me livre de ter barba. Ô, louco! Dependendo do jeito que a barba fica bonito, tá? Fica atraente pra mulher e fica bonito na pessoa. Tem muita mulher que gosta de barba, de homem barbudo. Dependendo da barba, se a barba for aquela bem cuidada, aquela cortadinha direitinho, nossa, tem mulher que apaixona, cara.
His run at the World Championships and also to win the Bologna Special Championships last year.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, he did actually lose out on the top 16 world platform against none other than the current reigning world champion, Luca Ceribelli.
Absolutely, yeah. So
cara, pior
those two
que
definitely had their seasons
a
a little
barba,
tied together
cara,
there
daquele jeito fica
last year,
estilosa.
but yeah, now
Mas é
Ruben,
aquilo, é
unlike
opcional.
Luca,
Eu,
Luca, of
assim,
course, as the world champion,
eu só não
qualified for
tiro a
Worlds
minha
already,
totalmente,
but Ruben has to fight for it here,
porque
and
falam que
we were actually able to get a little bit of a word from him before the tournament. He said that he was really putting a
tanto a
lot
barba
of practice
quanto o
into this
cabelo do
tournament because,
sovaco,
well, it
eles
means a lot to him
impedem
because it's about defending his title.
muito,
That is something that he wants to try and see how he
muito
can
pureza
perform under this
de
extra
entrar,
pressure.
né? A barba meio que serve como uma
And then, of course, there
proteção,
aren't that
entendeu?
many tournaments left in the season. And he's also stated how,
Então, assim, por mim, cara, eu fazia aquele negócio de laser pra tirar totalmente a barba, mas infelizmente faz mal. Eu acho que a pessoa com barba feia pra caramba. Cara, pior que dependendo, é aquilo, depende da pessoa e da barba.
There's a win condition this weekend.
Yeah.
And I think
Gente,
it's seeing Ruben versus Luca in the finals.
Não, é muito doido, né? O seu siriguejo, o seu siriguejo, né? O siriguejo de siri, né? Vem de hambúrguer de siri, ele sendo um siri.
How is Luca doing? Well, shall we have a quick look at the standings and see, if Luca is up to the test as well? I mean, both of them, of course, would need to advance and further and further. But currently it is another familiar name.
Outra coisa. Uma coisa que eu acho engraçada. Outra coisa que eu acho engraçada. Vocês sabiam que a receita é do Plankton e que o siriguejo ele roubou do Plankton? Porque eles tinham uma parceria, né? E quem fez a receita original, né, que acabou sendo um acidente, por isso que ele nunca lembra, foi o Plankton. Ou seja, o Plankton é dono original da receita. Apesar deles terem uma parceria, eles já tiveram uma parceria. Um plot de cinemas. Tu não sabia disso não? Tu nunca viu não? Tem um episódio que mostra. Se eu não me engano, mostra a receita por acidente, né? Que é meio que a culpa do Plankton. E o siriguejo, eles fazendo a sociedade, né? A parceria com o Plankton.
Regions as a whole, different ends of it. We've got quite a bit of representation from the French side, Team Massot, which we did mention as well earlier. And I think if I'm not mistaken, we did see some really good representation from some of our Spanish trainers, which are very low in number, something a bit uncharacteristic, depending on which European event they go to.
Yeah, very notable, of course.
Não, é que a Bob Esponja é muito antigo mesmo.
And we also have some players
Bob
like
Esponja
Victor
é
Medina,
muito antigo mesmo. Caraca, 6 horas e 40 de live, 11 horas da manhã, chato,
that was also another one, but yeah, so many great games going on.
Olha,
We'll
das
have a
duas,
quick look
uma.
at what are some of the matches that are very notable. And we can see in Eintracht, but we'll talk about that in a second. Because we will be featuring Ruben here in round 7. But some more very interesting games going on. Let's start from the bottom there. Team Masson using, I think, the same team that we saw used by Hippolyte earlier. So I'm assuming this is the same kind of Calm Mind Lunala composition, the moon of the show, as we called it earlier. Going up against Kyogre, another combination of restricted Pokemon that we haven't seen that much of.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we were talking about at the top of the show as well. You know, will the doubly named Swordfish pairing come to fruition? It's got a bit more room based off of Kyogre's previous result at Portland, just being able to win it out. But Zacian, on the other hand, I think high-level trainers will do the best with it.
Né? Porque os caras já vão querer tirar. Incineroar, Iron Hands e Miraidon. Como é que o Nindra está vivo ainda? Que isso? Ó o cara já querendo que eu vá de Vasco. Calma lá, pô. Tô só no começo da minha vida, pô. Zamazenta. Ó, Raging Bolt. Segundo Raging Bolt do dia. Amongus. Chimpao. Rillaboom. E Calyrex Shadow.
Because they'll see earlier. However, we have got our trainers for the next stream match. You see Ruben over there nodding his head. Yeah, you know what we're talking about.
He remembers this very hall.
Oh yeah.
Esse é o começo
it looks familiar.
Esse começo de vida tá diferente,
you were here as a player, I remember that.
Oh yeah, I
was here. I was right here, casting over some of Ruben's game back last year in Bologna. But no, he is familiar with the stage. He is ready to try and defend his title. But first, of course, if you want to play a final, well, you need to play a top 4 and so on and so on. But you need to make it to day 2 first of all.
I wasn't sure that's how that worked.
What Ruben is trying to do right here. One win in our stream match would propel him into tomorrow. 100%. But a loss here would set up for a very dramatic kind of win-or-lose scenario in the last round. So you really want to secure that qualification for tomorrow right here.
Yeah, and it technically would be his third win in if you really think about it. In that case, because 5-1 and then dropping a game, you know, you feel like you're just that one win away from guaranteeing that day 2 placement. So there's going to be a lot of mental games and fatigue that may be able to wear you down over time. But clearly, Ruben, a player that is very well versed because of his recent achievements.
Entendeu?
Yeah, and Santiago Molina, on the other side, is a player who just recently aged up into the Masters division.
Yeah.
Someone who has had quite a bit of success already in the Seniors division, but now
ou
on
essa é
their
a última
first
batalha
full
ou essa é a
season in the
penúltima
Masters
batalha.
division. So someone who is even younger than Ruben.
Eu tô errado, pensa. Quando você chega a 18 anos, você tá saindo da pré-adolescência e tá indo pra vida adulta. Ou seja, tu tá começando a tua vida independente agora. Tu tá começando a tua vida, praticamente. Lindra de minha mãe disse que ela vai no mercado do vontade.
World's top 16, Bologna champion.
Meu Deus, e tu ia tomar um tapete na cara, Alexandre. Ainda bem que você não falou. Entendeu? Gente, 18 anos tá começando a vida, cara. Não tem experiência nenhuma, não sabe de nada. Ainda vai tomar tapa na cara do mundo até saber o que é viver, entendeu? Assim, diferente dos adolescentes bundão aí que tem normalmente, eu fui um adolescente que já tinha cabeça, entendeu?
Yeah, but now, of course, that might be his toughest challenge yet. Going up against Ruben, our reigning Bologna champion, once again using their trusted steed, Calyrex Shadow Rider, paired up with Terrawater, Zamazenta, and then some Pokemon that we have seen before, but no Tinglu this time around. It is still going to be the Taunt, Life Orb, Jianpao, that we've seen before in similar
Oxe, mas por que ela ficou brava, pô? Mas também como é que tu perguntou? Opa, salve, Limão! Como é que você tá, cara? Bom dia! Desde já bom sábado pra você, cara. Sendo meu irmão mais velho, faz 18 anos, 2 de novembro. Ó, parabéns pra ele no que vem de vida. Ué, por que as mensagens repetiram do nada, gente? Bugou? Ó, eu tô torcendo pra ser o último jogo, gente. Sinceramente, eu já tô confuso. Eu só falei assim, né, quanto tá o leite. Fala pra, tinha que ter falado pra ela assim, que a gente aqui na live a gente tá falando quanto tá o leite em cada lugar que a gente mora, entendeu? Eu falei quanto tava, o Framboesa falou quanto tava, o Marlon falou quanto tava, entendeu? Eram créditos, acertei, ó. Faro Girafe,
looks like a very similar take to what Dill has been using at UIC, right? For that second place finish, but now slotting in a Calyrex, I mean, yeah, if you have the option to use a second restricted Pokemon, why not do that? Some other things to call out here is a Terra Bug, Rocky Helmet, Incineroar. We have Iron Hands, yep, Assault Vest.
Conhecendo você, tu deve ter falado assim, deve ter ligado pra tua mãe assim, ô mãe, quanto tá o leite? Deve ter falado assim com ela. Eu pensei que tava 30 pontos, mas na verdade tá 5 pontos. Então, tu deve ter falado no desespero. Ela deve ter falado, o que tá acontecendo? Ai, o dito, agora que eu vi, ó.
Just a testament to how quickly the meta can evolve, but yeah,
tu deve ter falado desesperado. Aí ela deve ter tomado um susto, deve ter ficado brava por causa disso, hein?
Picked up some ridiculous KOs, especially on like even bulky Pokemon such as the
Eu
Iron
não,
Hand. So the fact that it's got choice
imagina
band
se
means
fosse,
it's got a
né?
really quick way to be able to not only pick up KOs on the electric types, but
Ai,
most
ai,
importantly have
falo
coverage
nada,
for
só
ghost types.
Lisa,
But what do
olha.
you feel are the main sort of cruxes for each of our trainers?
Yeah, I think both of them will want to bring
quase
both
6
of their
horas e
restricted
50 de
Pokemon. I think
live.
that is very important to utilize them in the best way
Girafe,
possible.
Girafe.
For Rigoref would be a nice way to stop
Girafe,
Fake Out or
sim,
Sunder Punch. So yeah, having some priority
Se ele
block
tá com
is
minha mãe,
important.
eu vou
And then
pro
having
lado. Então, né?
Rillaboom, I think Rillaboom is really
Santiago.
important on Ruben's side to override the terrain. We see this
Santiago
interaction
do
right away.
Girafe.
Both Miraidon and Rillaboom
Miraidon.
are on the field, and yeah, the
Enquanto
slower
o Ruben
Pokemon will prevail.
veio
So Rillaboom will be able to
Calyrex.
override the terrain right away, giving a slight advantage to Ruben already in this very first turn.
Yeah, and it's sort of the thing that we discussed quite a few
acho
times, Marcus,
na vida real,
around the
sou a pessoa
interactions
mais
of
famosa
the
do
Rillaboom
Brasil.
versus the
Só não em
Miraidon.
casa.
Naturally, you feel
Entendi.
compelled to bring the Rillaboom in a lead in order to be able to not allow the Miraidon to run amok, essentially. But we've got the
Temos
Calyrex Shadow
italiano
Rider.
e
It does
espanhol.
have access to Encore. It is Focus Sash. It's not the Nasty Claw that we have been seeing a couple of times today.
And this is a situation that we have seen so many times in previous regulations, and there's always the mind game, is there going to be a helping hand and attack from the Miraidon? Because helping hand, Draco Meteor, even outside of terrain, would be able to get a big KO here potentially.
Fala André, bom dia, cara, de novo. O André some, ele aparece, fala comigo, fala 2 palavras, depois some. Aí volta e fala de novo.
I would say some chip damage,
Será
to
que
say
sou
the least.
Será que eu sou a pessoa com mais pontos no Brasil? Acho que não,
If you anticipate that there is
quem
no
sabe?
protect, then you can just
Esse
double
melhor
up into the
Santiago.
Calyrex and take a big KO, but this is not what happened. So yeah, that's good for Ruben, I would say.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Deve
Especially
estar no
now that
ranking
you're
ali
able
do
to
top
bring the
50,
Incineroar in. Sure,
talvez.
you get the Intimidate off, but the fact that you've got the U-turn immediately followed afterwards allows you to get your pivot action going. You're going to be able to do that mid-turn rotation. Looking at the form that Ruben has brought, most likely going to be that Amoonguss.
And this is such a deadly combination. Rillaboom and Amoonguss.
Ou
Rillaboom
seja,
already kind of nasty to deal with for those Miraidon teams, but Amoonguss usually a Pokemon that you don't have to worry about at all if you're using Miraidon, because you would set up electric terrain, and then yeah, what is Amoonguss going to do? Well, if it's paired together with Rillaboom, then you can use Rillaboom to override the terrain, and then using Amoonguss to put something to sleep. And typically,
mano, que erva vocês consomem, cara? Porque eu não entendo nada que vocês estão falando. Acho que eu tô no top 5? Não, deve ter gente com muito mais conta que tu. Por isso que eu chutei top 50, cara. Você deve estar no top 50 tranquilo.
nice positioning there with the Amoonguss.
Yeah, essentially, even though the trick room has been set up, it's more so the fact that you've got the availability of going for those spores, and like you said, under trick room conditions, it's going to have to be a bit varied in terms of which Pokemon's going to switch out in order to allow for which terrain to take hold, essentially. But just for now, Amoonguss wanting to go for the protect and scout out Santiago's
play. Eu burro, cara, tentando entender o que passa na cabeça de você, mas sei lá. Acho que vocês já nascem com uma folhinha de remédios legalizados, assim, colada no nariz, porque não é possível, cara.
Go for a spore, and there's nothing that Santiago can do to stop this spore from putting something to sleep.
Right, eu não consigo entender, cara. Não consigo entender.
Something to a testament of high level play, like you mentioned, in order to be able to really comprehend the speed ordering, especially under tricky conditions. But now it's more so Santiago wanting to go and scan out what Ruben goes for. It's just going to be the sport, not even going to be bringing the Miraidon in as the Grass Terrain still in the field.
Yeah, I believe that
Ruben understood that Santiago would be aware of this play, therefore going one level above, kind of, right? And just going for the obvious play, just going for the spore because he had the counterplay available, and now Santiago has to make a decision because whatever comes in there probably has to take an Astro Barrage.
Yeah, and I think if it's going to be a Pokemon on Santiago's side, it's going to have to be the Iron Hands, especially because there's still Grass Terrain recovery available on the field. Straight after Assault Vest means it is so bulky, no damage boosting item means that is pitiful damage, even from such a powerful Pokemon and move as Astral Barrage.
Yeah, great switch in there. Iron Hands, really good Pokemon to have in this particular situation because you could also now stop Amoonguss from moving for a turn with Fake Out, and you can buy another turn for Furrier to wake up. Even though Santiago is not making that much progress under this trick room, Ruben isn't making too much progress either. Like, there's no, I don't know, like boosting move, there's no nasty plot or anything like that, so yeah, even though Ruben can put something to sleep, there's not really much to capitalize off of it.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's more so, like you said, a bit of a stalemate in terms of damage output from either side, and I think both of our trainers are trying to identify a really good flow or path, should I say, in terms of being able to start dishing out the damage, but it's going to be a double switch.
Okay, wow, yeah, I really like this positioning actually, because yeah, it means that this turn there's going to be this electric terrain, and unless Ruben predicted this and switched in Rillaboom, will fail, and then for the next turn you once again you have Fake Out available, so even if Calyrex will try to switch out to Rillaboom to override the terrain. Yeah, you can stop Amoonguss from moving, and yeah, also switching an Incineroar into Psychic. Now, it wasn't going to do like that much damage on the Iron Hands because of the parting shot drop, but now, yeah, not taking any damage this turn. Nullifying both attacks of your opponent. Kind of stalling out your own trick room, and now you kind of have a position where with Miraidon and Incineroar, yeah, you can go for a Fake Out into Amoonguss, go for a powerful attack with Miraidon, and potentially, yeah, get a little bit back into the game, I would say, for Santiago.
Ah, sim, é você, né? Tu tá em qual rank, ô André? Eu sempre esqueço que é tu. Eu tenho que lembrar. É quando eu for jogar contigo, né? Agora eu já sei que lembrar que o Mega Minato é...
From Santiago's Miraidon, now in favor of the Iron Hand.
Tem que lembrar que a Ana não sei o que também é a Heloise. Eu tenho que anotar o nick de vocês assim, ó. Fulano de tal é fulano de tal, fulano de tal é fulano de tal, fulano de tal é fulano de tal. Lindas, meu amigo, leva leite fermentado. Do Bob Esponja, pessoal, fala Ô, Alexandre, pra que tu quer estragar a infância da criança, pô? Deixa ele ser feliz. Pô, leite fermentado é mó da hora, pô. Eu bebo esse do Bob Esponja dos outros até hoje, cara. Eu acho muito da hora. É um negócio que faz bem, pô. Aprendi essa técnica anônima. É desaparecer e ficar... Desaparecer e um piscar de olhos, então, né? E tu, Zulin? Tá rushando o elo também ou não vai tentar pegar a roupinha? Cara, eu não consegui rushar, gente, porque o controle do meu Switch tá ruim.
and doesn't have this electric seat any longer. But now Zamazenta is really a big threat. Because also, there is no Pokemon that really wants to switch into body press. But once again, Ruben understands the pressure that he's applying and is using that to make a little bit of a different play. Not going for the body press right away. Maybe instead trying to force out a terrestrialization by his opponent and trying to get out another cheeky spore.
Yeah, and something to make note as well is this Incineroar does not have
Controle de quê? Do Nintendo Switch.
Wow.
Controle do meu Nintendo Switch, o analógico, ele tá emperrado. Vou ver se eu consigo resolver hoje. Meu pai vai dar uma olhada. Ver se consegue resolver, porque eu não consigo jogar, não consigo fazer nada, porque é pelo analógico. Aí eu vou ver se eu consigo jogar pelo telefone um pouco.
That is quite
6
funny.
horas e 57 de live, 11h16, estamos quase acabando.
That is going to help for sure. But switching in Miraidon, that
Tem
is the
Switch
big,
desde quando?
the big thing here in this
Zuden,
turn.
por onde você acha que eu tô lendo as mensagens de vocês? Por onde toda vez vocês veem, toda vez que vocês entram na live, sempre, nunca fica com menos de um espectador na live. É a minha conta no Switch aqui logado no YouTube, cara. Tô no boss do Castelo 4, no...
It's in electric terrain. Usually, if Rillaboom is on the field, it's supposed to be in grassy terrain. So really nicely switched in there by Santiago, and of course this only works out because of the speed order in which the Pokemon switched out. So very aware there of what was going on there by Santiago. However, Ruben still gets a little bit of a win this turn because he forced out the terrestrialization on Incineroar. Incineroar didn't want to take a body press, obviously. And now Ruben knows, okay, now let me try and play off of that.
Yeah, that's still respectable amount of damage with the Volt Switch because the electric terrain is on the field and we've got
Alexandre,
a bit of a
isso daqui é da época que as vacas estavam gordas, pra você ter noção. Ou seja, uns 4 ou 5 anos atrás, basicamente. Até porque se eu fosse rico, gente, eu não estaria com uma meta de placa-mãe literalmente na tela, para vocês me ajudarem com algum valor. Inclusive, QR Code na tela ou exclamação Live Pix, se vocês quiserem me doar qualquer valorzinho aí. Qualquer valor aí, de R$1 pra cima, mensagem na tela, gente. Aparece a mensagem de vocês, o bot fala, beleza? R$5 ou mais, vocês escolhem um bot personalizado que tem lá pra falar o que vocês quiserem mandar, beleza? Desde que meu pai mudou pra Portugal, a gente não se fala muito. Mas ele tem sido pelo menos o louco, é Switch antigo de hoje em dia. É o modelo Switch, é o Switch 1. Não é nem o OLED, nem o Switch... nem aquele Switch... É o Switch de mesa. Não é aquele de mão, não. É o de mesa. Que tem a base... Que eles têm os controles separados. Que pode tirar o controle dele. Entendeu? Não é nem o OLED, nem o Lite. É o Switch original, é o primeiro. É o primeirão. Aí o controle dele resolveu dar problema esses dias. Começou a dar problema semana passada, mas dava pra mexer ainda. Entendeu? Mas depois Switch normal é de mesa, de mão é. Não, mas quando eu falo de mão mesmo, é o Lite, entendeu? Porque o Lite, ele é muito mais acessível de mão do que esse Switch, entendeu? O normal. E porque também, eu tô mais acostumado a usar esse Switch normal na mesa, né? Aqui na mesa que eu tenho, do que usar ele, entendeu? O Lite é puramente de mão. Entendeu? É isso. Exatamente o que você falou.
Essentially knocked out here, but the Amoonguss surviving on 2 hit points will allow Ruben's Calyrex Shadow Rider to still have its Focus Sash intact.
Yeah, and even with the -1 and the Terra Ghost here,
e também assim,
quite the damage.
Não, eu sabe, aí eu vejo que vocês não ouvem o que eu falo. Toda a vez, não é uma nem duas, é toda vez que eu menciono porque eu quero a placa-mãe, eu sempre menciono, gente, eu quero para jogar jogos no PC, para ter mais variedade, poder jogar com vocês e para também transmitir jogos que eu tenho no Switch. Toda vez eu falo. Pelo visto, vocês não ouvem o que eu falo, aparentemente. Lindas, minha mãe comprou um bolo de cenoura pequeno. Um bolo de cenoura pequeno para cada um. E tá gostoso, Alexandre?
Yeah, of course, Frigorov would love to set up a trick room now that the Mungus is gone. That won't be
toda vez, gente. Toda vez que eu falo da placa-mãe do PC. Toda vez, gente. Não é uma nem duas, é toda vez. Eu tenho um monte de jogo aqui pra jogar, que eu tô doido pra jogar em live.
Alright, so Intimidate is most likely not going to have any effect if, of course, Ruben goes for that body press to be able to deal some damage. But the sidekick will be targeting the Incineroar. Just about 15 to 20% damage, not too much body press. Similar fashion, maybe around 30, but the Farigara is still asleep. Sure, you're wondering, Electric Terrain is on the field, but I'm still like chilling and sleeping out just because it was previously affected by that status condition before, of course, the Electric Terrain was available.
Yeah, this is a really nice showcase of why Terabug and Incineroar is so good in this matchup. And Santiago was okay going for that terrestrialization, being pressured by body press earlier in the match, but now I think even a double up from Ruben might not be enough to get the knockout here. And of course, yeah, it can switch it out
na verdade, também. É o Thanos.
That's not going to do it.
Quem dá
No,
mais?
and I think Ruben might be trying to look for a special defensive drop as well. For Farigara not actually waking up. This does sort of have positive RNG in favor of Ruben to the point where he can still try to offensively threaten.
Can you get the knockout now on Farigara? Lyrex still at -1. Zamazenta not boosted because it switched out earlier. And yeah, if that double up could get the KO, I mean, how do you get past Incineroar though? There could still be a Will-O-Wisp into Zamazenta this turn. Like Will-O-Wisp and Trick Room seems kind of safe for Santiago. But yeah, this one's really coming down to the wire here. Rillaboom in the back is already burned for Ruben, so mainly there to override the terrain. But let's see how much this combination can do.
All right, it's going to deal just about 10 to 15%. Can the body press pick it up? It can, actually. It's able to finally get rid of the Farigara before it can even wake up. But the Incineroar has yet to move. It goes for a knockoff, finally being able to deal the super effective damage onto this Caloric Shadow Rider and put it closer to a timer in terms of its expiration date.
Yeah, and it's
eu já
3 against 3,
aceitei
but
que
everything over on Santiago's side has already taken
a
some
NASA
significant
precisa
damage.
estudar o
So,
e o Alexandre. São
Ruben set up
duas
the score
aberrações
even
que
better. Maybe
eu não sei
try and, yeah, get things more in range.
a
And let's not
mente
forget this
deles vai.
Calyrex isn't -1 special attack, so it could
Entendeu?
swap out, come back in again,
Eu
and
só
then with the Terra
aceitei.
Ghost and the boost, it might be able
Eu
to
só
just run away with
aceitei,
the
eu só
game.
aceitei.
If
Entendeu?
Ruben can manage to get just a little bit more chip damage on Incineroar.
Tá vendo? O cara me manda um Thanos do round 6, aí do nada me manda um. Agora eu vou comer bergamota. Do nada. Sabe aquela palavra, contexto, sentido, não existe no vocabulário nem na vida do Alexandre. É isso, apenas aceite. Olha lá, vocês gostam de suco de berinjela, meu Deus, cara. Nem sabia que tava pra fazer suco de berinjela. E não, eu não gosto.
You have Fake Out available, and you can go for an attack with Zamazenta. While not really being threatened that much.
Tem alguma pessoa chamada Thanos, é isso, Alexandre? É isso que você quer dizer? Porque não existe nenhum Thanos ali, cara.
Just have it park on the field for a little bit, so that it recovers more, so that it's definitely not in range of Astro Barrage later on, but oh wow, yeah, this is really very, very thin margins
Alguém
that both
aí
the players here
do
have
round
to
6
maneuver.
consegue me confirmar
Right on the
essa...
back has already taken some significant damage, might already be in range of Astro Barrage, so
Yeah, maybe Ruben just has set up this perfect endgame.
Yeah, I think Santiago's really having to try to find a win condition here. Both of his Pokemon are still on the field. I would have said, if not for the Iron Hand switching out now for the Miraidon, maybe wanting to anticipate a fake out focus into that slot.
Zulin, quando eu disse que era só pra aceitar, era sobre isso que eu tava falando. Ao mesmo tempo que o Alexandre não fala nada com nada, ele fala nada com alguma coisa.
Side, we have got the Rillaboom now trying to focus down on the Woodhammer. Even though it's going to resist, the crucial thing here is to try to whittle down as much health resource as possible. Allow the Calyrex to come back into the subsequent turn. As the Will-O-Wisp connects.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp connecting is important, but Santiago had to switch in Miraidon there. And yeah, that Pokemon went down while he was able to successfully deny any boosts that Ruben's Calyrex could acquire here. We already saw the timer message on the screen. There's not that much time left in the battle, and as long as Ruben has his ace still available, that 7 HP Calyrex Shadow Rider waiting in the back, Paraghost ready to throw out some Astro Barrages. It is so tough for Santiago, because yeah, you will have to take more attacks from the Samazenta. Well, it is burned, but it can still move, and you won't be able to stop that from happening. And then I believe eventually both Iron Hands and Incineroar will be in range for Astro Barrage. So maybe the win condition now is for Santiago to play the timer.
Que empurra monte de gente na batatinha frita 1, 2, 3, que monte de gente vai de camisa de saudade, e ele só empurra porque ele pegou uma pedrinha e ficou energético. É esse cara? Ah, tá. Ah, então é justificável, realmente. Então é justificável, mereceu. Porque o que ele fez é ridículo. Eu lembro dessa cena do Round 6. Eu não cheguei a ver a série, nem a primeira nem a segunda temporada, mas eu lembro dessa cena de Reels ou de vídeos que apareciam pra mim. Mas ele mereceu, tá? Desculpa se vocês gostavam ou não, mas ele mereceu, tá?
Or how you would usually bring in Calyrex in this position would be, of course, U-turn. But if Santiago calls that, then that doesn't work, because Rillaboom would move first. Well, actually, it won't move at all. It just will be faked out. But now the timer is running down, and even though Ruben seemingly has a winning position, just would need to go for Astro Barrage, and that will probably end the game. The timer is running down, and if Santiago has enough time left, they can like run all the time here, and then it comes down to which team still has most HP remaining percentage-wise.
Yeah, exactly that. So,
como assim, cara? Caraca, aí, beleza, Zuri. Tu me chamou de vilão agora, cara. Que essa frase que eu acabei de falar, tem algum sentido sem contexto, procura um médico. Não tem, ué. Aqui, ó, você falou, eu pensava que tu tava dizendo justificável ele ter empurrado os outros.
Nothing he can do.
No, fake out does fail, of course, because he just wanted to rush, select, double fake out in that slot, hoping to be able to pull through, but seems like Ghost Terror Astral Barrage will be enough. It will force this Incineroar to get KO'd on the Iron Hand down to a slim HP with the follow-up KO from the Samazenta. What a close game one between these two exceptional trainers.
Yeah, well played there, and you can see how Ruben was able to get everything in range of this Calyrex plus Samazenta combination. And yeah, Santiago only missing a couple of seconds, but they could not even try and play for this win con on the timer. I think that, yeah, with a healthy Samazenta, even if the game went to timer, I feel like Ruben probably still would have won, but
não, mas o Marlon, depende da proposta que a segunda temporada foi feita, cara.
Missing on Santiago's your time. Maybe they were thinking a little bit too much in some of the previous turns. Had they locked in a little bit quicker, then
depende do contexto. Acredito eu que como a primeira foi mais ação, essa foi mais focada, sei lá, em algum contexto, em alguma história, entendeu? Porque é aquilo, não adianta criticar uma temporada
se ela tem como um objetivo não aquilo que foi proposto na primeira. Se ela, por exemplo, se ela foi... Se a segunda temporada foi a proposta foi mostrar os novos personagens e mostrar um pouco do lado deles humano, se, por exemplo, e fez isso, cumpriu o papel da temporada, entendeu? É aquilo, não adianta a gente reclamar se cumpriu, entendeu?
Well, it's essentially what was a battle of attrition between both of our trainers, just trying to make sure you get any sort of damage to put it within range. So going into this game too, I think what I've seen quite a few times, Marcus, is when there's been such a drawn-out game one, someone may break and go full offensive. There's a chance for that happening. Saying, you know what, I don't want to mess about. I just want to catch you off guard. But do you feel that could be the case between both of our trainers?
A segunda temporada.
No, we must see that Santiago did not bring the Calyrex Ice Rider. Yeah, maybe a little bit afraid of Zamazenta. Of course, that is a natural enemy, so to say, to the Calyrex. But against Rillaboom and Amoonguss, it would have been really nice to have Calyrex Ice Rider available. So that is definitely one way to switch things up here for Santiago. Yeah, I don't think Iron Treads is really the Pokemon that you need in this matchup.
And that is a really cool call out as well. The fact that Santiago was fighting with just one restricted.
Yes. So yeah, that is something that they could try and switch up, but no, it looks like it's actually Ruben who says, oh well, I won the game, but I still want to make some changes here. Maybe it's Ruben going on the offensive here, bringing out the Chien-Pao. Crunch time.
Oh,
it doesn't have crunch.
It doesn't have crunch, but I think the pun is so well deserved. But it does have a life orb, and most crucially, it can directly threaten a KO onto the Miraidon with the Icicle Crash. No doubt about it, with that life orb damage boosting if there is no terrestrialization.
Eu já falei, não adianta você criticar a série se a proposta dela era pra outra coisa, entendeu?
Would knock out Miraidon in one hit if it does not terrestrialize or like Volt switch out or
por
whatever.
exemplo,
So yeah, Santiago definitely has to make a play here, and that opens up the opportunity for Ruben
pelo menos eu acho que na primeira temporada foi focada na trama lá do Robert, aquelas coisas. Aí eu acho que as outras foi mais focada na história dos personagens ou em algum trama específico. Tem gente que não suportou La Casa de Papel. Mas se a temporada, a segunda temporada e as outras tinham como foco explorar aquilo que foi proposto e fez, aí tudo bem, entendeu? É justificável. Ele tá certo. Não é o Netflix, o que a Netflix fez com Castlevania. Por quê? Tá tão ruim assim? Sim, eu tô ligado. Por exemplo, isso aí, ó. Por exemplo, não, mas aí no caso do filme da Branca de Neve, a atriz, ela poderia ter ficado quieta. Quis fazer gracinha, achou que tinha alguma relevância, mas só ferrou a Disney e ferrou a si mesmo. É isso.
Wow, anticipating the defensive switch of that slot. Santiago capitalizing off of it, going for the Electro Drift onto the Zamazenta. It's enough to pick up the KO. Absolutely punishes Ruben's scenario there. We're going to have to see if there's going to be a follow-up of the Faridoraf going for the foul play on the Trick Room, which it did seem to go for the speed control option.
Yeah, try to go for the Trick Room, but now this is an interesting position because even though, of course, Ruben lost one of the restricted Pokemon, here is another one to join the battlefield. And because Miraidon is at such low HP, it would be in range of Astro Barrage. So
essa tal igreja que você falou, ela na história, né? Na história de verdade, ela é vilã. E na série, na adaptação da Netflix, ela é aliada deles, é isso? Não, também nunca vi Castlevania, não sei nem. Eu acho que é um jogo na Crunchyroll. Eu sei que eu acho que tem alguma coisa de série na Netflix, né?
Sacred Sword or anything on the Chien-Pao to really threaten Incineroar. So yeah, if the cat comes out to play, I think that would be good for Santiago.
Oh, it does seem like Incineroar wants a bit of the action. Will be brought
in. Eu também nunca vi Castlevania.
Does Ruben make the read, anticipating the Incineroar? Sort of, on the first level, you're like, okay, surely he's going to be able to do it, but there's just been so many mind games between both of our trainers.
Vamos lá, alguém aqui já viu Cobra Kai?
Is going to be max damage output with the Ghost Terror, even though it's Focus Sash, the additional 1.5
Alguém aqui nesse chat aqui já viu Cobra Kai?
Yeah, this is almost as strong or a similar strength as a Life Orb with additional Terra Ghost here.
Tá precisando ver mais sério, né?
But yeah, this might be the little bit of extra chip that decides the fate of the battle. Another Icy Crash, though, Ferrograph will take that, and now another chance to flinch.
It's got another chance. It's not going to flinch this time. It's going to go for the foul play. And because of the terrestrialization, it is no longer quad weak. It is only ×2 weak to the foul play. And obviously the fact that the counter Shadow Rider isn't very invested when it comes to its physical attack. But we've still got the speed advantage over on Ruben's side. However, there is a consideration with that fake out available on the Ensign.
Yeah, Ferrograph is still taunted, so could go for another foul play. And Calyrex has to think twice about this position, because yeah, there's a normal type and a dark type, not really that much damage that you can do here. So yeah, I understand the decision of Ruben to swap it out, but this is so predictable. And Santiago, yeah, I would assume will try to do something to advance their board state further.
Yeah, surely, based off of what we've seen, the interactions between both of our trainers in that game one is going to have to be the case, and there is the confirmation. Ferrograph will be brought out in favor of the Iron Hands now being brought in. Icicle Crash, targeting that slot, trying to make sure it can guarantee any sort of damage onto it, pick up a KO if it can. However, we have got Knockoff now dealing a lot of damage because of the Sword of Ruin in play onto the Rillaboom, getting rid of the Assault Vest of the Rillaboom. Sure, doesn't matter that much with a Iron Hands and Incineroar facing it down, but the Miraidon is in the back, and any sort of damage you can deal onto Rillaboom will be so crucial for you to sustain your own terrain.
Yeah, I think there is a really nice play now for Santiago. They could go for Fake Out and switch to Ferrograph. That way you would stop the Rillaboom from going for a powerful Wood Hammer with Sword of Ruin. And Qian Pao is already intimidated. Well, maybe it's also due for a miss at some point. And that way you would gain some more grassy terrain recovery while then also preserving Incineroar for later, because yeah, Incineroar is such a key Pokemon, probably not one that you would want to terrestrialize in this particular situation, but definitely one that you want to keep around. And so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that. But yeah, looks like Santiago might be okay giving up Miraidon in this spot actually.
Yeah, and I think that's more so in favor of resetting and bringing the Iron Hands or even the Ferrograph in that case.
Vai lançar a última temporada final deste ano. Assim, se você quiser ver, eu aconselho você ver o mais cedo possível.
Miraidon now down, Rillaboom, if it does go for the pivot, will be able to ensure it's got grass terrain on the field, but wanting to go on the offensive, goes for the Wood Hammer, deals so much damage because of a critical hit, because of Sword of Ruin still being available, and the Intimidate's essentially not mattering at this point.
Now, okay, you can Warning Shot, you can bring in Ferrograph, then you can bring in Incineroar again, and then you can go for Fake Out Trick Room. Maybe that's the plan for Santiago here.
Eu nunca vi.
Sweep with the Iron Hands is what you think.
Dependendo da tua idade, não é recomendado pra tua idade não, Alexandre. Tem... Não é que tenha coisa assim proibida, mas é dependendo muito da...
Incineroar as well. I mean, Ferrograph was kind of low, so maybe even with another round of Intimidate, Santiago is not confident that Ferrograph would be able to take it.
Né? Em uma série que ficou o quê? 2 anos em hiatus? Ou foi 1 ano ou 2 anos em hiatus?
Or 2 of them.
Well, yeah, in this case. But the Iron Hands is in a really good position to be able to get a cheeky Drain Punch if it wants to, but it has to be aware of the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back. But we're not going to see any sort of switch-ins. We're going to see a Protect from the Qian Pao Wood Hammer into the Iron Hands. And dealt a lot of recoil damage there. Not enough to get KO'd, but because of this follow-up of the knockoff, just enough.
And this is more and more chip damage onto the Pokemon of Santiago. And now, while the health is super low for Ruben, there is still Terra Ghost, Calyrex in the back, and Life Orb Qian Pao. And with the power of friendship, maybe Astro Barrage is enough to get the
Zuli, me confirma aí, tu sabe dizer se foram 2 anos de hiato que a série ficou?
Maybe you can get a KO on either of them, or get a cheeky flinch, or you could also try and go for a Protect
Jogos
with
Vorazes
Calyrex
eu
if
acho
you're
meio
anticipating a double up into
necessário.
that Pokemon.
Yeah, and just for clarity, the single-player playthrough mechanics do not function in this case.
Yeah, there's no
The friendship of power is
Você
still
não,
real
tu
in our
nunca
hearts.
assistiu o Stranger Things?
But
Ah, tá,
regardless,
achei que
we've got a
assistiu.
scenario similar to Game 1 where the Incineroar and the Iron Hands are
Meu,
very
aí
low
ó.
in terms of HP. They're in the
Ah, não,
yellow,
peraí.
and they're facing up again to very fast, very
Mais pra
powerful
frente você
Pokemon
pode
spread
ver,
damage
o
available, of
Alexandre. É
course,
uma
on
série
that
legal.
Calyrex Shadow Rider. So it's going to really have to come
É a
down
série
to
do jogo,
whether there's a way for
do jogo
Santiago to
chamado
be
League
able
of
to
Legends,
survive
né, do
with
LoL.
any of his Pokemon.
A série não
Santiago
tem
really
nada a
taking
ver
their time.
com o jogo.
Have to
Dá
make a
pra
decision
você
there,
assistir
waiting
sem
until the
saber
very last
nada do
second,
jogo.
but now this is all
Entendeu?
coming down to this.
Assim, a Netflix, ela conseguiu fazer uma coisa legal com o Arcane, que foi o seguinte. Ela conseguiu fazer com que Arcane tivesse referências para quem joga o jogo. E saiba essas referências e consiga pegar essas referências. E para quem não joga, não sabe nada de LoL, entenda a série totalmente. Não pensa nada, basicamente. Nesse ponto, pelo menos, eu acho que eles acertaram.
Especially when this has been such a high-focused resource management affair between both of our trainers.
Yeah, now you can just lock in Psychic and Icicle Crash, and this Farigiraf will
Empatou.
go down.
Não, empatou não, 2-0 pro
Advancing to
Ruben,
day
é isso mesmo?
2, still in there to defend their title.
What a way to go about it. Ruben is running strong, like we said, clinching that day 2, especially in what you would see on paper didn't look like, 2-0. It doesn't look like it was as close, but the fact that it really came down to the finest of margins between both of our trainers was so crucial. And, alright, we're going to talk a bit about the critical hit. Do you genuinely feel like it mattered? Was it within range or not of the Ghost Terror?
I think Incineroar would have taken the Astro Barrage.
Marlon, faz o seguinte, em vez de se martirizar e querer ir com garfos e tochas lá na
Do you remember where Icicle Crash was targeted? Because I think that
lá no QG da Netflix, procura outra plataforma de streaming pra ver alguma coisa da hora, então. Alguém já viu o Copa? Desculpa, Alexandre. Alguém já viu o Copa caiu?
How much damage did the foul play deal on Ghost Terror Calyrex? It was about 30-40%.
Yeah, 45%.
So it would have survived because there's a
it only took foul play damage so far.
And I mean, what a way to go about it. We saw it was such a terrain-focused affair between both of our trainers. Really
especially in Game 1, I would say.
Especially Game 1. Key KOs there after what was such a tantalizingly long, drawn-out but battle of attrition match that we saw. The Iron Hands just surviving. We got a bit of deja vu from Game 1 again too. With that,
again, it wasn't quite enough because there was a partner Pokemon next to Calyrex that could get the KO. Then Game 2, it felt like
Ai, cara, tô chorando de rir aqui, na moral.
Already is giving a huge advantage to Ruben, but then fantastic call by Santiago.
Ai, cara,
going for the electric drift, getting the one shot on Zamazenta, put them right back into the game. That was absolutely sick. I mean, the way he was able to go about it was so crucial. There, we saw the Miraidon being felt.
I still feel like that Miraidon switch-in was maybe a little bit of a mispositioning. I will like need to review and analyze the game again, but I think there was a way for Santiago to bring in Farigiraf and Incineroar at the same time and then go for a fake out Trick Room. I guess you could have been afraid of like a potential like taunt coming out from the chain house, or Icicle Crash, maybe getting the flinch, maybe getting the KO. Like it was kind of close in the damage range. But I feel like losing Miraidon there like is so tough because Ruben played this so well. Ruben was continuously applying pressure, and even when we said, okay, now there is a safe switch into Incineroar, it always came at a cost. It always came at the cost of taking just a little bit more chip damage. And eventually, Ruben was playing towards that final goal of his to get everything into the range of Astro Barrage plus one more attack. And he was able to execute that plan in Game 1. He was also able to execute it in Game 2. And with that, our winner from last year is still in it, 6-1. Really good showing, and of course also getting Ruben just a little bit closer to their invitation to Worlds.
100%. And
you know, obviously he wants to be able to keep the wins going. The more wins, the better, because obviously you win the tournament in the end, right? If you get enough. But still, the fact that it was up against what was, I would personally say, a bit of a 50-50 matchup, just depending on how you want to try to tackle it and which Pokemon you bring.
Yep.
The incremental damage was so crucial, like you said, in order to be able to clear the board to allow those rapid KOs outside of Trick Room. So it was really a battle of, do you try to go for the Trick Room mode, but at the same time have enough damage output to throw off Ruben's progression in terms of wanting to just, I don't know, limit your availability of what moves you can go for. Foul play wasn't doing as much as Santiago would have liked against the Calyrex after the terrestrialization too, which wasn't the best, I would say.
Yeah, the Terra Ghost definitely coming in clutch there by Ruben, not only as an offensive tool, but also, as you said, defensively to resist. Well, you didn't resist foul play, but you could take it just a little bit better. And that was really important.
É a versão Deep Web do Shadowless.
I think the confidence or that little bit of extra HP that allowed him to play towards this endgame board state where he was okay potentially taking another foul play from Farigoref. But yeah, I think, if you want to learn something more about Calyrex Shadow Rider, I would definitely recommend to watch some games of Ruben.
Ai, cara, olha lá, tô até... Gente, eu tô com sono, então já tô... Ai, se eu tiver meio atrapalhado, desculpa, por mal. O Cobra caiu, o Cobra caiu me quebrou, cara, totalmente.
We're going back to the future Pokemon trainers, our previous winner of the Bologna Special Championships from the 2024 season.
Parando pra pensar agora, o Alexandre não errou não, tá, cara? Se vocês pararem pra pensar, o nome da série é Cobra Kai. Então, ele só colocou um I-U ali, ó. Cobra caiu. Entendeu? Ela não cai mais, ela caiu. Então, assim, o Alexandre não tá de todo errado. Fiquei calmo. Aí, ó.
Right now I feel pretty secured because I had an empty slot for tournaments, so I will get many points from
não, porque o nome da série é Cobra Kai.
It will be enough, but it should be. So I'm pretty confident that I will get my qualification again.
Fingers crossed for you, remember, before we get to ahead of ourselves. That match that we just saw. First game went essentially to time, all 20 minutes of the game there. You were running a very present 3 in the metagame with that Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta. Then your opponent was going back to the past a little bit with a team that was so similar to Dil Yeoman's UIC team, just adapted for regulations at high. How did you feel when you saw your opponent's team?
Okay, so while preparing for this tournament, I played against similar teams, and I didn't really know what to do because even if I lead with Rillaboom, that Farigiraf is really hard to damage because of the electric seed and its defense boost. And I think that Calyrex Ice was a big threat because of Glacialence, and since my outs to Iron Ants plus electric terrains were Amoonguss and Rillaboom, Calyrex Ice was really good into those two, so it was a threat. So Farigiraf, Calyrex and Miraidon combined with Incineroar that gives that team a really good synergy with Will-O-Wisp that can basically make my Zamazenta useless along with Farigiraf defense boost. It was tricky to figure out a game plan, but I think that using Zamazenta, Rillaboom and Champao to make sure that every Pokemon of the opposing team is in range of one Astral Barrage with the Terra Ghost. I think that the plan I made in Game 2 was the best one. It was better than the Game 1 plan, but it didn't go as well as I thought because I thought that Zamazenta survived the Electro Drift, but apparently that was that Miraidon was really invested in a special attack, and so my Zamazenta got KO'd in only one hit.
Yeah, that was a massive KO that we saw coming out over from your opponent there. And
heading into the rest of the Bologna Special Championships with this team, how
Ô, Zully, pelo visto, não teve roteiro pra fazer a cobra levantar. Ai, mano, na moral, gente, não dá não, cara.
More prepared than this one, such as World, for example. While I think that my team is good,
não teve roteiro não, Zully, esquece. Cancelaram esse filme aí.
Face almost every team.
Cancelaram esse filme, essa série.
I choose a good team, so even if my preparation isn't that good, I didn't prepare as much as I could. I think that it was still a great choice, and I think that I can get more wins and maybe get through the top cut. I'm pretty confident.
Oi, chat, eu tô com sono. Vocês estão com sono, chat? Eu sei. Se bem que eu acho que vocês não estão com sono, vocês acordaram agora, pô. Na verdade já tem tempo, né? Dependendo de quem. É, a cobra pequena. O que você tá falando, cara?
My favorite Pokemon? Calyrex Shadow. I think that using it in VGC as it's a fact. So, like winning the Bologna Special event last year, cutting wars and getting other really nice results with Calyrex really helped me like the moon. So maybe in the future I will get other results with other Pokemons and then they will become my favorite Pokemon. But well, I really like Calyrex aesthetically, to be honest.
Yeah, that is a very beautiful Pokemon indeed. And yeah, as long as getting in the wins, of course you're gonna like that Pokemon. Okay then, Ruben, so now your opportunity to give any shout outs to anyone who helped you for the tour.
Yes, so I would like to shout out some of my friends. So for example, Chagol, Lorenzo, who helped me preparing for this tournament and gave me some tips about the team. After that, I would like to thank Marco Fierro for giving me other tips about the team.
Tem buraco aí, lá embaixo tem água. O cara pula sem pensar duas vezes. Cara,
and well, of course, I want to shout out my family and everyone in the Sax team that is supporting me and cheering me up during this tournament. You are all amazing people.
E como é que faz kick no skate, cara? No skate. Mal, tu anda de skate desde quando?
Well then, trainers, it's
E
nearly
a
time
cobra
to see
Next
which trainers will seal
Generation?
their
Essa daí
fate
não é hora
heading
de
into
Mario,
day
pô?
2. Nearly time for this round 8. But first, let's take a look back at EUIC.
The 2025 European International Championships was the largest VG event to date. Let's take a look back at what went down during this historic event. It was a champion showdown to start off the day in the juniors division, with previous LASC champions Fabian Musicant and Ismail Ogi taking the stage. This was the 8th time these two have faced off at a major event, and everything was on the line.
Você tá bom no pessoas.
And it proved to reign supreme once again as it took down Ismail's Calyrex Ice Rider in 2-0 fashion, earning Fabian his second international title. In the seniors division, Louis Fonvier was on a tear, winning 3 regionals back-to-back and looking to earn another title. On the opposing end was Ian Larson, who had beaten Louis in Swiss and was looking to defeat him once again. Ride on for Ian, Calyrex Ice Rider for Louis, and an exciting 3-match series ahead. Draco Meteor from Ian was key, taking massive KOs in games 1 and 3 and brought Ian to victory. In the Masters Division Finals, history would be made either way. After 6 years, Wolf Click was in the finals of the International again and was coming off not one but 2 major title wins, having revealed himself to be the Global Challenge 1 champion. Dylan Gilman was the hometown hero, the underdog looking to keep the trophy in the UK, with the crowd standing firmly behind him. Electric duo Maridon and Ferdinand came to pat the victory in the first game of the set, and Wolf was down but not out, utilizing Maridon to great effect to even the score. In the final game, Maridon was taken out early for Wolf, and the match was closer than ever. In the end, Dill brought Wolf down to his final Pokemon, Incineroar. But it was just the perfect piece, being able to 1v2 the enemy and make Wolf Click the UIC champion.
1,400 people showed up to this tournament, hoping and dreaming to win the entire thing.
A Zuri, eu perguntei se ela se apaixonou. Não falei que ele bateu nela, pô.
Could be next. Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon
muito
champion.
bom, cara. Vocês são muito doidos, cara, na moral. Se apaixonou por causa disso. Foi um impacto muito forte, né, Zuli? Voltou, Anônima. Bem-vindo de volta. Como é que você tá? Conseguiu dormir, Anônima? Conseguiu descansar? Se o nome da série é Round 6, então a próxima vai ser Round 7. Cara, por que eu tô rindo desses negócios idiota que vocês estão mandando, cara? Eu tô com muito sono, na moral, cara. Não conseguiu dormir? Poxa, por quê? Tu tinha que descansar, poxa.
We also have it's called a catch cup, where they have like a limited number of time to catch certain Pokemon, then they battle with those Pokemon. We have Pokemon Go side events, so Pokken tournament, so lots of really cool things.
Tô acordado desde as 7. Cara, eu tô acordado desde as 2, e aí?
Yes, it's also fun, but you're gonna earn some really cool points. We have an amazing prize pool with lots of really cool prizes. So play some games. The better you do, the more prize pool tickets you get. There you go.
1, 2, 0.
For a first timer as they go to sign up for their first side event.
So check out the schedule. We have it listed by the registration booth.
Não, mas você tava... Você bebeu alguma coisa que te deu energético e tal? Os caras não sabem o nome da... Então, não, ô Marlo, e olha que eu que tô com sono, tá? Eu ri por causa que os caras falaram Lorena. É verdade, é Helena, né? Meu Deus, uma Lorenzo. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Ó, e olha que quem tá com sono sou eu, tá, chat? E vocês que cometeram essa gafe.
My friends had really good runs, so overall just a fantastic experience over the weekend again, and just having incredible stream matches was the peak, the highlight of everything.
Não, o Marlon deve ter falado assim, cara, por que você chamando ela de Lorena? Lembras, vai ter vídeo de Legends of Tartaruga? Eu não sei se tu tá me zoando ou se tu tá com brincadeira. Eu não sei o que você tá falando, Alexandre. Como diz Marlon, o especial de 500 inscritos, o chat mais nombrado do Brasil. Marlon olhando, quem é a Lorena? Não, eu fico imaginando a Helena do lado dele. Que história é essa, Marlon? Quem é essa Lorena aí que eles estão falando?
A lot of matchups that I just wasn't familiar with. In my final set, I played a Lunala team that didn't exist before.
O Anônima chamaram a namorada do Marlon, que é a Helena, de Lorena. Entendeu? Quando tu vai jogar Cup do headset, Cup do headset, tu quis dizer Cuphead? É o Legends of Tartar, só que fuga no final. Beleza. Isso. Ah, tá. Quando eu tiver o jogo e quando eu puder jogar, né? Se tu tiver o PC pra placa de captura pra eu conseguir transmitir o Switch, né? Por isso que o código, por isso que a meta tá aí na tela. Você ainda acredita que essa menina existe? Ô louco, pô, tá chamando o Marlon de esquizofrênico ou Anônima? Aí, ó. Aí, Marlon, a Anônima tá te chamando de esquizofrênico aí, ó. Dizendo que a sua namorada não existe.
A lot of players really struggle into, and that is my advice I will give to newer players.
Fofo, porque você pode que é meu amigo. Plot twist. Marlon deu uma esquentada em alguém que não conhece só pra rir. Eu não acredito nisso, Anônima. Eu acho que o Marlon inventou a Selena pra enganar a gente e rir da nossa cara.
Marcus, what if there were a Golden Go that produced US
tá vendo aí, ô Marlon?
Just makes sense.
pessoal tá achando que você tá mentindo aí, ó.
With Marcus Harmon. You like that?
I would say there's no shame in making bad puns, so absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, no, I was pleased with that one.
Did you get that? Did you catch that?
I'm not sure I did.
There's no shame in making bad puns.
Shame in. Hey.
Absolutely.
Hey, wow. Marcus, they are flying left, right, and centre. Costa was trying some jokes earlier. Jamie did one on me as well. I'm glad the merriment is infusing.
Absolutely.
Que isso, o chat todo duvidando.
Another question for you. Do you know how magnet Pokemon
Cara que
float?
tem que ter habilidade.
You might have to say that again.
Do you know how magnet Pokemon float?
Ó, o Marlon tá fugindo do assunto aí, será?
Magnezone?
Hey, nice. I don't, but Magna might. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, you got any more that you've been cooking up?
Só sei que nada sei exatamente, Alexandre. Fala
ask me in a few, and maybe
I'll come back to you. What about now? I'm joking.
No.
Trainers, are we enjoying the stream? Swiss round 8 online. We're nearly at the end of day 1.
Yeah, it's the last round already.
I know.
Where did time go?
Yeah, well, time is very much the topic of the day. Maridon, past and future. We're zooming through. Went back to the future. Ruben Genzini just won their last round. Potentially Bologna special champion once more this weekend, but we'll have to see again. Only time will tell. Our winner of Bologna last season. Let's see if they can do it again. But we've got so much more action to go. But we can even contemplate that point, and I know we'll have an absolutely fantastic match coming up for our last round.
Yeah, there's so many great players, and I just was looking through some of the standings, and we will have some really incredible matches in this last round. Of course, there are some players who are still fighting to make it into day 2. There's still some players who might just be like on the bubble for championship points, so they really want to win this round, even though they maybe cannot go into day 2, but they might still walk away from this tournament with a couple of championship points to their name. And there's of course some players who are already qualified for day 2, but they want to make sure that they get another win in here, because every win that you get today will count tomorrow just the same as if you won in a round tomorrow. So yeah, it's really important to get ahead and then stay ahead.
And the last chance to harvest these championship points, of course, our last regional level event. For those trainers who won't be participating in the North America International Championships, which is only a couple of weeks away. Absolutely crazy, Marcus. Where has the time gone? Coming back.
Aí, ó, Marlon não, Alexandre deu a cal. Aí vai ficar anônima, eu e o Zulu assistindo
I feel like there's like a knock-knock joke in here, but I don't know what the answer would be. It's like knock-knock.
I'm going to try and improvise something. Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Dialga.
Dialga who?
Nah, it's not.
That's how far I got as well. I was like, wait.
Trying to come up with something to do with raw time. There's going to be something in there. Anyway, you let us know. Maybe you'll be able to come up with something better at home. You can let us know in the chat.
How do you call Dialga?
I don't know.
Meu Deus do céu, vocês são terríveis, Charles.
Nice. Okay, we can workshop that. No, there's something in that. There's something on that.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Dialga, yeah, really good. Really good. What are your favorite
Caraca, ele falou mal do Blastoise do Cameroon.
To let us know. We'd love to see it on the socials. You know me, I love a good joke. We love to be merry over here. What would you say in terms of the restricted pairs that we've seen? Fairly expected from your end?
Yeah, I feel like this is something that we also saw last year. Like last year, going into this tournament, the Bologna Special Championships, we were expecting at the time to see like a lot of Maridon potentially. We were expecting some Ice Rider, if I remember correctly. But we actually saw a lot of Calyrex Shadow Rider in this tournament, and this really also then set the pace for NAIC and also Worlds, where players had kind of like lost hope in Calyrex Shadow Rider. So maybe something similar can happen this weekend, where players are using Calyrex and Zamazenta, which is also a duo that, well, after the initial hype, I would say players were like, yeah, you know, it's decent, but maybe it's not that good. But maybe now, down here in Italy, they know how to use a good Calyrex Shadow Rider.
It's a really good point, Marks, actually. Yeah, I'm remembering now, basically exactly a year ago when we were in Bologna for 2024, how Calyrex Shadow Rider had finally sort of found its footing in the meta game. Really interesting to see that developing here. Well, let's see, shall we? Let's see what restricted pairs we've got out there, because we can show our matches for community choice. You get to choose which match will be featuring next in the Twitch chat. So get over to Twitch to vote if you would like to. And we've got some fantastic ones for you. Marco Silver, currently the number one in terms of championship points. We were talking about you only really ever see Terrapagos with Calyrex Shadow Rider, but no, Marco's saying Terrapagos can work with that Maridon too, and Marco ran
Terrapagos at UIC, so very familiar with how that Pokemon works. But that's just one of these teams.
Yeah, remember when I asked you earlier about which unexpected or unexpected duo there might be in there? Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Very cool.
Terrapagos and Miraidon, that's not something that we've seen so far, but Marco isn't actually the only player using that team. But yeah, of course, there are some more matches. Groudon, Calyrex Ice Rider there by Raphael, also not something that we see every day.
Yeah, and they're all win and ins trainers. All these matches, the winner has to win it in order to progress to day 2. Otherwise, they are knocked out of the tournament. So we cannot wait to see. Will there be an upset? Will Marco Silva not make day 2? Will Groudon make day 2? And then we've got some other teams that we're more familiar with here. Kevin Salvetto running a very similar team to Luca Cherubelli is with that Miraidon and the Lunala. And then we've got Kyogre and Zacian too. We've seen barely any Kyogre today. Yeah, really fascinating, given that it won the Polar Regional Championship last week, albeit with the Calyrex Ice Rider, we could see Kyogre with Zacian.
Yeah, we could certainly,
and just looking there a little bit more, we got the Calyrex and Koraidon combination from Matteo, calling something like a Walking Wake and Wheezing on the same team standard, like feels a little bit weird, but yeah, it feels like it's the standard composition for this particular team with Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then Alessio, yeah, it's quite a few fun normal types here, with Porygon 2 making an appearance, with a Terrapagos on Marco's team together with Koraidon, and then also Smirgle for Raphael and Marco. Now, of course, you might say, well, how fun is that? But, well, it can lead to some interesting game states for sure. And then Kevin Salvetto also using first Luda here.
The two Smirgle between Raphael and Mark might have totally contrasting movesets. We just don't know. Smirgle can learn essentially any move that there is available in Pokemon. So that really could turn the tide and pave the way for something quite exciting. I mean, you could run Decorate on your Smirgle, boosting up the offense, all sorts of options.
Yeah, so in the Twitch chat, there is the poll for you to vote which of these games we will feature. And
vai estar na repescagem.
Acaba
na segunda-feira. E aí eu vou fazer. Eu vou recolocar quem venceu. Beleza? Aí eu já vou fazer a semifinal, ok?
We would also wish to feature every round. Unfortunately, due to constraints with time and you know, maybe we should dial up Dialga and ask him about it. But anyway, we can only feature one battle. It's
really run with that joke. Did you hear Jamie's where we've got Terrabug Incineroar, a caterpillar?
Yes,
I enjoyed that. Yes, enjoyed that one. Good on you, Jamie. Make sure you cast those votes. We can't wait to see. They're all going to be incredible. So you're in for a winner either way. Is it going to be the big names like Marco Silva? Is it going to be the more unique restrictors like Groudon and Kyogre and Zacian? I think we're nearly ready to find out. Let's take a look at our community choice results. What have you gone for? Will we be complimenting your taste? We will either way. There it is, Marco Silva running at that really fantastic, unique combination with Rhino and Terrapagos. That's Matteo Ferrari, and it will be really fascinating, these restrictors matching up against each other. This team that we saw doing so well in Portland last week with the Walking Wake and the Galarian Weezing going up against this brand new kind of composition.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Marco's team, it doesn't stop with a restricted duo, but then you have Iron Treads, okay, that is something. But then you also have a Scream Tail and Sinistcha. Basically, all three of those Pokemon are, yeah, I would say they're around maybe like below 5% usage, maybe even less than that. So definitely some cool things coming out from Marco right here. And while he did struggle a little bit early on in the tournament, he seems to have found his flow, found his rhythm, and now will be playing in this win and in to make it to day 2. Of course, Marco Silva is the #1 ranked player in Europe right now, so doesn't really need any like championship points. But of course, you want to get the practice in. You want to see if some of your ideas that are maybe a little bit out there, maybe this is not the team that Marco would run at any IC, but maybe if it's going well, yeah, you want to build up that confidence. You want to try out some ideas, and maybe you can take away something. I mean, there are so many pieces in there. Right, maybe it's just the Sinistcha that felt really, really good on that team, and then that is something that you can expand on. Or maybe it is the Scream Tail, I don't know. But yeah, Marco out here trying out quite a few different things, I would say, in a way that we haven't seen them yet. But if anyone can make day 2 with a team like this, of course, it is Marco Silva.
And it's really fascinating that there are definite similarities between this team and the team that Marco
E aí, Zuni, como é que tá a vida? Como é que tá a vida aí, Alexandre? Beleza?
3 months ago now, how crazy is that? But yeah, so it's clearly a composition that Marco is skilled with piloting. Let's see. Clearly, you know, finding that balance between comfort and new and anticipating the metagame.
Zurlin tá falando pra tirar teu mod, hein? Que isso, vai deixar, cara?
Well, I would assume so. I mean, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, well,
but he wouldn't. Either way, he wouldn't need to.
O cara tá querendo que você saia do poder aí e tal.
I sort of. Marco Silva's name and ICs are synonymous at this point.
Yeah, he's already won Latin American season already, of course.
Olha a baixaria no meu chat,
huge number of championships to their name. Let's take a look at how they're doing in this tournament right now, though. What was their run in order to reach this point? Are they going to be undefeated in this last round too? Okay, so yeah, as you mentioned there, Marcus, or alluded to, started out with a loss against Lorenzo, and the only other loss was to this Koraidon Lunala, and that first team was Amazenta and Kalash Shadow Rider, the most common restricted duo here, beating a Ho-Oh team. That was very cool to see. We had an Entei that Marco ran up against, was able to beat them as well.
O Blue Lock Rivaldos, Alexandre, legal, cara. Dos mesmos criadores de Cobra Caiu, vem aí. Blue Lock Rivaldos.
Yeah, maybe now he has to fight his demons from the past
again.
And we'll try to
cara,
overcome, of course,
teu corredor é maravilhoso, Alexandre, na moral. A vida de vocês aí.
That's looks similar to the metagame that I guess we were expecting. A couple of Miraidon and Lunala teams in there. And I think it is.
Como tá a vida de vocês aí,
well,
gente?
besides the Koraidon and Lunala team, we have either Miraidon or Clear Shadow Rider on all of these teams. This is kind of what I was expecting going into this tournament.
Cara,
like less Clear Ice Rider.
Minha vida tá indo, Zurlin. Como é que tá a tua vida, cara? Como é que tá a tua vida aí também, Alexandre?
You gotta beat anything. And so far, yeah. 5 wins, 2 losses. That's a decent result so far. But of course, Marco has very, very high standards to himself. And I know that he wants to win this round. He wants to win this tournament. And yeah, then he will have to add another win. Or else, going out with 5 and 3,
assim,
dizem
dizem por aí que é o mesmo criador, é a mesma direção de Cobra Kai.
Fantastic. I hope you're enjoying this trainers to see our players run through the tournament because it really adds a new dimension.
Do we use like an ability capsule?
O bot do nada, agora a live do Nidra.
Very nice. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. I want to pick up on something you said there, Marcus. You said you weren't expecting to see too many Calyrex Ice Riders.
Yes.
Why is that, briefly?
I think the trend of this tournament or of this regulation really has been that we go from one tournament into the next, and then everyone's like, oh, this team won the tournament. Let's like try and focus on it. And so whenever everyone's focusing on kind of one thing, then there's always something else that pops up, and the thing that everyone's focusing on maybe, yeah, is a little bit less successful than in the previous week.
That's true. We'll see if that bears fruit, that prediction, Marcus. But first, we're going to take a look at Marco's opponent's run, how they reached this point. Also at that 5-2 record has to witness Matteo Ferrari here. Okay, so Clefairy saw that on stream earlier. Up against a Smeagol there as well. We've got some Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta's Rhydon and Lunar. That's an I'm Valiant as well. Versing Eduardo versus Eduardo in Swiss round 3. Yeah, I mean, again, same question. What's standing out to you?
Yeah, the fact that, well, Matteo was 5-1, so 2 chances to clinch that final victory, and then you're playing against Victor Medina and Marco Silva back-to-back. Yeah, wow. 2 players who are currently, I think, well, they're definitely both, like Marco is first, but then I think Victor is also, like, in the top 5 of rankings. So, yeah, that is definitely not the kind of, like, last 2 rounds that you want to face. But at the same time, of course, it's a great opportunity for Matteo to play against some of the best players in the world, essentially, and doing that on stream, that will be an amazing opportunity for him as well. Let's see if he has some experience playing against Terrapagos. Nope, not so far in this tournament. So yeah, that's going to be the first Terrapagos for Matteo to face. And yeah, actually, they're ranked 1st and 2nd. So he's just pulled the second player, like ranked 2 in Europe in terms of championship points. Victor Medina in the previous round. And now,
well, Blue Lock Rivaldos.
Marco Silva for the final win in on stream. This is a day that I'm sure Matteo Ferrari will remember for quite a while.
Yeah, I hope that Matteo's feeling happy about that achievement and happy about the learning experience rather than
se resume a Cobra Caiu e Blue Lock Rivaldos.
Something that doesn't happen every day.
Ah, O Marlon teve, aparentemente vai ter um novo lançamento do mesmo diretor de Cobra Caiu. Vem aí Blue Lock Rivaldos. Pergunta se ele jogou Sheldon
And Marco Silva on stream, of course, that would be something that, everyone would look at that and try to see what they did.
I would take that.
Players will be able to look back on this match, and that is an opportunity to really, I don't know, leave a mark in your career. Like that is a big chance. But, of course, while these players are still fighting to make it into day 2, there are a couple of players who are kind of chilling at a 7-0 record on top of the standings. And let's not forget about those either, because also there, of course, there are some great matches going on. But there's only a handful of players that are still undefeated. In fact, it's just 5 of them.
Mano, do nada meu negócio tá repetindo mensagem. Por quê? Eu já vi.
Teati Masso, apologies again for any mispronunciation there, trainers, but Teati Masso reaching top 4 maybe at EUIC this season, which is an absolutely phenomenal achievement, and also took down 2 world champions in that run, then fell to the 3rd in Wolf.
Chat, você já... Quem aí já se inscreveu no meu canal de react? Quem aí já se inscreveu e quem não se inscreveu ainda?
Now with another spectacular performance here, 7-0, and also I think Antoine, another fellow Frenchman, using
não, mas isso está acontecendo desde mais cedo,
they were preparing something. We were talking about the French Lunala Call Mind team. That seems to be one of the takeaways from this tournament.
Pra quem não se inscreveu, tá no primeiro link aí da descrição, gente. Primeiro link aí da live. A descrição da live vai estar no canal aí. Lembrando que batendo 50 inscritos no sábado eu solto o primeiro vídeo, beleza?
The longer the tournament goes on, the more tired these trainers get, but also the more brutal the competition gets too. And yet you have to somehow keep eking out that energy and take really good care of yourself so that you're raring to go when the rounds matter the most. And this, so far, is the round that matters the most. And we're going to be featuring an absolutely incredible match for you with Marco versus Matteo.
I hope our players, they have their energy boosters ready, because this is what matters. This is what it comes down to. And we were talking about the fact that this is really a great opportunity potentially for Matteo, claiming victory in a win-and-in against a player of Marco's caliber. If we would need to ask Costa how that feels like, because of course last year here in Bologna, Costa had the same situation. He was attending this tournament as a player, and he was playing his win-and-in against Francesco Camporesi. And Federico Camporesi was like, that didn't sound right. Fede Campo there in this win-and-in, and Costa was able to beat him. So it definitely, we could see this kind of underdog story repeat here on stream, and this time it could be Marco Silva who could go out like that.
Right here, right now, we'll see if that win-and-in comes to fruition. It's great to see Matteo looking so chill on the stage with that Hariyama plush as well, our plushie meta game. Developing nicely. You can't quite get an iron hands yet, but Hariyama will be the next best thing. He's looking very happy, just balanced and rolling back on at the table. Marco, plushie-less, but Hariyama giving us
Eu já sei por que o Satoru ia ganhar, né? Vocês iam tentar começar, o Satoru ia só mandar um You are my special. Não, se bem que se vocês mandassem isso pra ele ia perder. Se vocês chegassem no ouvido do Satoru e falassem You are my special, pronto, rapidinho ele perdia. Acabou, ele perdia.
We talked about this before. This tournament in particular just means so much to the Italian community. Because this is the one where everyone from Italy comes together. They have a very, very strong local scene, but this is the one that really matters. And of course, it would mean a lot for Marco to win yet another tournament, but doing it here on their home turf.
Or will it be Matteo rising up, a trainer that we're very much less familiar with, and going all the way into day 2? They're getting ready to go, and it's great to see that they're looking relaxed. I think it's so often that we see the trainer who is more relaxed going all the way, taking that pressure off themselves, just focusing on the task at hand.
Yeah, and Marco is ready for any task in this situation. Countless times he has played in 2 finals this season already. He has played, of course, in many finals over the course of his career. And then Matteo, yeah, I think they've played in some regionals as well. They got some good results as well, but they would need a really deep run in this tournament in order to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, well, all those points on the line as well, those Worlds qualifications, and Worlds is just a couple of months away at this point. I cannot believe I'm saying those words, but yeah, the time is absolutely zooming by, just like we will zoom through the achievements of these incredible players. I mean, Marco, we've talked so much about, I want to highlight Matteo's Stuttgart Regional top 32 in the 2025 season. So clearly, this is the breakout season for Matteo, and we're so excited for you, my friend. Let's see how much further you can go at the Bologna Special Championships this weekend.
Yeah, currently Matteo right around the 176th place, so would climb a couple of ranks in order to qualify for the World Championships, but then Marco Silva, Toronto regional finalist, of course, the very famous finals against Wolf Glick over there.
Kingdra won.
At Kingdra won, yeah, well, there it is here on the desk for us.
Have to add that at any opportunity.
And yeah, a player who has won a regional before, a 3-time international champion in also for Worlds, still waiting to break through that top 16, but coming close twice already, and yeah, he's said it before that he wants to win Worlds, and yeah, well, he's of course a very skilled player, but if you want to win Worlds, of course, you also might want to do well here at the
Peraí, do Marco é Miraidon, Terápagos, Incineró. Não, e o detalhe master é em Bologna, na Itália, tá? Iron Threads. Screamtail. E Sinistrar. É Sinistrar, né?
Last mage potentially make up for the lack of leftovers and then...
Só existe um Simon no mundo. Screamtail, que não é Perish Song. É a pergunta pro cara. Alirex, Ghost. Os outros Simons que você vê são disfarçados. Coraidon. Iron Hands. Wizin de Galar. Walking Wake. E
also, we had a focus sash on Sinistrar Championships last weekend. That means it can use the move Protect. This is a walking weight that's been trained far more offensively. So, offense meets bulk. The newcomer meets the veteran. Which is going to rise to the surface? On whom is the sun going to be shining the brightest? And who's going to be electrified by Miraidon's terrain? Let's get into it, trainers. It's your final Swiss round of day one at the Bologna Special Championships. Make some noise for Marco Silva versus Matteo Ferrari as the leads hit the field.
Que isso, pô?
And it is Coraidon and Weezing, the lead that we were talking about, shutting down all abilities, and against Incineroar and Miraidon, that will definitely help Matteo. No Intimidate, there's not going to be any Hadron Engine, and it's only going to be the sun for now for Matteo.
Yes, holding the ability shield so Coraidon can still get the sun set up in the sky with its ability. All other abilities will be shut down. You've got two big dragons staring each other down and threatening big damage here.
Yeah, you don't have Dazzling Gleam, but of course Draco Meteor still is such a potent way of dealing with Coraidon, so maybe already Matteo might be forced to go for a terrestrialization this early on.
Incineroar will be running back to its trainer as the screen tail hitting the field, ready to provide some nuisance pesky support on the following turn. Koraidon doesn't like the look of all the damage coming out from Miraidon, and so doesn't the Weezing, just scaling out. Really nice. Of course, the Miraidon is not on the true specs here, it's the Assault Vest, so it can still lock into a different move. It's not like Marco is locked into whichever move he chooses on the first turn.
Yeah, really nice way there by Marco, utilizing the fake out pressure, forcing out a double protect on Matteo's side, but now switching in Screamtail to give yourself the option to go for encore, lock any target into protect. And of course, we don't have the photosynthesis active for Screamtail, so it might depend a little bit on how exactly are Koraidon and Screamtail trained. Can Screamtail outpace and lock Koraidon into protect, or are you just going for the Weezing potentially with that Encore play?
Encore, such a threatening move, one I've fallen foul of so many times, trainers, you don't even want to know. But Miraidon will be stepping on the gas now. That bicycle Pokemon, it's Terra Electric, it's amplified, it's charged up, it's ready to go. But the scale shot can now just how many times is it going to hit? That's one, that's two, and that's three. How many more is Miraidon going to take here? That's four. Are we going to get the max 5 with a critical hit as well? And 5. Is it going to hang on? Oh. It's going to be 11 HP. That's the maximum number of turns. Matteo got very lucky indeed there. And now a really nice way of speed control. Koraidon gets a speed boost at the expense of its defense. That's going to be Draco Meteor connecting though. It's going to be super effective. Koraidon is going all the way back to Area 0 in the
Não, segundo o Alexandre, existe filme chamado Cobra Caiu. E vai ter live. Pô, Alexandre, cara, eu tô pensando em descansar, acho que não vai ter live hoje não, beleza? Tô pensando em descansar um pouco, cara, eu tô cansado, acordei umas 3 e pouca da manhã aí, entendeu? Eu dormi 2 e pouca,
That's phenomenally lucky, trainers. Miraidon hanging on, living on a prayer as Calyrex is zooming out of the stables to join us on the field for Matteo. It's going to be outspeeding the Miraidon here, and you do have a nice
você conhece, Simon, você conhece Blue Lock Rivaldos? É do mesmo criador de Cobra Caiu, tá?
But of course Marco knows that as well, and we know that there is a Terrapagos and Incineroar waiting in the back, so I'm expecting a couple of switches coming up from Marco.
Parece que esse diretor aí tá fazendo um sucesso atrás do outro. Opa, bem-vindo de volta pro Juan. Pera, você conhece o Blue Lock Rivaldos? Nossa, como é que é? É legal isso aí? Eu não conheço isso não. Matheus trouxe o Calyrex
All the abilities are still offline. Does that mean that Matteo is actually going to want to be keeping the Weezing on the field? Let's find out as the Incineroar joins the fray.
Yeah, double switch, kind of like we were expecting from Marco.
Mas é Rivaldos mesmo, não é Rivals não, Alexandre? Eu acho que é Rivals. Terrapagos, o Marco trouxe Terrapagos.
Exactly, and the Incineroar threatening down so greatly right now. The Weezing is going to switch back. Okay, so this means that Grimnay could very much be getting on a line here, the neutralizing gas. Wears off Intimidate, doesn't matter, into the Calyrex. It's a special attacker, not a physical attacker. And coming in instead is going to be Walking Wake. Very cool indeed, going to be benefiting from the sun that Koraidon set up. That's its legacy left to this other past Paradox Pokemon. As the sparkles hit the field, one of these Pokemon is going to get a whole lot shinier.
Yeah, but I'm afraid, unlike in the previous round with Ruben, this time the Terra Ghost Calyrex Astro Barrage will not do that much here. Terrapagos, the perfect switch in, and also Incineroar, yeah, should be able to take this quite nicely. Let's see how much damage that's going to do.
Colliding with the Dark-type Wrestling Cat, and it's going to be more than I expected, to be fair, more than I expected, but it still takes it really well. It's hanging on in the green.
You know, this Calyrex has Encore, so Marco cannot as easily go for like a fake out into the Walking Wake and a Calm Mind setup, because then you risk being locked into Calm Mind. But yeah, I mean, you could still think about doing that. There is the threat of fake out and Terra Starstorm, but no Fake Out coming out instead. It's just going to be a Hydro Steam, and that is a one-hit KO here on Incineroar.
The Walking Wake has got its boiler going, the water bubbling away, and the Incineroar is down and out. It's the Life Orb, more offensive variant than the Assault Vests that we saw in Portland last week. Now, Psychic breaking the Terra Shell on Terrapagos here. It's not holding the leftovers, so it can't recover that as easily. Let's hope the Marcus's Turtle has enough gas in its shell. Just a raw Terra Starstorm into the Walking Wake, and it does huge damage.
Absolutely, and with the abilities back online now, Walking Wake, of course, outpacing anything, including Miraidon over for Marco. So there could be a potential, like, Snarl, knock out the Miraidon, and then Encore the Terrapagos play. So Marco is kind of forced to go into Screamtail, but yeah, this Calyrex looking really strong there with the Terra Ghost all of a sudden.
And in fact, Screamtail might even be able to secure the knockout onto the Walking Wake if it were to go for a play rough here. We'll be taking, super effective damage from the Astral Barrage coming out from Calyrex too. Terrapagos, I mean, it tends to be the Pokemon that we see terrestrialize the most often, but no, Marco's used the Terra Electric already on their Miraidon. But again, the Terra Starstorm did a whole lot of damage, so maybe that's all that Marco's going to need, as Weezing is once more going to be shutting down those abilities. However, the As-1 from Calyrex, the Grimnay, is still very much online.
Yeah, protect from Screamtail, you really don't want to be knocked out here, and there was nothing really to Encore. Okay, but Encore into Terrapagos, so that means it will be forced to use Terra Starstorm, which will not be able to hit Calyrex, but targeting into the Weezing, definitely what Marco wanted to see.
And the sunlight fades from the sky. The Terrapagos, I don't think you mind being locked into this Terra Starstorm at all. It's really putting in a whole lot of work. Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, not the bulkiest Pokemon either. This is something we can say about Mateo's team. It hits fast and hard. It doesn't have all that much bulk.
However, of course, now this Calyrex all of a sudden in a really nice position because Incineroar is down. This Terrapagos is locked into a normal type move. There's no terrestrialization available for Marco, and well, Screamtail might just be knocked out in one hit. So yeah, maybe this Calyrex, you can just go for Protect and Astral Barrage and see how much that can do to Screamtail.
Well, we're about to get the answer to that very question here. Screamtail is going to be screaming into the abyss as it gets KO'd by these Spectres. They clatter into the Psychic and Fairy Pokemon. It's going to be enough. Going to be enough, Screamtail. Very bulky Pokemon, but that is a one-hit KO. It's screaming right back to its trainer with one last-ditch victory song.
Yeah, and being locked into Terra Starstorm, that means, yeah, for the time being, Terrapagos cannot hit Calyrex. Miraidon is at such low HP, will be outsped. It cannot protect. It is carrying the Assault Vest. And yeah, it seems like Mateo has found a way to just take home this game one.
Well, that's a turn off for the books, isn't it? The Terrapagos is all of a sudden not looking so pretty on the field, going for those Terra Starstorms. Mateo able to identify the Pokemon needed to be KO'd in order to try and run away with this game. You know, this hyper offense is something that Marco maybe wasn't able to weather. That 5-hit scale shot on turn 1 really coming into play here.
Yeah, absolutely. If Miraidon could take a hit right here, then yeah, it might be a completely different story. But now, as Barrage will come out, will knock out Miraidon. It doesn't hit Terrapagos, but that doesn't matter because Terrapagos also cannot hit Calyrex right now.
This means that Terrapagos, it doesn't have its terrestrialization available. We can see it's been used on the Miraidon, and so it cannot now deal spread damage. It's got to be one at a time. Has to be an Earth Power down into the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well as that Grimnay gets online. Just targeting down the Glare and Weezing instead, but Marco, being such a skilled trainer as they are, able to now use this time to reflect what adaptations coming into Game 2. And one of them has to just be, don't get hit 5 times by Miraidon, but you're going to want a more stable win condition than that.
Yeah, of course, the battle still isn't over for a couple more turns. Mateo would need to Encore again, then Terrapagos can probably knock out this Walking Wake. But yeah, eventually Calyrex should be able to just take the game. Yeah, nice play, Mateo. That is exactly what he needed to do. Walking Wake can go for another Hydro Steam potentially. But yeah, as you were saying, Marco really needs to come up with another way of approaching this game. I feel like this terrestrialization on Miraidon didn't really help that much. Because in the end, Miraidon ended up being in KO range from Astral Barrage anyway. And not having terrestrialization on Terrapagos is really what made this so difficult, because yeah, being encored in
Mano,
into
as
Terra
viagens que o
Starstorm.
Alexandre faz, cara.
That's not
Peraí, chat,
something
eu
that
vou
we
no
see
banheiro
too often,
rapidinho.
but here
Tá
it was
bom.
a huge swing of momentum. All of a sudden, Calyrex just had that tiny opening, outspeeding, getting the one-hit KO on Screamtail. Maybe not something that Marco was expecting, but now he has to be aware of this damage roll. And it was all possible because of Weezing shutting down the speed boost of Screamtail.
Huge scenes here at the Bologna Special Championships. Whatever else you might have going on in the background, trainers, get your focus on the stream right now. Just have Matteo Ferrari, a relative newcomer to the scene, taking it down at Marco Silva, multiple-time international champion and defending Latin America international champion in 1-0. If they win the next game, then they claim this last Swiss round of the day, and Marco Silva is knocked out of the tournament. Marco has to win this next game to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, and he might have some flashbacks from last year. Well, it was his very good friend, Federico Camporesi, up in the same spot, also facing elimination against an underdog. No shade to Costa, but some of these players are just so good and so well established. And yeah, Marco Silva, well, he has been in this position before. He has lost games on stream before, of course. But yeah, he really will not want to go down like this. And yeah, must be thinking about what would be the best way to adapt. Because yeah, Screamtail wasn't it. I'll be frank, like Screamtail just didn't do anything in this game. With the Weezing and the Terra Ghost, Calyrex, if anything, the Weezing, it was just hurting Marco how Screamtail went down and gave a boost over to his opponent essentially for free. So I would be surprised if Screamtail came out again. It was a really nice idea, like the turn 1 play. You switch in Screamtail as your opponent goes for the double protect, and then you have the benefit of locking something in with Encore. But because of that scale shot doing so much damage, everything seemed to be in range of Astro Barrage all of a sudden. And yeah, that same game plan won't work for Marco, I'm afraid. I think he needs to switch something up.
What's nice in the Screamtail is that you do immediately threaten the Koraidon. If you lead it, you could bait out a Terra there, even a Play Rough. It's not the most offensive Pokemon, but it's dealing double super effective damage. But what's going to be the switch up? Weezing and Koraidon once more hitting the field over on the other side. Sinister at Miraidon this time. It was Terra Electric on Miraidon last game, but maybe he wanted it to be the Terrapagos instead. The Pokemon that we see so often being a so-called Terra Hog. If it's lurking in the back, let's see if Marco is able to retain that terrestrialization. This could be the end of the road for Marco at the Bologna Special Championships. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, leading Sinistra is not something that you typically would want to do, but against Weezing, this mobile, you can't really make use of hospitality anyway because abilities are shut down. So leading Sinistra potentially just for the Rage Powder option, and because you have the Focus Sash, yeah, this is such a weird set here coming out from our reigning LATAM International Champion, but this might just be exactly what he needs right here to keep Miraidon safe. And once more, it is going to be terrestrialization on Miraidon right away.
Terra Electric on the Miraidon, it's getting charged up and ready. Sinister is just going for the protect. Are we going to see another scale shot here coming out of Mateo's Koraidon? Did so much damage, there it is.
Yep.
That's going to be one.
Hits? How many hits?
That's going to be 2. We've got a 3rd. Do we have a 4th? It's just going to be the 3. That could be the opening that Marco needs. How is Marco going to be responding? Breathing a sigh of relief like you did just then, Marcus. It's going to be a big Terra Electric boosted Electro Drift into the Weezing. I want those abilities online right here, right now, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to be doing the knockout because we don't have the Electric Terrain on the field. And of course, the Assault Vest rather than Choice Bets Miraidon.
Yep, that doesn't KO, and now Weezing had the chance to go for an attack into Sinistra. Still taking so much damage from Miraidon. I wonder if that is in range of a Terra Astro attack into Sinistra. Still taking so much damage from Miraidon. I wonder if that... But yeah, where do you go from here is the question I have.
Well, Screamtail could have been a really nice Pokemon there, again, because you're taking no damage from the Scale Shot, but a big collision course now, super effective into Marco's freshly switched in Incineroar. My goodness gracious me! Mateo has hopped onto their bike, no Rage Powder, the one-hit knockout, and it's a real upset potentially here at the Bologna Special event, as a Shadow Ball from the Sinister will be enough to secure the KO onto Weezing.
Okay, well, that went, well, at least the Shadow Ball got the KO here. I mean, I think there's a world where Weezing just hangs on very, very barely. But now, well, You have committed terrestrialization on Miraidon. Abilities are back online, and you have Rage Powder, so there's something that you have going for you, but yeah, you won't be able to utilize Terrapagos to the best of its abilities because, yeah, you cannot terrestrialize it, and without terrestrialization, Terrapagos is just a little weak. It's nice to have the electric seed, but taking on Calyrex Shadow Rider will be really tough once more.
And of course, the Coridon is threatening it down with so much fighting type super effective damage. You do have the Terror Shell, at least for a turn, reducing the damage from those attacks while the HP bar is full, and as you say, the Rage Powder there. But Astral Barrage threatening the Sinister with super effective damage too.
So the thing is, a double up, Psychic and Collision Course would knock out Terrapagos. Both players know this. However, there's the Rage Powder threat, which would completely neutralize that play because it doesn't take any damage from Collision Course. But I had a feeling that Marco was not going for the Rage Powder play because it seems kind of obvious, and it feels like Marco needs to take a risk here in order to come back. So if Matteo calls this, if Matteo goes for a double up, Psychic and Collision Course into Terrapagos, this battle might be over and Matteo might advance to day 2. But, of course, this is such a risky play to make. Let's see how they react to this.
I'm wondering how Marco deals with this Calyrex Shadow Rider, outspeeding the Miraidon. That was a Protect coming out from the Sinister.
Scale Shot.
Scale Shot, yeah, another one of those. Astral Barrage, how much? Well, it's not going to do anything to the Terrapagos here.
Yeah,
so Marco is given a bit of wiggle room now.
Yeah, so actually with a Scale Shot, of course, Coridon now was faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider. So the order didn't work quite out for Matteo to go for that play because, yeah, Coridon would have activated the Terra Shell first. So actually, Marco wasn't in any real danger. And, yeah, Matteo wanted to get rid of Sinister, but nice play there by Marco. Calling the double up, protecting and getting some much needed damage on Coridon.
But now you're still against the wall in Marco's shoes. Another Protect, double Protect. It gets more likely to fail the more times it's used in succession there. Sinister not taking any damage once more. Is that the opening that Marco needs? Just the Psychic was the double up into the Sinister slot. So Terrapagos can get off some more free damage. Okay, so the tables potentially starting to turn here. One more Terra Starstorm. That's going to be Coridon going back. Terrapagos staying on the field. Coridon returning to Area 0.
Yeah, that was a big play here by Marco. Going for the double Protect and getting it. This Calyrex would have gotten a boost because, yeah, Coridon outspeeds, would have broken the Focus Sash, and Calyrex with the knockout, then Marco would have been forced to go into Miraidon, and then potentially, I know there's a lot of ifs, but then maybe Calyrex could have gotten the knockout on Miraidon as well, and we would have been in a very similar spot once more against this Terrapagos, but now, with this double Protect, and with how the past 2 turns went, all of a sudden Matteo is down to his last 2 Pokemon in this game. And while it's still tough for Marco to deal with Calyrex, it seems doable.
Well, we'll see if it's doable as Miraidon joins the fray. It's got the Assault there, so it will be taking those special attacks a whole lot better. That is an advantage of running that item. You have some more pivoting potential. Let's see if it will be enough for taking this Astral Barrage. As now finally, the Terrapagos gets its electric seed boosted, but not going to have any effect here. It's only special attacks coming out from the other side. And it's finally time for terrestrialization. Is this going to be the final late game clincher that Matteo needs? The Terra Ghost, maybe. This is what's going to be enough to push the Astral Barrage into a KO onto the Assault Vest Miraidon. It's got that Terra Ghost crown. First of all, it's going to be the Walking Wake attacking through the Terra Shell. Yep, Snarl, so reducing the special attack as well, and all of that chip damage could be crucial for sweeping through Marco's team. 2 special attackers, they don't appreciate that special attack drop one little bit. Right, it's time, trainers. The Astral Barrage, Terrapagos taking no damage. Is the Miraidon going to be hanging on? Can Marco hop on his bike and take us through into day 2? With the critical hit as well. Unconfirmed as to whether that critical hit mattered. Marcus, what do you think?
I think it would have been really tough. I think this might have been enough for the KO even without the critical hit.
Yeah.
That tiny bit of Snarl chip so important on Terrapagos. But of course, Terrapagos will be able to retaliate with Terra Starstorm at -1. Doesn't do that much damage. And now, of course, Marco will be able to bring in Sinistra. and heal Terrapagos back up.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Sinister, well, it seems like Snarl is the perfect move for this situation. You would break the focus session Sinister, you lower the damage on Terrapagos even further. So I guess you want to go for like protect. You could try to go for a Calm Mind, but and then like you rage powder the next turn because you want to try and set up there. But this is so tough. So what did Mateo decide to do? Is this a double up onto Sinister? This would be huge.
The Astral Barrage, is the Sinister going to be hanging on? Could it maybe set up a cheeky trick for him? Let's see how much damage it does. Sinister is down to 1 HP, down to its focus sash here. Will there be a follow-up with Walking Way? Will it be another Snarl? Will it connect? It is going to be a Snarl. It seems like that's going to be the Terror Shell, but there's going to be a miss, it looks like. No, it's not going to be missing. It's going to be connecting down. There was that little hesitation there. You're just never sure, are you? But the Sinister is down. There is no trigger that can be set up, but at least the Terrapagos is now back up at full. Is this what it needs? It can only attack the Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Earth Power here.
And once again, Terra Starstorm will come out. This might knock out, but it doesn't matter.
But now you can encore.
Exactly the same kind of checkmate situation like in game 1. Mateo will be able to encore this Terrapagos into Terra Starstorm, and then this would leave Terrapagos with no move to hit Calyrex Shadow Rider, and this seems like a checkmate.
Yeah, Terrapagos seems like it can do nothing here. Just another Hydro Stream coming out into Terrapagos. No, it's not going to do all that much damage, even though the Life Orb chip onto the Walking Wake is going to be enough to take it out. You now cannot damage the Calyrex Shadow Rider. You're locked into a normal type move, and that's a ghost type Pokemon. Yeah, there it is. You can see it there, not doing any damage at all. Calyrex can just go for the Psychic, and it seems like Matteo Ferrari has come up. You could try all you want, my friend. You could try and lock into that Earth Power, Marco. It's just not going to work. Psychic will be racking up and up. That damage, don't even need to. Just going to be that turn here. 2-0 victory. Massive upset as Matteo Ferrari claims first round 8 against Marco Silva.
Tu é o mais velho ser do mundo. É o quê? Minas, tu é o ser mais velho do mundo? Não.
Rank 2 in temperature points in the previous round, losing the first win and then going up against number 1 in
pressure
temperature
wasn't
points.
enough back then.
On stream, Matteo Ferrari withstands the pressure and is able to take down Marco. And you have to feel with Marco as well, of course, bringing such a cool and unique team. And then finally you get the opportunity to showcase it off on stream, and then just nothing really works out because Matteo just played so well, using Encore on Calyrex to the best, or like one of the best uses of Encore that I've really seen on that Pokemon. Locking out Terrapagos off these end games in game 1 and in game 2. So even despite that double protect by Marco, Matteo playing so well to their outs. And the Walking Wake Calyrex combination in the back is exactly what he needed.
So perfect. And the scale shot on Koraidon too. That's what brought Koraidon down to 11 HP in this situation. Yeah, game 2 it only hit the 3 times as opposed to all 5. But still, Matteo had exactly what they needed in the back. More Astral Barrages, one hit go onto the Scream Tail, and it was needed. And you and I, Marcus, in that game 1 we were saying, well, it seems like Marco's in the driver's seat now, but then all of a sudden, no, the tables were turned. And I guess now, if you're Marco, you're thinking, right, maybe I don't bring this to NAIC. Who knows? Or maybe you adapt again.
maybe you don't bring this. There were definitely a few really cool, interesting ideas on this team. The Focus Sash Sinister. Did it activate?
It definitely did. And then there was the Snarl that secured the KO.
But it wasn't quite able to get anything done. The Sinister was there. It was drawing in attention even without Rage Powder, but being knocked out there in the end, and the Calyrex, really the star of the show, I would say, in this game, and this is not something that we're used to seeing when it is Calyrex Shadow Rider against Terrapagos. But it seems like in this regulation, when Calyrex Shadow Rider has another restricted to support it with fighting type damage, whether it's Koraidon or Zamazenta, then all of a sudden Calyrex Shadow Rider has a field day against Terrapagos, and we really saw Matteo kind of convert on that.
Vocês têm noção disso?
He didn't knock out Terrapagos with a fighting type move in either game, but in both games kind of forced out the personalization on the Miraidon, and then it wasn't there for Terrapagos in the end game when you really needed it.
Yeah, I wonder if Marco will go back and watch those games and think, I don't know, maybe instead I go for Rage Powder with Sinister and I don't terrestrialize my Miraidon. Yeah, goes ready to go in the back for something like the Terrapagos. But, you know, maybe Marco knew he had the focus out, so clearly it wasn't that bulky.
Yeah, but then exactly, like how much damage does Scale Shot do? Like maybe if you get a couple of hits with the Scale Shot, that would be enough for the KO, even through the focus sash. So maybe that is something that Marco was afraid of. Yeah. Going for the personalization early on Miraidon, I feel like that was kind of decisive already, even though we didn't know it at the time, but then it allowed for these end games where Calyrex with Course could really shut down Terrapagos, and that gave Mateo the tools to victory.
Yeah, that was such a good advert, such a good showcase for running on your Calyrex Shadow Riders, and that could be something that really cements it in the format right now. We were talking before the game, Marcus, about how in Bologna this time last year, Calyrex Shadow Rider was beginning to become popular. Montana Bolt winning with Calyrex Shadow Rider just before the Bologna Special Championships last year, and now again seems to be neighing to victory. Almost cold restricted player here this weekend. They won. Is that was through Calyrex Shadow Rider, so is it going to bear the fruit heading into day 2? Is going to provide what these trainers need, but either way, huge congratulations, Mateo. You're feeling very proud of yourself, and if you're Marco, disappointed for you, but let's face it, you didn't lead the champion.
Yeah, of course, Marco is certainly qualified for Worlds already, but Mateo on the other side, looking here at the rankings once again, and Mateo, really kind of needs like a top 8 probably at this tournament in order to get as many championship points to potentially qualify. Of course, we need to see how things shape out after any IC, but wow, I mean, you must feel really confident after such a big win, a decisive 2-0 against Marco Fierro, one of the best players in the world, and doing that on stream here in Bologna. Yeah, Mateo must be over the moon right now.
I'd love to hear from Mateo the percentage to which they expected to win that last game. Were they thinking, it'll be fun to be on stream, but that's it, but now they're in it. Really fascinating. Absolute scenes, and that was just the end of day one. We've got some more fun action tomorrow, and with upsets like that, you know you're going to want to be tuning in. Last year, of course, it was Ruben Gianzini up against Luca Cerabelli in the grand finals, and it was Ruben who claimed the victory. Remember, at that point, Luca wasn't the world champion. No one knew who was going to win the world championships. If you can cast your mind back that far, so maybe we'll see another upset tomorrow on day 2 of the Bologna Special Championships. I wonder how Luca did in that previous round as well, of course. Going forward there, they'd already made day 2, but we'll see how their record develops over the course of the competition. Well, the Marcus, don't know about you, but I want to hear from the trainer who's thrown that spanner in the works, taking down Marco Silva, multiple-time international champion. Let's hear from the disruptor, Mateo Ferrari.
Dia das Crianças não comemoro isso há muitos anos, então Páscoa, normalmente parei de ganhar ovo de Páscoa ou caixa de bombom há muitos anos também.
I am feeling really good. I think to play a winning game against Marco is something that is really hard. But
eu acho que a festa junina é a única festa assim que talvez eu acho legalzinho, entendeu? Interessante de se participar. Eu interajo com todo mundo, converso com o povo, a gente dá umas risadas, mas meu foco mais em comer do que ficar interagindo. Até que quando eu interajo um pouquinho, vou pegar... Eu pego as coisas que tem que comer, tudo que tem pra comer, e ensino no quarto e pronto. No aniversário mesmo, vou comprar uma caixa de paçoca pra ele. Eu aceito, Alexandre, seria um baita de um presente. E mano, é isso. Você não quer fazer isso não? Você fala muito de CLT e muito de fazer essas coisas. Eu acho que quem tá com vontade de fazer é você, interessante. Queria falar isso não, mas quem tá querendo muito fazer isso, eu tô achando que é você.
Also because with the free he kill the Miraidon, so
você tá falando muito pra eu fazer,
it's like 60% of the time I kill Miraidon, and it's like I won the game on turn 1, and I think it's really, really strong to win the game, to have the assist percentage to win the game
pede
on turn 1
pede não sei o que, pede não sei o que. Alexandre, ele vai pedir uso laranja. A criança mais saudável do meu chat. Alexandre, o saudável. Não é nem mais o grande. É Alexandre, o saudável. Eu só incentivo as pessoas? Incentiva, né? Beleza, incentiva assim. Aniversário vegano.
I was like a little bit, but not too much. And I was a little bit comfortable also because with Screenshot that you ride on, if he use the Terra, he can't use the Terra on his Terrapagos, and the Terrapagos without the Terra is not really a Uber, is a little bit less than the other, and so Kyle Shadow could clean up like we saw in these two games.
Yeah, for sure, and of course this is the last regional level event that we have here in Europe. How are you looking for the World's qualification? Like, do you need a certain position in the tournament in the day 2?
I have 600 CPs, so I think I need a top 8 to go to the Worlds, and I'm not really sure it is enough, maybe a top 4, but to be sure I have to win the regional, so let's see tomorrow.
Well, you've made it into tomorrow. How do you feel your chances are of making a good run tomorrow?
I don't know, it depends a lot about the matchup, and so I can see tomorrow, I can say it now.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how you do. Congratulations again for making it into the day 2. I saw just then you've got a lot of supporters just congratulating you for getting into that day 2. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give to anyone that's here or at home?
I have a shout-out for my family, my brother that is here, my team, Palde Ruins, and also the group of Turin, La Baita. And that's it.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, and congratulations for making it into day 2 once again. We're going to be wrapping up day 1 very, very shortly. Congratulations, Matteo, for making it into day 2. Let's get into that wrap-up.
Hey, Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsuba. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the top of Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title, but Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini, but the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to lead save recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a choice boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. I've noticed not known for its really big special attack.
Claro que existe, pô. Existem até versões remasterizadas hoje em dia.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 15-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
Então, eu acho que não é isso. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The heavy slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to lead Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Celesteela, né? Last chance. Northman Champion.
Also mein Name ist Florian Temme, in-game Tag ist Turbos.
Nossa, o Gong de Fire é gigantesco na comparativamente, cara. Acho que todas as formas paradoxas dos gatos lendários, né? Eu acho que eles são...
Insgesamt lief das Event besser, als ich es vorher dachte.
Ich bin reingegangen
und habe mir erstmal gedacht, okay, erstmal was Practice und ein paar Sets spielen und soweit es geht, entweder als Top Card, Day 2, soweit es geht, reinzukommen. Dann Day 2 mit 8-1 geendet und danach Day 2 mit Cut in 11-3 bekommen, bis halt jetzt endlich auch zum G-Regional Sieg. Ich war recht entspannt, weil ich sehe das so, als wäre es so meine Abschlussprüfung, zum Beispiel bei einer Informatik gewesen. Und dadurch habe ich meine Ruhe bekommen und dadurch konntest du auch nicht konzentrieren und auch besser performen. Was mich da besser gemacht habe, ist meine Erfahrung overall im Game, da ich jetzt schon VGC schon seit 10 Jahren schon spiele und dass ich unter anderem gerade für meine Matchups bestimmte Moves habe und auch Gewiss, um diese auch dann noch zu fixen. Plus natürlich auch die Erfahrung gerade mit dem Team. Am Anfang des Season war erstmal ein Ziel, irgendein Regional, egal welches Day 2 zu erreichen. Wenn man Day 2 hat, dann natürlich weiter hochkämpfen,
Eu já vou encerrar a live, se pá. Eu só tô esperando aqui eles fazerem o negócio aqui. Eu já vou encerrar a live já. Vai mudar o nome do teu canal pra Absolute Cinema, ou Alexandre? Foi o símbolozinho aí que tu fez com as mãos e tal. Tá, eu preciso deixar. Que bonitinho.
What a fun day under the Italian sun it has been. We are here to wrap up day 1 of what has been such an amazing Pokemon Special Championship here at Bologna. Of course, I'm Costa. I've clearly lost my words because of how amazing it was. This is Jamie. Tongue twisters, did they catch you out? Charlie and Marcus, obviously, we have been having such a blast throughout the entire day. In all honesty, we've had pretty much the best of the best, definitely from the Italian community. Huge turnout, 533-ish trainers out of like 650-ish. So it makes sense, right? It's sort of the Italian national per se, as a lot of trainers I've been speaking to have been talking about. But talking about highlights and the moments that we've just been enjoying, Jamie, do you have anything to start us off with? Any sort of individual moment that pulled out to you?
Normally for highlights, we think of like the explosive turns and wow, that was so game-changing. For me, I think it was just the little subtle encore from Clefairy into Lunala to keep it going for Moonguy's Beam that it still wanted to do anyway, but then it was just the foresight of, in a couple of turns, you can't wide guard anymore. And that, like, just that very subtle play, I think that deserves a shout out, because like I said, it's always the explosive ones, never the subtle ones, but that was very, very beautiful.
From the competitive to very much the casual, my highlight was a fantastic why not joke that Marcus got me with earlier, but I'm you, Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. What's happening?
The Aqua Mouse Pokemon say to his fiancée,
will you marry me?
He did it! Will you marry me? He smashed it! Absolutely incredible. Marcus, yeah, put it there.
Nossa, o cara tem muito.
Yes.
I didn't hear a yes either. That's a good point.
Will
All
you
right.
marry me?
Going over to Marcus. Please give me a highlight right now.
Well, I was going to say my highlight was Luca Cherryberry playing against Lorenzo Silvestrini. Such a really, really like masterclass of VGC. But now after this, I mean, of course, that was my highlight of the day.
Actually, all right, and we obviously know the highlight from Charlie's side of the field. But yeah, I guess, I don't know. There's been quite a few matches, a lot of different sort of contentions when it comes to the different compositions we've been seeing. And Kyogres, I've been really enjoying the Kyogres. I'm always a Kyogre stan. So shout outs, of course, to Santiago being able to represent to a very good level previously. But enough of that. I think we've gone ahead and had our own little moments of highlights. Talk about the players themselves, the ones that have been able to qualify into what has been such a high-impact competitive day one going into day two. We've got a plethora of them, but yeah, I think we just had a chat with Francesco Pardini. It's one of our notable players, of course, to watch out. He was very happy. He's ended with 7-1, so we can guarantee he is through, and obviously looking to try to work on that further. Any other notable players that you would like to call out as well progressing into day two?
Yeah, I think Matteo Ferrari was just able to take down the #1 in Europe, Marco Silva. Very, very nicely done. Taking down a Maridon and Terrapagos team. Like, I did say that I wanted to see a little bit of spice coming into this and do the players that feel secure. Marco is the most secure in Europe. Do they end up bringing something that is a little bit spicy? And yeah, it seems so. And it wasn't quite able to get that last little bit to make it into that second day.
I think it's so important though, because this is the testing ground, right? Heading into NAIC in a couple of weeks' time. This is exactly the time to try out those teams. If you're Marco, you've got that cushion, you've got all those points behind you. This is where to figure out what works and what doesn't. So I think Marco should still be feeling really happy. You've got some valuable information there.
Absolutely, yeah. I think some players that I have my eyes out on is Giuseppe Musico from Italy, finishing, I believe, with a flawless 8-0 record, and then also the French group with the Calm and Lunala, quite a few of them making it 2-day 2.
Yeah, exactly that, and we've got a lot more trainers at that as well that we can actually go ahead and feature, call out. You know, there's going to be a lot of pressure, especially going into this final event. It is honestly such a monumental point for trainers to be able to make or break their invitation through to Worlds, and what an astounding accolade of trainers we've got available.
Yeah, we see plenty of Italians here. That's obviously to be expected with the sheer numbers here, but plenty of non-Italians that were able to make it through. You can see some players that have had some very good achievements behind them, like Tia Team Massal was able to make top 8 at the European International and has clearly had a very good performance here, making it into that second day. Adam Shafawi, another very, very strong French player, so I'm not surprised to see those two make it into that second day.
Yeah. Miguel Paquete as well from the Portugal region. This is only a handful, of course. Lewis Markle, a runner-up from the Utrecht Special Championships as well. He's only on a bit of a tear at the moment, so I'm looking forward to seeing more coming out from Lewis.
Yeah, and then, of course, Ruben and Luca, our two finalists from last year from Bologna, still in the tournament, still in there, and both of them played really well on stream, and yeah, we might get to see them again tomorrow, maybe even playing against each other. Well, we'll see about that, but that's definitely a very, very high level of talent in this tournament.
Yeah, but if you want to make sure you are in tune with all of the action, we do have these start times to make sure you are on time, ready with your refreshments, whatever part of the world you are in. Of course, 9 a.m. Central Eastern Standard Time and midnight a.m. Pacific time too. But yeah, there's going to be a lot on the line. I know with all the championship points and whatnot we've been talking about, sure, there's a direct invitation always at the end of the line, but you know, trainers are really trying to vie for the best thing they can. Very much do at this point of the event, final regional event. Going into that stage, North America International Championships, and yeah, that's going to be a lot of hype. I know we're not there just yet, but we do have a bit of a sneak preview to build up even more hype going into what will be the final international.
Bye.
Here comes out of pocket, both switches are firing, he's gonna get the KO!
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime capture.
Andrew Hendrick taking the win, Patrick. Through the paralysis and with a critical hit, takes the win.
June 13th to 15th, you will not want to miss it. We saw, obviously, our currently reigning North America International Champion, Patrick Connors, doing such an incredible job there. And obviously, there's so much more opportunity, not only for others to be able to vie for the title, but most importantly, even Patrick to try to go ahead and wrap things up, get that second heat from the previous season. But we also have a very handy website available as well to make sure you are always in tune with all of the latest action at Pokemon.com/broadcast. There is a lot going on there, a lot of great information as well, handy little website. However, that's not the only thing available. We also have our channels, both on YouTube as well as Twitch, where we directly stream live, and of course we do have the videos available afterwards. However, final point, socials, where you can go ahead and get involved utilizing the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Make the conversation, try to go ahead and show off one of the awesome illustrations. If you've got any, we saw quite a few earlier on. We're able to feature on broadcast with the drawing competitions. Make sure you do not get left out. And finally, with that being the case, I think we've got a lot going on in terms of expectations with players. Anyone trainer you would say and put down a bet on in terms of confidence with who's going to win it tomorrow?
I think I'm going to go with, I'm going to steal everyone's Francesco Pardini. We just meant just had that conversation.
I brought him
I chose him because I knew that everyone else was going to choose him, and now you have to think on your feet. But I do have a lot of faith in Francesco. He's a very veteran player, been playing for over a decade at this point, and that experience should come into the fore, I think.
I'm going to go with a spicier pick myself. Ruben Gianzini.
Oh, wow.
They're going to do it again. They're going to be the repeat Bologna special champion, just like Michel Kelsch did earlier this season with Stockholm.
So no, I could have gone for our third and final player to watch, but of course we saw how Marco didn't quite make it into day two. So I'm a pivot, and I'll go with Luis Marco, fellow German player, coming off hot of a second place in Utrecht, now 7-1 here, using their same trusted team that they have so much experience with. And yeah, I don't know what would stop them at this point.
We're gonna have to find out tomorrow. Stay in tune, and I'll have to say, Luca Cheribelli, our current reigning world champion, who won the finalists last year. Who knows, maybe he's going to be able to go ahead and clinch that title up.
Sorry, didn't ask, Costa. That was so impolite of us. Thank you for sharing it anyway.
I appreciate the afterthought. But regardless of that being said, I think we are all jazzed up and excited to tune in for tomorrow. Make sure you are as well. We're going to be starting very early. But with that being said, thank you so much for tuning in for today. I will be catching you tomorrow.
Ok. Tchau, gente. Aí, ó. Falou pra transmissão. Chat, depois de quase 9 horas aí de live, finalmente estamos finalizando aqui. Thanks for watching. Velho, não, baixa. Veio bate, né? Bate. Okay. Beleza. Ele fez o negocinho da roda. Poxa, uma pena ela não ter se classificado, cara. Poxa. Quando você quiser transmissão da Pokémon Company, vai esperar até 9 horas mesmo? É sério isso? Ah, tá. Ok. Então, oficialmente eu posso me despedir de vocês. Então, gente, finalmente aí depois de quase 9 horas de live aí, eu vou me despedindo aqui. Então, brigadão Alexandre, brigadão U, brigadão Marlo, brigadão Zurlin, brigadão André, Adrian, todo mundo que colou aí, Anônima, todo mundo que colou, beleza? Lindras, no meu outro celular, meu irmão tava vendo vídeo bosta. Que isso, Alexandre? Mas enfim, gente, brigadão a todo mundo que colou, todo mundo que assistiu. Amanhã, 4 da manhã, eu tô de volta, tá? Beleza? Pro dia 2 do último regional. E é isso, gente. Valeu todo mundo. Um bom sábado pra vocês, uma boa tarde pra todos nós. E é isso, gente. Eu vou ficando por aqui. Falou e fui. Não esqueçam de beber água. Falou!